becoming an international champion. Juan shared with me the moment back in 2018 when he watched Paul Ruiz become a world champion in my home city of Nashville, Tennessee, thinking to himself, I want to be the first person to ever win an international championships for Latin America. Right then and there, 7 years later, he's got a shot.
And he has a great shot with the team that he's bringing with the Blood Moon, Ursaluna, Incineroar, Sneasler, Rillaboom, Dragonite, and Golden Go. All of these Pokemon are tried and true throughout the Regulation H format. Now, going up against an incredible competitor like Yuma Kinugawa, he's going to have to lean heavily on the Dragonite, the Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and that Sneasler in particular, because so many of his Pokemon are weak to that incredible Sun mode that Yuma Kinugawa has. But Juan Salerno has his entire country cheering for him, and he has some incredible friends who helped him prepare all last night for this tournament. If anybody can bring the title home for LATAM, it's Juan Salerno.
Yeah, in fact, only 2 people have ever won an international championship in any age division for Latin America, and one of them, the very first person to do it, was none other than Juan Salerno himself.
And here's a fun trivia fact for you all as well. That was back in Oceania. He's wearing the same t-shirt he won that day, hoping to carry that luck forward.
Well, he is going to be an incredibly difficult trainer to beat, and someone that we have been seeing all over the globe compete. He traveled to Europe, competed in 2 European regionals just in the last month. Got top 4 at Gdansk, and he went there because he wanted to compete with the best of the best. And he knew he needed to keep his chops up if he was going to compete here in the international championships for the title.
It's incredible that you mentioned that, because our other finalist, Yuma Kinugawa, has also been on an international quest, not just to become the next international champion, but to become the next world champion, competing just last week in Las Vegas at a regionals championship. And I think planning his trip across the globe to prepare for Worlds this upcoming summer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yuma Kinugawa told me that his goal this season is to win the World Championships, and he is the 2025 Japanese national champion. And he told me it feels unreal to be here in the finals of the international championships in the same calendar year as the time he became the Japanese national champion. But he also told us he was inspired by the words of one of his friends who told him and wrote out there on a blog post that shared with the Japanese community that if you truly want to win, you have to be willing to put in the time and the effort and face uncomfortable choices. And that is exactly what Kinugawa has been doing all season long, and it has gotten him here in the finals.
And with an incredibly built team, perfect for the meta game this weekend. We've seen this Whimsicott with the Prankster ability and Sunny Day change the tides of the match time and time again, allowing the Hisuian Typhlosion to go on the offense with some incredibly powerful eruptions. But in this matchup against Juan Salerno, even though the Typhlosion is an incredibly scary Pokemon for a majority of his team, I think it's actually going to be the Ursaluna Blood Moon that is going to be the scariest Pokemon for Yuma Kinugawa to yield. Blood Moon, Life Orb, Terra type of normal. If you get all 3 of those lined up together, Juan's Pokemon are going to be knocked out in almost a single hit. We saw just how much damage it did throughout the tournament yesterday. Yuma Kinugawa has to prioritize landing those big hits early and fast and just not give Juan time to adapt, because when Juan is given time to adapt, he finds ways to succeed.
Absolutely. This is a competitor and a player who is absolutely able to adapt on the fly, and that is exactly what this balanced team that Juan is running excels at. It can always find itself in a good position or come back from a bad one just by punishing a single mistake, a positioning mistake by the opponent, and then rearranging your Pokemon so you get right there in the driver's seat. And here we go, turn 1, game 1, Masters Finals here in Latin America. Juan Salerno on the bottom of your screen and Yuma Kinugawa on the top. And there is the Incineroar and Ursaluna Blood Moon for Yuma, and the Ursaluna Blood Moon and Dragonite for Juan.
And we already have the 2 Ursaluna Blood Moons staring each other down now. Yuma Kinugawa's Ursaluna Blood Moon, again, Life Orb, Terra type of normal. It's going to be dealing so much damage compared to the opposing one, but I'm very curious about how they're about to match up.
Yeah, both of these Pokemon on the field, we know that these Pokemon have the same speed type stat. That means that there will be a coin flip to decide which of those Pokemon will move first. That's why you can see that Juan and Yuma are switching their Pokemon art here to reposition and gain an upper hand. Rillaboom out on the field now, and Kinugawa will be bringing in the Whimsicott. With that Protect and Whimsicott alongside of the Ursaluna, there's a possibility for Yuma Kinugawa to take control of the speed.
And that will be completely negated by the fact that Juan has brought a fake-out user onto the field alongside of his Ursaluna. The Whimsicott on Yuma Kinugawa's side of the field does not hold a Covert Cloak. It's going to be a Babbery Berry, which means it will be able to be flinched, which means Tailwind can be stopped. And now also that the grassy terrain is set up on the field, we see that Juan Salerno brought his own Sneasler in the back. So this is the perfect situation for him to start pivoting these Pokemon around to look for an opportunity to go on the offense.
And both of these players are trying to reposition their Tailwind setters so that they can finally get control of the game, but it's actually a Farigiraf coming out from Yuma Kinugawa's side that will prevent any priority moves from going into effect. And the Ursaluna will switch out from Juan for the Sneasler, activate that Grassy Seed to boost its defense, but more importantly, activate the Unburden, so it will now be the fastest thing in the game. And here it comes. That's a big terrestrialization. The Kinugawa special Terra Normal on the Ursaluna Blood Moon.
And if this is a Blood Moon being used by this Ursaluna, one of these Pokemon is probably going down.
Yeah, no fake out, not with the Giraffe on the field, unfortunately for you.
There it is.
Blood Moon rising, targeting down that Rillaboom. Oh, the Sneasler on the switch, and it goes down immediately. That is the biggest threat offensively and speed-wise on Juan Salerno's team, and a pull has been poked through immediately by Kinugawa.
That close combat Sneasler had would have threatened the Incineroar and that Ursaluna Blood Moon immensely, but now it is gone. Juan does have the opportunity to bring his own Ursaluna Blood Moon back out onto the field, and there is no second turn of Blood Moon. You have to wait one more turn, but still, you can still take so much damage from a Hyper Voice here. Juan Salerno has to find the opportunity to get some momentum back.
Kinugawa has had the Farigiraf do exactly what it needed to do. It blocked a singular fake out and allowed him to take a KO. So now the Incineroar will switch in to limit the offensive power of the Rillaboom on Juan Salerno's side. And just a nice little passive turn here. Kinugawa going for the Protect.
Exactly. With the Intimidate and with the loss of the ground typing on the opposing Ursaluna, Woodhammer would not have knocked out anyways, but why not keep full health if you can?
Yeah, and also the Earth Power into the Protect. Kinugawa gets both attacks whipped into the Protect on that Ursaluna.
Yuma Kinugawa just very calm and collected. It seems like he's been reading Juan Salerno like a book. One step ahead, has Blood Moon available to him once again. The big question is, will he be able to land it against Juan's own Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is the big offensive threat remaining on the opposing side of the field. Juan could switch his Ursaluna out, but that's going to be such a huge cost to pay.
All right, the fake out connects onto Rillaboom on Juan Salerno's side, and the Blood Moon Ursaluna for Kinugawa will go first. There's the Blood Moon into Rillaboom, and you know when the Blood Moon rises, a Pokemon falls.
So Yuma Kinugawa getting the speed tie that turn, but this does mean that Juan Salerno's own Ursaluna is firing off its own Blood Moon.
Oh, but it just barely fails to pick up the KO, and that is the difference between the Life Orb and the Leftovers right there, folks.
It's also that normal type terrestrialization as well. Juan Salerno opting to just invest a little bit more in bulk, which in your average matchup is very consistent, but Yuma Kinugawa's team is just so oppressive in its offense.
I just can't believe this Pokemon is still on the field. The Ursaluna Blood Moon has been there from turn one, just punching holes into Juan's team.
Juan does have the opportunity now to try and set up some speed control on the field, but now there's Whimsicott here to match it.
Yeah, Whimsicott will be totally able to set a tailwind of its own. But there's the scale shot into the Whimsicott. The fairy type sniping, blocking all damage from that Dragonite. And in fact, that Dragonite cannot touch Whimsicott.
Exactly. I think Juan making a very smart call there, knowing that speed control would not necessarily bail him out of this position, hoping to catch that Incineroar by surprise. Unfortunately, though, Whimsicott more than happy to take an Earth Power, definitely happy to take a Scale Shot, and now with its access to Prankster Tailwind, or maybe even Prankster Encore in this situation, Yuma Kinugawa should have the ability to once again go for one of those critical Blood Moons if that is what he chooses.
Yeah, and Juan right now really needs to be thinking about what went wrong in this first game if he's going to force a third 3-game set here in our international championships, because things have just gone horribly wrong, starting from the moment that Farigiraf switched in to block that fake out.
I think bringing the Farigiraf was a bit of a surprise for Juan, because we've seen the Farigiraf be used mostly as a Trick Room setter for Yuma Kinugawa in past matches, but in this matchup, it's just been a fake out stopper.
Okay, 3 Blood Moons is that 3 KOs into the opposing Ursaluna. You already know. 3 for 3 on Kinugawa's Blood Moon Ursaluna.
It is just going to be that Dragonite remaining on the field for Juan Salerno, and it does find a target to finally take that Blood Moon Ursaluna down, but
Salute, Ursaluna.
it has done its job. It has certainly taken plenty of knockouts to earn its own rest until the next game.
Absolutely. Ursaluna Blood Moon in the back, resting up for game 2 right now, will allow this Whimsicott and the Incineroar and Farigiraf to finish this off. Now, like I mentioned, this Dragonite literally has no way to damage the Whimsicott. So right now, Juan is going to be using all of this time, if he does decide to keep playing through the match, to think about the next game.
Well, it looks like he considered not utilizing the time, but we are going to take a moment here to play through a couple of turns. And I'm really glad you brought that up, because you're absolutely right. That turn 1, the Farigiraf switching in to block the fake out was just a critical miss for Juan Salerno. So going into game number 2, you want to think of ways that you can avoid putting yourself in a position where a single missed fake out is enough to turn the tides. You do have Protect on your Sneasler. If you think about it, the Sneasler got caught on the switch-in as well, and that was absolutely detrimental. So you could try switching up your leads. Maybe Rillaboom next to Sneasler will buy you a little bit more time. You can also threaten a fake out directly to the Whimsicott, and if that does not work out, you can go just straight for an Acrobatics at that point for some big damage. But you're going to have to do something completely different, because Yuma Kinugawa was just one step ahead every turn of that match.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Once Kinugawa got an advantage, he pressed it the entire way, and there are options there. Juan did have an opportunity to protect that, or otherwise not let that Sneasler fall the moment it showed up on the field, and Kinugawa just went for some amazing aggressive offensive plays, and that's why Kinugawa has been one of the most exciting players to watch, and why I've been so thrilled to see him competing in our circuit.
And I also think he has this incredible ability of knowing when to go on aggressive offense versus when to play it very slow and defensively, because if you look at the Incineroar and the Farigiraf he brought to that match, those Pokemon can really slow the pace of play down. But I think we're jumping straight into game number 2.
Yep, we are absolutely jumping into game number 2, and there is a big adjustment Juan has shown in the back. Seeing the 4 Pokemon that Kinugawa decided to bring in game 1, Golden Go, which otherwise would be scared off by the Typhlosion, has made an appearance.
You know, Golden Go is such a great adaptation as long as you are positive there is no Typhlosion in play. I do think that Juan can save the Terastallization at least for that Golden Go. It was something that he did not have a chance to utilize previously in the game. So if you're able to get it out on the field and maybe sneak in a Nasty Plot or 2, you can match some of the aggression that your opponent has. But it could potentially take a significant amount of damage on this switch. This is a risky play.
The risky play and the big shakeup from Juan Salerno, as a Terastallization is going to come through from Kinugawa. You already know, Terra Normal on that Blood Moon Ursaluna. Now the Golden Go at least can resist the damage of normal type attacks, but it does not get to be immune to them because of the Ursaluna's ability, and the fake out this time connects onto the Dragonite, and here it comes, another Blood Moon. Is it going to be 4 for 4, Kinugawa?
All right, it's actually going to connect with that Golden Go, but it brings it down into the red.
No way, that's so much damage. Golden Go just barely barely hanging on there, but the Golden Go has gotten in, and it is fully capable of threatening big damage back itself.
And it should be a little bit faster, especially knowing that Dragonite now has the opportunity to set up Tailwind for its partner. You're going to struggle to find some damage here, and I do think that a Protect this turn to feel out what Yuma's doing here would be important, and I think that's exactly why we see the Whimsicott. You have to threaten to match Tailwind.
Oh, take a look at that, a throwback. The Babiri Berry being eaten by the Whimsicott on the switch-in allows it to remove its Steel-type weakness for one turn and one turn only, but that is all Kinugawa needs, as the Scale Shot is not going to deal any damage into that Fairy typing.
All right, Incineroar has one opportunity to attack here, and will Parting Shot, giving Yuma Kinugawa yet another opportunity to pivot.
Yeah, another opportunity to pivot. You could just bring in the Blood Moon Ursaluna once again and have the Tailwind pressure, or even just go on the offense with the Moonblast from Whimsicott. I think Juan was trying to scope out how much damage that Moonblast was going to do at the end of that first game, and let's see if that helps.
Well, this is also a risky play now that he's considering. I saw him just hover over the Steel-type Terastallization on the Dragonite, which would certainly help it take a huge Blood Moon, but then make it very susceptible to an Earth power in future turns. You're making an investment here one turn, trying to ensure that Golden Go gets one more opportunity to attack, but will it be enough to change the tides? I'm not quite sure, as Ursaluna will then be free to just do whatever it wants.
Well, that is the Terastallization coming through from the Dragonite. The Steel typing will allow it to resist the Fairy-type Moonblast and any normal-type attacks from the Ursaluna on Kinugawa's side. But look, resisting attacks is good, but ask your buddy Golden Go how that went for it when it switched in on the Blood Moon.
There's the Tailwind, though, from Whimsicott, ensuring that the Blood Moon Ursaluna will be moving first, and this time it is going to be a Hyper Voice.
A Hyper Voice will connect only onto the Dragonite because of the Protect from the Golden Go. Vaughn making the correct call there to know that could not guarantee the safety of that Pokemon as Tailwind goes up because of Whimsicott's Prankster ability.
And the nice thing is that because the Tailwinds are matched, Whimsicott will not be able to take down the Dragonite, but Whimsicott could Encore the Dragonite into Tailwind, which would also similarly shut it down. Juan needs to find a way to either let this Dragonite switch out and get something safely in, or otherwise just let it go down at this point in time so that whatever does come in can take advantage of the fact that the speeds are even once again. But Yuma Kinugawa, sensing that the Ursaluna Blood Moon is now in danger, will send in his own Incineroar to get an Intimidate down on the field and otherwise just make things that much harder for Juan.
Yeah, very good Intimidate here. Here comes the Make It Rain, faster than the Whimsicott, so the Whimsicott now does go down. That will drop the special attack of the Golden Go, but Juan made an incredibly heads-up play here. Instead of going on the offensive, we'll be going, oh, but the Life Orb actually recoil will delete the Golden Go.
That was such a good call there because he used Haze, which had the Golden Go stuck around, it would have reset the special attack drops. You also drop your own Intimidate at least, so you have that benefit, but overall, I think getting another Make It Rain there without those special attack drops was the intended goal.
Yeah, but at least getting the 2 attack drops off from the Dragonite with that Incineroar on the switch-in means that this Dragonite now is going to be able to deal real damage to any Pokemon remaining, especially now that that pesky little Whimsicott has been removed from the field.
I think Juan's really stressing out about this decision on who to send in, as you do still have your own Ursaluna Blood Moon, which does have the ability to deal a decent amount of damage, but here is another adaptation from Kinugawa. It's gonna be the Flamigo.
Everybody's amigo Flamigo is out on the field now, and that is the other way you can punish that Steel Terastallization on Dragonite with the fighting type attacks coming out from the Flamigo, which doesn't care about Intimidate because of that Scrappy ability.
It doesn't care about the Intimidate. It's more than happy to use Detect for a turn to block a turn of Fake Out, and I think most importantly of all of those things, it's naturally fast and it's so powerful. It's going to be able to knock out honestly, probably all of Juan's Pokemon at this point in time. It's very unfortunate that he locked in that Steel-type Terastallization, because had he saved it for the Water typing on that Ursaluna Blood Moon, he would be in such a better position.
Oh, this Flamigo is about to be a main attraction, the leading actor, the star itself, threatening super effective damage on all 3 Pokemon remaining on Juan's side. That's going to be a protect from the Dragonite to avoid the first close combat, but going to be risky to do it the next time around.
And it looks like Incineroar did attack into that Dragonite as well. And Juan was able to sneak the Ursaluna Blood Moon onto the field for free, but that can't be something that's going to last for a long time. It's great that Juan was able to call that protect that previous turn. It did open things up for him once again, but now both of these Pokemon are susceptible to the attacks from the Flamigo. The speed is still also relatively similar. You know, there's no Tailwind staggered on the field just yet, so the Ursaluna is going to be stuck slower, and as long as Yuma Kinugawa targets down this Dragonite with a close combat to stop a Tailwind, things are going to be tricky.
Things are getting real dire for Juan Salerno as we head into the end game here, and Kinugawa can taste it. The victory, the one step below the World Championships that he is seeking this season. The Earth Power will connect onto the Incineroar and knock that Pokemon out, bringing both players down to their final 2. Now, this is going to be the Ursaluna Blood Moon for Kinugawa alongside the Flamigo, and the Incineroar alongside the Ursaluna Blood Moon for Juan. But Juan does have fake out pressure here, likely just going to do, all that's going to accomplish is create a double protect situation.
It's going to create a double protect situation. I absolutely agree. And then after that, we're once again in this weird position where we know that the Flamigo is the fastest thing on the field, probably going to try and target down the Ursaluna Blood Moon. And then you have Yuma Kinugawa's own Ursaluna Blood Moon with that Earth Power to target down the Incineroar. Juan has to think of something to catch his opponent off guard this turn if he can find his way back into this match.
This is going to be it for Juan. Can he mix up Kinugawa here and seize victory from the jaws of defeat here? That's going to be a detect.
He called it!
Flamigo.
He called it!
Juan called that the Flamigo would protect, but also the Ursaluna Blood Moon will protect. Totally safe play there from Kinugawa to protect both Pokemon here.
Yeah, that fake out going into the double protect. I got a little bit excited there, but you're absolutely right. The Blood Moon was used up, though, on his Ursaluna, too, so that just makes his endgame even safer for Kinugawa.
Yeah, and this Flamigo has to take 2 hits to be knocked out because of its Focus Sash as well. Kinugawa is so close to becoming a champion here in Brazil.
Who would have thought that it was going to be a Flamigo and a will and a way to find his way closer to this title? The protection on the Ursaluna Blood Moon here was a good call, but Yuma Kinugawa one step ahead, picking up the KO with that close combat on the opposing Incineroar.
Another one-hit KO from Yuma Kinugawa, but this time it's from the Flamigo, showing that it can deal just as much damage as its buddy, the Ursaluna Blood Moon. And an incredible moment here for Yuma Kinugawa as his fans out in the crowd are cheering for him. This is the longest trip he has ever taken internationally to attend the International Championships, and with one final attack, Yuma Kinugawa, the Japanese national champion.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
We'll be able to take down the Ursaluna Blood Moon first.
There is that one pesky speed tie here.
And honestly, you know, I think that Juan Salerno does have to take a little bit of credit for that, because that Pokemon really was the key to Yuma Kinugawa's win conditions here. And I guess if you wanted to try and bring this game a little bit longer, you could consider if your opponent used enough PP ups on their Flamigo to max it out to the full 8. You could try and stall out the close combat. So it looks like Juan is searching for that out, and you have to respect it. When you have your entire country, your entire continent cheering for you, you take every single out you can.
Absolutely. That is now 3 close combats used by, or 4 actually, because 1 went into the protect. So 4 close combats used by the Flamigo. If it's possible, there would be another, but no. Gets the KO, and that's going to be Yuma Kinugawa as your our Latin American international champion, traveling all the way from Japan, competing globally in the circuit, and he has done it. One more stepping stone on his path to world champion.
If you want to be the next world champion, sacrifices have to be made. You have to put in the time, you have to put in the dedication, and that's exactly what got Yuma Kinugawa here. Using this team last week at the regional championships as a test run, being able to applied with that berry zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokémon World Champion!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Guten Morgen and good morning, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to the beautiful city of Stuttgart here in Germany. The weather forecast is 20% chance of sunny day with an 80% chance of rain dance and of course a 100% chance of icy wind. That's right, folks. It is winter here and we are all getting ready for the holiday season. My name is Zoe and I'm joined by the festive Marcus, Snowman David and Carols Costa. How are we all feeling this morning?
Ja, guten Morgen an alle da draußen. Wir freuen uns natürlich hier in Stuttgart zu sein. It's a extra pleasure for me to be here in Germany, finally covering one of the German tournaments. So thank you for the kind introductive words. I'm really excited for this weekend.
I'm sure it must be just so exciting for you back here in your home country. You know, I'm sure also a lot of German players will be wanting to win this regional and defend their home title. Now, of course, November has been a month packed full of Pokemon action. So why don't we now take a look at all of the events that we have had so far? And of course, there's Stuttgart that we are broadcasting right this moment.
Yeah, of course, we're still early in the season, but today here in Stuttgart, it's going to be the last tournament in Regulation H, but there's just so much more action coming up, of course. Regulation F just right around the corner. And of course, trainers will be looking to accumulate those championship points at EUIC in London, and then also the tournaments all the way down the road to NAIC in New Orleans, and then Pokemon XP in San Francisco.
Oh, Worlds is always the most exciting and the most exclusive event of the year. And I know it's a really difficult tournament to get into because you have to earn a certain amount of championship points. Now, for this season, it is not a set number of championship points. You will need to earn above a certain threshold.
Exactly. So on the table on your right, you can see that, for instance, if you're in the EU region, there are 80 players in the Masters division who can qualify for the World Championship. So it's the 80 people who have the most championship points throughout that entire region, and it's 80 for NA as well, 60 for LA, and so on. So for this weekend, if you get that first place, not only do you get an automatic Worlds invite, but you also get that 350 CP. Yep. And of course, through the rest of those rankings, as you can see, 325 for second, 300 for third to fourth. So it gives you a really good chance of getting up on that leaderboard to try and get that Worlds invite, even if you haven't quite won the weekend.
And if you get that automatic invite, you will not be counted as part of the top 80 players of the region. So it is very likely that we'll have more than 80 players in Europe that are qualified for Worlds. But there is more than just the championship points on the line. There is also monetary pricing and booster boxes. So that is going to be so exciting to win.
Yeah, it really will be. And that's across all three divisions as well. For the Masters, we have got $6,000 US up for grabs for first place, alongside a few booster packs, like say 108 in name is just such a huge prize, alongside obviously the monetary gains. But then going down the line, it's not just for first place. We've got huge rewards for second, coming in at the 4K range, third, fourth, 2,000. So generally speaking, when it comes to not only pursuing, like glory and trying to go for the championship points, there's a lot more to be gained that could even enable you to go even further later on down into the season.
$6,000 is like what, 20? That's what I'm going to do if I want that. But as you also mentioned earlier, there's also the glory of getting on that leaderboard with those championship points. And that is also what leads, into travel awards and further on.
Yeah, if we have a look here at the leaderboard, even though we're still quite early in the season, there's already players with over 1,000 championship points. Oliver Askelin there, all the way up in first place in Europe right now. And then you can see 3 golden tickets right there. Theo Team, Emanuele, and Marco, with their respective top finishes in the season so far. They have already earned this direct invitation, so they are already guaranteed to play in the World Championships. Now, looking though at the maybe German players, we get Lewis Markle there, pretty strong there in 6th place. But I'm sure in this tournament here in Stuttgart, there are some more German players that will try to get those championship points to maybe break into the top 16 leaderboard.
Yeah, I've got my eye on Louis Markle there. He had such a strong performance early on this. I think, was it Lille that he came in the top 8? So this is definitely a player to watch. Now, as Marcus mentioned earlier, on that leaderboard, the top 16 also gets travel awards, and this is going to be really important towards the ICs.
Yes, exactly. So this is where it's quite relevant for the players who've maybe already earned their Worlds invite or are quite confident getting to Worlds. They're still vying for this. So for instance, if you've got a player from the EU region who's wanting to travel to NAIC, they can earn that travel award money towards that trip by competing between the day after LAIC, so Monday just gone,
right,
until the last day of EUIC. So it's that period of qualification where they can earn as much CP as they can, and so it's a race within that specific period that gets them to these awards.
And the current qualification time period that's in play, of course, is the build-up to NAIC 26.
Exactly. So yeah, it's all to play for still here, because that trip to New Orleans could be very magical.
Yeah.
And And you also get priority registration, which is going to ease a lot of the stress of attempting to get a ticket into those ICs. Because I know otherwise you're going to have to really try and be there on the dot to try and get a spot. So this is all going to be here really exciting. We're here all fighting for, well, maybe not all of us.
Well, not us.
A lot of the players will be trying to fight for their place on that leaderboard to try and get that prizing. Now, as you mentioned earlier, we had Gdansk earlier this year, this month. We did, of course, technically that is earlier this year. But Marcus, you were at Gdansk. You were competing. Do you want to talk a little bit about your experience there?
Yeah, I mean, Gdansk, one of my favorite stops off the circuit every year because it's just such a beautiful city. Definitely, yeah, if you're at the tournament, go check out the old town. Really, really beautiful there. But of course, there was also a lot of Pokemon action going on in the venue. And yeah, I played myself. I think I finished in the top 128. So yeah, it was all right. Of course, would have loved to go further, but some of the players that I've prepared for, they have refined the team even further, and I'm excited to seeing if some of them maybe can do well here with the same strategy that we brought there.
Yeah, and for those of you who have watched the Gdansk stream and just want a bit of a recap, or if you're just tuning in for the first time and you want to know what it was like at Gdansk, here's a little recap video that we have made for you, so be sure to check it out.
It feels like only yesterday the season started, but would you believe it? Gdansk was the third regional championship of the season. Ben Kiriakou here to give you a rundown of what happened this time round. Just like Lille a week prior, Gdansk felt almost like an international. Many prominent names from other regions made the trip to compete. Patrick Donegan, Len Duel, and none other than regional champion Juan Soleno. More on him later. Phase 1 kicked off as we expected. The new wave of Reg H team building in Europe in full swing, and players like Takaki Ando and Jem Kittle showed us some spicy picks. But as ever, in stark contrast, it was tried and tested that made it convincingly through Phase 1, with hometown favourite Michał Kwiatkowski and Juan Soleno going through Phase 2 with a 7-1 and 8-0 record respectively. And Juan wasn't going to stop there. Where most players eventually fold under the pressure to maintain an undefeated record, Juan Soleno kept his cool all the way through Phase 2, staying undefeated until he met his match in Tier Team Masso in top 4. Michał, on the other hand, would go on to better their record from last season in Gdansk with an incredible display of skill, narrowly losing out to none other than Simone Sanvito. Both Tier Team and Simone had gone somewhat under the radar during the event, ending Phase 2 Swiss with a 9-2 record. But they both showed that it's okay to take a couple of losses, as long as you make the call when they matter the most, in Top Cup. And Tier Team put up a strong fight across both games in the finals, not least since it was the first time he'd broken through top 4 after being so close so many times before. Sometimes things just don't go your way, and a combination of a few good turns and the experience that comes from winning both international and regional level events alike catapulted Simone to victory, claiming his third regional win. Who's next to come out on top? Will we see another repeat champion? Follow Play Pokemon on Twitch and YouTube to find out as it happens. Now, back to the action.
Oh, a mirror match for the finals of Gdansk. It is always one of my favorite games to watch because players have different playstyles, so it's really interesting to watch them pilot the exact same team in a different way. And when it comes to mirror matches, sometimes it just comes down to who is the better player. So let's now take a look at the finalists of the Gdansk regionals.
Yeah, what a match it was there. I think leading up to this final, Simone was saying on the socials that Volcarona wasn't the greatest of Pokemon. Right. And then suddenly here he is in the finals, winning with it in the mirror as well. So there's actually two of them here, which is just something to show really as to like what a Pokemon is and what a trainer he is too.
Some would say that Simone was looking to go for some sort of meta manipulation sort of tactics when it comes to going to the socials, but obviously just being able to come out on top in what, like you said, David, a complete mirror match where it really did come down to the training of the particular Pokemon. If I'm not mistaken, there was a faster Volcarona on one side, whilst we had a faster Basculegion over on the other, which really just came down to the fine margins of how you can try to take advantage of the board state and progress through to it.
Yeah, I also really love the fact that there was a Basque Legion without rain, but there was rain in the top 8. In fact, outside of the mirror match that we had in Gdansk, in the top 8 we had actually quite a nice variety of teams, and I believe there was a Baxcalibur, which is one of my personal favorites. So let's take a look now at the top 8 and the top 8 standings of the Gdansk Regionals.
Yeah, well, we had the mirror match in the finals, but then, of course, a lot of other very, very strong trainers and their strong teams. We got Juan Salerno, for example, who then took the same team to a second-place finish at LAIC. So, yeah, really traveling to Gdansk, maybe in preparation for LAIC, and then with another great performance by Juan. Now, I believe the #1 spot in terms of championship points worldwide. So really, really great performance by them. But then also, yeah, we got Federico Camporesi, of course, former regional champion and also top 4 at the World Championships, coming in with the Sun team that was a trademark of Marco Silva before. Lewis Markle, we talked about it before. It's yet another kind of Rillaboom Incineroar team, and I think at this point in the metagame, those teams really have proven that they might be the strongest. But also some, yeah, you were mentioning it, some other choices like that Blaziken and Baxcalibur team that are coming out by Lucas in 7th spot.
If I saw Lucas's team just on a ladder, I would have thought it was a pledge team because of the 3 starter Pokemon that he would have gotten up there. And actually, I started with Blaziken in my Sapphire run, so it's always got a very soft spot in my heart. So that was one of my favorite teams out of the Gdansk regionals. So, you know, there was just so much action out there, and I was really excited to see the amount of diversity that we had at this stage of Regulation H. Now, we were able to crown Simone Sanvito as the Gdansk regional champion. And this weekend, which is going to be, in fact, tomorrow, we will be crowning another player as the Stuttgart regional champion.
Yeah, we definitely are. Can't wait to see that Pikachu filled out into the shape of our winner here tomorrow as well. And so far of the final Regulation Set H champion as well, to kind of crown it all off. But question is it going to be another Italian?
Well, at the minute, 3 out of 3 is quite a hard stat to go up against now going into the 4th, but we know that there's a lot of local players that are looking to sort of break that winning streak in terms of the region representation. So it's all to be left to be seen when it comes to today with Phase 1.
Yeah, there's a lot of really powerful German players at this tournament. You know, we saw, I think, Fabian Braun, Luis Marco, Michael Besti. So
yep.
There's a really high competition. So, you know, maybe the Germans will be able to successfully defend this title from the Italians. Now, Costa and David, you two were just at the LAIC last weekend.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit more about your experiences there?
Well, we're a bit jet lagged.
Tiny bit.
Still trying
to recover.
Listen, you got my trend going on here.
Wait, what? You've got my Dondozo?
No, this is my Dondozo.
What? Like, what's going on here?
Costa, like,
are you a bit more jet lagged than me?
We need some time apart, don't we?
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think we do. We've been spending too much time together.
Way too much time.
Yeah.
No, it was a great time, Zoe.
Yes.
You know how you two can settle with a match?
Oh,
like the finals of LAIC, which
probably not like the finals. It's not going to be that high level, but yeah, who knows?
But we loved it. Yeah, that final was incredible, wasn't it? Like, Yuma's streak throughout the weekend was just nothing short of incredible. Like, the Flamigo was really cool, but just the way Yuma was piloting it as well, it was so different to everybody else. But Juan Salerno obviously coming through with a team of 6 Pokemon that everyone should have been preparing for.
Yeah.
And so it was just blasting through everyone with just a very standard team.
Yeah, truly, and just the most consistent player of the season, as we've seen cross-regional results from not only the LATAM area, coming over to Europe for 2 consecutive events in a row, getting a top 8 as well as a top 32, and then going back to Latin America, straight into Buenos Aires, getting 2nd place, going to LAIC, getting 2nd place. Honestly, Juan Salerno, it's not a joke, and there's so much reason for him being #1. He has been the most consistent, but then he was just not able to best Yuma. Like we said, Yuma absolutely capitalized off of the hyper-aggressive nature of his team and was just able to lean into it to the point where Juan was forced with his back against the wall, and there was too much pressure for him to be able to handle with Yuma piloting his team so masterfully.
Yuma made such flawless plays throughout the entire set. I remember watching the stream and being like, oh wow, this is absolutely terrifying to face. But it wasn't just the two finalists at LAIC who made these amazing plays and who gave us an amazing show. The top 8 standings, look at all of those players. Just GOT Massa, of course, just in the finals of Gdansk.
Yeah, it was an amazing event. And yeah, Oliver Eskelin getting a really cool team into that top 8, who also top cut the Las Vegas regional as well the previous weekend. So really consistent there with the Venusaur, which was amazing to see too.
Yeah, it truly was. And we had a great interview as well where Oliver was able to sort of break everything down. So if you missed any sort of action from LAIC, generally speaking, make sure to also check out our Pokemon.com/broadcast page. But regardless, I think we saw a lot of storylines being built up in all sort of ways where each of our trainers were one match away from being able to reach that next step. But obviously, we did see Teo Team and Juan having that run back in the semifinals from, like you said, Zoe, the Gdansk finals. It was just so much going on. And then we had the all-around Japanese fight between Yuma and Yuya. And that was just top-level competition from all of our trainers.
I'm surprised you haven't called out the Polytoad on Gabriel Agati's team.
I was waiting for you to do it, actually, Joyce.
Oh, I
see.
So well, would you like to tell the audience how much you love Polytoad?
Well, actually, I will, Costa.
Oh, okay.
To be honest, yeah, I could do that. Yeah, it was an amazing team. I had a bit of a chat with Gabriel as well at the event, and he was saying how he just felt like he was using the kind of the standard core of 6 that you would usually expect of those Pokemon other than the Polytoad, and felt like Sun was a little bit tricky, so why not just add a rain user? And Polytoad was just able to fill that role really nicely too. Nice and bulky, Weather Ball, and Whirlpool was a really cool tech as well.
Yeah, because that's the same 5 as Simone Sanvito from Gdansk, excluding the Blood Moon Ursaluna over the Polytoad.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, who needs a Blood Moon Ursaluna, right? Yeah, despite what we kind of saw in the final. Yeah, all you need is that frog.
Yeah, Solo Perish seemed to be the way for Gabriel, and he was able to bring it to glory, top 8. That's an amazing accomplishment, especially as the best representative of Brazil in that tournament.
There was so much creativity at LAIC. Now, this is the final Regulation H tournament, so I'm wondering, are our players going to rock up with completely unorthodox teams this weekend? What do we think we're going to be expecting? So, Costa, I'm going to let you start off because you like that Polytoad and you're a Polytoad Perish Trap fan. So can you tell us about what you think will be happening this weekend?
I am normally, but at least when it comes to this event, I'm expecting a Brazilian heat wave to come in straight from the western side. And yeah, like we sort of have been glazing over, rightfully so, Yuma's Manual Sun has been so oppressive and clearly showed why you're able to sort of rise to the ranks in order to just absolutely just dish out so much damage, where because of so much pressure available, you've got the Sunny Day on the Whimsicott, the Berry Whimsicott, which was so fascinating to see. You're able to enable the Hisuian Typhlosion to just go all out, but then you've got different modes of Hyper Offensive. You've got the fast mode, you've got the slower mode, you've got Blood Moon Ursaluna, which can capitalize off of both Tailwind as well as a Trick Room. So yeah, at this point, I genuinely think it is enemy number 1 in terms of team compositions going into the final Regulation Set H.
Yeah, whenever I see a Typhlosion, I am absolutely terrified of seeing it click Eruption because, you know, something is going down when that Eruption at full force hits. David, what do you think will be happening this weekend?
Birds, flying types. Yeah, lots.
Okay.
Lots.
They're everywhere.
Basically, so many. Yeah, no, so we obviously saw Flamigo win LAIC, right? And so why did it win it? You know, it's a really good Pokemon, partly because of its scrappy ability too, but also flying types are just nice, especially into ground types like the Ursaluna too. So my pick, basically, or kind of hunch this weekend, is people are going to be picking up those flying types that are going to be really useful to kind of fit onto their team. So like Flamigo or Corviknight, for instance, could be really nice as well, because you've got the ability to wall the normal and the ground type moves from an Ursaluna, support with Tailwind as well, and with the other supporting moves that a lot of flying types often get, like Flamigo with Wide Guard, for instance. So yeah, flying types are the one for me this weekend.
Got a super quick question for you. Does Hydreigon Terra Ghost count as a flying type? Bird.
In the way that it kind of walls Ursaluna, I do like that idea, actually.
Okay, cool.
But it's not a bird.
Okay, all right. Well, you heard it here, folks.
It probably learns high horsepower, though.
Hey.
Was someone talking about Ursaluna? Because I think
Was it me? I don't know.
I did hear Ursaluna.
Well, Ursaluna, I think that is what we have to have a look at because, well, that Pokemon in two forms that operate completely different from one another, but are just both so powerful. In fact, if you had a look at the LAIC top 4 standings, all 4 teams had an Ursaluna Blood Moon, but then also some other regionals like in Las Vegas or in Brisbane were won by Ursaluna on forfeit. So, yeah, I wonder what's going to happen this time, and I believe that Ursaluna is going to take the championship once more. I think we're at a point in the metagame where, yeah, Ursaluna-based compositions are just so strong, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw yet another Ursaluna taking down this championship.
Oh, what a call, Marcus. I don't know.
Well, you know what beats Ursaluna? It's going to be Flamigo. That's right, folks. I am ready to scrap and defend my decision of Flamigo as one of the best Pokemon in the format. It's so strong. Its scrappy ability allows it to ignore the ghost-type immunity to fighting, which means Flamigo is suddenly a massive threat to Golden Go. Not to mention, Scrappy also allows it to ignore Intimidate, which means the Incineroars are going to be very terrified of switching into a Flamigo. And we saw Flamigo win LAIC, so, you know, my pick is going to be on Flamigo, which brings us to our caster predictions next. Although, I do have to give a little spoiler, I did not put Flamigo as my prediction. I am.
After all that intro.
Flamigo.
But there were other Pokemon on the predictions.
Well, you would have put Flamigo there if it had a weather-inducing ability.
Exactly.
Sure.
I can see a bit of a theme on David's side here. There's a lot of birds.
At least he stuck to the theme, though.
Exactly. So yeah, we've got Corviknight and Flamigo, great Pokemon that can pop off. Murkrow we actually saw in the juniors finals at LAIC, really popping off with that Prankster Tailwind and the Priority Sunny Day, which you were mentioning, Costa, that Whimsicott was using. Murkrow can do that too, and can't be Prankster kind of taunted back either.
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned Sun because I think Torkoal, once again, I will forever stand by the little tortoise's side as the best weather setter, especially when you've got the Hisuian Typhlosions, as we saw, absolutely popped off, not only from Yuma's side, but a lot of trainers actually in Phase 2 of LAIC did end up bringing some form of manual Sun in their team composition. But the Daxbun, yes, that is one of my picks. Because, thank you, I haven't even explained it yet, but thank you so much. Because of the fact that it's got this ability which allows it to take in all of the fire-type moves. It's immune to them completely, gets +2 in its defense, and it's known as, I think it's a well-baked body, if I'm not mistaken, and it can absolutely capitalize off, let's say, a Lava Plume, Hisuian Typhlosion on the side. And then, for my 4th pick, there's a trainer that I've got high hopes for, bringing to my low tick, and that is all I'm going to say.
Yeah, Ursaluna I already talked about, and then of course with Sun teams being so prominent in the metagame, I think maybe some counter weather could be the answer. So Pelipper and Tyranitar could serve that role, but we've also seen Sun teams, of course, beat both rain and sand-based teams, so I think you need to come up with something to flip that matchup around.
I'm really happy everyone picked at least one weather setter for their picks. For me, one was not enough. The answer to how many weather setters do you want is yes. So I went with all 4 weather setters. There's more, but I couldn't fit them all on the screen. But that is enough of our predictions for this weekend. If you've got your own predictions on what you think will do well, be sure to follow our channel at pokemon.com/broadcast. This will be the hub for all things related to the stream, not just VGC, but also Pokemon GO and Pokemon TCG. And you can also check out all the previous broadcasts. So this is going to be an amazing thing to follow. And of course, you can follow us on YouTube and on Twitch. That's where you will find all of the live action. And of course, be sure to follow us on all of our socials at X, on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Instagram. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to tell us your thoughts of watching the stream this weekend. I would love to see some pet pictures on hashtag #PlayPokemon, and we are checking it. So if we have the time this weekend, we would love to feature your posts on our socials. So that is going to be enough of us on the couch. We are going to get ready for Swiss Round 2, the first streamed match of the day. Some of us will be slush rushing our way to the desks, and once our players are ready, we will be back and continuing with the broadcast. In the meantime, here's a little video on the format, just so you can get a bit of a refresher on how this format works, so that if you're tuning into the stream for the first time, or if you just want a refresher, be sure to check it out, and we will see you very shortly.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open teamless format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
All right, here we go. Marcus Harmon is on the desk right now. I'm David, and we couldn't be more happier to be kicking off our regional here, finally of the calendar year, and of Regulation Set H as well. Somewhat a little bit sad, actually, but also very exciting that we're going to see a lot of people pulling out all the stops this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. The year is coming to an end. I mean, you can see it here also on our desk. We got the decoration set up for festive season, and also our players are sure to give everything they have in this last stop here of Regulation Set H. It's been a great run, I would say, and I'm so excited to see what comes out on top in this final tournament of this format.
Me too, honestly. I mean, like, you've been obviously a player that's been playing a lot of it as well this season too, and previous season as well. Any sort of standout teams that you've kind of found for yourself that you played, or maybe that you've seen?
Yeah, I think we've seen quite a lot of metagame development. Like, if I remember back to the first time that we played Regulation Set H last year, we saw the Magmar, the Electabuzz, the Dragapult, and a lot of these Pokemon are just not that high up in the usage statistics anymore, as trainers have pivoted more towards the Ursaluna Blood Moon. We identified the set with Yawn that was very powerful, and now when we have a look at the usage statistics, it's a completely different story, but it seems like trainers here in Stuttgart are repeating a little bit of what was going on in some of the previous tournaments, like at LAIC, like at Gdansk. We see Incineroar, of course, #1 spot. Don't have to mention it at this point, but 58%, that is quite high, even for Incineroar.
I think that is, it just keeps getting higher, actually, throughout Regulation Set H. I don't know if it's been any higher than that yet at this point. I could be wrong. But anyway, that really stands out as something that's really climbing. And getting to the point where it's getting as high as it kind of was in some of our previous regulations as well, and with Regulation Set I, Red G as well, where it was kind of the ultimate supporter here. But of course, we got a whole cast of other Pokemon as well. Not only to mention the fact that the top 6 there are just a Pokemon team as well, which is inspirational for a lot of newer players coming to Regulation Set H as well. You could just kind of pick the top 6 and you got something good right there.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think the first 6 Pokemon, that is exactly Juan Salerno's team from LAIC. And then also, down there, I think Archelodon and Basculegion are on the graphic. But wait, where is Pelipper?
Oh, no, yeah, where's Pelipper? Oh, no, okay. I think, I think most of us were putting Pelipper on our cast predictions, and it's not even there right now. So I think we've got to hope that it'll appear maybe in Phase 2. But either way, though, the Basculegion is certainly there, and that is a Pokemon you don't want to be messing around with. As we saw on the Gdansk final, it was on 2 Pokemon's team, and it didn't even need the rain.
Absolutely. But a player that is maybe a little bit known for using rain, that is Fabian Braun, also one of our German local stars, I would say. Not someone that goes to that many tournaments, but whenever there is a regional in Germany, Fabian Braun will be ready, as he has shown with a top 8 performance in Frankfurt and then also top 4 in Stuttgart last year. So just very, very strong results coming out by Fabian. And well, we are back in Stuttgart, so I'm excited to seeing if Fabian can continue that streak.
Yeah, I mean, given what you've just said there, Marcus, I think he's got a really good chance of that too. And of course, we've got 2 other players as well who you should really be familiar with. Lewis Markle, another German player who's been really up and coming. Last year, getting to the final, I believe it was the Stockholm Regional Championships, losing out to... Utrecht, that was it, losing out to Michael. Yeah,
another German player.
Exactly, it was all German final. And so he also got top cut at LAIC last week as well. Really consistent and really good at using those more standard teams as well, a little bit like Juan Salerno, just knowing inside and out how to play this game even when everyone is prepping against you.
Absolutely. And then the third and final top player that we wanted to highlight here is Theo Timaso, a player who had their breakout performance in Germany at Dortmund Regionals all the way back last year at the very, very beginning of Regulation Set H with that High Dragon and Porygon 2 team. But since then, we've seen Theo team in many, many tournaments. Top cuts, doing really well in the finals of Gdansk, just waiting for that big win. But maybe now here in Stuttgart is his time to shine.
Yeah, we've been seeing him kind of really consistently keep that Volcarona team going for quite a while. Across Gdansk and at LAIC as well. And yes, kind of felling opponents left and right. So yeah, it just needs that one more win to be able to kind of really punch that ticket to the win that I know he's really craving for.
Yeah, and the tournament has already started. The first round has been concluded. So now we will start with round 2 and let's have a look at some of the notable matches. And oh my gosh, what is going on with Davide's team? But before we talk about that, let's have a look at what our players to watch are going up against. We have Lewis Markle bringing a little bit, of a more standard team, the same team that he has also brought to the top cut of LAIC. Going up against a Pawmot, and Tentacruel and Galarian Riesling. That's always a shaky combination to go up against.
Certainly is. It's kind of reminiscent of Wolf Glick's Regulation Set H team, I believe, from last kind of year, basically, when he was kind of starting out the season with this sort of team, which is really cool. But I also want to shout out David Aman there as well, with this really interesting rain team as well. Again, Weezing and Toadskrull.
Yep.
But yeah, instead of going sun with your Typhlosion, we're going rain today with Kingdra and Pelipper. Charlie Merriman will be very happy to see that.
Yeah, and then we have Michael Kelsch giving a little bit of their comeback after taking a little bit of a break here, going up against Giuseppe Alario, another top player who's also currently in the top 16 standings in terms of championship points in Europe. So yeah, a lot of great games going on in round 1. But of course, our eyes for this round will be on Fabian Braun against Davide Carrer, 2 absolute top players. And Davide, okay, I mean, if you've told me, okay, there's Espathra, like that is something that I've seen Davide use before. In fact, they brought it to a top 4 performance at Frankfurt Regionals. But adding in the Blaziken and then also the Golduck, that is not something I would have expected.
Yeah, definitely not me either, to be honest. Like, it seems like he's really trying to build on that team that he kind of already saw a lot of success with and take it that extra step further, just to really throw everything at the wall and be like, right, no one's prepping for Golduck right now, let alone knows its name at this point either. But great to see it back.
I mean, if we think back though to what we were just discussing over on the couch, and Zoe, for example, saying, okay, you need like 4 weather setter, all the weather setters that you can get because of how important it is to get the weather control. It seems like Davide, who's sitting here on your right side, was thinking that, well, you know what? I don't want to join into this game of, oh, which weather is going to be up. I need to like switch in and out. Instead, with Golduck and Cloud9 as the ability, that could be the perfect answer to any weather on any given day.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Like, literally any given day, as you say. Like, it depends whatever the weather is. So, interestingly, there's a 2 Pokemon swap out from Davide's Frankfurt team. It's the Blaziken over the Hisuian Arcanine that he had last time, and it is indeed that Golduck over the Hydreigon. Oh, not obvious swap, obviously. Golduck is way better than Hydreigon.
Yeah, I mean, you really need to understand the ins and outs of a team like this if you want to work on it and take it to the next level. And I think it's one of the archetypes that we didn't see too much of before that performance in Frankfurt. And then after that, it has fallen off just a little bit. So I'm curious to seeing whether Fabian has prepared against this type of psychic spam team with Sneasler and Indeedee. And then also, of course, Espathra with Speed Boost. That is a big, big threat.
Yes, certainly is. I mean, you've got 2 Speed Boost Pokemon on the same team, which is really rare.
Gotta go fast.
Yeah, exactly. Speed is the name of this game, and we're certainly going to see it here. But first, our achievements of our trainers on your screen. Fabian on the left there with a Frankfurt Regional Top 8, Stuttgart Regional Top 4, as you were mentioning already, Marcus. But we've also got a Prague Special Championship Top 4 back in 2018, and an EUIC 2-time Top 32. Really strong showing.
Absolutely. And then Davide at EUIC managed to go even further, making it all the way to the finals in 2019. Back then, barely losing to Flavio Del Pidio. And then also was in the finals of the Players' Cup 2, World's Top 8 in 2022. And then we mentioned it, Top 4 at Frankfurt Regionals. So we will have a little bit of a Frankfurt Regional top cut kind of moment here with both players doing so well at the first big tournament in Germany this season, and now they are back for glory here in Stuttgart.
100%. Let's have a look at Fabian's team here. So, a little bit more on the standard side as well, and a little bit reminiscent of some of what we saw at LAIC, and what Victor Medina is used to using too. So we got the Dragonite, Golden Go, Pelipper, Sinistra, Archalon, and the Ursuna. This might be the Elizabeth composition, I believe, given the choice scarf Golden Go. So popularized by a Japanese player as well, with a very strong composition, combining, you've got like the really bulky options in that Ursaluna, Archalon, Sinistra with the Trick Room mode, versus the fast mode in that Dragonite with the Tailwind, setting up for that Pelipper as well, that can also Tailwind itself, and Golden Go getting to those really nice positions to kind of sweep up late game with its already natural fast speed and with that choice scarf.
Yeah, it's a very, very flexible team that can operate under Tailwind, set up by the Pelipper. It can operate under Trick Room, set up by Sinistra. With Ursaluna, Archaludon, Dragonite, and Golden Go, you have some of the 4 most consistent Pokemon in the format in terms of their stats. They are offensive, they can be defensive. The type synergy is very, very difficult to really break through. So it's a very, very powerful team, but it is a team that players definitely will have prepared for going into this tournament. And this might be something that will play into Davide's favor, because Davide's team, once again, here we have it in all of its glory, with the core of Indeedee, Sneasler, and Espathra around the Psy Spam kind of approach, but then rounding out this core with Blaziken to add a little bit of coverage, notably against dark types and against steel types that would usually shrug off those psychic type attacks. And then also you have Golduck mixed in there, and this might be a matchup where we actually get to see Golduck, because, well, Fabian's team, while it isn't technically considered to be like a rain team in a way, well, it definitely has the rain option, and turning that off could lock Archaludon in place if it tries to go for an Electro Shot. It could, of course, also limit the damage capabilities of Pelipper. So, yeah, Golduck, just seeing that in the team preview will be very, very threatening for Fabian's game plans.
Yeah, I think Archeladon generally is a huge, big threat to this team because it's got that massive assault vest, giving it really big special defense versus all the special attacking psychic spam, as you say, Marcus. And on top of that, Electroshot looks really strong here, snarls for spread damage. But yeah, as you said, if you can shut off that rain, Electroshot suddenly is not going to hit in one turn. And if you can then really catch it off in that turn, you can kind of completely waste a turn. Archeladon is stuck on the field as well for that charging turn, and you can really kind of snipe it off with some of your more powerful attackers.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if Fabian decided not to bring Pelipper though, because going up against Golduck, it's such a wild card in a way that maybe you're not as experienced going up against it, so you don't want to risk being caught in an unfavorable position. But this team composition of Fabian has the luxury of foregoing Pelipper, and sometimes you can just go for some of the bulky powerhouses like Dragonite and Golden Go, and this is exactly what Fabian is doing to start off this game 1.
Okay, so we've got a lot of speed interactions going on here that we still don't know the exact answers to. So Dragonite could be trained to be quite speedy, for instance, but so could this Golduck. So it'll be interesting to see if the Golduck actually naturally outspeeds Dragonite, because then obviously you're threatening with a lot of damage with that Icy Wind.
Yeah, I love this already. Golduck and Espathra here, round 2 in Stuttgart, and then piloted by a top player like Davide. So yeah, I think Psychic Terrain, though, has to go up for this Espathra to do anything, but I think just taking the time to protect an Icy Wind could be crucial to break multi-scale and then maybe play from there.
Okay, but it's going to be that protect from the Espathra, scouting out for whatever this Golden Go is going to lock into. There's those Make It Rain into that Golduck, doing not very much damage because it's a Golduck. It's a great Pokemon, right? Icy Wind, though, does come out indeed, lowering the speed of that Golden Go, kind of end up cancelling out that Choice Scarf boost it's got. Dragonite with that multi-scale takes that fairly comfortably, but obviously, again, that speed drop is going to be crucial here, especially given there's no Tailwind coming out from Fabian's end. It's just that Scale Shot instead, but this could be enough.
How many hits?
For the KO into this Golduck. This Pokemon we've been hyping up so much could just be going down. No, only 4 hits. So Davide just about gets away with it here.
Yeah, just the 4 hits, and while Dragonite now offsets this speed drop from Icy Wind with a speed boost, we've seen Espathra just get the speed boost itself. So now Espathra going to be outspeeding everything on the field. Golden Go holding the Choice Scarf, but now slowed down by Icy Wind. So now Golduck could just go for another Icy Wind, and whatever switches in will probably have to take a speed drop. Dragonite, on the other hand, might want to protect or maybe switch out into Archeladon, because, of course, with Stamina, that is something that Fabian can actually use to their favor. However, yeah, with this Golduck, it seems like Davide will be playing this game with a little bit of a speed advantage.
The Indeedee, here it is, setting that Psychic Surge on the field, activating this Espathra and really boosting up the power it can launch with those expanding forces, especially given there's that Life Orb. The question is, are we going to see a Terra Psychic at the same time?
Ooh, that
boost that damage even further? Yeah, here we go. There's that Terra from Davide. This is what he was doing so well in Frankfurt. Just finding those ball positions where he could just launch those super powerful Psychic type attacks.
Yeah, going for the raw power. Terra Psychic in Psychic Terrain, expanding force coming out from this Life Orb Espathra, and this is not something that players might be too familiar with, but wow, over 50% of damage on Golden Go, which will be able to go for Make It Rain in return, but let's not forget that the special attack was already reduced on the previous turn.
Yeah, so a decent Make It Rain damage, actually. Espathra does not have the best of defenses here, so possibly in range of another one. I think it might be a little bit close, but especially given indeed he doesn't have, like, Wide Guard, it's Follow Me instead. Make It Rain could still hit it.
But now, this is a perfect position for Espathra. It is in Psychic Terrain, it's got the speed boost, and it is paired up with Indeedee. So Indeedee can support Espathra with either a Follow Me or Helping Hand. And this next Expanding Force can be devastating. And looking at what Fabian has on the back, and even on his team composition, like, there's not really anything, there's no dark types that he can just switch in. Also, Sinistra, notably, not with the Terra Dark, but Terra Fire. So that's not an option either for him over the course of the set. So maybe you're just forced to maybe give up Golden Go in this spot.
Yeah, it's a really good point, Marcus. You've got so much threat on the other side at the moment. So Indeedee not really needed at the moment. Psychic Surge is already there. Not wanting to go for the Helping Hand just yet and kind of keep that momentum going. Bring in Sneasel, which is then going to still outspeed much of the field, given that Unburden boost. So Espathra going on the defensive here, maybe scouting up for a little bit of defensive play. And so there's another Make It Rain here. So given the following special attack drop this Golden Go is going to have, it could maybe go for another one in the following turn, but most likely not be able to attack the Espathra in this turn. turn. So it's a really nice play from Davide here, and followed it up by a Snarl as well. Really nice play switching in that Sneasler.
Yeah, this is an excellent play coming out of Davide, who had a powerful position, but it was between, okay, is Indeed going for follow me or is it going for the helping hand? And if Fabian had read that correctly, then maybe there was a way back for them into this game, seeing as Snarl, for example, could have been used to bypass follow me. So then you could have slowed down this Espathra and maybe get your way back into the game. But what Davide did was he gave up his offensive position, but to get into an even better one, to an even stronger one, because what is better than supporting Espathra with a supporting Pokemon is to support it with an offensive Pokemon, thinking like, okay, offense is the best defense in this case. Sneasler now, with close combat, is threatening a KO on Archelodon together with another Expanding Force potentially, and then you don't have to play this guessing game of whether there's going to be a follow me or helping hand, and Espathra can stay around. And yeah, you can see it, Fabian really doesn't seem like he has an answer to this.
Not at the moment, given the amount of power coming out from Davide's end. Terra Psychic, Expanding Force in the Psychic terrain is going to get that KO on the Golden Go and still do a lot of damage to Archelodon. Looking like a 3-hit KO there, but that's not it. Sneasler will be following up this following turn with one of its more powerful moves here. And yeah, there's that close combat. Straight into Archelodon, right through those defense boosters, easily getting that 1-hit KO.
Yeah, and just like that, Davide now finally capitalizing on his very, very strong positioning, taking 2 KOs, and Fabian already down to his final 2 Pokemon. Dragonite will be sent in together with Pelipper, but let's not forget there is still Golduck waiting in the back as well to shut down Rain if needed. And then Espathra with all of those boosts can just go for another Expanding Force as well. There might be a chance for Fabian to maybe just stall out the Psychic terrain now with a couple of protects. But even then, Davide still has Indeedee just waiting in the back to reset that later on. And yeah, it's just looking very, very grim here for Fabian, who has to think about game 2 potentially at this point already.
Looking like very dire, you could say, in front of the Die Claw option that Davide has going to the following turn on either of these targets. So yeah, as you say, Marcus, maybe stalling out some of the turns there, trying to catch maybe a double up into the Pelipper here to get around that Focus Sash. But let's see if Dragonite's even able to survive this Expanding Force. Yeah, no chance there. Yeah, Psychic terrain, Life Orb, Terra Psychic. This is the power of that Ostrich on the other side. Espathra is just so strong. And yeah, even if a Tailwind somehow gets set up there, Sneasler and the Espathra are still going to be able to outspeed it.
Yeah, very, very powerful gameplay here by Davide, showing off how this team has helped him to make it all the way to top 4 in Frankfurt, and now coming out here with an even improved version of the team featuring Golduck and Blaziken. Wow, this already feels like an uphill battle for Fabian just after this first game, and considering the fact that the team that Fabian is using is considered to be one of the most consistent teams, I feel like there's got to be something in there somewhere, but it's up to Fabian now to find the perfect play into his opponent's unconventional team.
Would you feel like, because obviously things were so quick on Davide's end, that we might see a Sinister sort of play here and try and get a Trick Room up, Marcus?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Sinister, just because with its hospitality ability, that could have been something to maybe reactivate multiscale on Dragonite even after it had taken a little bit of chip damage. And then also it maybe could have changed the calc into Archelodon. If it had just a little bit more health, maybe it could have survived that combination of Expanding Force and Close Combat. So yeah, Sinisters and the extra HP that it provides could be beneficial. And also, yeah, as you were mentioning, the Trick Room option. However, just looking at Davide's team and the fact that it is a Terra Fire on Sinistra makes it very, very difficult to position it in a way where it can reliably set up Trick Room. So yeah, this team does not have Fake Out, for example, to support Sinistra. So instead, it would need to be just Trick Room where Sinistra can take 2 hits. But we saw how powerful Espathra is, especially with the Terra Psychic. So it's going to be tough for Fabian to position Sinistra to set up Trick Room.
A very hard ask there for Fabian, but given his prowess and strength and having at least had a little bit of time and a whole game to kind of go up against Davide, maybe that's the time he needs to be able to flip things around here. Archelodon, Golden Go, bulky Steel types into that Psychic spam that has been coming out from there could be what is needed to kind of really close this out. Maybe maintaining the special attack stat on that Golden Go to fight those Make It Rains? Either way, we're going to find out. Game 2 here, round 2 at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. It's that Spathra and Golduck once again versus the Golden Go and Dragonite once again.
Yeah, both players seem to be confident in their lead choice, but we already see that Fabian has Sinistcha waiting in the back, and this could influence now the way that this second turn will play out. I feel like in the first turn, it's pretty likely that we see the same play coming out from Davide once again, which will be the Protect and Icy Wind.
Okay, so here it is so far, Marcus. Let's see if you're correct. It's the Shadow Ball, though, actually the lock-in for Fabian this time instead. Into that Spathra, making sense there. You can't tear it out of that weakness either, really pressuring that side down. But yeah, there it is, the Icy Wind, as you called, Marcus, going out to lower the speeds of both this Golden Go and that Dragonite just a little bit.
And I really like the lock of Shadow Ball, because in the next turn, it's going to be tough for Davide to play around this. But before, let's have a look. Now, even the 5 hits probably won't be enough to knock out Golduck, though.
Yeah, it wasn't either. And obviously, we saw it survive as well, but then Davide didn't even use it for the rest of the game either. So even if it went down here, that may even be what Davide wants at this point. So at least you've got a Golduck. It's a sitting duck, yes, but it still could be a little bit useful.
Yeah, so now Speed Boost gets activated as Spathra now the fastest Pokemon on the field after this round of Icy Wind speed drops. But now the difference is Golden Go is locked into Shadow Ball, and while Davide could swap out his Spathra, for example, into Indeedee to take this attack, is this really what you want to do? I mean, you just got your Speed Boost, but as it comes, there it goes, and this is likely Indeedee switching in to take Shadow Ball.
There it is, yeah. So a really good switch in there. As you know, this Golden Go is locked into that Shadow Ball here. It can't use any other move at the moment. But yeah, here's Golduck making full use of its moveset. Taunt coming out as the first move instead, showing it's naturally faster than this Dragonite consistently too. So yeah, a really nice target into there to kind of deny any Tailwind, any sort of option for Fabian to kind of come back into the speed war between these two teams.
Yeah, and Taunt is a nice idea to shut down Tailwind, but Fabian sees right through it, goes for another Scale Shot, and now is at a boosted level of speed once more. However, cannot use that to set up Tailwind due to the Taunt that it just received from Golduck. I think both players can be somewhat happy with how this turn has played out. Indeedee made it on the field, uncontested. The Shadow Ball that is locked in on this Choice Scarf Golden Go poses a lot of problems for Fabian now, because, well, with an immunity over on the other side that has Follow Me, that Golden Go really doesn't provide any value in this position. So Fabian probably wants to swap out Golden Go, but that is a play that Davide can anticipate and then maybe capitalize on, as I don't think Scale Shot would be enough to knock out a Spathra. But even if you're unsure about this damage calculation, then maybe just going for Follow Me on Indeedee is the safest option at this point.
Yeah, most likely able to survive that 5-hit Scale Shot as well, which makes a lot of sense. And then Dragonite, if you're assuming you're attacking, you're leaving yourself open to that Expanding Force, right? And so we know that it goes down to that Life Orb Terra Psychic Expanding Force.
But this is the perfect opportunity for Fabian to reveal the adaptation that he has made in the second game. Switch in Sinistcha, get Dragonite back to full HP, activate Multiscale, and then that way you can definitely take Expanding Force, even if Terra Psychic is coming out.
Oh, I really like that call out, Marcus. Let's see if that is still the case. Yeah, suddenly, as if you're resisting Psychic here, I think that might be what we're seeing as well. And then suddenly, if you're able to get a Scale Shot off, that's a massive amount of damage. Yeah. And given that extra speed boost that you get, you're still going to be keeping pace with this Spathra.
So if Davide read through this, or I guess either way, it's probably a Follow Me. You don't want to risk going for a Helping Hand here, just in case Dragonite just goes for the 5 hits, maybe gets a critical hit. So Scale Shot will come out first, and then Spathra will go for another very, very powerful Expanding Force. Probably setting up a KO, though, on both Pokemon in the next turn.
Yeah, so still putting them in a really nice, strong position. Only 4 hits there for Fabian, but as you can see, 2 4-hit Scale Shots does look like just about enough to KO this Indeedee here. But here it comes, Expanding Force in Game 2 as well. Let's see how much damage this is going to do. Sinistcha barely hangs on, and just under half, actually, to this Dragonite. So that's quite an interesting amount of calc there, I'd say. As Sinistcha now heals up a little bit with that Citrus Berry.
Yeah, I think this actually isn't that great for Fabian, who maybe would have preferred Sinistcha to go down, because that could have allowed him to swap into Golden Go potentially for a lot of damage. Now, the Sinistcha does not have Protect, so no way to protect. Also, Dragonite's still taunted. for another turn. Yep, as Fabian also checks just to make sure. Cannot go for Protect this turn, so Davide has set up the board for a double knockout the following turn. Now, you can just go for Follow Me and Expanding Force, and that should be enough for the double KO. So now it's up to Fabian to decide, okay, do you want to swap something in? Do you maybe want to save Sinistra? You can heal the damage that the incoming Pokemon would take from Expanding Force, but it's a tough call. Is it worth it to save Sinistra, or would you rather just maybe have both Pokemon go down this turn and then go into your Steel types?
It's going to be the Follow Me, though, first from that Indeedee, followed by the Scale Shot once again, which does connect this time, and most likely, as we saw in that previous turn, is going to take it down. Here's that third shot, and there's that fourth shot that we know is going to come out thanks to that loaded dice that this Dragonite is so good at throwing down. But now coming up is the Espathra once again, something I wouldn't expect to be saying here in round 2 already at Stuttgart, but from Davide, it makes perfect sense instead. So yeah, Expanding Force is most likely to get that 2-hit shot, as you said, Marcus, and that is going to put Davide from a 4-2 position down to 2-2 with a really boosted Espathra with, like, so much offense still behind Davide and most likely a Sneasler in the back.
Yeah, very powerful attack coming out once more from this Espathra, but this is exactly what Fabian was calculating with, because now you get a swap in Golden Go and Archelodon. Both are going to be at almost full HP. Golden Go only taking a little bit of chip damage from Icy Wind earlier. And yeah, we're expecting Sneasler to be the final Pokemon of Davide. There it is. But maybe now you have enough power in the tank for Fabian to turn this one around and tie up the series.
And there's that big speed boost as well, Davide, with so much speed and yet still no Tailwind, which is so interesting, versus a lot of the speed options that Fabian has, like that Scale Shot and that Choice Scarf, which still is not enough.
Yeah, but even under Tailwind, both Espathra and Sneasler probably would still be faster than Charlodon. So now the question is, though, is there going to be a Protect coming out from the Vita side of the field? Fabian's Pokemon cannot go for Protect, so he has to come up with the most optimal way. Do you want to lock into Shadow Ball, or is it going to be Make It Rain? I think Shadow Ball makes a lot of sense. But then at the same time also, yeah, with Charlodon, what are you locking into? Because you don't have a great option to threaten Sneasler at this point. And so yeah, it might come down to reading whether Espathra was going for Protect or not.
It's going to be the Throat Chop, though, a move we don't often see on Sneasler nowadays, which is a perfect double up there, yeah. Going to that target that you know you can get a KO on, and that is a massive one, too, because as you said, Marcus, this Archelon can't do a lot of damage here to either of these targets. Sneasler, with that special defense boost from the Psychic Seed, is going to be able to shrug off most of the hits, and this Espathra is just so online with all of its Psychic type boosting.
Yeah, it's not enough to knock out Espathra, and that is a perfect usage here of Throat Chop against Golden Go. And with this double-up combination, Sneasler and Espathra outspeeding even the Choice Scarf Golden Go. Yeah, now Fabian down to his last Pokemon, will be outsped, cannot go for any damaging move, and yeah, even the Terrestrialization wouldn't help because it is the Terra Fighting, which would then be weak to Expanding Force. So a perfect game from Davide once more, as Close Combat and Expanding Force are sure to knock out this Archelodon this turn.
Yeah, it definitely is. That's just such a really nice pin that Davide has been able to maneuver in here, perfectly showing how his team has worked here and the adaptations that he's made as well. Yeah. Bringing that Golduck as well to kind of threaten with those Icy Winds, something that Hydreigon couldn't really do here. So here it comes, Expanding Force with that boost just as soon as it came onto the field, doing so much damage here. Even with that physical defense, we know how powerful Sneasler is here. Going to be following up with that close combat most likely, nailing that Archelodon and nailing Davide, getting into round 3, and he is your winner so far of this round 2 at the Stuttgart Regional Championship.
Yeah, what an amazing display of skill and what an amazing display of the synergy between Espathra and Sneasler when in Psychic Terrain. Who knew that it was all that was needed was Indeedee and Golduck to provide the support for these Pokemon?
I know, like, just crazy, right? Yeah, of course it's Golduck. I mean, it was a really cool pick there, wasn't it? Because it meant that if you led Archelodon, you were suddenly just not like able to kind of safely go for those electro shots, given Pelipper could just have its rain completely shut off. And as we saw Fabian not even want to bring the Pelipper in that second game either, just going knowing, right, okay, Davide wants to bring Golduck to this matchup. Pelipper can't do anything here.
And this matchup, or playing against these Elizabeth type of teams, is always something where players are like, oh, this is going to be like a long, drawn-out set because they have so much healing with a Sinistra, with Hospitality and Life Dew. They have really, really bulky Pokemon with Archaludon, and they can just like boost their defenses. But no, this is not what we saw at all. Davide's team really there to put the foot on the gas, go for a lot of offensive moves, and just power through the defenses.
Yeah, here we go. That just amount of offense that just kind of went completely immediately online with this Espartha. It's really showing the power of that Psychic type. And yeah, so obviously there's no Dark type on this team, or even Dark Terror for this particular team either. So obviously a very different matchup if it was, say, they had an Incineroar, for instance. So arguably one of the most perfect matchups Davide could maybe ask for here, given that we just saw him make safe play after safe play, really. There was kind of nothing that he needed to kind of read or kind of maneuver around. It was just a really well-constructed team and a really well-constructed game plan.
Yeah, even getting some of the reads wrong, like for example, Taunt on the scale shot, Davide knew that, okay, going into the next couple of turns, just ensuring that Dragonite wouldn't set up Tailwind then was enough. So even though we saw scale shot come out, and even though we saw that little interaction with the trick that Fabian had prepared for the second game, Sinistra switching in, resetting with Hospitality, resetting multi-scale, allowed Dragonite to take Expanding Force. But then the problem was, well, oh, there's going to be another Expanding Force. I can't protect either of my two Pokemon, and they will be knocked out. And maybe that was the turn where maybe Fabian could have thought about swapping one of the two into Goldingo, but that was just very, very difficult kind of to get a read into that. And yeah, just like that, Davide taking the game and taking the set.
Fantastically played. Right, well, we're going to be getting shortly into round 3, so don't miss any of this already very hype action, because we'll be back shortly, very soon.
And Davide Miraglia is going to be your second finalist here at the Dortmund Regional
Davide Miraglia is going to be your Dortmund Regional Champion.
Hi, I'm Davide Miraglia and I'm the champion of the Dortmund Regional Championship 2025. The event was really great. I had a lot of fun with my friends and I am really happy that the team worked, because it was we built with my friends, so it was you know, we worked together on this. I think that the most important Pokemon in the team that we had in the end was Clefable, because he completely changed and you know, improved the matchup against Kingambit. That is one of the most popular Pokemon in this format, especially the one that sets up with the Swarstons. And having a Fairy type and Unaware, able to ignore him and to hit him, it's really important. Also, is a massive help for Goldengo, that is one of the strongest Pokemon ever. So with a little bit of help, it becomes even stronger. So today was really, really relaxed, and Brainless just wanted to enjoy and to see how far I could have get with the team, and apparently I won, so that was my feeling today. In the final, I realized that besides some particular positions, my opponent didn't have much for Annihilate. Between Safety Goggles and the fact that to touch him properly, he should have either Shadow Ball with Goldengo, so position Goldengo well, but I also had the Terra Water to defend myself. Annihilate was really good also against Sneasler, and with Porygon, because with the main stabs he cannot hit me very hard, so I figured it out in that way. And next to Annihilate there was also Goldengo that you cannot ignore him, so with that position I thought that I could have won, and I won. Pokemon means a lot to me, and since when I was a child. I love Pokemon, and thanks to Pokemon I made a lot of friends also, and the motivation comes you know, from my self-confidence and the friends around me and people that love me.
I played competitively in 2017, but only briefly because I was still at school and it was pretty tough to go to events and find friends. And I really started playing in 2020 and found a lot of online friends, and yeah, I kept going since then. I think my favorite partner Pokemon would be Kartana, really. due to the short time I played in 2017, it was just such a nice Pokemon back then, and I really liked the abilities of the Ultra Beast, so yeah. That's got to be my Bremen team from 2022, with Grimmsnarl, where you set up the screens, and the Assault West Kyogre. You have just so much bulk, it really fits my playstyle as well, and I managed to win a tournament, so it has a special place in my heart, of course. It's got to be my friends, really. It's so nice to go to the events, be recognized by the community, have fun with my friends in the evenings after the events, and of course, after taking home a medal last year and this year as well, although it was only like a semi-finalist, I definitely want to have like more accomplishments, and Pokemon is just the best competitive game in my opinion. So I'm a really controlled player, so it's got to be Edu, of course, Eduardo Cunha. He helped me a lot during my career as well, and yeah, I mean, his playstyle is just so amazing, so controlled. Paul Chua as well, honorable mention. I think those two players are really just great idols for me, playstyle-wise.
Pokemon trainers, we all know that Pokemon battles are essentially about knocking out the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. So the temptation is to do that as fast as you can. But what if you want to take things a little bit slower? I'm Charlie Merriman, I'm joined by Ben Kiriakou, and today we're going to talk about Trick Room.
It's one of those strategies that's been so prevalent in VGC over the years, and with good reason. Most trainers, when they're picking their team for their coming into competition, they're picking between power, bulk, and speed. All of those things are really crucial to any team. Now, most teams, without the advent of Trick Room, have to pick maybe two of those things to be able to have an effective team. Maybe they're trying to be fast and offensive, maybe they're trying to be, a little bit bulky and powerful. But you always have to sacrifice something. Under Trick Room, though, you can be the fastest Pokemon on the field, and be the most powerful, and take a few hits as well.
Yeah, it's a really, really interesting strategy, and I think also when you set up Trick Room, and especially when your opponent isn't expecting it, if maybe they're running a more hyper-offense team, a very fast team, those teams, as you've been saying, Ben, tend to be frail because they can't also have that bulk, and so quite often won't have the resources necessary to weather that storm when Trick Room is set up.
Especially over the 4 turns of Trick Room that these teams really have available to them. So, looking at this, it sounds all sunshine and roses for Trick Room teams, but it's not quite that simple. Trick Room's a really difficult move to be setting up because it's so slow. It almost always goes last in a battle. That means that 2 Pokemon can double up to knock out the Pokemon trying to set up the Trick Room, or moves like Taunt or Roar could even force the Pokemon trying to set up Trick Room to not be able to act that turn. And that's really, really tough. If you don't have that dedicated Trick Room setter and the support for it, you can really have a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's quite high risk, high reward, isn't it? But I think it's also worth saying that even if you are running a faster team and Trick Room is set up, there are still ways around it. There are still ways you can try and stall out those turns before you can achieve something when the Trick Room is expired. Going for a priority move, for example, extreme speed, grassy glide, those sorts of things, those are ways to get some damage down and make sure you're still acting first, because those moves will still go first in Trick Room. And of course, protect, the move that's so common throughout VG, trying to keep your Pokemon safe until they're in a position where they can act decisively.
Protect, defensive switches, they're all well and good though, Charlie. You can always, though, count on Pokemon like Torkoal to be able to, use those really powerful spread damage moves to get around those sort of defensive plays. And as you were saying before, it's those more fast and offensive teams that really struggle to be able to deal with Trick Room threat. So, trainers, if you're at home thinking about what strategies that you're going to be looking to take to a tournament in the video game, Trick Room definitely should be high up on your list. But that's all we've got time for at the moment. Thank you, Charlie, for discussing this with me. We're going to be getting back to the action, though, very soon.
Thanks, Charlie and Ben, for showing us a little bit about that Trick Room strategy here. But we're going to be covering a little bit more about that game that we just saw, though. Fabian Brown versus Davide Carrier. So,
let's break it down a little bit more about how that Espathra with the Terra Psychic, the expanding force, and that amazing composition that Davide had brought was able to so convincingly defeat Fabian.
Yeah, what an amazing series that we just saw. And I think, well, it's no secret that Espathra with the speed boost and expanding force and psychic surge from Ndidi, that is a very strong and potent combination. However, I think this is the first time where we really are seeing it at the highest level of play. First in Frankfurt, now here in Stuttgart. And I think definitely the playing of Davide is what takes this team to another level. As, yeah, we saw some really interesting maneuvers that he was pulling off that I don't think are so obvious with this team from first glance.
100% here. So we're going to really dive into a little bit now and kind of replay a little bit of a section of a few of the highlights that we felt were really worth notifying to you at home and to us here as well, to be honest, to kind of go over a little bit and dive deeper into what makes this such an amazing team, especially into this matchup versus the very established Elizabeth kind of type team, right?
Yeah, I've played with that Espathra and Ndidi team around myself a little bit, like brought it to some local tournaments, and because I just thought after Frankfurt it was a lot of fun just like watching Davide and some of the other Italian players use it there. But something that I certainly didn't pick up right away is this situation from game one where Davide has established Espathra on the field with the Terra Psychic, and it seems like it's ready to go for a lot of big damage here into both the Archaludon and into the Golden Go. Let's have a quick look at what the HP stats were like in this situation, because Espathra was already damaged a little bit at this point, but also both Archaludon and Golden Go took a little bit of damage. So now in this particular situation, you could think like, okay, maybe it's now time for Espathra to go for a powerful expanding force, doing lots of damage to both Golden Go and Archaludon, right? But
yeah, surely.
And then you have Ndidi next to it. So Ndidi could be the one supporting Espathra here, maybe with a helping hand. Or maybe with a little bit of a follow me action. But we didn't see either of those. Instead, what did Davide do?
Wait, he swapped out as Ndidi and not doing any of those, Marcus.
Exactly.
Why?
And Espathra protected. So a defensive play in a situation where you actually have the offensive pressure. And this was such a good play that I thought, yeah, we had to make sure to highlight it here, because what ended up happening is Davide realized that, okay, this Archaludon, with the HP that it was at, it probably can take an expanding force. So even if it was like a helping hand expanding force, maybe it's not enough to get the knockout there. And you also maybe wanted to go for follow me just to ensure that Espathra makes it through the turn. But with Snarl being a threat over on Archaludon, that play, yeah, it's... maybe Archaludon makes the turn, then there's a Snarl going off, then Espathra goes down, and then all of a sudden all you have in the back is like a Golduck and a Sneasler. So you really need to make sure that you protect Espathra at all costs. However, the way to protect Espathra in this position wasn't to go for follow me and to support it with Ndidi, but Davide realizing if you can establish Sneasler on the board, then all of a sudden you have an offensive way to take care of Archaludon, and this is exactly what he did. So if we play the clip forward, Davide switches out Ndidi into Sneasler and just goes for Protect. Now, this doesn't look like the most flashy play of all time, right? I mean, it's a switch and Protect. Like we've seen those countless of times, right? But what it did, it allowed Davide to reach this position. So Sneasler was taking a little bit of damage in the process, but that is fine. You have the Psychic Seed, so you boost your special defense upon entering the field and can take on these two special attackers. But then the next turn, this was where Davide struck with Expanding Force now covering both Archaludon and Golden Go, and then also now you have the Sneasler on the field, and that allowed him to double up into Archaludon with Close Combat as well, making it that there was a double knockout the following turn. So Davide really masterfully identifying that it was the time for defensive play in a position where you had the offensive pressure, and this is really a next level play that I wanted to highlight for everyone at home. And yeah, we saw how the game ended. Davide taking it 2-0, just very well played.
I mean, what ways could have Fabian countered this? Was there any way that he could have maybe even predicted Sneasler coming in?
Yeah, I think the one way, or what Fabian could have tried to do, was maybe anticipate this defensive play and punish it, maybe with a repositioning play, maybe swap out Golden Go, save it for later, because it was already, I believe, at a reduced special attack stat at that point. And maybe you had to, swap out Golden Go and try to get Dragonite into position, but it was already quite difficult to punish this play for Fabian. So, just very, very strong play identified by the V-Day, and deservingly taking the set.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for taking us through that, Marcus. That was really interesting to note because, as you said, a really good way of really boosting your defense for your whole team is providing another offensive piece, right? Especially one that still then outspeeds most of the board. And that's why we've seen a lot of Sneasler, isn't it, right? Especially with that Unburden boost, activating that double speed, and also, of course, using the seed itself, giving either a defense if it's Grassy Seed or special defense if it's Psychic Seed. And so it makes it even more of a safer switch in, especially into those two special attackers.
Yeah, that's a really good point that you're making there, because with the Psychic Seed, it turns Sneasler a little bit more into like this bulky offensive Pokemon rather than the paper-thin like Focus Sash variant. And you need to understand when and where you can switch in a Pokemon like Sneasler, because with this type of team, I think typically the Pokemon that you would want to be switching in just based on instincts, for me as a player who has played for a while, right? Like, my instincts are saying me, oh, okay, there's Indeedee on the team. Like, Indeedee is going to be the Pokemon that you can switch into attacks, but actually the video is showing that no, it can also be Sneasler because of how bulky it is trained on this team with a Psychic Seed. You can throw it in there sometimes, not always. It's still Sneasler, right? But if you can find those spots, it doesn't matter if you take like 60, 80% of damage, as long as Sneasler makes it through the turn and then you establish this offensive combination, expanding force and another attack, taking 2 KOs. It doesn't matter at what HP you are, really.
No, very true. So, let's see if Davide is able to take it a little further, and maybe we'll see him again, maybe in Phase 2 as well. So, we're going to get ready for round 3 in just a hot second. So, take a look at this video, and we'll be right back.
And giving Luca a huge lead in this game 3.
Luca was a little bit disappointed. It's going to be enough to take down the Mariah.
I love the way Luca was able to pivot this in here.
And the is right
on. What's it going to be?
Luca Cherubelli.
Cherubelli, become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
Luca Cherubelli is your 2024 Masters Division Pokemon Video Game World Champion. But just how did he get to that hallowed position? Charlie Merriman here, trainers, to take you through Luca's path to the peak. He attended his very first competitive Pokemon event in 2017, finishing with a respectable 4 wins and 3 losses. But what mattered far more to Luca was the firm friends he made within the passionate Italian VG community. Helping each other and building up experience at local events, just 9 months later, Luca claimed his first title as the 2017 Turin Special Events Champion. However, there followed a run of disappointing results, and Luca was frustrated not to be doing himself justice. In fact, he was even on the verge of quitting Pokemon VG altogether. But having qualified for the 2022 World Championships in London, he decided to give it one last shot. And out of the 300 best trainers in the world, he finished 36th. Luca Cherubelli was back. Worlds 2023 in Yokohama showed Luca how the standards he held himself to had shifted. He was pleased to reach Day 2 again, but was hungry for more. Similarly, at the Europe International Championships the following year, he went all the way to top cut, but still knew he could do better, proved to himself that he could indeed be the very best. At Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii, he took the tournament one game at a time, until all of a sudden he found himself in the grand finals against Yuta Ishigaki from Japan. The night before, Luca went out for dinner with his friends to take his mind off it all, paving the way for a good night's sleep and focused preparation on the big day. Identifying that his trusty Miraidon's Draco Meteor hit nearly all of his opponent's team for good damage, Luca won Game 1, but Game 2 went to Yuta. It all came down to one final battle. And with Miraidon supported by Luca's favorite Pokemon, Half-Flame Mask Ogerpon, Luca Cherubelli secured his spot in history. The first thing Luca did after winning? Rush into the arms of the friends who made attending events so special, that helped each other improve and grow, that was such a crucial factor in Luca becoming world champion. After all, in the phrase we all know so well, you teach me, and I'll teach you. As for what's next for Luca, well, in his own words, I'm not letting winning worlds be a hindrance to my growth as a player. I'm not just hiding behind, I won the World Championships. Trainers, the best is yet to come. Want to walk your own victory road? Head to Pokemon.com/play. Who knows? It could be your first step towards becoming our new World Champion.
Hello, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to Master of Choice, the game where I, Charlie Merriman, as the Master of Choice, ask our two wonderful contestants, Ben Kiriakou and David Partington, to present me two alternatives for me to make the ultimate decision of which I prefer based on what they say. So, today, we're going to be talking about Amoonguss versus Sinistcha. Who's going to be representing who?
I will be representing Sinistcha.
Okay, Benjamin?
And certainly Amoonguss for me.
Amoonguss for Ben. So, Ben, why don't you kick us off? Why Amoonguss?
Well, I've been playing the video game championships for a long time, Charlie.
Oh, we all know.
As most people do know. And Amoonguss is always one of those Pokemon that you can put in your team. Its ability to redirect attacks, its ability to put Pokemon to sleep, to stop them from acting in a turn, so valuable. And more recently, its ability to heal its partner Pokemon as well. And because of its defensive typing, that poison grass typing, it's able to take all of those attacks so well. And even after it's taken that damage, it can just get on out of there with its regenerator ability as well. Such a versatile Pokemon.
You make a very good point. It's certainly a very versatile Pokemon, but I feel we're doing Sinistcha a disservice at the moment. So, David, fight its corner.
You're absolutely right, Charlie. Ben, you just mentioned a ton of things, obviously, that Amoonguss can do, but Sinistcha can do all those things too. So, let's start with healing its partner Pokemon. Hospitality, what an incredible ability. It heals its partner 25% of its health every time it switches in. So, with being such a bulky Pokemon, it can take those hits very well anyway, switch out, and keep switching back in as many times as it like. It doesn't even have to spend a turn using a move to do just that.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Ben, how do you respond?
Well, I mean, it can switch out and switch back in and switch out and switch back in. Amoonguss can do that too and get its own health back and just make sure that it's able to redirect more attacks. But Sinistcha, when it's switching back in, it doesn't take the hits quite as well as Amoonguss, and that's where I think Amoonguss really does shine.
Okay, David. What can Sinistcha do that Amoonguss can't?
Okay, so it does have this move called Matcha-Gotcha, which you may have heard of. It's a brand new move that Sinistcha only gets, and it's a spread move that does good amounts of grass-type damage. But it's kind of like Giga Drain in a way, though, because it also heals itself, kind of like Regenerator does, and it has a really good chance to burn both opponents as well on top of that. So yes, sure, Amoonguss can go for the spores and put people to sleep, but they're going to wake up eventually. But those burns, they're there to stay. And that even further reduces the damage output, in turn increasing Sinistcha's longevity. On top of all of that as well, it does also have Trick Room. So Amoonguss might be sitting there very slow, bulky, not really doing much to help the team out other than that. And this time Sinistcha can actually use Trick Room to completely flip the speeds on its head. So if it's feeling like it needs to be a little bit faster, it can go for Trick Room in front of other faster opponents. But if Amoonguss is on the field, then it can be like, well, I'm not going to Trick Room, or I'll just reverse it instead. And it can do that very effectively also because it's a grass type itself, so it's immune to Spore as well.
Okay then, Ben and David, so we've heard enough, and now it all comes down to this. Which one will I choose between Amoonguss and Sinistcha? It's very tricky because, David, you've made a very good point, very good case for Sinistcha being more versatile, having some special attack capabilities as well as support. But Ben, you can't argue with history, and Amoonguss has always been one of the top-tier threats in VGC. So it's a tough one. I'm going to have to give the victory to Ben, I think, because I think Amoonguss, as it has been throughout time, is here to stay. I think Sinistcha will have its place as well, but at least with Amoonguss, you can index more heavily on just making it as bulky as possible, whereas with Sinistcha, maybe you're deciding, do I give it a bit of attack as well to get stronger Matcha-Gotchas? I think Amoonguss is just a better sponge. How do you feel?
I feel fantastic, Charlie, because, as you rightly said, it's been a staple in the video game for a long time now, certainly since I've been around many years ago. And
200 years now.
Well, yeah, maybe a few more than that, but it's going to continue, as you say, Charlie, to be a very meta-defining Pokemon.
Yeah, commiserations, David. Any final words?
Sinistcha will be back.
Oh, them fighting words. And so David goes away to drink a little bit of tea of his own, reflect on what's gone down as Ben celebrates his victory. Thank you so much for joining us, trainers. We'll see you next time. Now it's back to the action.
Feel a little bit sorry for Fuecoco at the end of that little scene there, but I'm sure it's just kind of giving a little bit of a nap.
Well, he ate a berry, so...
That's true, actually.
That's all right.
But we've got Zoe on the desk. How are you doing today?
Oh, I've had such a thrilling time watching that last round with a Golduck on stream of all Pokemon. That is a Pokemon you don't typically expect to see on stream, but here made perfect sense because it was able to block out weather, and we've seen in a lot of the previous Regulation H formats, weather was a really dominant archetype. Once you have the Pelipper on the field, our Chaladons just have a field day, Basculegions, if you're running Sun, you know, Typhlosions get powered up. So weather is such a flexible team archetype, and all of a sudden it just gets shut down by Golduck's Cloud9 ability. So it really made sense why it was on Fabian's team, it was on Davide's team.
Yeah, right? And it was really interesting that we were just talking about on the couch for our intro, and that you had all 4 weather setters as your caster pick.
Yes, I'm not going to like Golduck.
The first thing that comes up is the thing that shuts them all down. So are you quaking a little bit scared of what could happen?
Well, Golduck is a duck. Pelipper is also a duck.
Okay.
And I had Pelipper on my prediction, so it kind of works.
You're trying to claim Golduck, that you had predicted Golduck.
Yeah,
predicted
exactly. Oh, I predicted a duck, and we've got a duck.
I don't know about that, but yeah, here we go. Let's have a look at its summary anyway. So on Davide's team, it was the Cloud9 ability, as we've been talking about, can shut off that weather. And of course, it has a couple of other abilities as well, but I think that niche in that Cloud9 is where it really shines.
It's also got Swift Swim, which is a very useful ability that doubles your speed in rain. We see it more commonly on Basculegions, because now all of a sudden you no longer need to invest as much speed into, or as much training into your speed. But I do also want to call out the damp ability. This is not very useful in a competitive setting, but if you're like me, enjoy shiny hunting on your Switch, sometimes you may come across a shiny Meteor. Was that the Meteor? Meteor, yes. That just likes to go boom, turn 1 and explode and knock itself out. And if you have a damp Golduck, you can prevent it from going boom and then you can catch it. So I actually have a damp Golduck on my in-game team for that specific purpose.
It doesn't sound very effective having just a damp Golduck, but no, I understand what you're saying though. That sounds like a very useful thing. And you can see its stats as well. Golduck's stats are quite even across the board, as are quite typical with Gen 1 Pokemon as well. But as we saw, it had that critical speed here, where it was actually able to outspeed the Dragonite on the Fabian side of the field actually in our round 2. So it was able to get off that Icy Wind, lower its speed before it actually was able to attack, and consistently kind of apply that speed control pressure in front of it, even if Dragonite was then going to start setting up with those scale shots. So actually really nice speed tier there too, and obviously decent special attack, allowing it to hit with those water and those ice moves that we know it likes to use as well.
It's also got a really nice flexible move pool, a lot of supportive moves, which we saw demonstrated in that last game with the Icy Wind and the Taunt. Now, when Golduck did go for the Taunt in that one turn and it got itself knocked out by the scale shot, it may not have seemed like it was very useful, but it did come in useful later on because it prevented the Dragonite from going for a protect. So when the Espathra later was brought in, it was suddenly able to spam those super powerful expanding forces under psychic terrain, and Dragonite was not able to protect itself, so it could either stay in and get knocked out, or if Fabian wanted to switch a Pokemon, that replacement would also just take massive damage.
100% there. Now, of course, bringing that onto Espathra as a Pokemon now that we need to talk about, because, yeah, we saw how much damage it was doing, right? And we've seen a lot of expanding force users as well in the past, like Hatterene, for instance, where it usually uses that expanding force when it's inside Trick Room. But Espathra, just the exact opposite. Speed boost, making it as fast as possible instead, and instead using it when it's outspeeding everything else, even when there's kind of no field or speed effect up, like Tailwind or Trick Room. It doesn't need it. It has its own speed to it as well, which makes it such an effective attacker.
Spatha has such a useful ability. That speed boost, as you mentioned, makes it go faster and faster. And it's also got some really unique moves. Lumina Crash is one that I find really fascinating. It drops the special defense of the opponent if it successfully manages to land a hit, which means that if you continue using Lumina Crash, your opponent just takes more and more damage. Now, in that last game, of course, we did not see Lumina Crash. We saw Expanding Force, but this is how Espathra can be used really powerfully in a doubles format, because it could take advantage of the psychic terrain that its partner Indeedee set up, and Life Orb, Terra Psychic, and Expanding Force boosted by the psychic terrain. We saw how much damage that Golden Go, which was a resistant hit, took. It took over 50%, and even the Archaludon with the Assault Vest still ended up taking nearly 40%.
Yeah, it was a really powerful attack, wasn't it? And it suddenly meant that if you're wanting to try and switch something in to maybe resist the hit, but you still get 2KO'd, like that Golden Go, it's suddenly going to go down the following turn, particularly because you still outspeed it anyway, because of your speed boost on top of that. So that combination was just really powerful.
It's really interesting also on Davide's team. He had the speed boost Espathra, but he also had another speed boost Pokemon in Blaziken. So Fabian... not Fabian, keep calling him Davide, having so much speed control on his team that Blaziken, of course, also boosting itself out. And Blaziken is quite an offensive Pokemon, really great distribution in both its attack and special attack. So it's quite flexible in how you wish to run that Blaziken.
It certainly is, and often we're seeing Blaziken at the moment in Regulation Set H going on more on the special side, even though its actual physical attack, as you can see, is actually a little bit stronger. And that's because there's so much Intimidate going around, obviously, like Incineroar. So as soon as your Incineroar comes in, you want to be kind of hitting it on the side where it's going to take more damage. And that's then always going to be that special side, assuming you've taken that Intimidate as well. And so we see moves like Aura Sphere and Heat Wave, so you've still got a kind of a spread attack to go around as well. Often then combined with that coaching move as well, so that also could provide support. And often you want coaching to go first, so that your Pokemon you're using it on can make the most of that attack and defense boost instantly. And so on a speed boost Pokemon, that makes perfect sense here. So a really, really nice pick there. And I think you were mentioning on the couch as well, Zoe, it's just one of your favorite starters as well.
It is. In fact, I remember in my first playthrough, I think I was, 12 or 13 at the time. I had a Blaziken on my team. Its moveset was Fire Punch, Fire Blast, Blaze Kick, and Sky Uppercut. So as you can see, I was very much going for the fire vibe with the Blaziken there. But Blaziken also just really is able to roar Incineroar, which is, of course, public enemy number one in this Regulation Age format. It's so useful with those fake outs, with those intimidates, and it's just a really tricky cat to try and pivot around.
Definitely is. I mean, there's so many Pokemon out there, so many trainers as well, obviously, that we all want to see. And so it makes it really hard for us to decide sometimes, like, who we want to actually feature for our next match. So we thought we'd take a little bit of a break from that and actually let you people decide who we're going to be featuring instead. So yes, it's community choice time. And here are your options. And what options we have here, Zoe.
Oh, wow. Look at all of these amazing trainers. Luis Marco, of course, just hot off the top 8 of Gdansk Regionals up against Juan Perello. You have Ruben versus Simone Sanvito, our Gdansk Regional Champion, and Sebastian Liu versus Lasse Furman. I believe there's some German representation there. And Nemanja versus Lucas. So a lot of really cool trainers and really cool teams. Look at that Glamora, Dondozo, Tatsugiri team. That's not a team that I've seen quite often now in this late stage of the format. But here it is again, and proving, it's still got a lot of staying power.
It certainly does. And you're right, though, Zoe. Like, there weren't a lot of that in LAIC at all, really. But I believe there was one or two maybe that did make it into the Phase 2, and they were really strong, obviously. And getting that far as well international just proves how much of a strong Pokemon it is. And so it's with Dondozo, once it's one of those Pokemon that falls off the map a little bit, people maybe disrespect it a little bit. Don't prepare as much for it. Stop dropping haze on their Dragonites. And then suddenly it's back again, and to punish people who have dared to think it is not a threat instead. But plenty of other great matches too. We can see that Sebastian's running Yuma Kinugawa's LAIC winning team there. We can see Nemanja Sandic below running what Justin Tang used as well, LAIC. And then we've got that Sun team on Lasse's end on the right there, which was quite popular in LASC as well. That Lilligant Torkoal sort of spread. meaning had quite a good matchup generally into the Emanuele Brigante sort of team as well. So a lot of really interesting decisions, and it's up to you, Twitch chat, to see who we will be featuring.
That's right, folks. The power is in your hands. Vote for which trainers you want to see on stream, and we will be featuring those players. And I'm just looking at Simone running the exact same team as his Gdansk winning team. And do we think he's going to win a second time this weekend? He's already got his Worlds invite, so at this point, he's just here for the practice, here for the glory, maybe here to stay on the leaderboard and get that travel award to NAIC.
That would be incredible if he wins a second time.
With the same team.
With the same team, yeah. Back-to-back regionals would be incredible. But surely people have prepared for this team, right? It's not just Simone who's been using it, it's obviously Teoti Masu who's been using it as well, getting to the semi-finals of LAIC with the same team as well. So surely someone's going to put a stop to this team. But, you know, it's Simone, so we know he's a very strong player, and plenty of people might be kind of pivoting to, you know, what Yuma used, for instance. Like, oh, I need a Flamigo answer, I need a Typhlosion answer. And suddenly, Volcarona sweeps in there under the radar and yet again takes some more wins.
And a really interesting fact about Simone is that the last time he won a regional, he had back-to-back appearances in finals. So he's proven he's done it before, he could do it again, and my eye is on Simone, but there's also a lot of other really awesome trainers. And I do have to call out the little Amoonguss on Luca's team. That's, you know, Amoonguss is one of the top Pokemon in VGC, but we haven't really seen that much of it in this or today so far. But maybe we might be seeing Amoonguss doing what Amoonguss does best, which is putting all of its opponents to sleep.
It's a really good point, yeah. We just don't see a lot of Amoonguss around at the moment, and it makes a lot of sense when you kind of think about the really popular Pokemon around at the moment, right? You got Rillaboom, you got Goldingo with as good as Gold ability, you've got Incineroar, which often carries safety goggles. Often you're wanting to run some sort of taunt at the same time as well. Pelipper with that Hurricane, for instance, as well, doesn't want to face down. And we've just seen Davide with a Psychic Spam team, which maybe wasn't the most common, but really wants to face Amoonguss.
Oh,
that
yeah.
big high kick type weakness.
Yeah, it's one of the things with those Psy Spam teams. It has quite a lot of offensive pressure and just forces your opponent to adapt to you. But it looks like the results of our community choice is ready. So drum roll, please. Who are we going to be featuring? It is going to be Luis Marco versus Juan Perello, that Dondozo Tatsugiri team versus the winning team of Gdansk Regionals with that really popular Ninetales Ursaluna. So more of a kind of old school team versus a new archetype. I would say like old team style versus new is, you know, what I would say.
Yeah, I really like that, actually. And actually, that was the decided by one vote difference.
Oh,
so I don't know
okay.
who's the second, but very close margins here. Obviously, it's very tough to decide. So thank you, Twitch chat, for taking us through that instead. But I'm very excited with the result here. Luis Marco, one of our players to watch as well. German player who did very well at LAIC and at the previous regionals already this season too, with very standard teams as well, showing that maybe they're another Juan Salerno, you know, doing consistently well even when people are trying to prep against them.
And Juan's team, that Typhlosion, that deals so much damage. It's quite... Juan's team, I would say, it's got basically the two modes. One was the kind of more stally Dondozo Tatsugiri mode, I believe. From the fact that there's a Glimora, it's probably one of those toxic debris sets. Might want to look at trying to set up those toxic spikes. And then once you've whittled down the opponent enough, send in the Dondozo and just allow the poison to deal the rest of the damage. But if your opponent tries to counter that, then all of a sudden you've got these hyper-offensive Hisuian Typhlosion with those eruptions. And then there's this Archaludon and Dragonite, all really powerful Pokemon that can deal out so much damage. So I think Luis, you know, has a lot of work cut out and just has to really predict correctly what to lead with.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Like, the lead is so important in Pokemon just generally, but particularly here, right? So yeah, it's quite an interesting team when you've got like Glimora. When I see Glimora, I just think back to kind of the earlier regulations that we had, especially when combined with that Dondozo, because you still had Dondozo plus Glimora very early on in the season. And so I think it maybe fell by the wayside when Amoonguss and Caesar were super common, right? Because with that poison typing, you can kind of just switch it in, toxic spikes get soaked up. It's not going to do a whole lot there. Diaclaw can put things to sleep as well. But what's dropped off? Amoonguss, as we were talking about. Also, Diaclaw specifically on Sneasler has also dropped off a bit too. So that can be a little bit of a thorn in Dondozo's side if it kind of gets to sleep for something. So yeah, maybe it's really well positioned. Let's see.
Well, if any player can take on this Dondozo Tatsugiri team, it will be Luis. He's one of the top players in the region, and I think quite a heavy favorite to, defend the home title. So we can see now, Luis, his achievements up on the screen. Gdansk Regionals top 8, just a very fresh one 3 weeks ago. World's top 32, Utrecht Special Champion finalist, and Stockholm Regional top 8. So a lot of really solid accomplishments. And, this is a player who's very familiar with the game, has a lot of experience, and knows his way around. And we've got that Sneasler on the team who can swap in and soak up all those toxic spikes if there is that Glamora on the field. Now, doesn't look like he's got Haze, so maybe that's something that his opponent might want to try and lean into the Dondozo Tatsugiri mode. But Luis also has quite a few very strong attackers, like that Blood Moon Ursaluna, like that Alolan Ninetales, which can all deal quite heavy damage to that Dondozo. Not to mention Rillaboom, which can heavily threaten it and force it to terror.
Yeah, great point there, Zoe. And what isn't mentioned there is that top 32 at LAIC last week with what is probably the same 6 Pokemon as well. And last week he was using Encore Ninetales, which can often help versus Dondozo. The Yawn set on Ursaluna, which can also help with Dondozo, because obviously it can't switch out, so it has to go to sleep, giving you room for that repositioning as well. And as you said, Zoe, that Rillaboom can be a really key piece as well to kind of really flatten that Dondozo. Obviously, it depends what the Terra type on the Dondozo is, and we'll be able to find that very soon. But yeah, Lewis, definitely a favourite who's maybe not won any tournaments yet, at least in the recent seasons, but certainly a favourite and certainly a consistent one who, given the time, will eventually do it, and who knows, could be our Stuttgart Regional Champion.
There's so many players with those really consistent results, and sometimes I think the consistency of a player is more of a mark of their strength than, say, winning one regional and then maybe not getting quite the same amount of success next, because the consistency goes to prove that this player knows what it takes to keep going to the next level. But now let's take a look at Juan's team, Juan's achievements up on the screen. And Juan is also another really powerful player with the Hisuian Typhlosion, Dragonite, the Dondozo Tatsugiri team, the Archaludon and Glamora, and we can see his accomplishments up on the screen.
Oh, and he's got a Tatsugiri plush as well, and he's running Tatsugiri. That's so perfect when those two things line up. Love it. Yeah, so a really stacked set of accomplishments there. A top 4 EUIC a couple of years ago. Amazing work. A couple of regional top cuts there, and also in Stuttgart as well. I mean, 2018, it's so long ago now. I'm trying to you need to do maths, right? 5 minus 7, 8, 7 years? 7 years ago. Wow. So Duan has been around the block for sure, and maybe with Dondozo as well. Maybe not his first time, given the Tatsugiri plush on that picture.
Now the question is that Tatsugiri the Tatsugiri he will be using up in his team, or is it going to be a different one? But as you mentioned earlier, he did come in the Stuttgart Regionals top 16 2018, so I'm sure he is very hungry for an even stronger finish in this regional. And he is also a very, very strong player with that Dondozo Tatsugiri team, which I don't think Luis has any haze, so he might not be able to get rid of these boosts if the Dondozo gets boosted up. So this is going to be a really cool and really interesting matchup to watch.
I'm quite interested that Joan's team has kind of, as I say, looks a little bit more like an early regulation team. And so when you look at his achievements, they're also from 2023, 2024, nothing from this season either. So maybe Joan's kind of taking his accomplishments, kind of going, right, what did I actually do well with here? Right, well, it was Dondozo, it was that regulation teams. Why can't I use that now in Regulation 10H? So maybe taking a little bit of a leaf of what he's used before into the now, and obviously he's going to be on stream very soon, doing very well, undefeated so far. It makes a lot of sense here. So can Lewis take it down is the question.
It's almost like a debate between old school and new school, right? Like the old players who have been around a little bit longer versus a younger player who's relatively more new to the circuit than before. And it's a question of, is that experience from previous formats going to translate into success, or is a younger player with maybe a different way of approaching the format and the metagame going to find success?
All good questions, Zoe, honestly. Yeah, like, does that value from those all-air formats give you that advantage? Who's to know? I mean, at the moment, though, they're both doing very well, and they're both here in that regulation set H meta at the moment. So adapting to what has come off from LAIC as well, which is very hard to kind of adapt to given it's 1 week ago. I mean, like, how do you adapt to Whimsicott, Ursaluna, Flamigo stuff just so quickly off the bat? Do you predict loads of people to start picking it up because it's just won the tournament? Do you predict people to kind of already counter that because it's already known now? Or do you just kind of prep your matchup into it and go, right, I'm just going to stick with the team that I was going to bring, but just going to be more familiar with what it was that won from Yuma? All good questions, and maybe Dondozo is a great pick into that.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of the players at this stage, because LAIC was just a week ago and we are here now 7 days later after LAIC, I think a lot of the players who have been to both of the tournaments might just want to stick to the familiar team, because sometimes it's better just to use what you're familiar with. If the matchup is not as ideal, the experience that you have with the team that you've already got can actually shine through, and you can maybe make some very small adjustments in, say, maybe the Terra types, the move sets, or maybe the training of your Pokemon. But at this stage, I wouldn't expect that many players to bring a significantly different team from their LAIC team if they did go to that tournament.
So Zoe, you won an international tournament.
I did, yes.
So did you find that after you won, people were picking up your team or trying to counter it quite a lot?
I did actually find, so there was OCIC and the next one was LAIC, and I found a few people using the team that I use. Now, of course, the team that I used wasn't mine originally. It was, I believe it was Shoma's team.
Yeah, it was Drifblim and Chapulete.
Yeah, so it wasn't actually my team, but that became more popular. But then there were also answers to that team with the Tapu Fini archetype. So there is, I would say it is a bit more cyclical, but LAIC that year was also, I believe, 3 months after. So people had the time, and I think if it was, say, a week later, I don't think many players would want to switch up their teams, because it's a bit difficult, I think, to pick up a team so quickly within 1 week.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, so we'll have to see if that is definitely the case here too. Obviously, we see in our community choice earlier that, like, there were a few players who were certainly wanting to use it a little bit more as well, or like trying to pick it up. Maybe they were completely undecided just like a week before as well. So it'd be really interesting to see if someone is able to pick it up and actually take it through. Like we kind of saw when William Basilino won Birmingham Regionals last year as well. He kind of just picked up the world's winning team that Luca Ceribelli used, that everyone should have been preparing for, and first team in, he just wins it anyway. So maybe we'll see that here again today.
I mean, sometimes we see players who are like, oh, I don't know what team to bring. I'm just going to, I found this cool team, I haven't practiced with it, and then they come in and we've seen stories of that happening over and over again. So, you know, that could happen on stream. But our players now are getting ready. We are so close to seeing this match play out, and I am so excited to see this Dondozo hopefully appearing on stream. It might not. Who knows? That's up to the players to decide.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there are our players on the screen. Johan Pelio and versus Lewis Markle on the right as well. No strangers to success either. Both players who have gotten into the top cuts. Both no strangers to the international level either. Both getting very close to that win. But of course, it's now going to be just this one game between the two of them. Most likely, Johan has prepped against Lewis's composition, given it is just a very standard set. The 6 Pokemon that Emmanuel Briganti had won Frankfurt Regionals with as well. Very convincingly too. But obviously, how has the meta changed? How have the spreads or the individual training of the Pokemon have changed, if at all? And that's something that the players can only find out as they battle.
Yeah, looking at these two teams, it's quite an even matchup. Luis has quite a few different options into this Dondozo, but here's a little bit of a refresher on the achievements of our players. Johan on the left there, Liverpool Regionals, top 8. So that was in 2024, still fairly, I would say that's still fairly recent. Of course, his opponent, Lewis Markle, having more of recent achievements with Gdansk just 3 weeks ago, and also the LAIC, a really strong finish. So a lot of, true veteran players, I would say, and this is going to be a really, really close matchup. And we've got Johan's team up on the screen right now. It's that Typhlosion Choice Scarf, so not Choice Specs, but meaning that this Typhlosion will be the fastest Pokemon on the field.
There it is, yeah, the classic Typhlosion that won LAIC as well. So makes sense to run it back as well when you've just got a Pokemon that you can just put on the field and you can just click that eruption button and not really have to think too much because it's just that powerful. But of course, we have the rest of the team. That Dondozo, the Tatsugiri, Glamora, interestingly, that Mortal Spin as well, which can obviously hit the poison. Even with Glamora, isn't going to want to be touched by that toxic debris.
Yeah, with the Mortal Spin, it poisons the opposing Pokemon. So even if you led with the Glamora and Toxic Spice gets set up, the lead Pokemon of your opponents are unable to get poisoned. But with the Mortal Spin, you can suddenly get that poison. And there's a lot of really strong offensive options. Sludge Wave and Earth Power. Sludge Wave hits all Pokemon on the field. That's very useful when your teammate is Archaladon and that Steel type is going to be immune to the Poison type. Now we see our players exchanging their team sheets. So Luis will shortly see what he's going to be up against, and Luis's team is going to be that Incineroar, Golden Go, Sneasler, Ninetales, Ursaluna, and Rillaboom. And Ursaluna with that Yawn leftover set, so a bit more of a defensive set, but so annoying in forcing your opponents to pivot out after a Yawn.
Yeah, it definitely is. And of course, Dondozo cannot pivot out of it either. So Ursaluna is able to take an attack from this Dondozo, which it most likely will be able to, especially if it goes for that Terra Electric. Given its good physical bulk, it should be able to get off that Yawn and the subsequent Blood Moons that will hit on Dondozo's a little bit more squishy special defensive side.
Not to mention that Rillaboom can deal quite a bit of damage and will be forcing a Dondozo into its Terra. And there's also that Incineroar, just a really strong all-around, really nice defensive pivot. With the Intimidates, you can swap out with the Parting Shot, get another round of attack drops onto the opponent, and then later on, come back in with another Fake Out, with another Intimidate. So this Incineroar is just really useful. And of course, we've got that Life Orb Golden Go with the Nasty Plot. Now, Golden Go, even if a Nasty Plot, probably won't be affecting the Dondozo with its Unaware ability, but it also means you can continuously spam Make It Rain against Dondozo and not be quite as worried about the special attack drop, because Unaware works in both ways. It ignores the attack boosts and the attack drops. And this is with round 3. Our players are going to be trying to continue remaining undefeated to maximize their chances of advancing into phase 2.
Yeah, and these players can certainly do just that. But when it's two players who are really good, they obviously will eventually face each other. And Yuan's end has so much offense, and Lewis has so much defense as well. It's going to be the battle of attack versus defense as we get into Swiss round 3 at Stuttgart Regional Championships. It's Archaladon and Glamora on the left, and that Ursaluna and Incineroar on the right for Lewis.
Ooh, Glamora immediately on the screen. Maybe a bit of an indication that perhaps there's a Dondozo Tatsugiri lurking in the back. Glamora on the field, meaning it might want to just start setting up those toxic, or want to get hit by maybe an Incineroar. Or if the Incineroar goes for the Fake Out, then Toxic Spikes will be set up, and that might not be particularly useful for the Glamora. But it looks like a Terrestrialization coming off immediately round turn 1.
Okay, so it's actually going to be into that Archaladon here, because Joanne might have been able to just kind of go for a double protect this turn to kind of scan out for any fake outs, but actually it's straight away going to be that Terra Ghost. So actually fake out going to the Glamora, so good targeting by Lewis there, hoping at least that the poison won't be affecting his team too much. But first of all, the Glamora is going to flinch, indicating it's actually faster than the Archaladon, which now follows up with the Electro Shot. It's going to be able to fire off immediately, thanks to that Power Herb, not needing that rain at least for that first turn, but it's got to be surely into this Incineroar to do a lot of damage around this ground type here. Electro Shot coming out, doing over half damage to Incineroar, a really significant amount there. But it's the Earth Power into the Glamora, the double up as well, so calling no protect into that slot. Johan's Glamora just goes down completely, and Lewis is already up 4-3.
This is not necessarily quite bad, because now that Glamora is off the field, it gives Joan a free switch into this Hisuian Typhlosion, and that Pokemon is the fastest Pokemon on the field. It is able to fire off those really powerful eruptions, and Luis doesn't really have much of an option against it. The Incineroar is quite heavily damaged at this point, and it might even just get knocked out in this range from this eruption. I always said explosion there. And you've also got to contend with this +1 Archaladon Archaludon, which is able to fire off a really powerful Flash Cannon or maybe even a Draco Meteor. And Archaludon also can protect, so it can actually keep itself safe if John is predicting a strong move coming off into Archaludon. But it looks like the Eruption is going to come off. Is not enough to take out Idol Truth, but with a critical hit on this Ursaluna.
Wow, that's a lot of damage here. And yeah, Flash Cannon to pick up the rest of the damage there for Johan. Really well played there to get around it. But of course, Ursaluna gets away with the turn, which also could have gone down to a double up. And instead, a second Earth Power for basically a second one-hit KO for Lewis here. This Ursaluna is certainly a threat. It's back from LAIC with a vengeance.
Oh, Ursaluna is here and looking to set a Blood Moon Rising. And now Johan is forced to bring out his final Pokemon, which is a Dragonite. It's still a very powerful offensive presence, but of course Johan is down to his final two Pokemon. There is that Sneasler on the field. This Sneasler does not have Fake Out, so the Dragonite is quite safe to attack, but of course Sneasler is likely going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field, and you know, it does have close combat and acrobatics, neither of which can knock out either the Dragonite or this Archaludon in one hit, so Sneasler maybe might want to try and set up a Swords Dance in this position.
I wonder if the Rillaboom might be in the back as well for Lewis to be able to set up that Unburden boost, get that defense boost as well, which is obviously going to be very helpful versus this Dragonite as well. So we might potentially see that switch in there, because then you get Fake Out online for the following turn as well, and you can help the Sneasler set up a little bit more, especially if you then maybe protect on this turn. I mean, there isn't much threat from the other side from Tailwind, for instance, or that Scale Shot, because this Dragonite has to lock into something with that Choice Band. And there's the Ursaluna. What's coming in?
Oh, is it going to be this Rillaboom? It is going to be the Rillaboom coming in, setting up the defense boost for this Sneasler.
And there it comes. So, Grassy Terrain online, Unburden Boost online, Defense Boost online as well. And so this Sneeboss is going to be able to take a lot of damage. Sword Starts, though, is the first play here. Instead, no Protect whatsoever here. But has Yuan called it, though? We'll have to see where this Flash Cannon is targeting. It is into what was that Ursaluna, but Assault Vest Rillaboom taking that very nicely. But there's a Stomping Tantrum with that Choice Band. Not quite enough, but it's still Choice Banded, so it can't switch to that extreme speed either. And so Sneaser's looking really offensive right now.
Yeah, and with the Rillaboom providing Fake Out support, it means it can break the multi-scale. Oh, actually, no, this is an inner focus Dragonite, so it cannot be flinched. And it also means that the Dragonite is not as bulky as those multi-scale variants. And Sneasler at +2 attack, I wouldn't be surprised if he was able to just immediately knock out the Dragonite if it goes for, say, a Terra Flying and just goes for the acrobatics, and there we go. There is the terrestrialization. I would not be surprised to see it from the Sneasler, and yes, it is going to be that Sneasler into the Terra Flying type.
Okay, let's see if it is so as what you called, Zoe. The acrobatics get so powerful. The item is spent. It's got so much damage behind it. With that Terra Flying, it's a Sneasler, of course. And there's that one-hit KO. Was there any doubt from Lewis as well? Dragonite being absolutely taken down here. Archaludon now looking really exposed in front of the 3 Pokemon that Lewis has left. But it is enough to pick up the Sneasler here. But now with the Terra Ghost online, it's no longer going to be resisting any of those grass-type moves that Rillaboom has.
Yeah, Rillaboom can just fire off a super powerful Wood Hammer, and there we go. How much damage does this Wood Hammer do? That's so much! Critical hit! Oh, blocked it all the way down to its sturdy, and unfortunately now this poor Archaludon is not going to be able to win out the rest of the game. Also with that Blood Moon Ursaluna in the back, Rillaboom can just easily go for a Grassy Glide into this Archaludon and finish up the game.
I think I don't even, did the Sturdy actually activate there? I feel like it didn't. We didn't see Sturdy activate. I feel like it just it is there, but I think it just lived on 1 HP, I think, which is interesting. So yeah, another count going forward there for Johan into the next go. But yeah, very much locked up here with that Rillaboom going for that priority Grassy Glide. Archaludon goes down and Lewis up game 1 in Swiss round 3.
Wow, that was a very clean game 1. Just a lot of one-hit knockouts. Did every Pokemon, or pretty much all Pokemon on Lewis, was able to take those? Oh, actually no, Grilmora got faked out and then got knocked out by the Earth Power. But I think it's safe to say Lewis took a lot of really strong knockouts in that game, and Johan wasn't able to quite pivot around a bit. And I wonder if in game 2 he might want to think about getting a bit bulkier with the Dondozo Tatsugiri.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting that it wasn't brought at all, right? Yeah, given that there's no kind of Dragonite Haze, for instance. So, obviously, Johan knows their team a little bit better than us, probably. But maybe just kind of seeing what Lewis wants to kind of go with to kind of counter Dondozo. Because if you're versus a Dondozo team, you're probably going to expect it's going to be brought at some point, so you need to bring what it's going to bring. So, Johan maybe kind of scouting for what Lewis wants to do. Now he's going to go, was that good enough to actually break the Dondozo and the plan that I've got? And if the answer is yes, maybe he doesn't bring it again. And if the answer is no, maybe he does decide to bring it this time. We'll have to see. But interestingly, though, a double protect on turn 1 for Johan would have been actually quite nice there, right? Just kind of scout the fake out. But I suppose you're then kind of covering by attacking if a Rillaboom suddenly wants to switch in and go for a fake out, capitalizing on your double protect.
It's a tactic we've seen quite often, right? Instead of going for the fake out, you swap into the Rillaboom, and all of a sudden, you've just gone for the double protect. Now there's a fresh fake out on the screen, and you no longer have the protect unless you want to go for that 30% chance of success on a double protect. So I can see why Johan did not go for the protect turn 1 and went for the Terra Ghost, but didn't quite end up working out for him just in that game. But I'm sure he will be making those adjustments in game 2 and to try, and he really has to claw his way back. Otherwise, he will be losing this round.
Well, let's get into game 2 now, and it's the Ninetales swap up this time for Lewis, alongside, of course, that Ursaluna. It was so good, that game. Here it comes again, and Johan really turning up the heat with Typhlosion in the lead and Dragonite.
This is a really nice lead against the Incineroar previously, because neither of these Pokemon are affected by Fake Out, but he's here still. The Typhlosion with that Choice Scarf is going to be faster than the Ninetales, and Ninetales does have the Focus Sash, so it can survive one turn, but that means the Dragonite could also just lock itself into extreme speed, although the Ninetales is Terra Ghost. So if Luis reads that, he could go for the Terra Ghost to try and survive this turn and allow his Ninetales to get off one attack.
We're going to start our game 2 with a Terra, of course, and it's into that Dragonite, that Terra normal as well. So, as you were saying, Zoe, maybe Extreme Speed is potentially the lock here to get that really big damage boost there, and also defensively we get around the Ice-type moves that Lewis is threatening as well. But it looks like it just protect as well on both sides. Makes a lot of sense as well in the threat of 2 choice-locked Pokemon. You get so much information going into the next turn about what they're going to use, and there's no punish to this either, given that Johan has no fake out in the back either that he could have swapped in. So a really nice defensive play from Lewis. Question is, how does Johan respond now?
Yeah, this is such a nice and safe play from Lewis. Now that he knows this Choice Band Dragonite is locked into Extreme Speed and this Choice Scarf Typhlosion is locked into Eruption, he saw in the previous game, even with a critical hit, the Ursaluna survived the hit. So, with the Focus Sash on the Ninetales, if it goes for the Terra Ghost, is guaranteed to survive this turn. And John, he's forced to click Extreme Speed. He might want to maybe think about going for the Extreme Speed onto the Ursaluna this turn, because Ursaluna cannot be immune to the Extreme Speed. And Johan might want to just think about, let the Ninetales live on that 1 HP and deal with it later on.
There's not really any safe switching for this Ursaluna either on either side. I'm looking at, there's the Goldigo, which can take the Extreme Speed, but then you just go down to the Eruption, which is obviously not great. And then Incineroar can take the Extreme Speed fairly well, given it's, just not weak to it, but then it still doesn't want to keep an Eruption necessarily, so that's maybe the only thing that can actually take this. And there's Fuego.
There we
Incineroar
go.
to take it.
Incineroar switching in, drops that attack drop on the Typhlosion, which is not going to be quite useful, and Dragonite's Inner Focus is going to allow her to ignore the attack drop, but it looks like the Extreme Speed comes up into the Incineroar, does so much damage, allows the Typhlosion to get the Eruption off.
There's a huge Eruption there, and yet it doesn't even take that double up either. That's so much damage from Dragonite, and Ninetales now down to Focus Sash as well. So Lewis has not attacked with Ninetales though, so we are still yet to see an attack there. So it's got to be something defensive to try and break through Johan's incredibly offensive lead, and there's that Blizzard, shipping down Typhlosion, weakening the Eruption damage. Critical hit as well, which is definitely welcome for Lewis as well, and then breaking a little bit more health onto that Dragonite too.
Yes, now that this Blizzard has chipped the Typhlosion a little, so this course, eruptions won't be doing quite as much damage, but there is still this choice band Dragonite on the field, and it can dish out so much damage. I would not be surprised to see the Ursaluna get knocked out by a double up from the Extreme Speed and the Eruption. And of course, because the Ninetales did not go for the Icy Wind that turn, it went for the Blizzard, opting for more damage, it's still going to be slower than this Typhlosion, which is locked into Eruption. But at 1 HP, the Ninetales will be knocked out by the Eruption, and then it's going to be this Ursaluna left.
So a Protector's coming out from his Ninetales instead, which makes a lot of sense, especially if you're about to go down here. So maybe Lewis is banking on surviving this double up here. Let's find out. Extreme Speed doing 50%. I think it's going to be close, Zoe. Eruption coming out here. This Typhlosion's already damaged. Blaze is not activated. Let's see. Does Ursaluna survive? It does survive, and therefore Ursaluna goes for that Earth Power once again. Typhlosion instantly dropping.
Oh, Typhlosion is now knocked out, and all of a sudden, this threat of these Choice Scarf Eruptions is gone. Now, the Ninetales is still on the field. It is still faster than every other Pokemon, but of course, Dragonite being locked into Extreme Speed means that the Ninetales could go for Terra Ghost, but we see now this Dondozo on the screen, so Johan may have tried to adapt to that previous game by going for the bulkier option, and Ninetales can't really threaten the Dondozo. It can try to get those Icy Winds, maybe try to go for a cheeky freeze, but the Dondozo in quite a nice position, and looks like actually Ninetales trying and failing to go for a double protect there.
Yeah, unluckily not able to get that off, and so Extreme Speed just take down the Ursaluna here. And we saw you are not switching the Tatsugiri this turn either, and so Dondozo just goes for a raw Wave Crash, keeping Dragonite online as well, keeping all that offensive pressure there too. Now, interestingly, Lewis not going for that Terra Ghost to try and get around that Extreme Speed, but you are nicely covering for it though, making sure that Extreme Speed goes into the other slot that can't be immune to it either. So Lewis is down to one final Pokemon, and we've still yet to see this fish go big.
Oh yes, now Lewis, we're going to have to see which final Pokemon he brought in, but with so much offensive pressure on Johan's side, I'm really struggling to see how Lewis can get a comeback. It is, of course, that Rillaboom, which does heavily threaten this Dondozo, and with the Terra Normal, the Dragonite will be taking neutral damage from the Rillaboom, but Rillaboom is not going to be able to knock out the Dragonite with a Grassy Glide, and is going to be able to allow the Dragonite to get a very powerful choice banded Extreme Speed off if John chooses to keep that Dragonite on the field, or he could also just recall the Dragonite, send in the Tatsugiri, and at +2 defenses, Dondozo, even if it does take a super powerful Wood Hammer, it's still going to be able to survive, and then this Dondozo is just in a really strong position as well. Looks like Lewis recognizes this and is going to forfeit this game too.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense there, I think. Just getting on with Game 3 here, not wanting to play the rest of that out, but potentially saving information about that Rillaboom and maybe the base point spread that Lewis has been investing in Rillaboom there too, and so maybe using it again for Game 3. But Zoe, like, that was such a dominant lead from Johan Pereira, right?
It was.
And like, even though Lewis could just safely double protect, there's still not much he could have done about it. So if that happens again, what can Lewis do?
Well, Johan adapted so well with that Typhlosion and Dragonite lead. He just completely ignored the Incineroar, which we saw it didn't get led that turn. And one thing I thought was really interesting was that Johan brought his Dondozo Tatsugiri option, but he never actually used it. The game was over by that point. And Lewis, he adapted in Game 1, the pressure of the Ursaluna being there, spanning Yawns. But we saw now how bulky this Ursaluna is, and I think he might want to try and rely a bit more on the Ursaluna. I do like how Lewis never actually once went for the Yawn. He just went for the immediate offense with the Earth Power, and that was just enough to take care of all the frail but really offensive Pokemon on Yawn's side.
It was, and I'm guessing, like, obviously, with Typhlosion going down, it just frees up the slot to kind of switch into something new at that point. And given that Dondozo came in, Lewis just kind of ran out of options, right? Like, Ninetales was at 1 HP, didn't survive the turn either. There was just a general lack of speed control as well. Like, Johan just could lead with those really faster threats and just click the buttons that they wanted to and not need to kind of pivot around or to try and get Dondozo to a nice position. There wasn't much Lewis could do. But obviously, Lewis dropped the Sneasler that game, and do you think he needs to bring it again this game to take a win?
Well, the Sneasler, it doesn't really, even if he goes for the sword stance, isn't able to answer the Dondozo. I think what I may have wanted to see is perhaps an icy wind from that Ninetales drop the speed of this Typhlosion, and all of a sudden it's no longer going to outspeed, and then you just weaken it more and more once it no longer had this speed advantage. And you can, after a while, if the Typhlosion is knocked down to a low enough HP range, you can start ignoring those eruptions. But of course, I can see why he wanted to preserve his Terra type, because it kind of feels bad to go for Terra Ghost and be knocked down to your Focus Sash anyway, just to get one icy wind off. So I do see how Lewis was in quite a difficult position, but he may want to try and utilize that Ninetales Icy Wind a little bit more as a support option.
Sure. Maybe we might even see the Terra Ghost option kind of locked into there, because it allows you to always take one hit from a Typhlosion, for instance, and then the only thing that Dragonite can do to outspeed Ninetales to KO it is Extreme Speed, which you're now immune to. So at least then you kind of guarantee that you can get off some sort of move. Like you say, the Icy Wind, for instance, to lower the speed a bit more, maybe a Blizzard as well to just kind of dish out some more damage, and hopefully Ursaluna can start picking up things from there. But you can see Lewis really thinking about it right now.
Oh yeah.
Is really kind of using those finite amount of seconds that they have to formulate this game plan, given that Yuan really just like brought the Dondozo to game 2, and like, as you say, just it wasn't really the Dondozo that helped him win that, really.
He didn't even reveal the Tatsugiri, so for all Lewis knows, he may not even have brought the Tatsugiri in the back. A lot of times we've seen top players just bring one or the other, and both of these, like both Dondozo and Tatsugiri on their own, are still fairly powerful Pokemon. You can use them separately, and that's actually, I would say, a mark of a really great player sometimes, when you can just use one without the other. Like we saw that Dondozo going for a raw wave crash without even its partner. And, you know, we saw, because Ninetales couldn't actually threaten the Dondozo outside of a cheeky freeze, so it was really difficult.
Okay, so let's go into our final game here of Swiss Round 3, and it's going back to game 1 that Lewis won with the Incineroar and Ursaluna. But Johan's still sticking with the game that he won in the Game 2 lead, Typhlosion and Dragonite.
Oh, this is actually a really interesting lead, because the Ursaluna, we've seen how bulky it is, and Johan, he can choose to double up into this Incineroar and knock it out. But if he goes for that, then the Ursaluna is free to just go for an attack. And now we see a turn 1 Terrestrialization once again. It is going to be into that Incineroar, so it is going to be the Terra Ghost, making itself immune to those Choice Band Extreme Speeds if the Dragonite goes for it.
Oh, a really nice call there, and also makes it not as susceptible to the stomping tantrums as well that Dragonite had access to and was using in game 1 too. So yeah, here's the Dragonite going for that Terra normal, most likely locking into that extreme speed again, given the Terra that we've just seen as well. But yeah, that's the question. Does Lewis know his Pokemon? Can Incineroar survive this turn? It's particularly given the Ursaluna Protect, all the eggs in the cat basket now. And extreme speed actually not even...
Ooh,
it was
very nice, very
Terra,
nice.
yeah. But Typhlosion obviously unresisted now, but it's not Choice Specs, it's Choice Scarf. So still not doing as much damage as it otherwise could be. There's that 50%, and Incineroar now gets that knockoff into the Typhlosion for a one-hit KO.
Oh, super effective, a one-hit knockout, and now Typhlosion's down. The threat of those really powerful, full-powered eruptions are gone from the field. I do want to call out something really interesting we saw. Incineroar's Terrestrialization went off before the Dragonite, and this normally goes in the order of speed, which means this is either a very slow Dragonite or a very speedy Incineroar, or just both. So this could be a really interesting dynamic if Johan recalls his Dragonite and sends out later on. But now we see the Tatsugiri on the field, and I wonder, is this an indication now of a Dondozo being brought out, or is Tatsugiri just going to be left on the field to try and do some really strong damage with the Muddy Waters? Because that's now going to be super effective onto this Ursaluna.
Yeah, what this allows you to do is still extreme speed into the Ursaluna and then still pick it up with the Muddy Water as well. Whereas before, if it's just Dondozo, you can only target like one slot, or you have to Earthquake, in which case you're not KOing the Ursaluna instead. So Ninetales is the switch in instead, and it looks like it's going to be taking this extreme speed down to that Focus Sash most likely.
Wow.
Oh no, with that Snow Boost, maybe not so much here, but Parting Shot first. In Focus, not being able to block that, it's only in the Intimidate. And so Dragonite now at -1 attack, and Incineroar doing what it does best and getting on out of there so it can come back in later, as it loves to do as well. So interestingly, yes, still a very fast Incineroar here, outspeeding the Tatsugiri on the other side as well, given how fast we know Tatsugiri generally is as well. It's even faster than Dragonite, naturally. And there's a Draco, which doesn't affect the Ninetales. I thought it was a bit on there.
That's what I thought too. Yeah, very nice switch in from Lewis there. You know, just making it immune. And had the Tatsugiri gone for the muddy water, maybe the Ninetales would have been... it's kind of hard to tell from this range. I think the Ninetales probably would have gotten knocked out. But of course now, Rillaboom in a really nice position. It's because Yon has already gone for the Terra Normal, it can no longer go. The Dondozo is no longer immune to it in the back, but it looks like Dragonite is just going to stay on the field, go for that -1 attack extreme speed onto this Rillaboom. It still does quite a decent amount of damage, but allows the Blizzard to come off.
Certainly does, yeah. Here it comes, and it's going to go definitely into that Dragonite. Has Lewis caught the Protect on this Tatsugiri? Yes, would hammer into the Dragonite, and with no defensive resistance there because of that Terra Normal, Dragonite is down. What a thorn in Lewis's side it has been that last game, and now it's down to Dondozo to do the business for your one.
Yes, Dondozo is going to be forced to switch in here. It is going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field. Or it should be if it was trained, depending on the training, because sometimes Ninetales could be faster. But of course, the Rillaboom can just go for that priority Grassy Glide onto the Dondozo, which is going to be forced to take super effective damage. It is a +2 defense, so it can probably take it quite comfortably, but you never want to take those super effective attacks if you can help it. But the Dondozo now, quite free to just pick off, say, the Rillaboom because it cannot protect.
Yeah, and a good call there, I think, Zoe, as well. Means that Lewis is most likely focused on trying to go for that Grassy Glide, assuming that you get off enough damage, knowing that you may be going down the next turn. But obviously, we can see that Lewis has a rather healthy roster of Pokemon in the back at the moment. So definitely the resources are here, but if there's any Pokemon that can win an endgame, it is Dondozo, right? So the question is, how does Yuan play it? You need to play around those protects that are there. And so, yeah, a target into the Rillaboom makes a lot of sense, especially given that order up, which could boost your attack.
Yeah, but Lewis does have the Incineroar in the back, and we might be seeing a switch in here. This Dondozo's got unaware, so it will not be immune to those Intimidates, which means Dondozo is now no longer at +2 attack. It will be at +1 attack, which might still hit quite hard. And there we go. There's the Wave Crash into the Rillaboom. Is not enough to get the knockout.
Okay, so maybe predicting a switch there for Yuan. That order up would have just KO'd, but instead Lewis didn't even go for Grassy Glide. It's that Wood Hammer instead. Such a valuable hit there on that Dondozo, which otherwise would have been looking really strong. Lewis probably feeling so good after that hit. Over 50% damage to Dondozo, really bringing it low. But of course, we've got a few turns of recovery now that could come out here. You've got the leftovers, you've got the grassy terrain, and this Dondozo can protect.
It can, and there's really nothing punishing a protect from this Dondozo. Incineroar, maybe Lewis might want to, try and switch out the Incineroar on this quite telegraphed Protect turn. The Ursaluna doesn't have any setup moves, so it can't really, take advantage of this Protect from the Dondozo. But as you mentioned, very safe Protect with the leftovers and the Grassy Glide. Can see this Dondozo back in the green, but Dondozo does have quite a bit of work cut out for it to try and knock out all 3 Pokemon. But if there's one Pokemon that can do it, it will be Dondozo.
Definitely can. And there's a few ways it can do it too, with Rillaboom, the threat #1, off the field as well. So yeah, there it is. Lewis now going for that fake out here. May not be wanting to target into that Blood Moon just yet, so you can save it for the next turn for a bit more of a threat here, which is what we see, yeah. So it is that Yawn, a really nice safe play there, to be honest. So assuming you get that off, this Dondozo will be taking a nap, which Lewis definitely wants it to do right now.
Yes, now this Dondozo has gotten quite a bit of recovery back from both the leftovers and the grassy terrain. But of course, Lewis also will get some recovery back on this Incineroar. And this Ursaluna is at full health. Now, Lewis has gone for the Terrestrialization, so a +1 Wave Crash is very likely to just knock out this Ursaluna. But of course, he could just protect his Ursaluna this turn, get that parting shot from the Incineroar, and then allow it to pivot in. And if Juan reads that, is he going to just target the Incineroar? So this is a really, really close turn.
Here is the Ursaluna going for the Protect. So let's see if Johan has targeted into that slot instead. And yeah, there's that Wave Crash. Great call from Lewis there, because that Ursaluna is such a threat for Johan. Had to respect it there instead. And the parting shot as well. Now Dondozo at +0 attack as well. So it could be that now the Ursaluna or Lewis's end might even survive the wave crash or maybe get into that stage, especially given the leftovers and grassy terrain recovery that the Ursaluna has, as well as this Dondozo. So Ninetales coming in here. Lewis is really doing this justice.
And there's nothing stopping this Ninetales from just immediately switching out into this Incineroar and drop this Dondozo down to -1 attack. And I think this Ursaluna at -1 attack can probably take it quite comfortably, because this the Ursaluna is still at full health. Then at -1 attack, provided there was no critical hit, survive the wave crash, get that yawn off, and then next turn, a very safe protect. And then the Dondozo goes to sleep, and you can just slowly whittle it down from there. So, you know, Lewis played it quite well in a really comfortable position.
So yeah, as you said, Zoe, Incineroar is coming back in for another Intimidate here as well. Incineroar is just so consistently scary, it just can do that. And of course now, with the speed interaction still in the favor of tanks like Commander Boost, Dondozo definitely goes next. There's that wave crash here, and it looks like, yeah, this Ursaluna is bulky enough that it would have taken on like a +1 at least of this wave crash, but there's the critical yawn from Lewis, locking that in. Dondozo can't do anything about this right now. Next turn, it will be falling asleep.
It will be indeed, and this Incineroar, this turn, can just maybe go for the fake out and force the Dondozo to not move. So even if the Dondozo protects, it means the Ursaluna is very safe from damage. Or it can also just pivot out with the parting shot. Looks like Dondozo is choosing to go for the protect, not wanting to take any additional chip damage.
Makes a lot of sense here. The fake out is just so telegraphed. Every little bit of HP is going to count in this end game. Ursaluna going for the Earth Power. Nice and safe. Predicting the protect there as well by not going for that Blood Moon. But of course, Dondozo now takes the nap at the end of this turn. And the question is, how does Lewis now make the most of these turns? Because this Dondozo can be asleep for one turn, but it's no guarantee it will be any more than that.
I wonder if he's going to just go for the knockoff first onto this Dondozo, get rid of the leftovers so that the Dondozo can no longer recover health through these protects. And then once it's being knocked off, you can now switch out the Incineroar for the Ninetales and switch in. And there we go. It is the knockoff. Doesn't do very much to Dondozo, but more critically gets rid of the leftovers and allows a Blood Moon to come off into the Dondozo.
Hugely powerful move there, and we can see how much damage that does, even with the +2 special defense that this Dondozo has as well. Maybe a bit more of an offensive Dondozo as well, perhaps, because of that. But either way, Lewis is in a really nice position here, because you can't crit back up to the attack boost that you had before either. So yeah, it's just a matter of chip damage now to see if this Dondozo does go down.
Oh, and it does indeed. Dondozo falls asleep and gets knocked out and forces its partner Tatsugiri to be the lone Pokemon on the field. Now, Tatsugiri is a fairly speedy Pokemon. Does get access to Muddy Water. So there is a world where it uses Muddy Water, gets the accuracy drop, and dodges all attacks from both the Incineroar and the Ursaluna.
I think we saw the Incineroar can actually outspeed this Tatsugiri if my ears or eyes were correct from the previous game. Yeah, there it is. Very speedy cat is able to do over 50% with that first knockoff, knocking off those safety goggles. So if Yuan wants to take this game, this Muddy Water needs to connect, and there needs to be an accuracy drop.
Okay, well, it connects. Oh, accuracy drop, accuracy drop. Now, does next turn, is this Incineroar going to be able to land those hits? The Ursaluna is so tanky. I think it should comfortably survive the Muddy Water and go for the yawn. But Incineroar is not going to be affected by the accuracy drop. Gets the knockoff off, and the Muddy Water comes out.
There needs to be an accuracy drop on this Ursaluna as well, though, but there's not. Lewis going for that Blood Moon, making his mark on this regional this weekend, and takes Swiss round 3.
Congratulations to Lewis Markle for the absolutely amazing Game 3. Playing so well, making those really fantastic defensive options, playing around the Dondozo and just neutralizing it to the point where it really wasn't a threat and just slowing the game down and grabbing control of the board state.
Yeah, it was really well done there. There were a few close turns, though, there, right? Where Lewis was able to protect the target that Yoan was actually targeting into, whereas if it had gone to the other slot, it would have been a very different game, for instance. Even if at the very start there, right, where Incineroar went for that Terra Ghost, if Yoan kind of calls that and just doubles into that Incineroar with an Eruption plus a Dragon move or a Stomping Tantrum, that might have been enough for the one-hit KO, and then suddenly all of that preparation, all of that planning from set game 1 just goes out the window. So it just really made it so amazing how like Lewis positioned around that as well, given the number of turns that he needs to kind of get correct to kind of get around this Dondozo's just offensive presence.
Yeah, there were several moments where the battle could have swung either way, and you know that moment, kind of late game of Game 3, where the Ursaluna protected and the Incineroar was getting the parting shot off. Now, had you're gone for, say, the Wave Crash onto the Incineroar in that range would have got knocked out. The Dondozo would have been able to keep its +1 attack boost. And at +1, the Wave Crash, I would say, would probably very likely knock out the Ursaluna. And then you've got the Ninetales with the Blizzard and Icy Wind, which wasn't going to do very much to a +2 special defense Dondozo.
And there is the damage that this Ursaluna was able to rip out, and the damage from the Dragonite at the other end as well. So there were two very powerful normal type attackers in some ways on both ends here. And Johan kind of using Dondozo as a bit of a cleaner up in the end, really. Kind of the start of the show was really that Dragonite, right, when it was able to count. But of course, Lewis made some really critical plays as well, where, yeah, as you say, like it kind of went for extreme speed into that protect, and we got around it as well, and the wood hammer goes into that Dragonite early on as well.
Oh, look at that cheeky smile to the camera.
Lewis knows exactly what's up, feeling really good there. I mean, yeah, there was that play. Wood hammer Dragonite took it down just so easily, where the Dondozo, or the Dragonite rather, could have just targeted that Rillaboom that turn. And also, Lewis could have played it safer and just gone for Grassy Glide, but he didn't. Amazing play.
Yeah, I agree. And forcing out the Terra Normal on the Dragonite ended up really hurting Johan later on, because his Dondozo was no longer able to resist those wood hammers from the Rillaboom, and it took quite a bit of damage. And as you called out earlier, the Dragonite also no longer resisted it. And I'm sure it would have just loved to be times for resistance to those grass-type moves.
Oh, so would have done, wouldn't it? Like, Dragon is just known for its just really good plethora of resistances, right? And Normal is quite well known for having no resistances.
Also, it's only weak to fighting, which there's that.
It's manageable. You know? Like, it's manageable. It's why Ursaluna's so good, and why Terra Normal Ursaluna's so good, right? Ghost types, yeah, you can deal with, obviously, because you've got the Mind's Eye ability, and you're only weak to fighting, and obviously Sneasel is around, to be fair, but Ursaluna is often bulky enough that it can actually survive those close combats a lot of the time. Dragonite, on the other hand, still a bulky Pokemon, but not as bulky on the physical side as Ursaluna, so maybe not be able to take those hits quite as well. But either way, still a very good typing, and overall, just a really good showing of the force that is this Emanuele Briganti team, right? And why Lewis has chosen it as the team that he wants to consistently use throughout regulations at H.
I do also want to call out just how bulky that Ursaluna was. It was able to take a critical hit eruption from a full health Typhlosion. Now, there wasn't any Sun Up, but that's still a really strong move, and most Pokemon can't even survive a regular eruption from a Typhlosion, let alone a critical hit. But the Ursaluna was able to hang on. And then in that second game, it survived a double up of a choice band extreme speed from this Terra Normal Dragonite and an eruption from Typhlosion. Back at that point, I think it was at 75%-ish, but that's still a very powerful attack. And Ursaluna shrugged it off and went for the Earth Power and just knocked out the Typhlosion in response.
It was a great piece, wasn't it? And the knockoff as well that we saw the Incineroar go for as well, also knocking out the Typhlosion too, was really amazing as well. I mean, you could argue that if knockoff didn't knock out Typhlosion, that's actually maybe a worse position for Johan, because then you're stuck in with a Typhlosion that's stuck using Eruption at really low HP.
If you get knocked off, I guess you don't need to Eruption anymore, right? Because you lose the Scarf, so you could have gone for, say, an Overheat or a Heat Wave, if that's what, I can't remember what the Typhlosion carried. But still, it would have been quite a bit neutralized, and we saw how speedy that Incineroar was. That outsped a Tatsugiri, which is normally significantly faster than Incineroar. So, you know, a very speedy cat. And I think it just goes to show how the training of the Pokemon that you use can have a huge influence on the game.
Yeah, especially when you're using knockoff as well, right? Because if you're suddenly knocking off an item before that target has moved, you're often reducing then the damage that it does anyway, especially if you're knocking off a Life Orb or a Choice Specs or something like that. Or if you follow up with another attack and you've knocked off an Assault Vest, then you're lowering the special defense of that target as well. So you've got that amazing added utility that knockoff has. given like the Incineroar's utility as a whole as well, it just makes it such a useful Pokemon.
Not to mention, knockoff, if the opponent is holding an item, the base power of that move is doubled. And if you're moving very quickly before your opponent, you can actually dish out a significant amount of damage with knockoff. And we did see in that game 3, Incineroar got the one-hit knockout onto this Typhlosion with that knockoff. And yeah, I would say, would you say that Incineroar was the star of that game?
Yeah, I think I would, honestly. Closely tied with Ursaluna, obviously. But I think, yeah, it was able to survive the attacks it needed to. It was the only switch into Eruption a lot of the time. And it was the main thing that kind of helped win the end game, lowering the attack of the Dondozo as well, right? So.
Well, yeah, because it dropped it from +2 to -1. That's 4, 3. I can count. I promise I can count.
Fantastic job, honestly. Now, of course, we have Costa ready with our winner of that Swiss Round 3 to hear more about that amazing win with Lewis Markle. Let's hear it.
Thank you very much, David and Zori. Yes, we are indeed here with Lewis Markle, our winner of round 4 there. So, huge congrats. Of course, Lewis, how are you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling very good, yeah. I'm feeling very good.
Awesome. I mean, we saw some high-level competition between yourself and Johan there, so I know, and I've done a bit of research, that you and Johan have also played a previous time at Dortmund under the same regulation set format around 1 year ago-ish. So I guess going into this mindset, seeing Dondozo, what were your initial thoughts with the matchup?
To be honest, I asked him if we played before, and he didn't remember. I also didn't remember. So I don't know if he played Dondozo last year. I played a different team last year. But with this team that I'm playing right now, I have played with his team before. Right. So I had some preparation going into, and that helped.
Awesome. And I mean, that clearly showed. Game 1, you went in full aggressive. You wanted to make sure you shut down the sort of like Glamora setup mode. So you predominantly focused down on that slot. So it felt like a bit of a landslide in terms of all of the pressure that you forced. But we saw Johan go in game 2 and start bringing his own form of pressure. So what were your initial thoughts when you saw Dragonite and Hisuian Typhlosion paired up against each other?
Well, that surprised me because I've never seen this practice, this lead. And he kind of ran over me in game 2. But then in game 3, I made the adaptation with Terra Ghost Instant, and I think that helped.
Yeah, I mean, definitely you were able to catch out that sort of like focus of the extreme speed, Terra Normal. And it definitely looked like you have a lot of experience in terms of understanding how to deal with a Dondozo. So when it comes to, you know, just the fear aspect of going up against this sort of composition, what are your thoughts, especially going into that game 3, of the mind of, okay, I just need to make sure I get rid of the first or second pieces, and if Dondozo is in the back, maybe try to get that sort of, I'd say, pivot action going, like you did with the Incineroar, and you had sort of Intimidate focus?
Exactly. Well, there's a lot of Dondozo teams when you remove one piece and you can cycle your Intimidate and your Fake Outers. With the Dondozos on the field, you can put yourself in a position where your opponent doesn't have many options left because they're stuck on the field with Dondozo. And that was my game plan in game 3. Remove the Typhlosion early and then try to cycle my Incineroar and Rillaboom.
And you did an amazing job of it. You are currently undefeated, coming fresh off from LAIC, top 32, if I'm not mistaken. So I'd just say, at the moment, seems like you're definitely in form with the same team. Do you have any shout-outs that you would like to give, as we need to go ahead and allow you some rest going into the next round, my friend?
Well, I just want to thank all my friends who've been supporting me over the past couple of years, and yeah, they're great. I wouldn't be here without them.
Oh, that's heartwarming. Lovely to hear. So, Lewis, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it, my friend. With that being said, we're going to cut to a very short moment for you lovely folks to get your refreshments as we're getting the next round going. So, don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Into game number 1. This Incineroar, if he can survive this close combat, which of course it will not, because this Incineroar does something on this turn. This unfortunate get the knockout.
This year in Anaheim saw us crown a new world champion, Giovanni Siski. Gio's team was unusual in that he used the exact same team of Koraidon, Lunala, Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, Brute Bonnet and Ursaluna throughout the format. The
The extended practice with the team gave him consistent results, with a top 32 in Milwaukee and NAIC, a top 8 in Portland, and of course, the world champion. So, let's take a deep dive into Gio's team. There were 2 modes, Sun and Trick Room. Koraidon, Fluttermane and Chi-Yu formed the backbone of Gio's hyper-offensive Sun mode. Chi-Yu's fire attacks were boosted by Koraidon's Sun. Paired with Fluttermane, these two melted their opponents. Pokemon like Incineroar that could withstand the onslaught would get easily picked off by Koraidon. With Protosynthesis on Fluttermane and Choice Scarf on Chi-Yu, the Sun Cord could outspeed and cripple some of the strongest Pokemon in the format, such as Calyrex Shadow Rider and Miraidon. To balance the frail members, Gio also had a bulky Trick Room mode of Lunala, Ursaluna and Brute Bonnet. Lunala could set up Trick Room, and it also had strong offensive presence with a Power Herb Meteor Beam set. Ursaluna could then take advantage of Trick Room. Its unique ground and normal typing gave it immunity to 2 of the strongest attacks in the format, Astral Barrage and Electro Drift. Lastly, Brute Bonnet gave the team important redirection and sleep support. Unlike its counterpart Amoonguss, Brute Bonnet heavily threatened the most popular restricted Calyrex Shadow Rider. Under the Sun, it also got a defense boost, making it even tankier. This mixed composition gave Gio the flexibility against a wide variety of teams. For day 1 of Worlds, Gio had a strong performance, losing only to Mao Harada on string. This match was extremely close, with Mao making a fantastic read on the final turn of Game 3 to win the set. However, Gio was not deterred, and he went on undefeated for the remainder of Swiss until he faced Mao again in top 8. This time, Gio was ready. He had learned from his loss the day before and defeated Mao to advance to the semi-finals. Gio's next opponent was another top Japanese player, Hirofumi Kimura. Although Gio's Pokemon missed several moves, he remained calm and won against the 2-time Japanese national champion. And then it was the finals. Gio's team would be facing off against the Koraidon Shadow Rider team, piloted by James Evans. In Game 1, James's Brute Bonnet exerted huge pressure, putting Gio's Chi-Yu to sleep. However, Gio expertly preserved his Fluttermane until the endgame, where it outsped everything and won. In Game 2, Gio started well, but James capitalized on the Koraidon's Life Orb recoil and made defensive switches that forced the Koraidon to take more recoil. Eventually, Gio's Koraidon had 1 more attack left before it would faint to Life Orb, but James had 2 Pokemon left on the field, giving James the win. The stakes could not be higher for the final game. But this time, Gio changed up his playstyle. In Games 1 and 2, Gio had made safe plays. But for the deciding game, he made an aggressive read on turn 2, going for the Stellar Terror on his Fluttermane, which sniped down the opposing Brute Bonnet in 1 hit. With the threat of sleep now gone, Gio brought in his Chi-Yu alongside the Fluttermane. Under the Sun and with Beads of Ruin active, these 2 special attackers tore through the remainder of James's team, crowning Gio as the 2025 World Champion.
Welcome to the Pokémon World Championship 2024!
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to Swiss Round 4 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. My name is Zoe Liu. I'm joined by David
What? David?
Hey, you look like David.
Why are you confusing me with David? Is it because we've got the near exact same suit and the Dondozo pin?
Maybe. I will call you David.
Okay, fair. I'll take it. You know, I may not be as gloriously, tall and robust and got the beautiful locks of hair, but, I'll take it. I'll take it. That's a big plus. Thank you so much.
Don't you find that last round, just watching that masterclass of Luis just pivoting around the Dondozo so expertly and managing the damage control of that Dondozo with all those parting shots and intimidate swap-ins. Oh, that was such a treat of a game.
Yeah, I think you stated it quite nicely there. Masterclass definitely being the case. And it's not as if there wasn't back and forth tug of war between both of our trainers. Johan doing such a great job in Game 2. And as we did just have an interview with Luis as well, sort of mentioned that, well, he kind of ran through my team that way is what Luis mentioned. And it's like completely fair, but then the fact you're able to sort of start breaking down the components of the hyper-offensive aspects of Johan's team, that's clearly what Luis targeted and was able to essentially execute to great success.
And let's not forget that Johan is also a top trainer in his own right. So these were two really powerful trainers going up against each other. And it was such a treat to see Game 1 very dominant in one way, Game 2 very dominant in another way, and then Game 3 very balanced.
Yeah, indeed. And if you thought that was a fire match, guess what? We've got a couple of more notable matches for you lovely folks to sort of scan out the area of, but we will only be featuring one of them for our stream, and that's going to be a banger. It's going to be Thomas Gravouille versus Eduardo Cunha.
Oh, look at that matchup. It's the Dusclops and Venusaur with the Torkoal Sun. This is such a hyper-offensive mode, but there's also three other pairs of really powerful trainers. Niccolo Pilato versus Eric Rios, David Ekera versus Emanuele Briganti. Oh my goodness, and Marcus Liu versus Ibrahim Marouf.
Yeah, we got multiple regionals already, regional champions on the screen at the moment. As we know, Emanuele Briganti was our very first in Frankfurt for this season, essentially composing the archetype of the Lele team that has some really structural, important pieces to it. But it seems like Emanuele has actually adapted his sort of composition a tiny bit with her new entry pieces.
Look at that Paldean Tauros.
I know.
I wonder if it's going to be that Mirror Herb set that allows it to swap in. There aren't that. I mean, King Gambit is a very noticeable Defiant Pokemon, but we haven't seen it quite as much in this format. Maybe because of all the Typhlosions and Saluna Blood Moons that are running around. But I'm actually really happy to see all those Typhlosions so far today on stream. Actually, is that just one Typhlosion? Okay.
That's all you need to be able to.
I thought four more.
That's all right. I mean, what I've noticed is three Samedral on our screen too. So clearly the mischievous little, lovely painter actually going ahead and rising in usage, at least when it comes to the higher end of this phase 1.
Yeah, painting itself to history, one might say. But also very happy to see Davide with this crazy Golduck Espathra team, whom we featured in our first streamed game of the day, just performing so well and just dominating his opponent, Fabian. And now he's up against the champion of our first regional, Emanuele. So this is going to be also another really hype match.
Yeah, truly. There's just a lot of variety, not only through team compositions, but the accolades of the high-level, world-class caliber trainers that we even had for you lovely folks shown off on the notable matches area, because we've got Eric Rios as well, international champion of 2022, Europe, of course. So there's a lot of skill and talent that's coming to the fore, clearly not slowing things down. Quite a few of our trainers there actually coming straight from LAIC last week into this one to try to capitalize off of the experience built up with the regulation set H format.
Yeah, so many top players at this tournament. Let's now take a look at Tamar's team. And just a player with really strong finishes, really great accomplishments. We can see OCIC top 8, London Open top 4, Lille regional champion, Liverpool regional finalist, with that crazy Dusclops Venusaur team and the Torkoal Incineroar and Dragonite.
Yeah, and Lille regional champ 2022, bringing that trusty Shedinja, which currently isn't available in our latest...
There's a Dusclops and an Annihilate.
There is, but he did notably bring that Shedinja to win that little regional championship and just push his efforts all the way through. But yeah, change up. It was rain back then. Now it's sun. Taking a bit of a script from Oliver Esterlin's book in terms of that same team, if I'm not mistaken, that Oliver was able to bring to great success to the top 8 last week at LAIC.
It's really interesting. This kind of team, you can see a very obvious Trick Room mode in the Dusclops and the Torkoal. But there's also a really speedy mode with the Annihilate, the Venusaur with the Chlorophyll doubling its speed under the sun. And Venusaur, got a little bit of a frail Pokemon, but it's got some really great offensive options. Yep. Weather Ball, Sludge Bomb, and Giga Drain, or not Wood. Oh, it does have Wood Hammer, but you probably wouldn't want to run. Yeah. Petal Blizzard, that's the one.
That is definitely one. You could even go down the angle of either Grass Knot, trying to capitalize off a very heavy Pokemon, or Leaf Storm.
Oh, yes, that's the one I was thinking of.
The immense damage output that it's got. And like you said, Weather Ball, you're able to combine that with a Terra Fire application, and all of a sudden hit very powerfully in the sun, boosted by the Torkoal.
And maybe even Sleep Powder. We saw some sleep in that last game with the Yawn Ursaluna, and now we might be getting a, not quite as accurate Sleep Powder from the Venusaur, but this is a one-turn move, and it puts a lot of pressure on the board, and sometimes the opponents, even though there is that 25% chance to miss, you might not want to leave your Pokemon that open to the risk of a sleep.
Yeah, exactly. But when it comes to sort of the risks and the efforts that all of our trainers go and try to implement to the best of their knowledge, you can't go that straight away from a world champ in the making and knowing the decision-making process of Eduardo. He's been able to show it off multiple times. 22 world champ, of course, but he's also 2019 OCIC champ, and then two-time special champ at Barcelona a couple of seasons ago, and then the 2016 Madrid special too.
Oh, so many decorated accolades. I think he's one of the very few players who has managed to win a title at every level of event, being special event, worlds, ICs, and that is a huge accomplishment. And here he's got that tricky little Smeargle, which has access to every move in the game, and it's such a useful Pokemon. You can just, if you're missing any move, hey, go for a Smeargle. Might even have a Moody boost and get a cheeky speed boost and get those fast spores off.
That's what it does. It just depends on what mood it's in particular. So, and we did see Eduardo bring it to the finals in Lille, of course, going up against none other than Marco Silva, and showing off that Smeargle, we sort of anticipate so much great utility when it comes to the Spore, Follow Me, Wide Guard, Fake Out, but actually bringing Tailwind was fascinating to further enable another mode that the team can run, especially when trying to assist that Blood Moon or Ursaluna to capitalize off of which side of the speed spectrum it wants to dish out all of this disastrous damage is capable of.
I would say Smeargle is actually one of the best support Pokemon in the format, and now Eduardo has combined it with all these really powerful offensive Pokemon. That Sneasler, that Blood Moon Ursaluna, that Golden Go. These are all Pokemon that really appreciate all sorts of redirection, Tailwind, and Sleep support. So this is going to be a really tricky team to face up against, and I'm sure Tamar is one of those very decorated players as well. He's not going to be making it easy.
Yeah, and why would you at this point? You're both undefeated, you're both top-class trainers, and I'm pretty sure they may have even gone up against each other in the past, but right now, they've got a goal. You see the Shedinja and the Smeargle stare off on the desk there, accompanying and trying to cheer on their trainers. So it's going to be a fascinating match to kick us off with this next round, number 4.
I would say in terms of the plushie matchup, the two players are very even.
I'm a bit biased. I've got to say Smeargle. Smeargle's my boy.
Shedinja is immune to everything, but
except of
the things it's weak to.
And then you can sort of try to, I don't know, we'll see. But then again, Smeargle has near any sort of move capable, but regardless, we've got the trainers. Thomas, versus Eduardo. There's a lot of different mind games that you can initially kick things off. So what would be a couple of the notable win conditions between both of these teams that you think each trainer needs to identify?
Well, Tamar doesn't have any safety goggles on his team. He does have a sleep immunity in that Venusaur. So, you know, he could be trying to bring in that Pokemon into the game to try and absorb those. But the Smeargle, I would say, Eduardo probably is likely to be bringing that into the game because it's got so much great support options and can also redirect away really powerful attacks away from his teammate by that extra turn. And we see once again the accolades of our trainers on the field, such decorated players. This is going to be such a hype match. You know, we could be easily seeing this caliber of play in the finals of Stuttgart Regionals.
Oh, 100%. And, you know, I've had the pleasure of actually playing against both of these trainers and sort of being on the receiving end of all of their ferocious pressure that they're able to dish out. So I personally know that, you know, they're more than capable of being able to get into your head, and all it takes is the smallest of margins to be able to do so.
Yeah, look at Tamar's team now. It's going to be the Incineroar with the Assault Vest. So a very tanky Pokemon combined with the Intimidate allows it to take hits from both the defensive and special defensive side. Paired up with that Terra Fire Torkoal with Charcoal and Dragonite, Annihilate, and that Dusclops and Venusaur. So these two Pokemon are a little bit more unconventional, but that Life Orb Venusaur with the Leaf Storm, Weather Ball, Earth Power, and Sleep Powder. So no protects, but so much offensive pressure coming off of Venusaur. And if it reduces its special attack with the Leaf Storm, it can just start going for Sleep Powders.
Yeah, exactly. That's sort of like the multi-role compression that this slot does offer in terms to the team. But then the Dusclops, it's sort of like an unsung hero in terms of the capabilities of this Pokemon. You've got Trick Room, you've got self-recovery, but also damage infliction via the Pain Split available. But then Haze, it's one of those Trick Room users. Not only are you immune to fake outs, you sort of force a lot of scenarios of respect going to that slot because of how bulky it is.
Yeah, Haze is such a great answer to Dondozo as well, which we are not going to be seeing just this round, but it's going to be Eduardo's team, that really offensive core of Incineroar, Golden Go, Smeargle, Sneasler, Ursaluna, and Rillaboom. And this Ursaluna, it's a calm mindset, so no yawn, but it can capitalize on the fake out or the follow me support from the Smeargle, set up those calm minds, and then all of a sudden, once Smeargle gets knocked out, bring in the Incineroar, and you got more fake out and more pressure and disruption.
Yeah, exactly, and that's sort of the beauty of having three Pokemon that essentially can be set-up sweepers, but also dish out some really respectable damage from the get-go. But Ursaluna, Blood Moon, we've seen it tend to go on the angle of merging with the Incineroar, Rillaboom, Smeargle, sort of composition of four Pokemon, the quartet, per se, in order to be able to capitalize off of getting that disruption going every other subsequent turn, always having Fake Out available. Three Fake Out users, that's very tough to deal with if you don't have, like, a Farigiraf, for example.
I find it really interesting that there's three fake out users on Eduardo's team, and the other three Pokemon all have setup moves.
Exactly.
The Nasty Plot on the Golden Go, Swords Dance on the Sneasler, and Carmine on Ursaluna. So I would say Eduardo's strategy going to this is probably going to try lead with a fake out user, get some disruption whilst the partner tries to set up. Whereas Tamar's side, he doesn't quite have any setup besides the coaching from the Annihilate, but he does also have his own fake out. He's also got two ghost types which are immune to fake out and also Defiant, so that might be able to scare off the Incineroar.
Oh, but we're gonna go into the match. Smeargle revealed with the Golden Go over on Eduardo's side versus the Incineroar and the Annihilate. Intimidate's not gonna have any sort of effect on both of Eduardo's side, but fake out is quicker from this Smeargle, and there's also the chance of a Spore focus as well.
Yeah, there's not much that Tamar can do against a Spore. The Annihilate can't actually protect because it's got all four attacking, well, it's got four moves that are not protect, but it does heavily threaten this Golden Go. Golden Go isn't really in the best position. Now, Smeargle could maybe also think about going for a follow me, try to redirect some attacks away, let the Golden Go set up, but Golden Go then next turn, might even want to think about going for that Terastallization to get out of that Ghost type weakness, but it looks like the fake out is just going to come off first.
Yeah, just wanting to make sure that it does not get any sort of move off, and the Taunt respecting that Smeargle immensely in order to make sure that that slot is essentially useless in the subsequent turn. The freest of Nasty Plots to be set up here, of course, and that sort of is a testament to understanding this composition. The Smeargle always forces so much pressure where it allows Golden Go to breathe.
Yeah, Smeagol now taunted is very much useless on the field, so Eduardo is going to be forced to switch out that Smeagol. But the Golden Go is now set up at +2 with a nasty plot boost. It is slower than the Annihilate, so it will be forced to take a hit first. And this Annihilate, actually, with the Rage Fist having not taken any hits, is not going to be threatening the Golden Go too much, but can be followed up by the Incineroar, and Smeagol can no longer redirect it away. So I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe the Golden Go try and either go for a Protect or Terrestrialization.
Yeah, and there could even be a case of Eduardo wanting to go immediately on the offensive if there's not going to be a repositioning here, and maybe catch out Thomas trying to make the read of the obvious sort of protective, but, you know, not see any sort of terrestrialization commits so far from Eduardo. Does bring that Sneasler in. We know it doesn't have Fake Out available to itself, but you see Thomas trying to catch a bit of a cheeky read in that scenario, targeting that Golden Go with the close combat to try to ensure as much damage as possible, whilst just a very safe U-turn here will allow Thomas to get that pivot action going and get a bit of a sneak preview here. We see the Venusaur and the Torkoal in the back, so Venusaur already putting on a lot of pressure.
Oh, it is indeed. And if the Torkoal does switch in, if this turn Thomas chooses to swap in his Torkoal, he suddenly got the fastest Pokemon on the field. But the Sneasler also gets unburdened, but I wouldn't be surprised to see the Golden Go stay in. And, it's actually quite difficult, right? Because the Golden Go is Terra Water. If it stays in its Ghost and Steel form, it will be taking super effective damage. So Golden Go in a bit of a tricky position, but it does exert a lot of offensive pressure. And, this turn is so, so close. Is this Golden Go going to swap in? Or is the Rillaboom going to swap in and allow the Sneasler to still maintain its speed with the Unburden boost with the Grassy Seed?
3 seconds remaining from Thomas there, coming down to the wire, trying to really get an idea of what sort of things to anticipate from Eduardo's side here, because you've got a +2, Golden Go, which is boosted and primed for so much damage as the Incineroar's back on the field saying, you know what, I definitely need to preserve the Venusaur, and Eduardo going for a second setup move right now. Now, being on the Sneasler with that Swords Dance, +1 of its attack in order to anticipate that Incineroar coming in with the Intimidate, but the Golden Go, of course, going to be able to take so much damage comfortably to an extent since Annihilate has not been attacked, and trying to focus the Shadow Ball onto the Incineroar goes to show how much respect Eduardo has for the Annihilate.
Yeah, you don't want to boost up that Rage Fist if you can help it, and if the Annihilate went for, say, the Terra Fire, suddenly that Shadow Ball will no longer be in fact, the Annihilate has the Focus Sash, so it is guaranteed to survive at least one hit, and you don't want to power up that Rage Fist any more than necessary. But now, the Golden Go has taken quite a bit of damage. It will no longer be able to survive another Rage Fist. It can survive a hit if it goes for the Terra Water, but then you leave yourself open to the Venusaur in the back. But at the same time, there is the Sneasler on the field at +1 attack from the Intimidate and Swords Dance, and maybe the Incineroar might want to try and go for the Fake Out onto the Sneasler.
Ooh, but the Golden Go being preserved here. Eduardo is saying doesn't want to risk actually getting rid of it, just in case, you don't want to fall short of sort of sleep powders. You have a great immunity brought in, but talk about immunities, the Grass-type Rillaboom is now on the field. They will be able to proc the Grassy Seed on that Sneasler. Definitely guaranteeing it's going to be the fastest thing on the field, but most importantly, even if the Venusaur does come onto the field right now, when the sun will arrive as well, which it does right now, it's not even the Venusaur, it will still be able to outspeed the Venusaur. So going for a second Swords Dance here, now up to +3, ensures that you don't mind much of the Intimidate sort of swap-ins from this Incineroar. And there you go, +1 defense and no Rage Fist sort of procced and boosted damage output from this. Annihilate means just very minimal damage.
Yeah, we saw just how useful that Grassy Seed is. Sneasler was mainly just tickled by that Rage Fist. Yeah. But now there's this Torkoal on the field. Now, Torkoal is the slowest Pokemon on the field, and if it does choose to go for Eruption and takes damage, it won't be doing as much. So Torkoal's main purpose, I would say, is now they've set up the sun, it can probably just get out here, but it looks like the Annihilate is actually going to swap out, and in its place, it will be, what is that? That is going to be the Incineroar, so double fire on the field.
Yeah, and Torkoal is definitely a Pokemon which is extremely bulky when it comes to its physical defense, so it's actually a good way to be able to take the damage output from Eduardo's double Pokemon side, whilst being able to exert a lot of damage outwards, most likely locking into a Heat Wave, but clearly being the Pokemon that is fully respected by Eduardo as the double up into that slot. But this allows Tamar so much more room because now you have Fake Out available on the field and -1 Rillaboom too.
Yeah, that was a very nice protect from the Torkoal there. Now, the Sneasler, because it's gone for 2 Swords Dancers, the Incineroar swapping in twice, it is at +2 attack. So it is still going to be dealing huge damage, and it will knock out the Incineroar with a close combat if the Incineroar doesn't go for Terastallization or if it doesn't go for the Fake Out. So there's still a lot of huge offensive pressure coming from this Sneasler, and Sneasler can just go for the protect. There's nothing that Tamar can do to punish this, but it looks like now we're going to get our first Terastallization of the game.
Yeah, and it's going to be on the Rillaboom. You want to make sure that you essentially forego all of the firepower coming out from that Torkoal. You'll be able to comfortably take it, especially with that Assault Vest item of choice on it. So protect, like you called out, Zoe, it's definitely the most optimal way to be able to play the Sneasler now that you've got +2 in its attack. And high horsepower, predominantly there, not looking for any sort of like outrageous KOs. You want to get as much chip damage onto the Torkoal whilst allowing the Sneasler more room to be able to just pick up the KO straight away.
And it's a really nice pivot out from the Incineroar. You turn it into the Rillaboom, which absolutely cannot protect because it's holding that Assault Vest. And now you get that free switch into the Venusaur. And also, in the next turn, I think Torkoal's really done its job of setting up the sun. That's a very sad eruption onto the Terrafire Assault Vest Rillaboom there. But now, Tamar can bring in his Incineroar, drop the attack of the Sneasler by another stage. Now, Sneasler has got the Inverter Boost, so it will still be faster than the Venusaur. And this Venusaur is not a Focus Sash. So if it stays in its regular grass and poison form, it might just get knocked out immediately by the Acrobatics. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Venusaur go for the Terastallization and try to threaten some really strong attacks.
Yeah, because the Terra has already been committed from Eduardo's side, so you're not going to be able to capitalize off of the additional multiplier that you can get from the Terra flying if you are the Sneasler. So this is going to be quite decisive. And at this point, the Terrafire might just be a defensive play here in order to not go down to an Acrobatics. But Eduardo's going to have to get that read correctly. Do you commit with the Acrobatics or the close combat into the Venusaur slot?
Oh, now Torkoal first is going to swap in. Looks like it's going to be the Incineroar back in again to try and drop the attack of the Sneasler. So Sneasler is now at +1 attack. And we're going to see our second Terastallization of the game. It is going to be into that Venusaur, onto the Terrafire, removing that weakness to Acrobatics. And now Venusaur is probably going to survive this any attack from the Sneasler now.
Gonna see what has Eduardo committed to. It's gonna be the Acrobatics, and it doesn't pick up a KO thanks to that Terastallization. And the Sleep Powder returned out of respect from one another. Sneasler, of course, this does mean it's gonna have to take a mandatory turn of sleep the following turn. But before that, the Venusaur now does get felled. Eduardo wants to ensure that even if there is gonna be a defensive Terastallization there, you can guarantee the KO and start picking away at Tomas's quartet of resource available with now down to 3 Pokemon left.
That was such a good move from Eduardo. Force the double up into the Venusaur, ensuring that no matter what happens, that Venusaur is going to go down this turn. Now, of course, he does get the Sneasler to sleep for all that trouble, but I would say that's actually a pretty positive turn for Eduardo because he's removed the Terastallization from the Venusaur, and he's also, Venusaur was one of the strongest offensive presence on Tamar's team, and now he's kind of forced to rely on this very slow Torkoal or the Annihilate, which is still quite strong, but he hasn't taken any damage, and the Rage Fist just doesn't hit quite that hard.
And I guess the issue is as well that the Sneasler still has a +1 defense due to the Grassy Seed, so there's no real offensive pressure coming out unless you commit with that Flare Blitz as well as a double up from the Annihilate.
Well, the Flare Blitz in Sun could deal quite a bit of damage, but, at this point, I think maybe Tamar might want to try and attack his own Annihilate to try and power up
I like
that Rage Fist. But you don't really... Annihilate doesn't want to take a Sun-boosted Flare Blitz or a knockoff, but it could take a U-turn. So there's that. But it's a little bit tricky for Tamar here, but if any player can come back, it is Tamar.
Yeah, it's sort of the question of which Pokemon do you want to rely on in terms of committing either damage onto the Sneasler, which you definitely need to do, and not allow it to sort of run away with it and get a wake-up in the subsequent turn potentially. We'll have to find out as it does take its mandatory turn of sleep.
Oh, coaching!
Ooh, but there it is. The coaching will now allow this Incineroar to get to +1, and this is going to be a very scary Flare Blitz that I don't even know if the Sneasel is going to be able to survive, as it doesn't, and it's able to offset that boost in its defense. +1 with that +1 in attack from the Incineroar slot. That Sun really paying dividends right now, even if the Venusaur necessarily isn't on the field anymore. It's not even in this game anymore. It's been KO'd, as the Sun perfectly does time itself out there, which means Torkoal, the next time it's going to come in, is going to be able to bring it back online.
Yeah, Torkoal can just swap in, set up the Sun again, and because this Annihilate is a Terra Ghost type, it's immune to Fake Out. And we saw the Annihilate is faster than the Smeargle, so it can just go for the taunt onto this Smeargle. There's nothing that Eduardo can do to stop the taunt coming off. And although the Golden Go is on the field now, but we saw previously how much damage it took from that unboosted Rage Fist. And in this range, I would say it's actually pretty close. Golden Go might survive on the 1 HP, but Annihilate is a very bulky Pokemon, and without a boost, it will be able to survive a super effective Shadow Ball.
Yeah, and it does have the Focus Sash as well, right? So this may not necessarily be trained in a very bulky manner, but there could be the case of, since it does have the utility sort of aspect of it, it doesn't have the final Gambit, but given that it has the coaching instead. So gonna have to see how it's gonna pay out. Is there gonna be an offensive move coming out here from the Annihilate? No, it's just gonna be the safe taunt in order to not allow this Smeargle to run away with any sort of additional support that it can provide. As Shadow Ball, like you mentioned, Zoe, goes into the Annihilate, so it doesn't even need the Focus Sash to survive on 8 hit points there, as the Smeargle is up to its usual business with the Moody increases and drops, but at this point, not able to move, given all of its moves, excluding Fake Out, are support ones.
Yeah, Smeargle is really forced to switch out this turn, and because this Annihilate is faster than the Golden Go, it can, now that it's got that Rage Fist boost, it can actually deal quite a bit of damage, and Smeargle forced to switch out means that the Torkoal can go for some chip damage with the Eruption, or I wonder if the Smeargle just want to stay and go for the Struggle and knock off that remaining 8 HP on the Annihilate, but no, it's going to swap out.
Yeah, that probably would have been a good play if the Smeargle was able to get a speed increase rather than the neutral sort of speed tiering, given that the Annihilate being utility set most likely would have been able to outspeed with the Focus Sash and close combat, dealing so much damage onto the Rillaboom. The Golden Go hasn't even gone for Protect, disrespecting the Rage Fist, going for the Make It Rain, picking up a KO onto the Annihilate, and Eduardo sort of like seeing Thomas eye to eye in that scenario, saying, I'm not going to flinch. I know you're going to respect my Protect. You have to, so I'm going to disrespect your play. But Eruption is enough to pick up the KO. It is onto the Golden Go. Rillaboom brought down to red. But Eduardo has a free switch in for a faster Fake Out user versus Thomas, who's going to be bringing in his Incineroar.
Yeah, now the Incineroar quite nicely is going to get that attack drop on the Rillaboom, and Eduardo's Smeargle can start going for the spores, but it can really only spore one Pokemon at a time. Right. So it has to be kind of careful with the targeting. And Rillaboom, it does have the Assault Vest, does resist all those attacks, Fire-type attacks from both the Torkoal and Incineroar, but it's so chipped that it can't really even go for the Wood Hammer at this point because of all the recoil damage. So everything is really left on this Rillaboom to try and pick off the Incineroar and the Torkoal, and I'm not sure those high horsepowers will be able to do it.
Yeah, and I think that is the hope right now. You want to go for the Fake Out Disruption, or maybe even double Fake Out here in order to be able to sort of utilize yourself, but no. Eduardo wants to definitely make sure that he gets the Fake Out into the Incineroar. He's naturally going to be faster with that Smeargle, goes for the Spore into the Torkoal slot, will force it to take a mandatory turn of sleep, but every little counts, especially when it comes to the sleep counter forced onto Tamar, and you want to be able to allow this Rillaboom to essentially get off those crucial damage points to get the KOs, because like you said, at -1, it's not going to be dishing out as much damage.
Yeah, although now the Smeargle can just spore the Incineroar, buy a turn for the Rillaboom, and Rillaboom can slowly regain its health from the grassy terrain. So let's see now, is this Rillaboom, how much damage is that -1 high horsepower going to do?
Oh, it's going for the Incineroar slot, a 2-shot from that range, but the question is, does Torkoal wake up? It does not. That was its first oh wait, no, sorry, that was the Incineroar. No. The Torkoal has yet to move, and it's going to remain as so. now having two, or let's say one more opportunity to wake up in the subsequent turn before having to take a full turn or cycle of sleep.
Yeah, I think at this point, Smeargle is just going to want to go for the follow me, and Rillaboom's actually recovered enough health that I think it's actually quite safe for Eduardo, provided he doesn't miss those high horsepowers. And Torkoal, in that range, isn't really going to be dealing that much damage, and the sun counters are also slowly ticking down. Once the sun goes away, the Torkoal is going to be dealing quite sad damage, but here we go. Here's the first follow me, just in case one of the Pokemon to our side wakes up.
Yeah, exactly, and the high horsepower does connect and picks up the KO on the Incineroar, leaving Thomas down to his final Pokemon, the Tortoise, Torkoal. Is going to be able to wake up. It does. And the most crucial thing here is, does it pick up a KO? It really needs maybe even a burn on the Smeargle to not allow it to go for any sort of redirection or support on the other side of the field. No burn, which means Eduardo is very safe to go for a Spore and high horsepower combo to essentially, I would say, wrap up this game. Although the high horsepower at -1 will not directly be able to pick up a KO, you'll be able to have the redirection and the additional turns of recovery via the grassy terrain in the next subsequent turns.
Yes, this Torkoal, has really got the odds stacked against him, because as you mentioned, there's nothing stopping that Spore onto the Torkoal, buying the turn for the Rillaboom to start going for those high horsepowers. So here we see our players maybe take a bit of time, maybe our players kind of know what's going on, and at this point, they know the moves they are going to click, and it's kind of just goes up to whether or not the game is going to, but the high horsepower comes up first, tickles the Torkoal a little bit. Now we get that Spore, so Torkoal's going to fall asleep, and we just have to slowly see this game play out.
Yeah, exactly. And if you hadn't noticed as well, folks, Tomas, your time is getting very, very low, around the 30-second mark. So he's going to have to really click in these buttons in order to be able to at least have himself some sort of opportunity, if there is one. Because at this point, you need to be able to rely on the high horsepower miss, going into a wake up and a double connect of the heat wave to pick up the KO onto the Smeargle, and hope you have enough HP to be able to dish out the Rillaboom.
Oh, there we go. High horsepower is going to knock the Torkoal down to 16 HP. The Spore coming off again. Smeargle really doesn't have much better to do at this point, but Torkoal stays asleep for another turn. I think the game is mostly sealed in Eduardo's favor. The Rillaboom, all it has to do is connect that high horsepower.
Yeah, and it doesn't even need to go for that. At this point, you probably can pick up the KO with a Wood Hammer. I think it was 16 hit point remaining. Sure, there is no grassy terrain on the field, so it'll just have to depend on how safe Eduardo wants to play this as the Spore comes out.
There we go.
There it is. The Wood Hammer will, of course, dispatch of this Torkoal, and Eduardo is up 1-0 versus Tomas in what was a very lengthy set between both of our trainers, clearly identifying some very crucial board position turns to be able to capitalize off of all of the support along their side.
He made several really great plays throughout that game. He had boosted up the Golden Go, but instead of attacking, he suddenly recalled it. In some ways, some might say it was a bit of a waste of a boost, but it just made sure that Eduardo was able to keep that Golden Go in the end game and bring it back in. And it's, I would say, the mark of a great player, knowing when to swap out, even if you have to sacrifice those boosts. Because had he kept the Golden Go in, it would have gone knocked out, and then he would have been in a very bad position.
Yeah, exactly that. So, if you're Tomas, Zoe, what's running through your mind right now? Do you think you might even change up the mode and not lead with the Incineroar as well as the Annihilate?
Well, it's hard to say. I think Venusaur put on quite a bit of pressure, but it just got knocked out because the Sneasler was so strong offensively, and the Venusaur doesn't have Protect. So it was in a bit of an awkward position. So I would say maybe he might want to lean on the Trick Room mode a little bit and get that Dusclops in. And then once your Torkoal is the fastest Pokemon on the field, this Smeargle doesn't have Wide Guard. You can just say, protect the Torkoal, go for the Trick Room. Although it is a bit difficult, I can see, with the Smeargle having Spore and being able to shut down at least one turn before the Trick Room went up.
And it does have Terra Ghost as well, right? So if you're thinking that an Incineroar and Dusclops lead is safe, you have to think again, because you have to respect that commit earlier on from Eduardo, which he doesn't usually commit to an early terrestrialization, but depending on the sort of like flowchart and the leads, that may very well be a case that Eduardo has to go for.
Yeah, Eduardo's Smeargle is really a huge thorn in Tomas' side. And I would say even in this second game, I think Tamar might just have to resign himself to the fact that one Pokemon has to be put to sleep.
Right.
But if he can predict which Pokemon, he might be able to dance around that by maybe Venusaur switching or just playing with, well, the other slot.
Ooh, but no Smeargle. Gonna be a Rillaboom brought in right now, and Tamar sticking to the Game 1 leads. Incineroar and the Annihilate. So we've got Intimidate drop onto the Rillaboom now at -1 of its attack, and already quite a bit of a difference in terms of dynamics.
Yeah, once again, this Golden Go is heavily threatened by both the Incineroar and the Annihilate, and it is paired up with another Fake Out user. And Nardo can go for, say, a Fake Out onto this Incineroar by that turn for the Golden Go. We saw that it was able to quite comfortably survive an unboosted Rage Fist. Then the question is, if you do that, what are you going to do the next turn? Because we saw in that game 1, the Golden Go then ended up switching out. And the Rillaboom, I think it's kind of done its job of setting up the grassy terrain, so I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe the Rillaboom try and pivot out, or, you know, maybe go for a strong, say, high horsepower, just to get some chip damage onto this Incineroar.
Oh, just going to be a rapid Fake Out from the Rillaboom into the Incineroar. Rage Fist now just prioritizing dealing any sort of damage, and actually that is a very respectable amount, similar to what we saw in that game 1, being retaliated immediately after with a ghost type move of its own. Shadow Ball now bringing the Annihilate down to its Focus Sash, contrary to what we saw in the last game where it was only brought down to 8 hit points. So all of a sudden, both trainers going full aggressive right now in order to be able to start whittling down the resource availability of the very crucial pieces.
This is a really good turn for Eduardo. Now the Annihilate is in range of a Grassy Glide, and the Annihilate cannot protect. So if it stays on the field, it's just going to get knocked out immediately, which kind of almost forces Tamar to try and recall that Annihilate for something that he has in the back, which means then that the Golden Go is quite free to get those really powerful +2 attacks. Now, can't really do that much to the Incineroar, but whatever target the slot of the Annihilate is in is going to be taking huge damage.
Yeah, and this is sort of where you need to be able to put your foot down on the gas and not slow down, because any little moment where you're able to reposition, especially this Dusclops, onto the field to capitalize off the fact that Eduardo doesn't have Pokemon that can directly threaten it is crucial. And you see Tamar's reaction there, really not wanting to see the Golden Go being swapped out there, now in favor of the Incineroar. And this Incineroar in particular does not have Taunt, but it does have great ways to be able to not only deal damage, but actually get rid of the Eviolite on the Dusclops.
Yeah, Incineroar can just easily go for a knockoff onto this Dusclops, remove the Eviolite, and it drops a very nice Intimidate onto the Rillaboom. Of course, that Rillaboom did pivot itself out of the... Oh, wait, Incineroar pivot itself out of the field with that U-turn and brings in the Annihilate quite freely, which means it does get that round of extra recovery from the grassy terrain. Now, I do wonder at this point, is Tamar maybe going to want to swap in his Incineroar again to get another round of Intimidate off onto Eduardo's team? We've seen that last game was quite balanced with a lot of switching.
Yeah, but there is also the scenario of the close combat focus onto the Incineroar, which directly threatens it, most likely because it's a Focus Sash variant. There's going to be sort of max amount of attack to an extent, maybe not nature, which can actually pick off this Incineroar. So Eduardo may have to try to respect that, even consider Terra Ghost.
Yeah, because this Annihilate has close combat and not Drain Punch, unlike the more kind of defensive sets. So it is able to just easily knock out the Incineroar in one hit if Eduardo's Incineroar stays on the field without terrestrialization. But it looks like the was not the grassy year.
There was a Fake Out commit there, maybe in anticipation of terrestrialization there, to want to forego the weakness to the knockoff Dark type. Tamar just going ahead and saying, look, I don't want to commit that hard. I need to force you to respect the Dusclops in a way where you either go for the KO or you don't. And that sort of led Tamar to say, well, maybe even the Dusclops could survive a double up of a Wood Hammer and a knockoff, because we know how bulky the Eviolite makes this Pokemon be.
Yeah, and now Trick Room has been set up. This Torkoal is the fastest Pokemon on the field. There's a Sun boost, there's a Charcoal boost. If it goes for the Terra Fire, that's another damage boost multiplier it's got. And those eruptions, it's going to be hitting very, very hard. Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Incineroar survive the hit. And if the Rillaboom goes for the Terra Fire, that's probably also going to survive. But that's a lot of chip damage that you will be taking. And eruptions, I wouldn't be surprised to see it deal more than half damage. But it looks like now Tamar's going to pivot out the Dusclops. It's done its job of setting up the Trick Room, and the Incineroar is going to come in.
Yeah, it's a great way to be able to capitalize off of the maximum amount of disruption or enablement of the Torkoal to essentially do the thing. Go for the damage, commit with the Terra Fire, click the Eruption button, and just hope you start picking up KOs on the other side of the field. And Eduardo most likely will have to immediately respect that with the Rillaboom, since there's no switch-ups here, and does opt for the Terra Fire.
There we go. It is going to be that Terra Fire on the Rillaboom, making itself even tankier. This Rillaboom is on fire, and it is going to be able to survive this now not very effective eruption. Now let's see how much damage this Charcoal, Sun boosted, Terra Fire boosted eruption is going to be doing to both of these Pokemon. It does over half. That is a significant amount of damage with a critical hit, of course.
Yeah, and Knockoff, now targeting the Torkoal, will be able to remove the Charcoal, but also reduce the amount of damage output in combination with his high horsepower that the Torkoal is capable of when going for the Eruption. At this range, may well actually be more profitable in terms of being able to go for the Heat Wave, given the damage output differential.
Not to mention, now there's also an Incineroar on the field with Flare Blitz, and the Torkoal with the Heat Wave, I wouldn't be surprised if the Incineroar actually went down to the double up. You have to remember that both the Rillaboom and Incineroar on Eduardo's side are at -1 attack because of all the intimidates that Tamar has swapped in. So this is, a lot of resisted hits, but they haven't got that much HP left, and it could not be, the Incineroar on Eduardo's side is in a bit of a sticky situation.
Yeah, definitely, and that's sort of what Tomar is trying to go for, right? You want to be able to capitalize off of having some form of damage available from both of your pieces and both of your slots, and you see that Tomar's running down to the timer there, leaving it 1 second away, maybe trying to anticipate a switch in here, whether Eduardo's going to value the Rillaboom being brought in or not. So if there's a knockoff commit here, you're just wanting to try to commit and make sure that even if the Heat Wave misses, you can guarantee the KO onto the Golden Go, which it does not. Torkoal dealing so much damage onto the Incineroar in particular, and now we're going to get a bit of a sneak peek of the interactions of both Incineroars. The U-turn moving first from Tomar's side, not quite enough to pick up a KO, but this allows Dusclops to not only come in, but fully recover to 100% HP, unless we see the Incineroar from Eduardo's side focus onto it.
Oh, now let's see what Eduardo's Incineroar has gone for in this turn. It is going, firstly, the Frisk from Dusclops coming up, but now the parting shot onto this Torkoal. So Torkoal really not as much of an offensive threat now that it's a -1 special attack, and it's also had its Charcoal knocked off. But this is a great turn for Tamar because his Dusclops comes in and is able to recover to full health.
Yeah, and we do have Eduardo still not having revealed the fourth and final Pokemon being the Sneasler, now profiting off of the grassy terrain turns that do remain, getting the proc on the grassy seed, further ensuring that it's able to, at least from the Incineroar side, take a bit of the damage better. But the focus and importance there was to do it before the Rillaboom's sort of terrain does expire. You bring it back onto the field, you reactivate it, and you got Fake Out available too.
What perfect timing for Eduardo there, sending in the Rillaboom just as the grassy terrain expired. Now, there is a full health Dusclops on the field, and it is a very, very tanky Pokemon. And Tamar, I think you might want to just swap out the Torkoal, reset that special attack drop, get that Incineroar in against these two physical attackers, which is going to be very useful. And Dusclops at this stage can actually deal quite annoying damage with the Nightshade onto the Sneasler. So Sneasler, can set up with the Swords Dance, but it's on a bit of a timer.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the perfect way to be able to not only get your Trick Room set up with the Intimidate damage output reduced from the Rillaboom and the Sneasler, even if you take a lot of damage from the Dusclops, you're able to completely capitalize off of it. But Nightshade, not quite enough to pick up the KO. They're just missing out, and close combat, not quite enough to pick up the KO either. -1 now.
Yeah, now that the Sneasler has dropped itself down to -1 defense, it is actually at neutral, which means it's going to be hit quite hard by any physical attacks and special attacks from Tomar's team. And Incineroar, the sun is still up. Those Flare Blitzers will be doing significant damage. Rillaboom can get one attack off with a priority Grassy Glide, but that's not going to do very much to either the Incineroar or the Dusclops. And Dusclops can just, easily go for the Nightshade onto the Rillaboom, pick it off, and Sneasler at -1 attack isn't going to be doing very much.
No, and that's sort of what Tomar has identified, that you want to be able to at least ensure that you whittle down your Pokemon, your opponent's Pokemon as much as possible, but get the repositioning of your board in play. Dusclops isn't scared of getting KO'd right now. It very well may actually still stay on the field and get another Trick Room set up in a couple of turns. And Eduardo bringing the Incineroar now onto the field is sort of a direct respect in order to be able to set up and get the pivot actions going, but it's at such low HP.
Yeah, and then this is one of the great things about Nightshade. It deals a fixed amount of damage, so no amount of Intimidate is going to reduce the damage. And now the Fake Out goes on Caesar, flinches it, but it means Incineroar is going to be knocked out on Eduardo's side, and Eduardo is going to be forced to bring in his Rillaboom at last. And I think that it is the final turn of Trick Room. But are we going to see? Well, yes, that is the final turn. But Tomar can just set it up again. There's no taunt coming off the Dusclops, and Sneasler really isn't a big threat right now. He has to go for the Swords Dance.
And it goes to show why Tomar didn't want to commit with the Terra Dark on the Dusclops so early on, because you're not only able to be immune to future fake outs, but you don't become susceptible to the close combat from the Sneasler. So even if we do see the Incineroar go down here, which it does not, as the Sneasler opts to go for the Swords Dance here, the Trick Room will be set up. The Torkoal will come back onto the field at some point, most likely bring the reactivated Drought. And Tomar just has all of the momentum in his favor. And let's say, Zoe, even if the Incineroar and Torkoal do somehow go down, what's stopping this Dusclops? I don't think anything is at this point.
At this point, the Dusclops can actually close out the game with Nightshade. But Incineroar also, Flare Blitz will do huge damage to the Sneasler, even when the sun comes back on. And I think actually at this point, Tomar might actually want the Incineroar to get knocked out so that he gets the free swap into Torkoal. But now the Dusclops can just Nightshade the Rillaboom, get rid of it, and there we go. There's the Nightshade. Oh, but it's onto the Sneasler, so just trying to whittle it down.
Yeah, just trying to focus to make sure you get a guaranteed 50 damage off due to the interaction or the mechanic of Nightshade. Whatever amount of level you are at, that is as much damage you will deal, as Acrobatics will be able to do just that, a lot of damage onto the Incineroar. But Tomar now just brings in that Torkoal, like we mentioned, and we'll probably be able to pick up the KO. And even if it doesn't, the Dusclops in combination should be able to.
Yeah, I think the Torkoal is actually quite safe to go for the Eruption. It won't be as strong as full power, but it is 100% accurate. And Dusclop is so tanky. The Sneasler is at +1 attack because of the Intimidate earlier, but looks like Sneasler trying to buy itself a turn. But at this stage, it's going to have to get about, 3 protects in a row to stall out this Trick Room and kind of hope for this Torkoal to click the Heat Wave and miss. And somehow, I'm just not seeing how the Sneasler can really climb back up. But
I don't think
the game is not over just yet. But Rado might be trying to use that time to think about this game of 3.
Yeah, exactly. You want to be able to capitalize off of as much damage and recuperation as you can. As one of the things about Dusclops that I really love is the fact that it underspeeds Torkoal. Not a lot of people could make a claim to that fact under Trick Room conditions. So even if, you're not able to individually pick up a KO, the combo will be able to with this double up as well. Sure, critical hit, because why not? Style point. But this is a great way for Tomar to be able to sort of seal the deal in terms of saying, hey, Eduardo, it's not all done and gone. I'm going to force this game 3, and I'm going to bring all of the pressure from your game 1 straight back onto you. But I guess what I noticed there as well, Zoe, there was no Smeargle brought. Do you think that would have been quite crucial there?
Yeah, the Smeargle would be able to pressure with Spores and stop the Trick Room going up, because in that game too, Tamar was able to really expertly pilot his Dusclops, setting up Trick Room twice in one game, and that's a very difficult feat to achieve. And Eduardo was able to survive one round of Trick Room, but he didn't quite have enough resources in the end as Tamar just slowly whittled away. And there was one moment when we saw Incineroar on the field and Terra Fire Assault Vest Rillaboom. And yes, sure, they could tank an eruption from the Torkoal, but they were knocked down to such low HP that they weren't really able to, deal much back in the following turns. And I think in the game 3, I wouldn't be surprised if Eduardo brought out his Smeargle again and went back to those Spore ways and just try and buy as many turns for the Pokemon.
Do you think Tamar may anticipate that and change it up, or just opt to go for Trick Room yet again since it worked so well for himself in Game 2?
That's a really interesting question, because I think that Game 2, he was, in some ways, I believe he was kind of actually trying to counter the Golden Go kind of Smeargle lead.
Yeah.
It ended up working out really well for him, but this way, it's like, if your Pokemon gets put to sleep, it will wake up eventually. So I think that might be a strategy that Tamar has to go for, because he didn't bring the Venusaur. Right. He might have recognized that it's not too great, and just let one Pokemon fall asleep and deal damage with the other.
Yeah, it's not well positioned to be able to capitalize off of its utility that you would normally see maybe in other matchups. But our trainers are getting into it. We're going to be seeing Game 3 leads, Rillaboom, Golden Go from Eduardo's side, and now change up from Tomar's side too. The Dusclops now being brought straight to the fore from the get-go in order to guarantee a Trick Room and maybe even bring the Torkoal in early days to go for the outrageous damage it's capable of.
The double Ghost lead means that Tamar is completely immune to Fake Outs, and there is a very, very safe Trick Room coming off from this Dusclops. It would take super effective damage from a Shadow Ball from this Golden Go, but it's so tanky that it will be able to comfortably survive. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Golden Go setting up once again in the face of these two Ghost types, and it's really going to enjoy going up against both of them because it deals super effective damage. And the next turn, if Torkoal does come in after Trick Room gets set up, it can go for the Terra Water.
All right, and there's no Terra commit. A close combat into the Rillaboom will deal half of the damage to its HP, but both of these Pokemon, let's see where they're going to target. It's going to be the Annihilate, disrespecting the Dusclops, or should I say over-respecting the Dusclops, just wanting to ensure that it can start picking away, or at least get the sash broken on this Annihilate, as the Rillaboom will focus into it, most likely anticipating a switch in here, maybe an aggressive Torkoal switch, anticipating the double into the Dusclops, which is so easy to do. But this is sort of like a multi-layered mind game between both of our trainers. The fact that Tamar on the surface was like, okay, I've got Dusclops, I'm going to click Trick Room, I'm just going to get it set up. It was threatened most likely from a Shadow Ball and Woodhammer KO, and absolutely said, I'm going to stand here strong and well, and was able to profit off of that as a clean Torkoal switch comes in.
This is a perfect turn for this Torkoal. Trick Room has been set up, Torkoal switches in for free. It's up against the Ghost type and a Grass type. Only one of these two Pokemon can Terrastalize out of that Fire type weakness, and if Golden Go Terrastalizes, it loses the immunity to... Oh wait, no, Nightshade is still going to hit super effectively. But it looks like Rillaboom is just want to get out of there and swap in for the Incineroar, which is going to be able to sponge up that super effective Eruption.
Yeah, this is damage control that Eduardo's on right now, and opting to go for the Terra Water just ensures at least he's not going to be taking so much damage from this Terra Fire Charcoal Eruption, especially accompanied by that Nightshade to be able to deal a tiny bit more damage, which is so overwhelming. And it's not going to be Terra committed just yet. You want to go on the safe angle of, I don't need to, I want to just go for the Protect. And Tamar reads the slot, anticipating the defensive play from that slot, at least in particular with the Protects. But Nightshade, 50 damage dealt onto the Incineroar. Now, Terra Fire, Charcoal, Eruption.
It is enough!
It's so much damage because of a critical hit picking up the KO. This gives so much momentum on Tamar's side, absolutely capitalizing off of that defensive switch up that Eduardo was pinned into making.
Oh, that was a devastating turn for Eduardo, losing that Incineroar on the switch, and now Rillaboom can come in, can drop that Fake Out, but Torkoal can just go for the Protect, burn that turn of Fake Out, and you've got 2 fire-weak Pokemon on Tamar's side. Not to mention this super bulky Dusclops can be such a pest, dealing that fixed 50 HP damage each turn. And Tamar's just in such a comfortable position here. There's still plenty of Trick Room turns left, and Eduardo has to think about which Pokemon he wants to Terrasilize to try and save it from this incoming super effective Eruption that's boosted by the sun.
Yeah, and it's very tough spot to be in because we're sort of speculating whether there's going to be a Smiggle or not, but it's immediately threatened with a Taunt from that Annihilate from the leads. But at least for now, Torkoal, respecting the Fake Out from the Rillaboom, opts to go for the Protect. Woodhammer absolutely ignoring the Torkoal, going for the Dusclops with the Shadow Ball. Double up is most likely going to be enough. Let's see if it can survive on 77 hit points. It does not. So finally, the Dusclops has been felled, but the Torkoal still has a couple more turns of Sun remaining, as well as Trick Room. However, we saw a change-up from Tamar's side, a bit of a sneak preview there. The Venusaur's in the back rather than the Incineroar, which would have been the perfect switch to allow the Dusclops to survive.
Yeah, although the Venusaur now, because the Golden Go is Terra Water, if it terrastalizes out of that weakness, it will be super effective, or take super effective damage from the Venusaur. But Sun is up. This Venusaur will be moving last because of the Trick Room, so the Golden Go can actually get 1 attack off. Now, Torkoal is Charcoal boosted, Sun boosted, so even if Golden Go terrastalizes into the Water type, I would not be surprised to see the Golden Go actually take heavy damage from this Eruption this turn. So we're going to see now, this is so tight. Is this Venusaur going to be able to clutch it out once the Golden Go terrastalizes into this Water type?
Ooh, but we do have a switch out for the final unrevealed Pokemon, which is the Ursaluna from Eduardo's side, hoping it's going to be able to mitigate a bit of that damage because of the bulk invested in this sort of set that we know it is capable of. However, is it enough to be able to survive a Charcoal, Terra, Fire, Sun boosted Eruption into that slot, even if it is double target damage? It does not. Eduardo now down to his final 2 Pokemon, but this could really play out in favor of Edu being able to bring that Fake Out once again onto the field, fresh as dandy, especially as we see the Venusaur still going to be outspeeding outside of Trick Room whilst the Sun does remain.
Yeah, there's a really interesting thing here now. Trick Room is ticking down, but so are the turns of Sun. So if Eduardo is able to stall out the Trick Room, there's a pretty good chance that the Golden Go will become the fastest Pokemon on the field once the Sun expires. And the Golden Go this turn can, go for, say, a nasty plot with the Fake Out boost. But I think Tamar, I don't think he can easily go for that double Protect. He's going to have to try and predict which Pokemon gets Fake Outed and try and target the Golden Go down.
Yeah, and at this point as well, you want to be able to, if you're Eduardo, further stagger the opportunities of you being able to terrestrialize to force or create a mind game and essentially force Tamar to be able to consider whether you go for the Leaf Storm or whether you go for the Earth Power into the Golden Go. We saw the Earth Power was the focus the previous turn, but there it is. The commit to the Terra Water for the Golden Go. Will Tamar be able to read this and get through it, capitalize? We're going to have to find out. Fake Out into the Torkoal means it's not able to move, but the Nasty Plot actually committed, wanting to ensure that you start setting up for success outside of Trick Room to capitalize off of it. But the Weather Ball focusing onto the Rillaboom, picks up the KO, and Eduardo's Golden Go is so exposed to a Leaf Storm potential KO, most likely, especially because the Terra commits from this Venusaur going outside of Trick Room.
Yeah, this Golden Go is in a bit of a sticky spot, but it can easily... Oh, actually, Trick Room has expired.
Yep.
Venusaur is still the fastest Pokemon on the field, but I think this is the final turn of Sun, which means there's absolutely nothing stopping that Golden Go from going for a Protect. Stall out the Sun, and it's likely going to be faster, and there we go. There is the Protect on this Golden Go.
Yeah, this is going to be so crucial. Like we said, when it comes to these sort of offensive Life Orb sets from the Venusaur, they do tend to be more modestly inclined in terms of further empowering the damage output from itself. because the speed tierings with the chlorophyll, it's not as important, but the Golden Go, it's got the life orb set as well. They do tend to have a bit of speed, and there it is, confirmation. It's able to outspeed the Venusaur, and the Torkoal deals so much damage. 33 hit points remaining onto the Torkoal. What can it do at this point? You got a full HP Terra Water Golden Go. I'd say very nearly full HP. Heat Wave, you need to be able to not only deal enough damage, you need to get a crit from this range, and it's not even a crit would even survive.
Oh, it gets a burn.
But it does get a burn. However, the Golden Go being able to outspeed first will always ensure the Torkoal can get felled unless there's sort of like a quintuple protect.
Yeah, there is a world, a very unlikely chance that the Torkoal gets, 5 protects in a row. But at this point, yeah, all the Golden Go needs to do is just land one Shadow Ball onto this Torkoal before it gets knocked down by the burn damage. And I think, yeah, Golden Go mostly has this game in the bag.
In theory and metrics-wise, it should. And there's the confirmation. Eduardo Cunha is able to go ahead and finish off this Swiss round number 4 as a victor.
Congratulations, Eduardo Cunha. What a well-played set of 3 games, showing us exactly why he is a world champion. This caliber of play we could easily be seeing on the world stage against Tamar as well. Just played so well. It was so even a lot of turns.
Yeah.
I think Eduardo, I was really impressed by the fact that he did not bring Smeargle, which I thought was the key to him winning that game 1, but he was able to pivot around it and just slowly stall out the Trick Room turns. And then once he expertly stored out the Sun and the Trick Room, his Golden Go had the advantage.
It's sort of the point where you saw both of our trainers adapt to their opponent's game sort of like strategies and win conditions each time. So game 1, obviously we saw Eduardo just run away with the game. Tomar was sort of back against the wall because he didn't have the Dusclops immediately available. And then game 2 brought the Dusclops, had the Trick Room mode set up, was able to get so much utility from the firepower of the Torkoal. And then the final countdown between both of them in game 3. And it just, like you said, Zoe, Eduardo was able to position the Rillaboom, Incineroar, and the Golden Go so precisely and sort of forego the 4th slot in order to be able to expire the remaining turns of Trick Room, of Sun, and even of his own grassy terrain.
Yeah, shout outs to Tamar for bringing Dusclops and Venusaur though. These are fairly unusual Pokemon. I do think, had the Incineroar being the final Pokemon in that game 3, he probably had a fairly good chance of clutching through because the Golden Go couldn't quite hit Incineroar, but he may have been trying to adapt to, say, something else that Eduardo had in the back. And it just goes to show the high level of play between our 2 players, trying to read each other.
Right.
We can kind of
read the read to the read of the read.
It's just such a treat of a game, and I'm so happy that we got to see 3 games play out. It's not very often that you get to see this caliber of play, and it's so early in the Swiss rounds as well.
Yeah, exactly, and that's sort of what we're saying. This could have easily, and I know we said this for a couple of previous sets, but this could have easily have been a finals match between both of these trainers, no doubt about it. They've had a couple of finals themselves that they've become well acquainted to when it comes to the awards and placements. So what we are going to be doing is, unfortunately, it's not going to be an interview. However, we're going to cut to a very short refreshment period where we'll allow you lovely folks to get up, stocked, and get ready as we're going to be going straight into Swiss round number 5.
Hyper Boys, there it is. That's going to do it. And Dragonite proudly watching from the sideline as Giovanni Costa wins his first regional championship at the San Antonio Regional Championship.
I got first into Pokemon when I moved to Los Angeles in 2015. I was looking at a way to make friends. I was like, oh, I like Pokemon, let me try this so I can make friends, and then just been playing ever since. I transitioned to competitive play because I'm a pretty competitive person, and being able to talk to people that's also competitive, it was sort of a way to share this love. What drives me to compete in Pokemon is honestly just to have an opportunity to hang out with my friends. I only get a chance to see these people a few times a year. It's just a really fun experience to be able to spend time with these people that I honestly love from the bottom of my heart. My favorite moment from Pokemon is my 4v1 comeback with my Dragonite back at 2017. I don't think anybody thought I was be able to come back from that, but Dragonite pulled through.
It gets the knockout on Nihiligo. It gets the knockout on Hariyama.
Absolutely crazy. I could hear the crowd through the headphones. That's how loud people were.
So, wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man. Okay, Gio defying all the odds.
Honestly, my #1 goal is to become the world champion. I top cut worlds back in 2016. Ever since then, I've been chasing being able to get to that place again. And it only gets more and more difficult every single year. And if I can get that one title, then I can say I accomplished what I wanted to with Pokemon. One of the things I learned very early on is I like to make my own teams. I like to just try my own things, and I think that has translated very well to other things in my life. If I were to give one advice to someone is always march by the beat of your own drum. Do what you think is right, and I think you'll be successful no matter what you do.
My name is Behzad Muntazir, and I'm from San Francisco, California.
What a breakthrough performance. Behzad, this is a little bit of an unknown quantity to us.
I would be a water type because I'm fluid yet strong. If you underestimate me, I can be a dangerous force. I discovered competitive Pokemon in 2019 Moon series, and I watched the streams and I played very casually on ladder, but it wasn't something I took seriously until the start of 2024. There's, I think, clearly something magical about this game, something that really draws me, I think, deep down inside. Once I accepted that, I think that desire is when I really started competing seriously. A favorite experience of mine was my first day 2 in Indianapolis in 2024. I had never day 2'd or gone super far in the regional before, but I think that was the first time that I felt really confident in a team because my prep was very good. After attending San Antonio Regional Championships in January, I wanted to pivot. I really liked my Calyrex Ice Rider team that I was using, but I felt that psychic terrain-based strategies were in a really good place in the meta, and I identified that making or constructing a Lunala team with Tailwind and Trick Room could be really strong. The atmosphere and the feelings inside me when I was up on stage for the finals of this regional championship, it was something completely new for me. I don't recall ever being that nervous, that excited. I had never been on stream before this event. To do it here and to make that debut such a big one is more than I ever thought possible.
Behzad Muntazir showcasing the power of Lunala will be your Vancouver Regional Champion.
I had one top cut at San Antonio, but this is my first major win. This was like a dream of mine that could have taken years. Other trainers should consider me a threat at the World Championships because I think I will out-prep them. I'll know the matchup into them better than they know the matchup into me. Winning Worlds would be, I want to call it a dream come true, but it's more like a dream of a dream, I think. I really didn't think that I could even win a regional championships, especially so soon. I think the thing that I've learned the most about myself from playing competitive Pokemon would be dealing with failure. This is something that takes a lot of my time and my energy and just my passion and enthusiasm. There's been ups and downs, but it's been really rewarding for me to develop myself in that way. I'm just chasing that kind of ideal of being the best player that I can be, see where that takes me.
You know, no matter the situation, it's high competition. Everyone's trying to have a good time as well. So if you can be nice to your opponent and just, be courteous of their state of mind and, things in the game, that's going to lead to a lot of maybe friendships and success in the games.
So an unwritten rule with Pokemon Go is that you always have to say good luck, have fun to your opponent before your battles.
An unwritten rule in Pokemon for me is if someone's having trouble setting up for a round, just help them out in any way you can.
Don't be rude. You've ever played card games, video games, anything, you know what it's like to play against somebody who is
not very gracious when playing the game. It definitely makes the match worse.
A good unwritten rule is like saying good luck to a player and giving him a good fist pump.
I think the biggest unwritten rule in Pokemon is if your opponent is on low health, you have to throw the nuke charge move and not the small charge move. So if you like return like a Carbink as a Sableye, that's goated.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here on the premise of Swiss round number 5. And yes, I am joined by the ever so lovely Mr. Marcus Hamann. Hello, Marcus. How are you, my friend?
I'm very good. Good to be here. It's an exciting day.
Yeah.
Hard racing day, one might even say.
Yes. Full of action and, of course, competition with all of the high-level world-class calibers we've so far been able to feature, but so many more we haven't just yet. But we saw an absolute powerhouse of a set last round, number 4, between Eduardo Cunha and who was able to go ahead and get that win and come out on top.
Yeah, managing this, what seemed like to be a little bit of a particular situation that Edu found himself in, but then navigating that so beautifully, using the threat of fake out, of course, the double fake out. Even if one of them goes down, there's still another fake out buddy to assist the Golden Go in this case.
Yeah, super fake out, bro. Yep.
Yeah, very. Well, it appreciates the support.
Yeah.
And what I thought was also very interesting about that last set that we saw is how both of our trainers kind of adapted from game to game to game. I don't think like every game we saw a little bit of an adaptation, right? There was no Smirgle coming out from Eduardo, for example, in games 2 and 3. And then we saw Thomas leaning more and more into the Trick Room mode after maybe identifying a little bit that this is the way to go in this matchup. And yeah, it worked out well for Edu in the end, but yeah, it could have gone either way, truly.
Yeah, 100%. And that's sort of the beauty of such high-level competition. But that wasn't only the most notable match that we've got available for you folks. We've got more, and they are from the current round. So I think, generally speaking, as we mentioned, a lot of high-profile players, and we're going to actually be featuring Sebastian Liulu versus Théotime Massot, another French representative, straight off the cup.
Yeah, I spent my little break just now a little bit out on the floor, and the action is really kind of reaching the pinnacle in this moment. All of these trainers are currently at a 4-0 flawless record, undefeated going into round 5. And yeah, we have, of course, some familiar names also looking there at Alex Gomez, who's also bringing this pretty kind of standard team that has established itself over the course of this format, going up against Stefano Greppi. That's also for sure an interesting game. And then we got Michael Kelsch after a little bit of a break, now coming back here in Germany in this regional championships, bringing the Kilovatro and Porygon to Ursaluna Trick Room team, going up against Matteo Ferrari.
Yeah, that is such a, I would say, good team composition to run, especially if you're coming back to the 4. But against Matteo Ferrari with a fascinating team in of itself. It's got the Blood Moon, Volcarona sort of setup, but then you've got Psyspam of the Sneasler, Male Indeedee, and the potential Annihilate utility set. But they're not the final matches. That one of the notables is Louis Fonvale versus Nadim Thal in what is a fascinating sort of composition matchup, especially with Louis' side. Seems like taking a bit of a page out of Justin Tang's book from last weekend at LAIC.
Yeah, Louis is part of that group around also Shiliang Tang that are working together, and they have been working also with Paul Chua, for example, on this Grimmsnarl Screens archetype for quite a while. Louis already doing quite well with it at previous regionals and also at LAIC. Now also strong showing here. And yeah, really goes to show that Louis, a player that just recently entered the Masters division, can really compete here at the highest level. But we will have our eyes on Sebastian against Théotime for this round.
Yeah, and Sebastian rocking the team, which did end up winning the Latin American International Championships of the Masters division, piloted by none other than Yuma Kinugawa. So it's going to be a fascinating way of seeing how well Sebastian has been able to pilot this team. I mean, thus far, undefeated, I'd say very well. But up against his opponent, which there's still been only roughly 1 week's worth of time to be able to sort of analyze the flow charts between how everything works, especially when it comes to such a hyper-aggressive team such as Sebastian. So what would be your initial thoughts going up against a sort of more balanced composition from the other side?
It's always a very interesting question if you see something like what happened at LAIC just 1 weekend prior, where with Kinugawa, a player won with a new and unique team. And of course, now every trainer had to kind of revise their lines and think about what they would do had they faced that particular team, or maybe they were at LAIC and lost against it. Because, yeah, that team has a good matchup into those balanced teams. And I'm sure Teo Team, who made the decision to say, okay, I got second place in Gdansk with this team, I got top 4 at LAIC with this team, well, why should I change anything, right? So he decided to bring the same thing, and then Sebastian on the other side was saying, oh, wow, like there's a new team coming up. I will be inspired by what won LAIC, and I think that I'm confident to learn this team in just this short time span. So I'm sure Teo Team has looked at this, but of course, Kinugawa, we know that, or we knew going into this tournament, he wouldn't be in attendance, so I don't know how much time he has spent on this particular matchup. Yeah, and I think it's one that you definitely have to respect. And we saw Teo Team's sort of journey at LAIC going up to the semifinals against Juan Salerno, where we saw that Juan was able to get that upper hand in terms of the reposition in the board states, and that's something that Teo Team has proven time and time again, such a master of. But like you're sort of talking about now, Marcus, you're up against a hyper-aggressive, offensive sort of team where you've got the dual modes and then a potential for Mido in the back to be able to absolutely wreak havoc if you've got, I'd say, any sort of Ursalunas as an endgame prospect from Teo Team side. You know, I'm really like wondering, did Teo Team maybe play against Yuma Kinugawa in that tournament? So I'm just like booting up my little database around here. But it seems like, no, they did not ace. So yeah, maybe Teo Team, though, on the flight back, thinking about how this matchup could have played out had he made it all the way into the finals. And yeah, I think on paper and the way that Kinugawa was playing this team, it became pretty clear that it has a positive, or it can have a positive matchup into those more balanced teams, just because of how powerful Ursaluna Blood Moon and the Hisuian Typhlosion with all the boosts that they can get on this team are. So I'm pretty sure that Sebastian has a plan of how to use it. Kinugawa also showed that in a matchup like this, he was open to kind of changing up. Like there wasn't like one plan that you can now expect from Teo Team's side, but there were multiple different options. Like you can go with a, for example, with this Incineroar Typhlosion lead that we saw a couple of times, but then it could also be Incineroar and Ursaluna. There can be the Whimsicott waiting at the back. It could be for Rigoroth, it could be Flamigo. A lot of options that this team has, and I'm sure Sebastian, who's also a very, very capable trainer, has gone through them all, and he probably knows what he wants to do in this game one, but Teo Team won't know the exact approach until they see it. Yeah, there's a lot of interchangeable pieces dependent on how this team plays that you're able to mix and match dependent, like you said, Marcus, on the matchups. But of course, we've got our trainers' fantastic accomplishments. Sebastian very recently getting top 16 at Lille earlier on this season, but the previous one, top 64, EUIC 2023, EUIC top 32, and of course another top 16 to round it up for the 2023 Bochum Regional Championships. Yeah, definitely a very consistent player, but still looking to make this deep run into a top cut one day. Maybe this weekend is the time. And then Teo Team, one of the rising stars of the scene in Europe, starting strong, EUIC top 8, only losing to Wolf Glick in a very classic matchup there in that tournament, then making it all the way into the top 16 at Worlds with a Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider combination, also showing that Teo Team can play a lot of different teams. And then now it seems like they found a team that they really like in this particular format, Regulation H. Gdansk Regional, second place, LAIC top 4, all with the same team, and now back with that particular team again. 4-0 in this tournament, but Sebastian is going to be a threat. Yeah, exactly. And rocking, like we said, a very aggressive team. The same 6 as Yuma Kinugawa used in order to win Latin American International Championships. Terra Water Incineroar,
it sort of adds another layer in terms of being able to still maintain a resistance against Golden Goes on the other side, whilst you gotta have to be careful of a Rillaboom interaction if you early commit a Terra and there's a Rillaboom waiting sort of in the back door as pivoted out.
Yeah, it's the exact same team that Yuma Kinugawa used to win LAIC. I don't see any changes here, not even in the items, of course, maybe in the way that the Pokemon are trained, but even taking over those choices like Nightshade on Farigiraf or Berry on Whimsicott. Some choices that we don't get to see very often, but this team aims to bring Ursaluna, Blood Moon, and Typhlosion into positions where it can dish out so much damage with Blood Moon, with Hyper Voice, with Eruption, and it's very, very difficult to withstand those hits.
And the Flamigo also has the feint support, where it's able to not only be priority, but break through any sort of protects or wide guards on the other side of the field, which there are definitely a couple of protects. And as we mentioned, Teo Team bringing these same 6, multiple events right now, getting multiple top cuts, bringing it back yet again. It's going to be the same items from the looks of things, as well as the move slot. So clearly trying to weigh in on all of the experience he's been able to build up, still confident in this sort of composition, especially when you got the setup Volcarona, which we have seen Terra Fairy, Grassy Seed be such a rising star in terms of being such a juggernaut to take down, whilst having the burst damage potential of the Bastia Legion in the back as sort of an endgame piece.
Yeah, I think Teo Team was one of the first players to use this Encore Disable Ninetales set. Previously, players tended to really like Icy Wind for some additional speed control, but Encore and Disable, both very unique support options. And that is something that if Ninetales makes it to this battle, which it might,
potentially, yeah,
maybe shut down some Sun, but it's not that effective against those Sun teams.
Yep.
But Encore and Disable definitely something to watch out for potentially.
Yeah, Manual Sun does make it very tricky for you to be able to bring your natural weather setup, because they've got that prankster ability to be able to allow it to become a priority move and essentially nullify any sort of disruption. But then again, sort of like you were saying, Marcus, the Encore Disable set of this Alola Ninetales can really cause a thorn in Sebastian's side if they're not careful.
Yeah, I think one general game plan that your team might want to go for is to try and set up this Volcarona and then use Incineroar and also Terra Fire on the Rillaboom to kind of withstand those those fire type attacks. But that can be very hard to do, and it's going to be a lot about positioning, bringing the pieces in the right spots. Fake Out is going to play a big role in this matchup as well. And here we go, starting in game 1.
Yeah, and like you said, the Volcarona already making an appearance alongside its good trusty buddy Incineroar, and sort of identifying that Quiver Dance could be a real good way to go through this. But I guess Teo Team has to also respect the Farigiraf bring in order to sort of disrupt the Fake Out from going through.
Yeah, no, it's already kind of a mind game. Is Farigiraf going to switch in? I think this Volcarona probably would want to go for a Quiver Dance, because that would allow it to shrug off hits from Ursaluna a little bit better. But if it goes for the Terra Normal Life Orb boosted Blood Moon, like that's going to hurt even after a Quiver Dance. So already a lot of pressure going down.
Yeah, and no Quiver Dance being set up, just a raw Heat Wave which double connects in the taunt from Teo Team's Incineroar to Sebastian's will ensure that no parting shots will be used as a way to be able to nullify the Quiver Dance setup, as we have a one-hit KO from turn 1. Earth Power boosted by Life Orb. Ursaluna Blood Moon is such a powerful hit into any sort of weakness, and there it is. Sebastian now seeing that their Incineroar is definitely the slower one and sort of stuck from utilizing parting shot.
Yeah, showing great foresight there from Teo Team, calling that there wasn't going to be a Fake Out from Incineroar. This could have been devastating, but instead now with a taunt, preventing parting shot from happening, and now as Bastia Legion joins the field, there's a free kind of wave crash into that slot, and together with Volcarona's damage, there could be a double KO that is threatened here, because if Incineroar goes down, Bastia Legion moves first, Wave Crash, KO Incineroar, then Heatwave would be a single target, and that would knock out Ursaluna. So Sebastian has to do something about this threat.
Yeah, and wanting to make sure that he preserves the Incineroar for a later turn. Not only do you have a good resist to Heat Waves, but you also have Intimidate as an option to lower the damage output of the Bastia Legion. As Whimsicott is on the field, Ursaluna Blood Moon opts to go on the defensive, and Teo Team absolutely ignores it, goes for the flip turn, guaranteeing any sort of damage and maybe even a KO onto the Incineroar, whilst getting most crucially that pivot going. It's gonna be Gorithmith, which we know is the Rillaboom, procs the Grassy Seed on the Volcarona, which hasn't yet moved and may well go for a setup.
Yeah, this has worked out really nicely for Teo Team. Now Fake Out active, Grassy Seed intact, and let's see if Volcarona decided to set up with Quiver Dance. Wow, and because this Whimsicott does not have the covered cloak, you can go for a fake out there to stop any sort of encore from happening, but there is Terra Ghost, which is also an option that Sebastian now has to potentially stop this Volcarona from attacking this turn, and that is also what Sebastian is hovering right away. So another mind game. Is there going to be the Terra Ghost? Is there going to be maybe a Farigiraf switch? We don't have confirmation yet of Sebastian's 4th Pokemon, so very, very crucial turn once more. And Ursaluna, yeah, it is under threat as well from this Rillaboom. So it's really, really tough to make these calls, and our trainers have to go through this turn after turn after turn, and I don't think there's like one clear play that either of them should go for this turn.
And I think that's why it was so important that Sebastian didn't commit to the Terra Normal in the previous turn in order to be able to have the option of foregoing Fake Out and enabling this Whimsicott to go for the Encores, which we do see try to target down that Volcarona, which their team did actually sacrifice for the switch up. Woodhammer, no Terra commit from the Ursaluna means it goes down. Absolute damage unwrought from this Rillaboom, and at the same time bringing the Basculegion in for the subsequent turn. Not only are you immune to, let's say, a Fake Out if the Incineroar does come into the field, but you're able to better position yourself if there's a Typhlosion in the back.
Yeah, that was really, really big for TO Team, who kind of set up this Quiver Dance as a little bit of a bait, kind of telling to Sebastian, oh, look, my Volcarona, it's getting out of hand. You want to stop that from happening, right? So surely you're going to go for the Encore instead of the speed control with Tailwind, because depending on how the speed plays out between these Pokemon, Volcarona likely still would have outsped Ursaluna Blood Moon even under Tailwind. So it made sense for Sebastian to go for Encore, but TO Team reading through that perfectly, going for the Woodhammer, now knocking out the biggest threat on Sebastian's team. And yeah, you gotta hope for Sebastian that there is a Typhlosion waiting in the back that could maybe try and do the damage that now Ursaluna Blood Moon can't do anymore.
Yeah, and even potentially set up the board for that Typhlosion in the back, whilst being able to limit the amount of damage that this Basculegion is capable of if the Sun does get set up. But talking about Sun, we've got a Terrafire Rillaboom over on Tail Team's side in order to be able to forego any sort of offensive damage from this Incineroar if it does opt to go for the double up of the Sunny Day, which in one part has been set up. The question is what will follow straight after. The flip turn allows the Basculegion, like we said, to get that pivot action going. Volcarona's now back onto the field. Sure, doesn't have any Grassy Seed procced +1 defense boost like the prior turns. However, the Flare Blitz, we're going to have to see where it's going to try to focus down on Woodhammer, dealing good damage onto the Incin.
And this is crucial now. If Incineroar goes for Parting Shot, you can set up this devastating combination of Typhlosion in the Sun, in Tailwind, and Sebastian is liking what he's seeing. Even though the Terra was now committed on Rillaboom, the Terrafire I think is absolutely needed for TO Team. Now Typhlosion finally hits the field, the shining star, potentially the shining star of this game, but there it is. And Whimsicott, because it was able to set up Sunny Day just now we got a potential Tailwind, or you can also go, and this is what I also like, you can also go for Encore, just ensuring that this Rillaboom is not going for any high horsepower.
Yeah, and what a way to go about it. Tail Team respecting that scenario, switches the Basculegion back onto the field in favor of the Rillaboom, opting out, allows it to have a Fake Out in the future turns and maybe slow down the absolute righteous sort of damage coming out from the choice specs. Terra, Fire in the Sun eruptions that the Typhlosion is going to be opting for. Volcarona absolutely respects that, has to go for the Protect, and even if the Basculegion does go down, at least will allow some interactions going to the Fake Out, but Encore, of course, failing. Eruption. How much damage will you deal to a resisted, I would say, chunky HP's worth of a Basculegion? Is it enough to pick up the KO? It isn't. And Basculegion actually might have wanted to go down for Tail Team in that scenario.
Tough to say. I think maybe what TO Team was hoping there is that Sebastian goes for the Tailwind, and then you can start stalling out those Tailwind turns. But because Sebastian went for Encore, trying to cover any sort of opening that TO Team might have here with the Rillaboom and high horsepower, now Tailwind can be set up this turn, allowing Typhlosion to threaten the double KO this turn. And yeah, you can try to go for this kind of, okay, let Basculegion go down, maybe go for a last-ditch Aqua Jet, bring in the Rillaboom, and then go for a Fake Out next turn, but then Tailwind will still be up.
Oh, and what a great way to be able to get some utility from the Basculegion, opting to go for the Aqua Jet, will lower the damage output of the Eruption, which, of course, for a consecutive turn, due to the choice lock, will come out, deal good amount of damage onto that Rillaboom, just about 25-ish%, allowing Tail Team to bring the Volcarona back in at the same time in parallel to having Fake Out available on the Rillaboom.
Yeah, but if you go for the Fake Out, then you leave yourself open for Encore potentially. So now it's a little bit of a tricky situation still. Now this Typhlosion, of course, with Tire Fire looks very strong, but it gave up its Ghost typing. So there's no immediate way for Sebastian to close out the game. I think you gotta try and figure out, okay, should I just go for Encore, predicting Fake Out, or is there maybe high horsepower coming from Rillaboom and I should go for Moonblast instead? But I like the idea that Sebastian has, maybe just swapping out Typhlosion. It's locked into Eruption, and that power has gone down since it took so much damage from Aqua Jet. So bringing in Incineroar shouldn't be threatened too much, but you really have to be careful, because if Volcarona manages to knock out Whimsicott and then stall out Tailwind, then there might still be a chance for Teo Team.
Oh, as the Typhlosion is actually going to be switched out in favor of the Incineroar. Not only do you get Intimidate drop onto the Rillaboom, you're going to be able to resist any Heat Waves coming out from the Volcarona. That is if Tail Team has opted to go on the offensive, respecting the Encore, which is not to be seen from this turn. Moonblast focus onto the Rillaboom, followed by a Heat Wave, and this is what Tail Team definitely wanted to see, a KO being brought onto that Whimsicott, which now may even open up the door to getting Quiver Dances set up, but do you even have the move and space to go for it, as high horsepower guarantees a KO onto the Incineroar since it has connected. There was a chance for it to miss. This is what Tail Team wants to see, but Typhlosion now will be able to most likely lock into a Heat Wave here, and if you put it within a Blaze range, that could really start picking up a KO with so many multipliers at hand.
It's the last turn of Sun, and you need to get this KO on Assault vs Rillaboom with the Terrafire. That's going to be a tough roll, but maybe with a little bit of extra chip damage from Moonblast that just barely might be enough. That's going to be a tough one for sure. And then also Volcarona, of course, is still there, and you need to get through it. But fire types, traditionally, that is something that Volcarona has its troubles to deal with.
Yeah, and clearly respecting it goes for the Protect, wants to stay on the defensive. Heat Wave, are you going to be able to deal enough damage to get rid of this Rillaboom? Final day of the sunniness. It's not. Rillaboom, can you in turn connect? Oh, you definitely can with a Woodhammer, and that's the most crucial thing here. You put it in a spot where now it no longer has the sun to further bolster its damage output.
Yeah, and now I think it might be a little bit too much to knock out Volcarona, but it seems like a miss. Wow. Boom, this might seal the game right here and there.
Yeah, it's not able to pick up a KO. Deals a two-shot onto the Volcarona, which opts to go for the Quiver Dance. And maybe there really was a case the Typhlosion could have seen this out, depending on how much damage could have been dealt as well as received from the Volcarona, but just going to be another safe Woodhammer here, ensuring that it's brought down to 10 hit points, and now any move from the Volcarona outspeeding will be enough to wrap up this game one for Tail Team.
Yeah, now we have the Quiver Dance set up, and Tailwind will be over after this turn, and now just the raw Terra Blast can get the KO. There it is. Not something we see every day, but it will be enough to knock out Typhlosion, and Teo Team managing to play out of what looked like a really dicey spot, but with the Terrafire on Rillaboom and the Volcarona Incineroar combination, finding a way out of this one, taking game one.
Yeah, and I do absolutely love the focus of going with the Woodhammer there, wanting to ensure any sort of damage is good damage, because it'll most likely be put within range of getting KO'd in 1 or 2 more turns ahead. But Sebastian, like you said, initially on the offensive, but the Whimsicott sort of in the mid to end game scenario, it felt like it was a bit of dead weight in terms of what it can do. The Encore was so prominent, but Tail Team respected that, not wanting to lock themselves in and ensuring the slot does get felled in order to open up the rest of his game.
I think your observation there is actually quite instructive for this format as a whole. Because maybe some of you at home might be wondering, okay, why are we seeing Incineroar and Rillaboom so often? There are other support Pokemon as well, and that is true, and Whimsicott is one of them. But the thing that Incineroar and Rillaboom both have going for them that Whimsicott kind of lacks is the damage output. We saw there, Whimsicott was on the field for a couple of turns, but what did it do? I mean, it set up Sunny Day, that was great, and it really powered up the Typhlosion. That is the game plan of this team. It set up Tailwind, it failed Encore, and then it went for like one Moonblast, but in that time, if that was, I don't know, like an Incineroar or a Rillaboom, like they are on the field clicking Woodhammer on a grassy terrain, Flare Blitz maybe under the sun, doing a lot of damage, and that is just the little bit of the difference of how these teams are constructed. So of course Whimsicott can help its partners a little bit more because it provides more supporting options. Not only the Fake Out, but it has the Tailwind and the Sunny Day, for example, so can really boost up and elevate Typhlosion to another level. But if you're in those positions where you have the free turns under Tailwind and then you have Whimsicott there and you cannot really make use of them, then that doesn't feel that great. And Teo Team was able to really capitalize on those turns, brought in Basculegion for the Aqua Jet, and really played a very good end game. So I don't really think there is too much that Sebastian should change about the approach, but this team is flexible enough that he can.
Yes, as we do see an adaptability change from a Tail Team side, it's actually going to be the Basculegion brought, as well as the Alola Ninetales, and now Sebastian bringing the manual sort of mode of the Whimsicott and the Typhlosion, which will be able to directly override Tail Team's efforts with this lead.
Yeah, I feel like the Ninetales is probably a direct response to Ursaluna Blood Moon coming out in the first game, but that is nowhere to be seen, and Whimsicott could decide to go for Sunny Day to shut down damage output from the Basculegion and also from Ninetales potentially, so that is certainly an option, but at the same time, you can't do both. You can't set up Sunny Day and Tailwind at the same time, so switching out Typhlosion makes a lot of sense, and then I think just throwing in Incineroar so it can kind of sponge the damage.
Yeah, and it's a great way to be able to bait out a Terra commit, which is definitely what we see from Tail Team, wanting to ensure and capitalize off of as much damage as possible with no Intimidate originally on the field. But the Sunny Day is now in effect. The snow has long gone in a inverse scenario of the weather between Brazil and Stuttgart, and the commit there into the Incineroar will deal respectable chip damage, but most crucially, you got the pivot action going.
Yeah, with a Terra Water, quite the commit there on Basculegion, but Teo Team probably has a plan here, knows where the damage needs to go, and yeah, dealing damage to Incineroar or Typhlosion, both very helpful. This Ninetales in the sun, hitting both Blizzards. Wow, that is very respectable damage on Whimsicott, and yeah, of course, that definitely also could have missed, but, well, Ninetales didn't want to, I guess.
Yeah, doubly known as blind Blizzards, not so blind in this scenario, turn 1 of game 2. And Whimsicott already put at a point where it really needs to respect the Ninetales because its support feels like it's not over just yet, and Sebastian may want to utilize it a bit more.
Yeah, and there's one option that Teo Team might have, which could be to Encore Whimsicott into a supporting move to just kind of stall out the effects of Sunny Day and potentially Tailwind should it be set up this turn. So I think that's why Sebastian is eyeing a Fake Out onto Ninetales because, well, Sunny Day is already set up, so you're only missing Tailwind, but you also need to find the time to bring in Typhlosion under those circumstances. And Teo Team, understanding that maybe Ninetales can come in later on to reset the weather, switching out.
Yeah, and the Basculegion now brought in a spot where it's going to be able to maybe get off good damage in the subsequent turn with a Ninetales bringing in, but the knockoff, not enough onto the Whimsicott that does have its Babiri Berry knocked off, but because it's Fairy Time, it's going to be able to survive and set up the Tailwind.
Yeah, just getting a little bit more damage down on Whimsicott certainly doesn't hurt. Maybe now it's in range for a flip turn KO, and it's kind of crucial that Whimsicott actually made it through this turn because you don't want to give your opponent this free switch in. Now that Tailwind and Sunny Day are both set up, now you have Ninetales waiting in the back for Teo Team to potentially change the weather, but this Tailwind definitely is going to hurt, even though you have 2 resistances to Fire-type moves right now on the field. There's not only the Typhlosion that can do damage, but also this Ursaluna Blood Moon.
Oh, and Sebastian respecting, wanting to preserve the Whimsicott for a future turn to enable the Typhlosion, like we said. And the flip turn, of course, trying to at least guarantee that KO, like you mentioned, Marcus, whilst getting the pivot action going. Now, it's actually going to go ahead and and have to be a consideration from Tail Team's side. Do you bring the Ninetales or maybe even a Rillaboom in the back, which seems to be the case? You've got Fake Out now available in the subsequent turn, and it seems like the Pokemon left in the back was the Volcarona from the Game 1 comparison to now the Game 2, and yet another cycling of the pivot action going. Now on Sebastian's side, Parting Shot into the opposing Incineroar will lower the damage threshold it's capable of, whilst maybe bringing the Typhlosion in, which is definitely seems to be the play. You've got so much offensive pressure now available again.
Yeah, and there's no terrestrialization to be used on Teo Team's side, so this Rillaboom will be susceptible to a powerful eruption. But thanks to the Parting Shot already lowering the damage, now if you bring in Ninetales, you could also override the Sun, and then, well, I don't know, maybe Rillaboom could even take one of those eruptions. It's gonna be close.
Ooh, yeah.
Probably not. But we now have a potential for another interesting play, which could be to swap out Rillaboom to bring in Ninetales, override the weather, and then maybe go for an Aqua Jet into Typhlosion, which would be very, very powerful.
And we do still know Tailwind is available on Sebastian's side, so may well have to come down to the speed tiering and interactions of Tailwind promoted Blood Moon Ursaluna versus a choice-staffed Basculegion, which most of the time the Blood Moons will be able to outspeed just barely. However, it might be quite crucial here because clearly Sebastian doesn't want to slow down the momentum that he's exerting on Teo Team's side.
And I feel like every turn Teo Team is kind of laying a trap for his opponent, and always there's some mechanic that you need to keep in mind and that you need to respect. In this case, this swap into Ninetales and Aqua Jet play. So Sebastian does not go for this opportunity. Tailwind and Sunny Day, we talked about this for a while. It was set up, but he didn't use it to attack, to kind of respect a play that maybe we're seeing here as Rillaboom switches out.
Yeah, and Tail Team's going to be bringing that Alolan Ninetales in. Like we said, you want to be able to override the weather, lower the damage output of the Hisuian Typhlosion, but clearly Sebastian's saying, right, okay, you can go ahead and do that, but my real focus here is the Blood Moon Ursaluna. We saw what kind of damage it's capable of. It won a Latin American International Championship tournament for a reason. Terra Normal, Life Orb boosted. He's not going to be able to move first, confirming the Basculegion's faster, even with the Choice Staff and the Tailwind being set up over on Sebastian's side. Now, another pivot action going. Incineroar, though, sponging the damage.
Yeah, and it was not enough to knock out Incineroar right here. So this is pretty good news for Sebastian, who will be able to get off a powerful move now with this Ursaluna. Now, the question is, where is it going to land? I mean, Incineroar and Rillaboom, they might be able to take this hit, but neither of them really want to, and you really need to consider which Pokemon is a little bit more expandable, and I agree with the choice here to bring in Rillaboom because, yeah, you need Incineroar against the Typhlosion later on.
Yeah, oh my lord, it's going to be able to survive on a slither of health. Most Rillabooms actually get felled by that, dependent, obviously, on the training, but clearly Tail Team able to invest a bit more in the special defensive aspect of it.
Yeah, that Rillaboom was ready to take on Blood Moon like that, and now is threatening another Fake Out onto Ursaluna Blood Moon. Now finally, since all Pokemon are confirmed for Sebastian in this battle, you don't have to worry about Farigiraf coming in, and this makes this double Fake Out playstyle feel much safer for Teo Team.
Yeah, it allows him so much more room to be able to capitalize off of the constant disruption, especially after a terrestrialization commit from Sebastian's side, which we saw in that Game 1, but the Fake Out going into the Alola Ninetales. Bit of a trade out between the Fake Outs here, but the Hisuian Typhlosion ensures that even though, let's say, you don't have the Sun necessarily available, maybe even if Tailwind goes down, you're still most likely going to be able to outspeed that Rillaboom whilst not being necessarily scared of the Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, what a positional battle that we have here in the Swiss Round 5 between both of these strong players. Now, Tailwind has petered out. Sun is already overwritten. Typhlosion, though, finding itself in a position where it can go for an attack. There's nothing really threatening it, neither Incineroar nor Basculegion, so this is a great opportunity for Sebastian. And maybe you can also try to use Parting Shot here to swap out Incineroar, bring in Whimsicott so that you can then support Typhlosion for the upcoming turns, because, yeah, the two threats for Typhlosion are still waiting in the back for Teo Team with Incineroar and Basculegion.
Yeah, and at this point, you just want to be able to capitalize off of as much damage as you can deal in order to limit the resource availability from Tail Team's side, which is definitely what he has been sort of identifying as such a major key part of his playstyle and his comfortability when it comes to, you know, his absolute experience around it. A lot of Ninetales opting to go on the defensive, definitely doesn't want to break a focus sash right now or even commit to any sort of thrustalization to get outside of the weakness of the fire type eruption, which, like we have said, there's no sunny day available, or should I say sun on the field. There's no commit of the Terra Fire since it's gone for the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but every little chip matters in this point, especially when you're once again relying on a pivot action to bring in maybe even the Whimsicott if you want to start setting things up, or go on the damage side with the Ursaluna.
Yeah, great play by Sebastian, identifying that, yeah, you can go for Parting Shot into this Rillaboom slot because it cannot go for Protect, so whatever comes in, you will be able to swap out Incineroar. And now, bringing in Ursaluna Blood Moon, I think Sebastian definitely would have loved to bring in Ninetales if it was a little bit more healthy. Maybe if it had Covered Cloak, that would be the perfect Pokemon to bring in. But now, as it's already low and Fake Out is online for Teo Team this turn, bringing in Ursaluna makes it a little bit ambiguous, because now, okay, what is Ursaluna going to do? Does it really just go for an attack? Is it going to protect? It would need to attack to help this Typhlosion, because if you protect Ursaluna and Incineroar decides to go for a knockoff into Typhlosion, that would be devastating for Sebastian, who cannot afford to lose Typhlosion like that. But a Eruption and Hyper Voice combination, especially if Ursaluna over on Sebastian's side is faster than Incineroar over on Teo Team's side, that could just be a double knockout. So a very, very crucial turn here.
As the Typhlosion does not want to play around and risk being targeted by the knockoff, brings its own partner Incineroar onto the field, lowering the damage output of Tail Team's side, whilst crucially having the subsequent turn. Fake Out available. Blizzard, though, may have something to say against this. Not this time. No freeze. Knockoff onto the Incineroar. Sebastian able to absolutely sponge that, whilst the Ursaluna, by the way, hasn't gone for Protect. It's gone for Hyper Voice, and it's not been able to pick up a KO, but my lord, that is so much resource of the HP absolutely depleted from Tail Team's side.
Still no KO taken in this game, as Incineroar barely makes it through the turn, but the same can be said about Ninetales and Incineroar over on the other side. Now grassy terrain is over, so no more recovery, at least for this turn. And we got some information here. Incineroar on Teo Team's side outspeeding Ursaluna Blood Moon, so that is going to be very, very good knowledge for Sebastian. But Sebastian still needs to find a way to kind of bring this Whimsicott in to set up Tailwind, because you absolutely have to have Tailwind up, or else this Beskar Legion is going to wreak havoc. So how do you set that up, though? You have Fake Out for this turn. So maybe you can find a way to I don't know, Fake Out the Ninetales and then swap Ursaluna into Whimsicott. It's really, really tough to navigate a very unique board state like that.
Yeah, it's really tricky because it's really dependent on whether you think there's going to be a targeting of that slot or not, as the Ninetales goes for the Protect. Incineroar trying to target it down means it will become susceptible to an Encore in the subsequent turn if that does come out. As the taunt, Incineroar from Tail Team's side, ignoring the Blood Moon yet again. It's now going to get sort of punished for that, or at least maybe this is part of Tail Team's plan. You want to be able to stop any parting shots from the Incineroar, allow your own Incineroar to get knocked out, to bring that free switch in from the turn, and all of a sudden the board states change. It seems like Tail Team's got the advantage speed tiering wise, no doubt.
Yeah, maybe Teo Team was predicting something like a Protect and Parting Shot play to get Whimsicott in that way, but now instead Sebastian going on the offensive, taking the first KO in this game, finally, I must say. But now, I guess the obvious play would be to protect Ursaluna and then maybe let Incineroar go down. But the question is, okay, which Pokemon is more relevant at this point? Do you want Incineroar to stay around? Because yeah, if Incineroar goes down and you can bring in Ninetales, then you have Ninetales, you bring in Whimsicott, then you have Whimsicott next to Ursaluna, but even under Tailwind, that wouldn't be enough to outspeed this Choice Scarf Beskar Legion over on the other side. So the puzzle is not solved. Just getting up Tailwind alone isn't enough in this case.
No, you need to find a way to be able to get that Typhlosion back onto the field at the same time as the Whimsicott to completely capitalize off of speed tiering in terms of the Tailwind setup, and maybe even a Sunny Dance being set, as well as the Incineroar It's going to switch up from Sebastian's side. It's going to be the Typhlosion. This is susceptible to a Bastion Legion if Tail Team identifies the Protect from the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It does! Tail Team is able to get rid of such a key player from Sebastian's side, which was so necessary. And clearly Sebastian was opting to try to find a way to bring it in safely, and Tail Team punished that board adaptation, saying, no, not today. I know you feel sort of forced to bring it at some point. I'm gonna read you out.
Yeah, Tail Team going for this Terra Water on the very first turn with Basculegion, really showing that he understood that this game plan is going to be around Choice Scarf Basculegion, and it was. Taking this KO, but not because Sebastian made any kind of mistake, but rather I would say Tail Team positioning Basculegion perfectly in a way where everything was threatened on Sebastian's team, and Sebastian just couldn't find this positioning with Tailwind and the Sun Up and Typhlosion. There's a little bit too much to ask, and a player of Tail Team's caliber didn't give him the opportunity. So Sebastian with the low HP Pokemon trying to make something happen here. You gotta stall a turn of Fake Out here. But even then, yeah, I think Whimsicott is going down, and you're down to your last 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, even though Sebastian will have Incineroar Fake Out available, the situation doesn't change that Tail Team has that Alolan Ninetales in the back. You've got the subsequent turn Encore available if any of your Pokemon go down. But most crucially, you just got so many more resources at this point, and Sebastian no longer has speed control, no longer has the Whimsicott to enable both that Typhlosion and the Blood Moon Ursaluna. So, and not only that, such low HP on the remaining 2 Pokemon, this is going to be tough for Sebastian to be able to claw himself out of.
Yeah, really, really well played by Tail Team so far. And now, well, Fake Out is active for Incineroar. You can go for a Fake Out on Basculegion and maybe go for like a KO with Hyper Voice, but Basculegion could just swap out or could just stay in as well. Rillaboom will outspeed Ursaluna Blood Moon, so Tail Team is confirmed, or will definitely get at least 1 move off here. Both Pokemon staying in, and this is going to be another big wave crash.
Here we go. No Sun available on the field. No need when it goes for the Incineroar KO, being wrapped up by that Blood Moon, by that Basculegion, apologies, but followed suit by the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which now is available to go for either the Blood Moon or the Hyper Voice, depending on what your prioritization is. It seems like it's going to be the spread damage. You pick up the KO onto the Rillaboom. You just missed the KO onto the Basculegion. You really wanted to be able to accomplish that, because that really would have brought you into the scenario where, even though there's an Encore available from the Ninetales, the Blizzard won't likely be able to pick up a KO, but you still have to contend with the Disable. There's just so much great utility when it comes to this Encore Disable set to sort of shut down endgame scenarios if your Alolan Ninetales moves first.
Yeah, that would have been quite interesting to see had that Hyper Voice knocked out Basculegion, but now that wasn't the case. Wave Crash comes out, will be followed up by Blizzard, and Tail Team will take Game 2 and the set.
Yeah, what a way to go about it. Shiny is such a master when it comes to the board positioning. So well versed with his team he's been rocking at multiple events. Tail Team Maso has been able to go ahead and get that 5-0 record.
Yeah, and well, before the game, we asked ourselves the question, with something like LAIC happening the week before, how would our players adapt to this? Will they kind of go with the trusted old strategy that Tail Team was so confident in, doing so well at some of the previous tournaments? Or would the new strategy come out on top here, piloted by Sebastian, the team of Yuma Kinugawa that won LAIC? And well, it turns out, if you have a team that has the fundamentals, I think you can figure out most matchups. Yep. If you just like try really hard, and if you are as strong as a player as Tail Team is, he understood that he didn't have to change anything with regards to his team, but instead changing their approach maybe a little bit, understanding that, okay, game 1, going for this Volcarona, really, really strong pressure being put on Sebastian throughout the set. And even though it looked like finally Sebastian had found this strong positioning for Typhlosion, in the end, the Terra Fire Rillaboom just taking it down, and then this final Terra Blast, clinching the game for Tail Team.
Yeah, what a way to go about it. At least ensuring that you've got that end game scenario sketched out. And we saw the Volcarona wasn't even brought in that game too. The Alolan Ninetales was identified not only for its potential of disrupting, the sun if there's a sort of subsequent turn interaction, but you've got the Encore Disable interaction. And that early Terra Water Basculegion, like we're just talking about, Marcus, allowed Tail Team so much more room to bring immediate pressure onto the field whilst capitalizing off of all of those pivot moves. Flip turn, Terra Water, guess what? With adaptability, it deals a lot of damage, and you still get the pivot, the fast pivot going to allow your Incineroar and your Rillaboom to get the slower forms of pivot and even have disruption, like we saw on Tail Team's Incineroar having the taunt, stopping the opposing Incineroar from going and getting its own pivot, a crucial one to mitigate the damage output of Tail Team's Pokemon with the Pardon Shot.
Yeah, those repositioning moves really so crucial in a matchup like this where, yeah, we said it a couple of times, but in the end, it very often came down to, okay, is Sebastian able to bring in Whimsicott at the right time? Can he use the time to set up Tailwind and then position Typhlosion under the Tailwind? But Teo Team was always kind of aware of the positioning that he had to avoid, and instead trying to always have at least like one Fake Out available, have like a switch in available with Incineroar, for example, as we saw there in the second game. And so with flip turn, you whittle it down, reposition, and then eventually once you find the spot that you need, then you can switch, kind of shift gears, go for Wave Crash, and go for the KOs that way.
What I really loved from both of the trainers were their use of Encore, but more importantly, their awareness of Encore. You felt it with every move they made. They always had to make sure they covered the Encore disruption angle from their opponent's side. So that sort of influenced a couple of the switch-ins that you would do in order to make sure that you don't get sort of checkmated into that Encore lock, per se, in the subsequent turn.
Yeah, and I think it's quite interesting as well, with a move like Encore and with the open team sheet format that we're playing in, it makes such a big difference. Like, if you read this move on the sheet and you're aware that this is happening, and then the mind games, of course, start because your opponent is aware that you're aware, so then what do we do with this? And I think both of them really respecting each other, respecting kind of both the option that they just go for Encore, but also the option that maybe they're thinking like one step ahead and they're not going for Encore. Yeah, there's so many sort of multi-layered mind games to tinker and wish that we could get into our trainers' minds. But guess what? We're able to, at least from Tail Team, was able to go ahead and get that 5-0 victory. So, David, go ahead and get that interview underway.
Thanks, Costa. Tail Team, congratulations on your very decisive win, honestly. And great to see you back again after being very accomplished in LAIC last week. First of all, how are you feeling?
Bon, parfait. Hein, j'étais un peu fatigué quand même au début du tournoi. Comme on l'a dit, j'ai enchaîné pas mal de tournois en ce moment. Et surtout avec des longues runs. Donc ouais, beaucoup de fatigue, mais ouais, là très bien.
Feeling very good. I was a bit tired at the beginning because I did a lot of events in a row. So a bit of fatigue, but now very good.
Excellent, of course you are. Now, of course, you went up against Yuma Kinugawa's team that won the whole event. Now, I can see from your schedule at LAIC, you didn't actually face Yuma in the tournament, but did you have any sort of preparations, maybe expecting it to be at this event?
Tu as joué contre la team de Yuma Kinugawa, que tu n'as pas affronté au LAIC, mais est-ce que tu t'es quand même préparé pour affronter cette équipe aujourd'hui?
Oui, évidemment, une team qui gagne un tournoi une semaine avant, on s'y prépare toujours un peu. Surtout que c'est une équipe quand même qui est assez nouvelle. Il y a des idées qui sont similaires à d'autres équipes qui existaient déjà, mais oui, je m'étais pas mal préparé. Juste en théorie, j'avais jamais vu en pratique ce que ça donnait, mais ça allait.
Yes, of course I prepared because the team that wins an event 1 week before will see some usage. So I didn't practice against it, but I studied the theory, and here we are.
Excellent, yeah, and you seem to masterfully just kind of position around it really well with the Rillaboom and your Basculegion as well being that kind of king piece that you just positioned and then were really good at using at the end. So was there any moment where Sebastian was maybe getting the upper hand at one point, or did you feel like you had it all under control?
Tu as très bien joué le jeu de position avec ton go rythmique et ton bascule légion. Est-ce qu'à un moment, tu as senti que l'adversaire avait pris l'ascendant ou est-ce que tu te sentais toujours en contrôle toute la game?
C'était une game très très tendue quand même. C'était très équilibré. Il y a des moments où j'étais devant, des moments où je perdais pas mal l'avantage sur peut-être une perte de ride. Donc ouais, non, c'était une game très intense.
It was a very balanced game. Sometimes I had the lead, sometimes I could lose a bit of momentum due to some reads, but yeah, a very intense game.
It was, yeah, and a privilege to watch as well. So thinking about this event, Teo Team, what is your goal this weekend?
À propos de cet event, quel est ton objectif ce week-end?
Voilà, évidemment, c'est de gagner. Après ces 2 derniers tournois où j'étais vraiment pas loin, là, c'est de gagner. Bon, c'est un espoir, c'est pas. Je sais pas jusqu'où j'irai, mais ouais, là, l'objectif, c'est de gagner.
The objective is to win after 2 big runs where I was close. And so the objective is to win. I don't know if I will make it, but it's the goal.
I'm sure you've got it in you, Teo Team, to take this because you've been so consistent, so good with this team. And in terms of your overall aspirations for the entire season, like leading up to Worlds, do you see yourself competing at Worlds or any other events going up until that point?
Sur la saison globalement, c'est quoi tes objectifs? Est-ce que tu veux aller aux Worlds? Ton objectif aux Worlds, qu'est-ce que ce serait?
Voilà, je vais continuer à jouer la saison à fond. Le fait que je sois qualifié maintenant, ça va pas changer grand-chose à mes projets. L'objectif c'est de gagner un tournoi majeur. Et ouais, je vais continuer à jouer intensément.
I still plan on playing the whole season, even though I'm qualified already. Doesn't mean I will stop. My goal is still to win a major tournament, so I will just keep playing.
Amazing to hear. And finally, Teo Team, any shout-outs that you'd like to give?
Enfin, est-ce que tu as des shout-outs?
Évidemment, encore une fois, ma team, ma team que shout-out à chaque tournoi, toujours pour le soutien, pour tout. Et à Audric David qui a bien commencé aussi le tournoi. C'est cool. Et Adam Sharfaoui qui joue pas la même équipe que nous, mais shout out à tous les deux.
Of course to my team for the support and to Audric who also has a really good start of the tournament and to Adam who doesn't play the same team but is a good practice partner.
Great to hear. Teo Team, bonne chance in the next few rounds and we'll be getting into round 6 real soon for some more Regulation Set H Pokémon action.
Hi, I'm William Bassolino, WJ Box for as your username. It feels unbelievable. I worked so hard in the last 10 years. Like this January marks 10 years of career, and I really wanted to celebrate some way, and I think I found the best way to celebrate.
So many years of competing. William Bassolino is your Birmingham Regional Champion.
The games against Poké-Alex in top 4 were the best games I ever played. Like against an opponent so strong, make it look that I deserved it. Like I read him and I think that moment was the moment that I realized I have to win it all. I lost the 3rd round against a team that I just don't like to face. And going to one, I said, no, I'm too angry. But then I spoke with some friends and I decided that all that emotion, I have to transform it into focus. And like from there, I just win it all. I think Ogre-Pon, Hearthflame, I didn't use her at all in Reg F and first in Reg G. But then trying her in this team, I just fell in love because of her versatility. I have a new favorite Pokemon. I always said I had 3 dreams. One was to get streamed on this stage. The second one was to win a major, so like a regional or an international challenge. And the third one is to win Worlds. I started playing in the 3rd of January 2015 with the idea I want to be the very best. And now I just set another brick towards that goal.
national champion.
He's already stopped happening, but he's still got it down. Look at it go! Give it up for Pato Man!
Multiple members of Peru on Rayquaza, Mimikyu and Ripness. 84 is in, Rayquaza is at half right now, only 10 seconds left on the clock. Tempo is here, but there's just no time. Overlord moves to the middle, and Luminosity Gaming is going to stop them, and they are going to win the AL's Cup.
This is so tense. We see the Phantom Dive, 200 damage on Lugia. Oliver draws for turn.
There's the boss, there's the Luminion, so he has an Ultra Ball in hand. There it is.
Oh my gosh. It all has to come together. Luminion for boss, boss the bench, Dragon Power, and Oliver is your UIC Juniors champion.
Dreamy and Dracloak will be going down. Amy, there will be two Duskull Imply, and that's it for Nathan.
I think a comeback is nigh impossible, Pablo.
I always call it, and I'm always burned, but I'm gonna call it again. Nathan, there we go.
There is the handshake. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors victor, our champion of EUIC 2025. Congratulations.
This is where dreams are no longer imagined, but lived. The weight of expectation, the pressure of one of the biggest stages, over 3,300 challenges, and one final brilliant dance partner in Natalie, all stood before him. Yet now, here he stands.
Straight onto Oranguru and then use it for, oh yeah, it's Precious Trolley, getting all of your basic Pokemon out. Whatever 5 basic Pokemon Ryuki wants to get on the board here are coming.
Here we go, look at all the pieces that have descended.
Ryuki is going to be your European International Champion 2025. He came to Dortmund, he won the whole thing, and now he's come to London and won the whole thing.
Here comes a big-ass barrage connecting down into the Torkoal. No damage to the protecting Calyrex. It hangs on with 13 hit HP. But did Torkoal go for Eruption? Which is... into the Torkoal there. Torkoal is down. Ismail seems to be once more on this back hoof. That's it. Your EUIC Junior Champion, Fabian Musicant! It's not going to be enough damage there. Ian's Urshifu soaking this up. This game is slowly but surely coming to a wrap.
It has been Ian's that have been going for the close combat.
To Luis Urshifu, it's going to be the KO. We have our senior EUIC champion, Ian Larson.
With the electric drift, it is moving before the Flutter Mane.
Here we go, which is an into the Fluttermane, and it is going to be enough. Nero is able to close this out with Ferrograph's only option, able to go for the Psychic in it. It's immune.
Wolfclick is able to take the title. He takes his second international championship and becomes your 2025 European International Champion.
I'm just thinking about the scope. I could not have won this final if I didn't have the support of some incredible people.
Amazing, man. Back-to-back UIC.
Ich fühle mich super erleichtert, weil ich war sehr nervös am Anfang.
I'd like to shout out my friends, my locals, and my family for helping me to get to this point.
All my family, my friends, I love you all.
めちゃめちゃ嬉しいです。
Hello, Pokemon fans. I am Costa, and we are here at the 2026 Pokemon Stuttgart Regional Championships. And specifically, we are at the prize wall area where we essentially have our trainers on the side events vying for prize tickets in order to be able to get lovely pieces of content that we've got available for everybody. So, walking us through this, we have got Theo, one of the lovely staff members available. So, Theo, good morning, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, it is our honor. So, that being said, would you mind please running us through how our trainers will be able to vie for these prizes?
Absolutely. So the name of the game today, everyone, is side events. If you're in the main event, you're not feeling the main event, you want to drop out, run side events. You are spectating, you can still do side events. There's a couple ways you can enter. We're selling goodie bags that have side event vouchers inside of them, or you can just go to the side events hives and sign up. With every event, you will win prize tickets. Prize tickets is how you get everything on the wall. We got a little bit of everything for everyone. Big things I'd like to point out, backpacks, all the really fun cosmetic stuff that everybody likes to wear, different merch that you're not really gonna see everywhere else. Boxes that I've only seen here. ETBs that I've never seen anywhere else. We have a lot of smaller stuff that we'd like to give out for family stuff that I recommend. Dice, tokens, stuff to help the kids learn. But we have a little bit of everything. If you're grinding, you want more stuff, more tickets, we have just about everything here. We got double deck boxes, sleeves, clothes.
Oh, get in. I might get me one of those if I can find some time.
People want to win booster boxes. Who thought you could win clothes at a Pokemon event?
Well, not me. But thank you so much for letting us know.
Absolutely. I'm going to be here all weekend. It's what we're here for. I got wonderful people and staff here. We're ready to help you out.
Oh, thank you so much, Theo. And generally speaking, what would be your favorite piece if you were able to go ahead and vie to get
I can pick anything on this wall.
Anything at all, Theo.
I'm taking the Charmander purse for my daughter. And then I'm going to make both of them very sad because they're going to have to fight over it. I got to win two. I got to win two.
So would you get two Charmanders or would you just get one?
Get two of the same thing because that way the kids can't try and take it from each other.
Very, very valid and great strategy and thinking there, my friend. So, with that being said, Theo, thank you so much for your time as we've got so many more prizes at all of our major events that we're able to feature. So, with that being said, this has been Costa, this has been Theo. Thank you so much for your time. And now we're going to be coming back to more of the main action.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024.
Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, and let the games begin.
It's going to be Giratina, Upper Shield, the signature Pokemon of Inadequance, but it's not enough.
It's official. Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon GO World Champion. Battle can do whatever they want. They're going straight forward. It's stunned in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel. Our champions, Fennel!
One final count, as careful as possible in this highest of stakes moment. And this is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion.
Giratina V-Star, a pivotal card here in the Reggie Drago deck. Lost Impact, we're going to see 2 energy go to the Lost Zone here, but that's going to take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX here, and that's the game. Evan Pavelski is your senior champion here in 2024 at our World Championships.
Is there anything in the deck that can get us? There's 1, maybe 2 energy. Is there an attacker? Is there a switch? We are thinking. Just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel. And there is the hand! Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion.
7 bug types on the field right now are not threatened by super effective damage. Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's going to be more than enough for the KO. That's the forfeit. And Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world. EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
Trying to make sure that you can outdamage your opponent, not take too much as Thunderbolt into the Vergraph, more than enough to bring Luke down to final Pokemon. And with the sportive one, and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is going to be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division. The Electro Drift into this Iron Valiant is going to be enough to secure the knockout here. You see the headset come off, and Yuta knows this might just be all she wrote. This Pelipper, the last bastion of hope here for Yuta to try to get through this game, but the rain has stopped. The protection is gone here for this grass-type Pelipper, and as we see the forfeit locked in, we're going to see Luca Turnivelli become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
After winning the World Championships, really I haven't still kicked in how much these things mean for me.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
I'm feeling very happy that I won Worlds. I did not believe in myself after day one, but my brother pushed me through it.
世界取ったぞ！最高です。優勝できたからです。
我感觉非常的开心、兴奋以及自豪。
下位チャンピオンになって、あまり実感はないんですが、すごいことをしたなっていう気持ちがあります。感謝したい人は、ここまで連れてきてくれた家族と練習を付き合ってくれた父です。
Right now I'm feeling very good. After this, I'm going to show up to Worlds next year since I got my auto invite and see how that goes.
Realmente bien, no sé cómo explicarlo. Se siente increíble.
The pressure is building up here in Stuttgart for the regional championships, and after 5 amazing Swiss rounds, only a handful of players are still undefeated. Who is going to make it to phase 2? Who will earn those much-needed championship points? We are here to answer that question. My name is Marcus Hamann, and I'm joined by Zoe. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing so well, and I'm really happy in that last match, seeing that absolute masterclass of Team just piloting his team so well. One thing I really, really love is the fact that we are at a stage in the metagame where players are using these Basculegions outside of Rain. In the early format, Basculegions were almost always paired up with Pelipper, but it's a really strong Pokemon with 2 fantastic abilities, Adaptability and Swift Swim, and it's just all around a really useful typing in Water and Ghost types.
Yeah, for sure. Of course, being immune to Fake Out is so important in a format like this, but then players like Team opting to go for that Terra Water to boost the damage even higher with adaptability. And so, yeah, that was quite the amazing game that we just witnessed. Without going into too much details, I can already tell you that the upcoming match is one that you don't want to miss. But yeah, we're just adding and adding and adding more incredible action here from Stuttgart.
We've had so much incredible variety of teams this weekend, but up on the screen here, we are going to see the usage stats of the top 12 Pokemon at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. And we can see, of course, Incineroar, often crowned the king of VGC, just just such a strong Pokemon. That fantastic typing, Fire and Dark, with the Intimidate, with the Fake Out, with the Parting Shot. But of course, you can see it paired up with a lot of other Pokemon. And just looking at the top 6 Pokemon, that's just a team in itself. Wouldn't you say?
Well, it is a team in itself, and I think having had a quick glimpse at what we're about to witness, it might be the team that we will see next up. So yes, very, very good synergy between some of these powerhouses, some of these Pokemon with the best stats and great stat distribution. And great typing coverage as well. So yes, you can just literally throw those on a team and it will probably work. However, of course, that is the team and the type of team that everyone is comparing or preparing for, rather, for an event like this. But we also, of course, have some teams that consist of Pokemon that don't have any of these top usage Pokemon. And that is also totally viable, as well as we have a look at some of the other matches that are going on currently between some of our undefeated players. We will see some surprises as well.
Yeah, at this stage of the tournament, these players at 5-0, they want to continue that winning streak. And we see up on the board, the featured match, there is a Malamar that's going to be on the stream. Apollo Hakeman versus Alex Gomez. Alex Gomez, of course, a really powerful veteran player, IC champion, just all round really strong player. And of course, the other notable matches, we've got Lucas Kefel versus Michael Kelsch, who has just recently returned to the game. Sebastian Urs versus Luca Cherubelli, another world champion. And Victor Jimenez versus Teotihuacan Marcel, whom we just featured on stream.
Yeah, absolutely. Our best friend Malamar making an appearance here with Apollo at 5-0, undefeated in Stuttgart. But there is another Espathra at 5-0. I think we just saw one earlier in the day, of course, by the V-Day. But yeah, Luca is doing really, really well with the team that he also used to get top 16 at the Gdansk Regional Championships. So yeah, something that he has had success with in the past, but now going up against Michael, that is going to be a tough challenge.
Oh yeah, Michael proving one of the strongest Pokemon. He's a trainer, he's not a Pokemon. One of the strongest trainers in the format. And Lucas this time, the Espathra paired with a different duck to the Golduck. It's going to be the Pelipper. But we also see 2 Typhlosion matches. Not quite a mirror match, but 2 Typhlosions going up against each other. And in those kind of scenarios, you really want to hope that your own Typhlosion gets that eruption off first and reduces the damage output of the opposing Typhlosion before they can get their eruption off.
Yeah, quite exciting to see those Typhlosion mirror matchups, how they play out. But I think even more exciting might be to see how this Malamar can do in an environment like this. I mean, well, you can get a boost from Intimidate, right? Through Contrary. I mean, I guess that is what we're assuming that is the set that it might want to run. And then on this full Trick Room team, maybe with Superpower, a move that usually would lower your defense and attack stat, but thanks to Contrary on Malamar, you can actually use that and turn it into something good, into a boost of those stats.
It's quite useful, and Contrary's ability, not that many Pokemon with the Contrary ability are able to take advantage of it. The other Pokemon being superior, every time it goes for the Leaf Storm, it's able to boost up its special attack. And now in this case, Malamar, if this one does have the superpower, it gets more defensive and more offensive each time it clicks that move. So it just becomes more and more difficult to knock out on the physical side as time goes on.
Yeah, and that might be a tough challenge for Alex to overcome, as both players are now getting ready to get into this match. Alex, I think, was maybe not playing as many tournaments. Definitely, of course, a familiar face in the scene. He's an international champion, world's top 8, and we'll see some more of his accomplishments just in a little bit. But maybe taking a little bit of a break, but now in full force here. Undefeated so far, looking to make it into phase 2, because whoever wins this game is guaranteed to make it into the second phase of competition.
Precisely. So at this stage, both players are at X and O. So, you know, even if they do drop a match, it's not really the end of the world. But we see now Alex, a player who has graced the screens time and again with his incredible play style and just incredible level of play. And of course, his opponent Apollo, not quite as well known. I don't believe we've ever seen Apollo on stream before, but there is always a first time for every player. Of course, every player, even the veteran ones, has to have started somewhere, and this could be the perfect time for Apollo to shine on the stage and show to us how great of a Pokemon Malamar is and how great of a trainer he is.
And how great of a friend Malamar is as well. Absolute there's no other way going about this. Apollo is the clear underdog in this matchup. He's going up against one of the most accomplished players, not only in Europe, but in the world. He's going up against a player that has been around for 10 years at this point, with great accomplishments in many, many different years, different formats. We see it there, winning national championships back in the day in 2016, then the world's top 8 and winning NAIC. So Alex has done it all, while Apollo, well, I'm sure he's done something, but not something that makes it onto the screen for us right now.
There's always a first time for every player, and you know, we've seen time and again the underdog getting some upset win on a very established player. So, you know, this could be Apollo's time to shine, and we see now Apollo's team Torkoal Malamar, the best Pokemon in the world, and Farigiraf, Indeedee Female, Lilligant, and Ursaluna.
All right, hold that. I'm sensing something. I'm feeling like the year is 2023 and I'm in some train in Japan. There's a Zap Zipper Farigiraf on the screen. I think it makes sense on this team because you have Psychic Surge from Indeedee to block priority attacks. So maybe with Zap Zipper, yeah, you get the immunity to Spore, to Wood Hammer, to Grassy Glide. But yeah, of course, quite funny, as that was one of the very like niche picks that we had on our Worlds team in 2023. It didn't go so well for us back then, but yeah, maybe Apollo has found a way to use Zap Zipper Farigiraf. I definitely believe, and well, with the Malamar, I think he already got me, but with the Zap Zipper Farigiraf, okay, Apollo, you got this, right?
Triple Psychic, this is such an awesome team with the Indeedee and Expanding Force, and that was, I think, a very offensive Farigiraf, but we're going to now take a look at Alex's team. So Alex is going to be running something a little bit more standard of the Incineroar, Dragonite, Golden Ghost, Sneasler, Ursaluna, and Rillaboom, and I believe that was the top 6 most used Pokemon this weekend.
Well, there are a few things that we can highlight here. So, first of all, Sneasler running Direct Claw. Now, that would not have been any news a couple of months ago, but recently in this format, how the metagame has shifted and developed, players have opted to run Sword Stance over Direct Claw to make use of the fake-out core that you have going on with Incineroar and Rillaboom. So that is the first thing that we should point out. And then the second thing is Ursaluna is not the traditional Leftovers and Yawn set, but instead is carrying the Assault Vest, which makes it a little bit more kind of offensive in a sense that it has access to both Hyper Voice and Blood Moon, where the Yawn Protect set sometimes is a little bit limited in terms of which of the damaging moves it can go for, because of course Blood Moon, you can't use it consecutively, so that can make it quite predictably. But Alex saying, okay, I'm using a little bit of a twist on some of the more common Pokemon on the more common teams, and it doesn't really matter that much, I think, in the grand scheme of things, but this Assault Vest might be very, very helpful in this particular matchup because Apollo's strategy is going to center around using their strong special attackers, presumably under Trick Room, and with Terra of Water, Ursaluna holding an Assault Vest over on Alex's side, this might be really, really tough to power through.
This is such an exciting matchup. I absolutely cannot wait as we get started into our match. There's so much offense coming from both of our players, and Apollo, the underdog, is going to be leading. Firstly, Alex leading with the Golden Go and the Dragonite, and Apollo will be leading with the Indeedee and the Farigiraf. So Psychic Terrain is now immediately set up on the field and is going to enable this Farigiraf to get those really powerful expanding forces.
Yeah, Psychic Seed activating, boosting the special defense. And yeah, I was so excited about the Zap Zipper. We didn't really talk too much about the moveset that Farigiraf has. It is Nasty Plot and Expanding Force. So this Farigiraf is really used as a Trick Room sweeper rather than the Trick Room setter and the defensive support Pokemon. Instead, this job is taken over by Indeedee, both normal and psychic types. A really, really cool idea coming out from Apollo. Now, over on Alex's side, with Golden Go, you have a perfect answer, though, to that, because, well, you can set up Nasty Plot pretty much uncontestedly, and the only Pokemon that Apollo really has against it, with the 2 Pokemon that he's brought in the back, Hisuian Lilligant is not going to help against Golden Go, so you really need Ursaluna Blood Moon to get the work done against this Golden Go.
Oh, looks like actually Indeedee just wanting to get out of there, and in its place, it is going to be that Ursaluna, as you called out. So Ursaluna now, a fantastic solution to the Golden Go, but the Golden Go just immediately goes for the Mega Make It Rain and knocks the Ursaluna down to half of its health. And it's also going to take just a little bit of recoil damage from the life of another Scale Shot comes off onto this Ursaluna. Is that going to be enough to get the knockout onto this Ursaluna? It is going to be, that's 3 hits, 4 hits, 4 hits. It is enough. And Ursaluna is felled on turn 1 of the game. And oh, that's a huge offensive presence just gone on Apollo's side. But it does mean the Frigoraph now is now free to get an attack off.
All right. Let me say it like this. This is not good for Apollo. Apollo really needed Ursaluna to take on Golden Go, and now if you're switching in Torkoal here, then it's like, okay, maybe you can like make something happen with Expanding Force and Eruption, but there's no Torkoal. It's Lilligant in the back, and now we're back to the same position like in turn 1. I mean, well, Trick Room is up, but Golden Go is still sitting there strong, and you won't even be able to take any KO this turn, I'm afraid. Even like a Psychic and Expanding Force probably doesn't knock out either Pokemon, so yeah, I think maybe just another Make It Rain and Scale Shot and poke Alex. Alex is in such a great spot here.
Yeah, this Farigiraf, as we saw, the only way of really damaging the Golden Go is to go for that terrestrialization, which we do see up on the screen right now. So now Farigiraf is going to turn itself into a water type, so it will be resisting those Make It Rains quite nicely. But as you called out earlier, it's not going to be able to resist those Scale Shots. But firstly, it's going to be scheming away there, just making some nasty plots, really raising its special attack and allowing the Indeedee to get an attack and break the multi-scale of this Dragonite with a Psychic. But once again, another Make It Rain deals quite respectable damage to both the Farigiraf. Oh, it's a critical hit. Oh, that's a little devastating for Apollo there. And Indeedee also taking a fair amount of damage from that Make It Rain.
Yeah, and then here's the follow-up Scale Shot. I don't think the critical hit mattered too much because just 2 hits are enough to knock Farigiraf out. And without taking too much damage in these first couple of turns, Alex now taking out another Pokemon of Apollo, who is forced to bring in the Lilligant. And, well, it was an interesting idea to bring a Lilligant without Torkoal, maybe to try and get some positioning against Ursaluna, maybe being so afraid of Ursaluna that we were talking about with Assault Vest, of course, a big threat. But Alex didn't need to bring it out in this game. Just Goldengo and Dragonite were able to get the job done, and Alex, yeah, will take game 1.
Yeah, this is such a strong lead from Alex there. The Golden Go recognizing with triple Psychic. Golden Go had a great time, but you know, Malamar wasn't brought, and Malamar does have Dark-type moves in knockoff. So that could be quite useful, I think, in this game too. Now, it looks like Apollo may be taking a bit... Oh, no, I think we saw Apollo go for the forfeit, but Alex may be taking his time to think about his strategy for the game too.
Well, or he's just still thinking about this game because you want to make sure that you can absolutely lock it up. You don't know that your opponent has forfeited, and now Alex, well, knows, okay, well, well, let's go into game 2. But this seemed to be quite easy. I mean, I think it came down to the Pokemon that Apollo brought and also the targeting of Alex. So Apollo not bringing Torkoal made it really, really tough to deal with Goldengo. And then at the same time, Alex just targeting Scale Shot perfectly every turn made it really, really tough for Apollo to just gain any opening. Knocking out Ursaluna right away in turn 1 of the game 1 just really, really put Apollo really far behind in the game. And yeah, a player of Alex's caliber didn't give their opponent any opening whatsoever.
No, he did not. One thing I think Apollo could be able to, could have done a bit differently in game 1 is maybe go for a Follow Me on the Indeedee and the Trick Room. That way you guarantee the survival on the Farigiraf. Indeedee could have gotten itself knocked out, and then you get the free switch into the Ursaluna, and then you threaten the Golden Go out of its into its Terra, and if Golden Go Terras, then you've got a super powerful Expanding Force.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a call you have to make there, because if you go for the Follow Me Trick Room and Golden Go just goes for Nasty Plot, then you're caught in a pretty bad spot. So I think, yeah, Apollo was kind of calling the Nasty Plot to come out from Alex, but Alex reading through that, attacking with Make It Rain, catches Ursaluna on the switch in. Really the deciding turn already in game 1. But this is a new game. This is a new plan for both of our players. Golden Go and Incineroar for Alex, and his Hisuian, Lilligant, and Ursaluna coming out from Apollo. And there is the Malamar!
Malamar, yes! My friend Malamar. Both of our players are having a little bit of a switch up. Golden Go, of course, Alex leading with it. Once again, it's just such a strong offensive Pokemon. And if you ignore it on the field, it can just set up with that Nasty Plot.
Yeah, but once again, The question, I guess, is with good as Gold, Golden Go being immune to Sleep Powder, and also with the Ghost typing being immune against close combat, Golden Go could just go ahead and, well, go for any move, really. You could go for a Fake Out and a Make It Rain, but Indeedee switching in is a real possibility, and that is what Apollo goes for. So a very aggressive turn one here. Let's see if Alex tried to play it slowly or if they go for the offensive.
Psychic Terrain is going to be set up. Alex playing it safe with a Protect on the Golden Go, just wanting to scout out what his opponent is going to do. And now this Incineroar outspeeds this Ursaluna, gets that parting shot off, reduces its damage output, and allows Alex to get another Pokemon to swap in. Now the question is, what did this Ursaluna go for? It is now at -1 special attack, so it won't be doing quite as much damage, but it's still holding a Life Orb, and it's still going to be able to dish out significant damage. So now, let's have a look. Alex is really being very careful and playing very, very defensively, just making sure that he does not make any mistakes in this game.
Yeah, bringing in Rillaboom would be a great way to override the terrain. You would get Fake Out pressure, and because there's Zap Zipper Frigoraph and not the Armor Tail, then you also would know for a fact that, yeah, Fake Out cannot be blocked in any way with Indeedee already being on the field. But let's see if Alex even brought out Rillaboom. Yes, it was brought to the battle, so a little bit of a switch up here compared to game one, potentially. But now, with Rillaboom on the field, Earth Power into Protect. Great turn for Alex. And yeah, once again, Apollo very, very far behind after the first turn. However, at least no damage was being dealt.
That's a really nice turn for Alex. They're overriding the terrain. Means that Apollo is going to have to swap out the Indeedee once again if he wants to get that terrain control. And Ursaluna also just a little bit neutralized from that earlier parting shot. It is also very susceptible to Fake Out and Wood Hammer. So there's a lot that's, you know, the Ursaluna also just not really wanting to stay in the game. But actually, we see Apollo maybe trying to decide whether or not to go for the Terastallization there and just try and get some attack off. But oh, he's really going down to this timer.
Yeah, Fake Out is active for Alex, and I don't really see too much of a reason not to go for a Fake Out into Ursaluna Blood Moon. I mean, you can follow it up with a Make It Rain or with just a Nasty Plot. It could also be, though, a Fake Out into Indeedee if you really want to prevent Trick Room from going up, and then this Helping Hand play could actually be really strong.
Looks like responding to Terastallization. It is going to be onto this Ursaluna, so it will be the Terra normal type. But the Life Orb is going to be dealing quite a bit of damage. Of course, not quite as much as it would have had it not gotten that parting shot earlier, but it looks like the Helping Hand coming off onto this Ursaluna. Did Alex go for the correct target with this? Actually, no Fake Out. It's just going to be a Make It Rain. Deals over half damage to both the Indeedee and the Ursaluna, which means this Rillaboom has gone for a Wood Hammer. Who was the target? The target was into this Indeedee, so Indeedee is down with a not quite a cheeky critical hit, but now it means Alex has won the terrain control, but allows this Ursaluna now to get a Helping Hand, Life or boosted Earth Power onto this Golden Go is not enough to get the knockout. We see how useful that parting shot was earlier, as all the Pokemon on the board are going to recover a little bit of health from this grassy terrain.
And he's the Malamar.
My friend Malamar, and the shiny too.
Let's see if there's something that it can do at this point. You probably don't want a Topsy-Turvy Golden Go, because that's already at -1, and I also don't think it's going to work, right? It's not going to work with the good as Gold. But, well, yeah, in that turn, Alex correctly identifying that, well, Fake Out is active, but I can actually get a safe KO here with Make It Rain and Wood Hammer. And by going for the Terastallization, also kind of ensuring that nothing goes down that turn, unless it was for like a Helping Hand, Terra, Blood Moon into Golden Go, but that's quite the risk to go for. So Apollo now swapping out Ursaluna to reset the special attack set, but will have to take a big Make It Rain with that critical hit.
Yeah, Malamar not really happy to take so much damage on a Golden Go already at -1, but no, it does get to snack on its Citrus Berry and bring its health back up. But of course, the Rillaboom will be going next. It is going to be a Wood Hammer, and is enough to get the knockout onto this poor Malamar. And Malamar has been felled, leaving Apollo down to his final two Pokemon, and Apollo is in a very difficult situation here. The Ursaluna, has taken quite a bit of damage. The Lilligan's also taken a lot of damage, and at this point, the Golden Go, it is quite chipped, and it's just got so much offensive presence. The Rillaboom is also just sitting in a very strong position here.
Yeah, it just, like, a lot of things didn't go really well here for Apollo in this game, unfortunately. Now, Ursaluna takes this Grassy Glide, and with After You now will be able to take this kind offer to go for a Blood Moon. This should be enough for a KO on this Miracle Seed Rillaboom easily, but Golden Go didn't protect, so there might just be another Make It Rain to follow things up here, as Ursaluna also goes down to the Life Orb recoil. Well, there's the Soul Lilligant still sitting there for Apollo, but, well, it seems like Alex was just a little bit too strong for Apollo in this set.
Make It Rain Golden Go rains down the victory for Alex Gomez, and he will be the winner of your Swiss Round 6.
Yeah, really got to see that Alex definitely is someone who is prepared to go up against those strategies. I think in this format, personally, I have like 3 dedicated teams that I always want to make sure that I have some sort of matchup against, because but they're not usually seen at the very, very top of the standings. They have so much potential. So that is Dondozo. You need to know how to face Dondozo. You need to know how to play into Psychic Spam, kind of the Espathra and Didi kind of team. And you need to know how to go about Hard Trick Room. And this is what Alex just showed us, how you can play into that. Even though on paper, when looking at the team, well, we talked about Ursaluna, Blood Moon with Terra Water and Assault West. It didn't even need to come to that, but instead using Golden Go very, very effectively, just ensuring that there can never be a situation where Apollo was able to position their strongest attackers under Trick Room, the Farigiraf and Ursaluna Blood Moon going down. And then in the second game, it was the Miracle Seed Rillaboom, which just had a little bit too much oomph with those powerful Woodhammers, getting the turn correct, turn 1, parting shot, bringing in Rillaboom, overriding the terrain, and then it was, I mean, it's already difficult to play against a player like Alex, right? But then playing from a disadvantageous position in a matchup like this, where Alex surely has had a lot of practice, is just very, very tough. So, yeah, I hope Apollo can still kind of appreciate the opportunity to play against a player like Alex here in the spotlight, and there's for sure something that they can take away from the set.
Yeah, there's a lot to be learned from playing against such a high caliber player, and let's not forget, Apollo was at 5-0 at the start of this round, so it's actually not over for him yet. Yeah. He just needs to win one more game, and he's also guaranteed to progress to phase 2 of the game. So we've got 2 more rounds left of phase 1. So if I fully believe Malamar can do this, and I would like to see Malamar in phase 2 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
Yeah, Stuttgart, of course, it's not that far away from me. So if I was playing, then it would almost feel like a local to me, right?
You could play Malamar at your locals and test it out at every event, in actual fact. So.
Well, maybe now with Regulation F coming up, your next couple of locals might be in the new format. But yeah, let's have a look what locals are about.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Yeah, of course, local is a great way to meet fellow Pokemon fans and to go up against them, whether it's in the video game or in the trading card game or in Pokemon Go. And yeah, if you want to find out what types of tournaments are maybe near you, then go ahead, scan this QR code and find events around you.
It's so easy nowadays to find your nearest locals, and there's just so many events popping up as well. I have a local with just a 10-minute walk away from where I live, so it is absolutely amazing. And these are perfect opportunities for you to test out maybe some more unconventional ideas that you may not want to risk bringing into like a high-level tournament, such as a regional. But at locals, it's a perfect opportunity. Make new friends, test out those new ideas. So if you want to know how to join your next local, go ahead and scan that QR code up on the screen.
Yeah, I'm already looking forward to the kind of holiday celebration, like end of the year local that we'll have towards the end of December. Like usually, I don't know, some players there we would bake some snacks, some festive decoration, and then play a tournament. Yeah, it's pretty wholesome. So I'm looking forward to that. And yeah, maybe if you want to find out if there's any festive kind of action going on at your local tournaments, now it's a good time of the year to check them out.
Yeah, as the year is wrapping up and we get into the holiday season, I just can't help but get reminded and how grateful I am of the community that we've built. And just, it's so amazing just being able to see the same players, get that to the playtest group, and you can see a lot of our top level players in their shoutouts. They always acknowledge the fact that it is not really, it can be a solo game, but it's not really a one-person game in a sense, because if you want to advance to that top level, you want to have that team building group bounce ideas off others and then test it out. And sometimes it's just nice to get a fresh new set of eyes on your team.
Yeah, and talking about that top level, of course, to elevate from the local experience, maybe you also want to check out some of the regional tournaments, whether it's as a player or as a spectator. You can check out the link below, arcane9.gg/events/Pokemon, and then you can see what other tournaments we have coming up in our calendar across the year, across the season, and maybe you'll run into some of us there as well. So make sure to check out both locals and our bigger events.
And remember to register on time. Sometimes a lot of these competitions are in very, very high demand, so make sure you are there on the dot during the sign-ups to get yourselves a place onto those championships. But that is going to be enough of us. It looks like the interview with Alex Gomez is ready, so let's hear from Alex himself.
Thanks, Zoe. Alex, congratulations on that win.
Thank you.
Great to have you here in Stuttgart. How are you feeling? You're still undefeated, and we're going just after round 6 already.
Yeah, feeling good. 6-0. I went to LAC last weekend, and it didn't go so well. So yeah, it's good to be back at day 2. But there's still 3 more rounds. So yeah, I will try for undefeated today.
That will be an excellent achievement to already get. But yeah, taking it one game at a time, right? Mm-hmm. That makes a lot of sense. So talking about that game that you just had, obviously, when you saw the team sheet, what were you thinking?
Well, it was a weird team. Of course, it's a hard trick room, which we are aware of that. But I didn't expect to face off a Malamar today. And, well, it caught me off guard, I guess. But yesterday I was practicing because last weekend at LAC I lost against a hard trick room, and I changed some stuff in order to beat comfortably hard trick room. So I think I could show it off on the stream. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, you seem to have just control of that game entirely, which was amazing. Using that golden go really effectively too. Now, did you kind of make any adaptations from LAIC with the team?
Yeah, I changed a little bit of stuff because last weekend I faced a lot of, some mouse ape with Sinicha, and I thought that matchup was a little bit rough because I was using Volcarona, and Volcarona wasn't great in that matchup. I also faced some Primarina and very fast Volcarona with Struggleback, and my team had 3 offensive special attackers. So now I have Sneasler, and Sneasler is able to handle a little bit better against Mouse Ape and Primarina Volcarona as well, which was something I struggled against. So yeah, so far I'm happy. I think it's working, but still a lot of tournament left.
Yeah, of course it is. That makes a lot of sense. Now, your 6 that you are using are very similar to like Juan Solano's 6,
yes,
obviously, but it's not the same team.
It's not the same, yes.
So
very
the
different,
differences
actually.
are really interesting as well. Like, I think one of the things that I think Marcus was pointing out on stream is that you have Diaclaw and Sneasler.
Yes.
Which is something to say. It's a bit strange at the moment.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange. It was one of the questions I had yesterday because I didn't practice so much this week. After last weekend, I was a little bit sad about the performance, and I said, okay, I want to analyze what went wrong and what can I do better into this tournament weekends. And well, I thought Diaclaw was good against these Whimsy Gods, which are being used. Yuma just won last week, right? There is also Rillaboom's Primarinas, also Terra Fairy, Volcarona, which is very common now, and it's something I kind of struggled as well. So with Diaclaw, sometimes I don't need to use the Terra Flying on Sneasler, so that kind of changes the matchup, and that's why I wanted to use Diaclaw this weekend.
Okay, yeah, thank you for walking that through. That's really useful. Now, thinking about the whole tournament in general, what is your goal for this weekend, Alex?
Well, at least being top cut. Let's be there first, and then hopefully win. I still haven't won a tournament with this jersey. I would love to win a tournament before I retire with Movistar Koi. That's my dream. So yeah, I don't know how much time I have left competing, but all the tournaments I have left, I want to win at least one of them. Of course, win all of them, but it's really hard.
Well, you're obviously an NAIC champion and multi-regional level, like, accomplishment person as well, obviously. So I'm sure you've got it in you, Alex. You've got an incredible player, especially given that match that we saw as well. So
thank you.
Finally, any shout-outs that you'd like to give?
Yes, of course. Movistar Koi, all the fans, Bar Manolo, Muy Serios, Jordi, Juanma, Tabu, Victor as well. Yeah, everyone at home, my family. Thank you for being there, and yeah, thank you to you as well for the interview.
Thank you so much for chatting with us, Alex.
No problem.
All right, people, so we're going to be getting into round 7 very shortly here at Phase 1 of Stuttgart. Don't go anywhere, because there's going to be so much more Pokemon action.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, +3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense +3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z-move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z-move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit! It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and they crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Soy Zainus y soy de Perú. Mi primer compañero sería Pikachu, porque vi una parte del anime y vi que es un buen amigo. Fue de hecho por una amiga, compañera, que me enseñó el juego, lo jugué y me gustó mucho. Mi primera competencia fue en el 2022, en la Copa Mensual de enero. Solía admirar a Mashio, un jugador de Japón que juega el rol de atacante. Mi rol es ofensivo, atacante. Aprendí a hacer nuevos amigos y a confiar mucho en mis compañeros. Algo que podría mejorar sería mi posicionamiento en las peleas y seguir siendo el mejor. Fue más que todo los picks, ver los picks que llevaron el día de ayer. Vimos que jugaban mucho Sarina y a la vez Config con el Zoroark, entonces decidimos bañar esos picks. Creo que en este match fue la mayor parte Anemo, porque aparte de que menciona mucho sobre los picks en el momento del draft y porque también en este momento no estuvimos del todo muy bien. Sí, hay un Pokémon que me molestaba mucho y era la Lithium, solo eso, porque sentí que podía borrarme en cualquier momento y tenía que cuidarme de eso. Mi plan para counterar la Lithium era bien piquearlo en la fase de picks o jugando a la Blissey.
Blissey and Leafeon are snatched up by Peru immediately.
Estuve de hecho en dos finales. Una el año pasado, que fue contra el mismo equipo de ahora Z Division, que antes se hacían llamar Cavicians, y llegamos a ganar la EOF Cup. Y la segunda fue en EWIC, fue una final contra Luminosity, el cual ellos ganaron. Mi momento decisivo fue la última partida, porque sentí mucha confianza cuando le quitamos el Mewtwo al jugador a su atacante de ellos.
We are Peru. They eye their way in. Frank Quazo's low. It's a turn. It's a turn. The time ticks down. 5 more seconds. 2, 1. Peru Unite are your world champions. Give me a little something for Peru.
Fue muy emocionante ver todo el público gritar Perú, y fue demasiada emoción y muy inspirador. Es algo inexplicable lo que se siente, pero a la vez me siento muy alegre. Que nunca se rindan, que sigan sobresaliendo a pesar de los errores, y todo esfuerzo tiene un buen final.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokémon Center, EUIC, London.
What's up, Stuttgart? David, Marcus, and Zoe here. As we're waiting for the round to complete, we thought we'd do a little bit of a game, basically. No, not VGC, but still Pokemon, of course. We're going to do some Pictionary. So, I'm going to think of a Pokemon, I'm going to draw in here, and these two are going to try and guess it to see who can become Pictionary Stuttgart Regional Champion 2026.
From above.
I haven't started drawing, Zoe. That's great.
Are there medals? Are there trophies?
Yeah, loads of trophies, Marcus. Yeah,
okay,
you know
I'm
trophies,
in.
don't you?
I'm in.
Yeah, if you've got room in your cabinet. Goodness me. Right, so we're going to get straight into it. Right, so I'm going to put this down for a second, and then, yeah, I'm going to start drawing. You let me know what you think this is. So, just shout out as soon as you think you've got a guess.
Okay.
Jigglypuff from above. Bulbasaur. Avalog.
Lapras?
Yes.
Oh.
Lapras? Yeah, okay. How did you... That could have been anything. Honestly.
I don't know. You said something about a trophy and my competitive brain is on.
Lapras isn't competitive.
Marcus now.
Anyway, it's got good G-Max for me.
Yeah, it was a good shout.
Yeah, all right. Okay, right. I'll do, maybe we'll do like 2 at a time or something.
Okay.
Right. Here's another one. Right, Marcus, 1 point. Nice. All right, next one.
Great Pokemon, by the way.
Licky Tongue. Talonflame.
Pidgey?
Pidgeotto. It's a very Kilowattrel.
Wingull?
Skarmory. What's an angry bird?
Not Murkrow.
Pelipper?
It looks a little bit like a frog.
What bird is angry? Staraptor?
Maybe the face a bit more, maybe.
Is it a fletchling?
No. Go bigger.
Corviknight. Yveltal.
What? Think, obviously flying, but think about something that's really hard.
Skarmory.
No.
Corviknight.
Yeah, Corviknight.
Corviknight.
Oh, whoops.
Well,
Yes.
Congrats.
That again.
Yeah, okay, nice.
Nice job.
All right, Marcus, your go.
Okay. 1-1. Yeah, good game.
Good game.
All right, here you go. Okay, so Marcus, I feel like, is going to go for something like super competitive. I'm thinking of previous Marcus teams.
He's going to go for a Pokemon that's not in Regulation H just to throw us off.
Just to throw us off, I know, yeah. Well, he's thinking very competitively, so you might be thinking as to when we first started playing Pokemon.
Can you see this all right?
Yeah. Let's go. All right, Marcus, take us through it. Okay, Armarouge.
Squirtle.
Ceruledge.
Saluna.
Pyroar.
That's a Clang.
Magina? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
It's a gear. So
They're all 1 point each, sitting on 1 point.
Magina, interesting. Okay, yeah, do another one. So what, you're 1 point? I'm
We're
1
all
point.
1
We're
point.
all 1 point. Okay.
We're all tied in first place.
All right, let's go.
Okay, let me think.
I'm looking around for like inspiration as well to see what he's looking at as well. We've got a Vaporeon, we've got Piplup,
I feel like Marcus is not going to make it easy, so it's not going to be anything here.
Either way, I'm getting it first, Zoe. So.
Are you sure about that?
Oh yeah, I am.
Geodude.
Oh no!
Famous last
It was
word.
like forming in my head. I could see it. I couldn't name it.
That's a very nice Geodude.
Nice
Rory. I
Geodude.
like
It's
it.
a nice Geodude. Okay, all right. All right, Zoe on 3? Two?
I'm on 2. Actually, I can't get any more points because I'm drawing.
Unless we do another round.
Unless you draw something that neither of us gets.
That's true. Okay.
It's kind of like a point.
Challenge accepted. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Again, so Zoe's won like an international with like Tapu Lele and Drifblim. So I'm wondering something like that.
Well, you can actually draw, unlike the two of us. But, well, that way it'll be hard to see.
Oh. It looks like a Trapagos. Shuckle.
Ekans? Oh, Aurorus.
Amora.
What's it called?
Yes.
What's it called?
Amora.
Amora.
Well done. Maybe I made it a bit too easy. It's one of my favorite Pokemon, so
Yeah.
let me try something significantly harder.
Okay, all right. We know you're going to probably do Jigglypuff from above. Okay. When we're ready. Clefairy from above. It's gotta be something.
Oh, Chansey?
Okay. Was it? Chansey?
Yes, it was Chansey.
Marcus, of course he did. Okay, yeah. Which gets natural cures to Grace and Healer's abilities.
Well drawn.
Thank you.
So you could
This is
tell.
clearly a Chansey, everyone. Just a circle and 3 spikes.
Not bad, actually. Okay, right, well, so Marcus, how many points?
Wait, you guessed Amora.
I got the more, so I got 2 points.
We're all on 2 again.
We're all on 2 points.
All right, everyone, you need to make this harder.
I know. Well, unfortunately, that's all we got time for now. But I think we're going to have to have a rematch at some point because we're all
Good
two
games,
and we
good
all know
games.
each other too well.
Good games, that was fun.
Right. Before we get into the next round, check out this video. But yeah, we're going to be back shortly and we're going to sort this out, people. See you in a minute.
That is inconceivable.
My name is Wolf Glick, and I am from Washington, D.C. I feel incredible, honestly. You know, 10 regional championships is something that I set a goal ages ago, like maybe 6-7 years ago at this point, but I set the goal, but I didn't really ever think I would get there because, I mean, even winning one regional championship is really difficult, and so to win 10 is not something that I really thought was achievable. And so now to be sitting here and to be able to say, actually, I did it, it feels great. It's a real feeling of accomplishment, and to do it with my favorite strategy of all time, it's a really great feeling, and I feel very proud and just very lucky. The team that I brought to the Toronto Regional Championships is a team with a strategy known as Perish Trap. It involves the move Perish Song and the ability Shadow Tag. It's my favorite strategy of all time. It's extremely difficult to play, but I love it. I've loved it for many years. I've been playing it for over a decade. This is my third regional championship win with the strategy, and I believe at the time of recording at least that I'm the only player to have ever won a tournament with a dedicated Perish Trap team. And so it's something of my signature strategy as well. If I had to pick one MVP Pokemon on the team, I would pick Politoed. It's the one Pokemon that I brought to literally every single game, and there was really no way to make the team work without bringing it.
Politoed can retaliate. The Weather Ball, again, consistent. The critical hit, bringing it down to 5 HP.
During Game 3 of the finals, I was able to pull off a technique that I knew was theoretically possible, but didn't think could actually ever work in practice. And in Game 3 of the finals, there was a moment where I was able to pressure my opponent to not switch out his most important Pokemon without actually technically trapping it on the field. It was something that was really memorable that I didn't think that I'd ever actually pull it off in a tournament, let alone in Game 3 of the finals. And so it felt like a moment where I surpassed my own limits and where I kind of improved in real time over the course of a match. And yeah, it was just like a really exciting and memorable moment for me.
So Weather Ball, the Politoed, the last little bit of damage. And with that, Wolf Glick, a historic 10th regional win, taking down the Toronto Regional Championships.
I began competing back in 2011 when I was a freshman in high school, so quite a while now ago at this point. But yeah, there was a local tournament in Virginia near where I live. I was very lucky. I ended up winning the entire thing, and it kind of kickstarted my whole competitive journey. There's a couple different things that I love about Pokemon, and certainly the game itself is one of those things. I just think it's such a fascinating, interesting, complex, challenging game, and I really like how it pushes me and how it challenges me personally. And I think really the thread that has kept me tied to this game for so long is not the championship victories or the feeling of redemption after a bad tournament. It's the people, and it is the wonderful, wonderful people who I have met who have really changed my life and have shaped me into the person who I am today, a person who I can be proud of. I get asked, a decent bit about what's the big picture here, right? Like, what's the grand motivation? What's your master goal, right? The truth is that there isn't some grand motivation. I don't have this big master plan. I don't have this thing that I'm chasing that this thing that nobody else has ever done that I want to be the one to do. It's nothing like that. It's just the very simple fact that I like it. I like competing. I just think it's fun to play Pokemon, and I really enjoy it. What I really want to do is continue to learn more about myself, more about the game, and to continue to get better. And if that leads to more championships, then I won't complain, but if it doesn't, as long as I feel like I'm getting better and I'm learning more, then I also will be quite satisfied. When I envision myself winning Worlds, I don't think about a specific opponent because there's no one person who sits in that chair who I would be like, oh man, can I do this? Like, I have to believe that I can beat anybody who sits in that chair. Am I going to win Worlds this year? I would be, I think, foolish to sit here and tell you yes. But I will tell you that I will try, and I think that actually, to me, is more meaningful.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Stuttgart Regional Championships. I hope you enjoyed that Pictionary round that we just had. My name is Zoe Liu. I'm joined by the wonderful David Partin. David, we are getting to that stage of the tournament where there's some very high stakes. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really excited, Zoe. I think we've seen so many really great matches here as well, particularly coming off of LAIC particularly and the other previous regulation set H events. where we feel like there's, at one point, there's kind of surely we found the team that everyone settled on. The format is fixed, you know, and yet we still see innovation, you know? We've just seen Psychic Seed, Expanding Force, Nasty Plot, Terra Blast, Trick Room, Frigorigarath.
Sapsipper, not to mention. So
yeah, and Sapsipper.
Wars Rillaboom.
I know, just amazing. Unfortunately, it didn't win that round, but they're still going into the next round 5-1, which is pretty amazing. So a good chance of still getting to that phase 2, and you know, and still winning it, of course.
Can we just say that 6 Malamars won that last round? You know, Alex Gomez had a team of 6 Malamars, definitely.
Yeah, sure, Zoe. Yeah, 6 Malamars won that. Yeah, I'm sure if that makes your friend Malamar more happy,
it will definitely make my friend Malamar very mega happy.
Mega happy. I see what you did there. Okay, very good. Yeah, I think Alex might disagree with your team choices there, but no, I'm sure he would have maybe loved to have brought 6 Malamar because that does sound pretty fun.
Yeah, it's just really amazing as well when you called out earlier the amount of innovation we've seen our players progress throughout the format. We've had, I believe this is the second Regulation H format. We've had one last season, and in fact, I believe the very first Regulation H format that we had was Baltimore over across the pond in the United States, and we had a very, very different team composition that we almost don't see these days. So why don't we now take a look at the top 8 teams of the very first Regulation H tournament?
Oh, God, those were the days, Zoe. Look at that. Among Us in the majority of the top cuts. What a time. And we also had a Garchomp and Dragonite. Do you remember the Garchomp Dragonite?
Oh, yes,
that was going around?
with the Ninetales as well. That was Auroravale back then, and now they don't have it anymore.
Yeah, what even is Auroravale, like you say? But look, there's 2 Flamigo.
Oh, well, that did win last weekend at LAIC.
No, exactly. So we maybe, in some ways, come full circle in some ways, you know? Oh, Dondozo on the bottom there too. We've got Sand on the way round 2. But yeah, that interesting kind of combination of the Pichu, Ursa, Golden Go Flying type Insinamungus sort of team has been on the rise in the last couple of weeks as well. So maybe it's, yeah, as I say, coming back to round again.
And also an Ursa Luna, but not the dominant type, form.
There's like no
this
Blood
is
Moon
the regular Ursa Luna, not a Blood Moon one.
That's so true. I didn't even, because there wasn't even one. I didn't even think
No, so it's just really cool. But I also really want to call out Z's Vivian, and that is a Pokemon I don't think we've seen at all now, but it does have, you know, that Friend Guard ability, it has Rage Powder, has Sleep Powder, so a really nice supportive Pokemon. And of course, the Maushold Population Bomb, not quite as used in the current format because Incineroars are now just everywhere. It can easily neutralize the Maushold, but back then, it was such a great way to catch the meta by surprise. And if you Population Bomb your own Archaludon, all of a sudden it's going to be at +6 defenses, and those body presses are going to be hitting so hard.
And we saw Justin Tang use that sort of strategy at LISE last week, using Dragonite Scale Shot into their own Archaludon to really set up some really nasty endgames too. So that's obviously quite a successful thing, even if it's not Maushold as well. But let's take a look at last year Stuttgart, where we had also the same rule set, same location as well. So let's see how things have changed since then.
Yeah, let's take a look now. It was actually quite interesting that we had Regulation H last year at Stuttgart, and last year this was won by Eden Bachelor with this really cool balanced team of a Sneasler. Back then, it was all just Diaclaw. There was no Sword Stance, no acrobatics, just straight up trying to get those statuses, but also rounded out with the Blood Moon Ursaluna, the Golden Go Dragonite, Incineroar, and Amoonguss. But of course, we see some other teams like Joseph Ugarte coming all the way over from the US with that famous Sun team that he innovated and just made really popular throughout the format.
Yeah, Joseph was on an absolute tear that format. He was just getting like multiple top cuts. I mean, even maybe multiple finals, I think, as well, across the pond and over here as well with that incredible Sun team. Again, the Dragonite Garchomp sort of combination on that sort of team showing its stuff too. And I want to shout out Fabian Braun, one of our players to watch here this weekend, also getting a top 4 last year as well, so maybe he can take it all again this year.
And Tiro Team, whom we just featured on stream as well today. So a lot of very well-known players, very powerful players. And of course, Matty Morgan, I believe he was the Gdansk Regional Champion in 2024 or 2025. One of those. I can't remember.
Definitely was a regional champion.
Yes.
Back then, yeah.
Really strong players. And I really like the fact fact that, there was a Milotic, but that was on Costa's caster pick this weekend. So, a very good answer to Incineroar. I don't think we've seen a single Milotic on the stream today, but, it might be there. I believe Jamie Boyd, another one of our fellow casters, is piloting a very, very cool Milotic set. So, a lot of innovation in this format still to go, even though we are on the final weekend of Regulation H.
Interesting, yeah, isn't it? So we've kind of gone from lots of Amoonguss, lots of kind of regular Ursalunas and maybe some double dragons, and then we've kind of morphed into Stuttgart where we've got a lot of more variety, maybe you could say. Still lots of Amoonguss though. But now we're going to have a look at LAIC just last week as well to see where the culmination of all of that effort has gone as well, and what sort of players got into the top cut, and of course what with. So let's take a look at that list there. So on your screen is Yuma Kinugawa, of course, at the top, and looking further down, there is no Amoonguss to be seen.
None indeed, but there is a jump fluff, and that could have Sleep Powder, but we can see a lot of Blood Moon Ursaluna domination, and Incineroar, of course, as well, having a very, very strong showing, and also 2 Hisuian Typhlosions, just that sun mode. I think we all kind of nicknamed all of the sun teams at LAIC as Brazilian sun, just, this heat wave sweeping through the entire competition. And Typhlosion, one of the most awesomely designed Pokemon as well, just in terms of aesthetics. I just love how it looks, and it looks a little bit sleepy but a little bit cheeky as well, the way it's kind of half closed its eyes. I love the Hisuian version. It's one of my, I did start with it in Legends Arceus.
A good choice as well. Very strong. Yeah. I love that. Yeah, so we had so much diversity there as well. Looks completely different to some of our other tournaments as well. So given enough time in a format, we can still continue to see innovation and of the regulation, at the station. What else rhymes with that?
Nation.
Yeah, we'll put that
elevation
in motion. Yes, and let's give some elevation to what we're chatting about, maybe. So, yeah, obviously we've seen a lot of innovation at LAIC, and maybe we'll see even more of that this weekend, which we've already seen on stream.
Yeah, so many top-level players, and Alex Gomez, of course, with that win in that last round, cemented himself a ticket into Phase 2 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. But of course, there's also a lot of other players at this today at this tournament, and we're going to now check out all the standings of our top players in the competition. So let's see who's undefeated. TO team, Robert Vine. So I think that was another player that we had on our eye, and Michael Kelsch, of course, another undefeated player. Davide, he was the one with the Espathra Golduck team. Alex Gomez, whom we just saw on stream, and Pierre Coste and Eric Schrader. I think he's come all the way from the US.
Yeah, seems like it as well. Eric, I think, was at LAIC, I believe, as well, and did rather well too. But look at that team there.
Mousehold! We were just talking about it.
We were just talking about Mousehold, and we always talk about Sneasler. So, yeah, there's always a segue when there's a Sneasler on the team, which is great. And combined with that sand mode as well, which we haven't seen lots of either, but as an adaptation to that Brazilian heatwave you were talking about with all those sun teams, Tyranitar loves to go into those matchups. Set up that sand, weaken those Torkoals, chip some focus sashes, and just dish out lots of rock slide damages.
Yeah, Tyranitar is just one of the best answers to sand teams. But also down the list, our other undefeated players. We can see now there's Luca Cherubelli, one of our world champions, with that Incineroar, Annihilate, Whimsicott, Hisuian Typhlosion, Farigiraf, and Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Love it. Okay, so that's Yuma Kinugawa's 6, except there's an Annihilate by the Flamigo. I'm a Flamigo lover myself, so I can't fully agree with Luca's decision here, because just Flamigo is Flamigo, and it's great, and it's a really cool Pokemon, and I think really well designed, and it's got a lot going for it, and it can hit those ghost types with its scrappy ability, and it can hit Golden Go. But I guess Annihilate's a good Pokemon as well, and he's kind of a world champion, so he probably knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, I think this is one of the things I really love about seeing players make adaptations. They'll take an established team, make one slight tweak to it to suit their own playstyle, because of course, every player does play the game slightly differently, and by making that small change, maybe Luca deciding Flamigo, that focus sash, maybe a little bit too frail for his liking. It is immune to Intimidate because of Scrappy, but you know what's better than being immune to Intimidate? Getting getting a +1 from Intimidate thanks to Annihilate being defiant and a Ghost typing, so can't even go for the fake out onto this Annihilate.
Yeah, there's a lot to like about Annihilate, to be honest. Be really interested to know what the specific sets of that are as well. But maybe we'll have Luca on a little bit later, either today or tomorrow, depending on how he does as well. But being undefeated gives a very good chance of that happening as well. So, as you can see, plenty of talent amongst us here this weekend still. World champions, regional champions.
2 world
champions. Yes, 2 world champions, exactly. Here in beautiful Stuttgart. And I couldn't be happier, honestly. But to tip it all off, the end of the regulation, Zoe. Has this been your favorite regulation, or has it been your favorite regulation?
I think I say this is my favorite regulation whenever the regulation changes. So maybe my word isn't quite as good to rely on, but I have really enjoyed this regulation. I think it's quite nice when you don't have the restricted and you can get a little bit more creative. And we can see now our notable matches. We're going to be featuring William Basilino, a regional champion last year, I believe it was Birmingham regional champion, versus Eric Rios, so another really powerful player. And of course, some other really strong players. Jan Philip Schmitz versus Nemanja Sandic, Davide Carrero, whom we featured earlier, versus Eduardo Cunha. Oh my goodness, that is an amazing matchup. And Robert Vine versus Luca Ceribelli.
Yeah, amazing matches there. Yeah, people we've already talked about, as you were saying, Zoe. Yeah, Robert Vine with the Masquerada at the bottom there. Love to see that. We already saw Dondozo a little bit earlier today with Johan Perriot and with that Glamora. But yeah, slightly different composition there with that Masquerada over what I think was a Dragonite. So that's the change out that Robert Vine seems to have made on their team there, which is awesome. Yeah, Nemanja Sandic, we kind of saw a little bit on the preview as well earlier today with the Justin Tang 6. And Jan Philip Schmitz there with a Blastoise and Pelipper with a Sinister. I think that Shell Smash Blastoise against the rest of that team.
Or could it have Water Spout?
Yeah, could have both.
Or both, that's true, yeah. You got the Rage Powder for Sinister, you know.
Yeah, and Hospitality to give you more health, for more Water Spout damage.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
And a fake out on Rillaboom as well, and the Incineroar. So a lot of really nice options there, and all of these are such amazing teams. I'm particularly interested in Davide's Golduck team. That is the wildest team I've seen so far, and he's doing so well, undefeated at 6-0 with that team. But of course, he's up against Eduardo Cunha, who had a very dominant showing earlier in stream, and Eduardo is not going to be making it easy for him.
Definitely not. Yeah, we've featured both those trainers on stream already. But of course, the top match is who we will be featuring. William Basilino with a Gastrodon team.
Who will be?
Yeah, I was going to say. Oh, no. Well, now I got... No, I need to talk though, Zoe, because it's Eric Rios on the other side as well. And we featured him at LAIC multiple times on stream as well, using that same 6 as well, with the Clangorous Soul Komodo set. Really cool team.
It's such a wild team, and it's also paired up with Smeargle, one of the best support Pokemon in the format. It gets access to every move, and it's got such an annoying ability in Moody as well. If you get that speed boost, well, all of a sudden, you're going to be having a +2 Spore that you can potentially fire off. And that is absolutely terrifying for any player to face. If you thought Among Us was scary with a very slow Spore, well, have fun with a super speedy Spore coming off of a Smeargle.
Oh, no, thank you. I'm glad to be here instead. Definitely not falling asleep because I'm not in front of it, and we've got a very exciting match coming up as well. Both very talented trainers. We've got a regional champion versus an international champion, and there they are on the stage getting ready for it as well. Getting their water, getting the snacks ready, getting everything on board so that they can face each other in this round. Obviously, both of them can afford to lose this match, I believe, but obviously every win is going to be amazing and very useful for them going forward. Eric, very used to the stage. William, also relatively new to the stage, but with a regional champion under his belt, must be feeling very good as well.
Yeah, both of these players are veterans of the game, and it's also really interesting that they've been part of the circuit for quite a long time. I believe William started playing, was it back in 26?
Yeah, a while ago, actually.
So he's very experienced in the game, and I think Eric may have come on a little bit later on. He was more active. I think he started in 2020. 2019, 2020?
Not sure.
I don't quite remember the exact year they started, but both of these players have been part of the circuit for so long. And look at that laser focus off of Eric. They don't need this win, but every win goes a very long way towards allowing them to have an easier time in phase 2 of the matchup. So this is also just a really good opportunity then to also get some practice, get that win in, and then you can have an easier time tomorrow and also towards the end of today.
Yeah, definitely. Now, we've already had a sneak peek at the 6 Pokemon that each of these players are running as well. So it'd be interesting to see how each of those match up, though, to be honest. And, of course, the movesets, the abilities are going to tell us a little bit more about the specific matchup, too. But I'm really excited to see that Gastron there as well, because if there was anything that we saw from Eric from LAIC, it was that how great the Primarina actually was into so many matchups once the Rillaboom was kind of off the field. But with a Gastron, that's going to be a bit harder.
Yeah, Gastrodon's a Pokemon that normally isn't quite seen in a format unless there was a Kyogre in it, but here it can be quite annoying. But we can now see the accolades of both of our players, both incredibly seasoned players. William with that Birmingham Regional Champion just last year, a very recent finish. And of course, Eric Rios winning the Grand Challenge. This is an online Oh no, wait, 2026, is that the online competition? The best of one, that is your Grand Challenge. I was thinking of the Players' Cup. But yeah, so it's such a difficult format to win because you're doing closed team sheet best of one. But Eric's just proving to us he's able to win in many different modes of play. Best of 3 open team sheet, best of 1 closed team sheet. So this is just such an exciting matchup. And we now see William with his team there. Incineroar, Volcarona, the pink Gastrodon. I don't think Lou will be happy about that one, but I like pink Gastrodon. Sneasler, Tyranitar, and Dragapult.
So, this is the same 6 Pokemon that William actually brought to the Lille Regional Championships just a couple of months ago and got top 64, going 9-3. So, looking like a very similar team, running it back, given the success that they had back there as well. And it's quite interesting too. So, for those of you who spotted Gabriel Agachi at LAIC, they're running a Politoed with Whirlpool. And here we have another water type with Whirlpool in that Gastrodon. And Yawn, yeah. So a really nice combination there where you could actually just lock them in with that Whirlpool as well, which I really love there. But obviously rounded out with even more threats.
I really like the Sneasler. This is a bit of a callback to the early format Sneasler of Close Combat, Dive-Claw, Fake Out, and Protect. Nowadays, we see mostly Focus Sash, Swords Dance, Acrobatic set, but this Sneasler has access to Dive-Claw, which is a 50% chance to land a status move of either Sleep, Poison, or Paralysis on the opponent if it's not immune to it, or if it's not holding something like a Cover Cloak. So Sneasler, if it gets a lucky Sleep, can completely swing the tide of games for its trainer. And now it looks like our players are shaking hands, exchanging their team list, so they are getting ready to get started with the match very, very shortly. And Eric Rios with that team that he piloted at LAIC with the Golden Go, Primarina, Smeargle, Sneasler, Como, and Rillaboom.
Yeah, really popped off on stream as well. Eric was on the win and in versus Federico Camporesi to phase 2, and he just about managed to clinch it after getting, I think, it was a double sleep with his Dive-Claw with his Sneasler.
I remember that.
Yeah, actually, it didn't make as much difference as it looked, but it was still pretty funny to see. So, yeah, as you were saying, Zoe, Dive-Claw is a very potent move here. Now, looking at the rest of the team, though, this Smeargle has Decorate as one of its cheeky little moves, so most likely is able to outspeed Komodo without any sort of speed boost, potentially, and then get off that move whilst then Komodo can go for an attack. But of course, it can also help out so many other Pokemon too.
Yeah, the nice thing about Decorate is that it also works through Protect. So, Smeargle's partner can just go for the Protect, allow the Smeargle to get that Decorate off, and if your opponents ignore Smeargle, well, guess what? The next turn, Smeargle is still on the field with the Spore, with the Decorate, with the Follow Me. So, a lot of really disruptive options on Eric's team, and it's going to be, I think this is going to be quite a volatile matchup.
It really is, I think, and a really interesting one too. These are not the 6 Pokemon that you see on either side that you just generally know the matchup of, really. So the Dragapult really needs to be respected from Eric's point of view. It's the fastest thing in the field, it's immune to Fake Out, it's got a Choice Band, and it can do a lot of damage. And it could go for a Dragon Dance and just KO Smeargle in 1 if it goes for a Follow Me because it gets around a Focus Sash. And if it protects, it can probably one-hit KO a Komodo as well. So I think William may be using that to his advantage expeditiously in this matchup as that Smeagol and Komoa are led. And, oh no Dragon Ball yet anyway. But it's a Sneasel and Volcarona. They're still good Pokemon, right, Zoe?
Yeah, oh, now the Smeagol and the Komoa is on the field. We saw how much havoc Eric was able to wreak with that Komoa on the field. And now Smeagol, very free to go for something like a fake out onto Sneasel. It might want to reconsider faking out the Volcarona just in case the Flame Body activates. But William, maybe recognizing that there's going to be some sort of setup coming on, is also leading with his own setup. And now this Volcarona is also in a nice position to start going for those Quiver Dancers, paired up with the Smeagol, which also has fake out. So he could also go for the answering fake out onto the Smeagol. But of course, Eric Smeagol is a Terra Ghost, but it looks like that this fake out is going to come off onto this Sneasler.
Wow, what a call there to go for the fake out in the face of a Sneasler that has a faster fake out anyway. So, but also obviously paid off really nicely here because Eric is able to get the Clangorous Soul online. Komoa's signature move, giving that Omni boost to all of its stats, except for accuracy and evasion, and then sacrifice a third of its health here. But because of that throat spray item that this Komoa has, it gets yet another special attack boost here. And now that should put it in a really decent position and most likely faster than both the Volcarona and Sneasler.
Yeah, Komoa is in such a comfortable position here. Now Smeagol can just get itself off the field by going for a follow me and forces the Sneasler going. Actually, Volcarona, did we see the Quiver Dance coming? No, we went for the Heat Wave. So Sneasler is still faster. We'll be able to knock out the Smeagol, but now Komoa just in such a strong position also resists anything the Volcarona can throw at. Of course, Volcarona does have Terra Blast and is Terra Fairy. So if the Smeagol gets knocked out, the Komoa is very susceptible to a Terra Blast, Terra Fairy.
Okay, so is it that Terra Blast, Terra Fairy that you're going to call out here? But first, it looks like the Komoa going on the offensive with that Terra Fire. So just in case if a Terra Blast Fairy type does come out, it's going to resist that really nicely with that Fire typing. And of course, also resist Heat Wave, a really safe Terra here. Nothing that can punish this too hard on William's end. As you call it, Zoe, the responding Terra from this Volcarona with a big heart on its head, as a lot of trainers love their Volcarona. It makes so much sense. The moth that everyone wants to use. But first, Flamethrower that goes out into the Sneasler, which does not protect. Going down instantly here in this first game. This Komoa is starting to run rampant, and I don't know what this Volcarona is going to be able to respond here, but Equivalence is a good start. Trying to match those boosts with that Komoa as we go into the following turns.
Yeah, Volcarona at full health. That was a really nice Quiver Dance off, but it does mean that the Smeagol is very free to go for a Spore. So this Moth is going to be taking a snooze next turn as it gets put to sleep after it got made a move. And it does give more opportunities for this Komoa to start getting those +2 special attack boosts. And now Tyranitar is the perfect Pokemon to bring here. Its Rock Slides will be dealing super effective damage to this Komoa, and Komoa is the soundproof set. It is not the overcoat, so it will be taking chip damage from this Tyranitar. And with the Assault Vest, Tyranitar can really sponge up a lot of hits. This Komoa doesn't have a fighting type move, so it really is forced to rely on Kindly Scales or Clangorous Soul or Flamethrower to hit this Tyranitar. And I think the Tyranitar could just, get around it if it doesn't get spored.
So at +1 speed, it's now kind of at the same sort of level with the Komoa, and obviously does not wake up here, given it's a guaranteed turn this turn. And a Flamethrower instead comes out here, but with the big special defensive bulk on Volcarona, not quite enough, but crucially a 2-hit KO. And of course, Smeagol, faster than the Tyranitar as it normally is able to just lock down that slot and make it fall asleep here. But Zoe, I think you touched on a really good point earlier. There's not a lot this Komoa can actually do to kind of touch the Tyranitar significantly here.
Yeah, this Tyranitar, I think Eric's strategy may be at this point just to whittle down everything around the Tyranitar, and then he's possibly got a Sneasler or maybe a Rillaboom in the back. Now the Tyranitar can no longer Terrastallize. It is very susceptible to any super effective fighting type moves or grass type moves. And Komoa, it is faster than the Volcarona as we just saw. So Volcarona can maybe pray for a one-turn sleep and then try and get that Protect off, and then allow the Tyranitar to also get a one-turn sleep and get the Rock Slide off. But the odds are actually mostly in Eric's favor, and we can see, William with his back a little bit against the wall, opting to withdraw that Volcarona and allow the Incineroar to come in and sponge up a hit.
Incineroar doing what it does best, switching in. And yeah, no fighting move on this Komoa means it can't fully punish it here, but looks like this might be a flamethrower into what was that slot. So great switch from William. Incineroar really eating that up right now, and that enables Tyranitar to have a chance to wake up. But yeah, there's the Decorate. This is why Eric chose this move, and now we're at +4 special attack. This Komoa is certainly going to be now dealing a lot of damage to Tyranitar into the following turns, and unfortunately a second turn of sleep for this Tyranitar.
Tyranitar taking that second turn of sleep. Meanwhile, all the Pokemon on the field are now getting their health slowly whittled down by the Sandstorm. But a play Eric could do right now is just slowly wait for now the Sandstorm to go down, and then all the Pokemon will no longer be taking that damage. And at this point, I wonder, he's actually got quite a bit of a lead matchup with, you know, the Smeargle and the Komo. He hasn't even revealed his final 2 Pokemon, and could he, in a situation, maybe recall the Smeargle allowed to come back in later on with, say, a Fake Out or a Follow Me? But, you know, I think Eric has quite a strong advantage in this game.
Definitely in the moment. Yeah, at this point, William has to go, well, Fake Out is really strong into Komoa right now, because this Smeargle isn't going to do a whole lot back at the moment unless it's going to try and Spore into a Safety Goggles Incineroar. So most likely a Protect Fake and switch to Rillaboom play from Eric. And it looks like William's maybe going to try and call that and get some momentum back with a parting shot, not into the Komoa slot here. So yeah, I think we're going to see that exactly happen.
Oh no!
Yeah, a third turn of sleep for Tyranitar is not what you want to see there. But again, if it's just a Rock Slide, probably not doing a whole lot of damage, especially if the Komoa is protecting. But most crucially, William is now able to get that Incineroar out, which means it can come back in again, intimidate this Rillaboom and start supporting the team with those Fake Outs going forward again.
Well, now we know the Tyranitar is guaranteed to wake up this turn because it's taken the full 3 turns of sleep. But unfortunately, Eric just swapped in his Rillaboom, which is very free to go for the Fake Out onto the Tyranitar and buy a turn for this Komo. And we've still got a sleeping Volcarona on the field, which I think it's only taken 1 turn of sleep. So there's a good chance it's still going to remain asleep and allow this Komo, which now outspeeds it, to just knock it out instantly with the Flamethrower. And then you've now then got a woken up Tyranitar that's been flinched, and possibly an Incineroar in the back if the Volcarona, you know, doesn't wake up this turn and doesn't get the Protect off. It looks like William might actually just try and reduce the amount of damage on this Rillaboom and swapping in his Incineroar.
Yeah, it's been a tough old slog for William at the moment, with everything being put to sleep here at the moment, and not from Direclaw, just from Spore on Smeargle instead. And yeah, Eric's bought the perfect Pokemon in that Rillaboom to really threaten down this Tyranitar that can't tear it out of its weakness either. And so even though it's great into what Komoa's moves are, not so great into Rillaboom either. That actually called it Zoe. Incineroar switching on in at the the lowering the attack start of this Rillaboom. Maybe Tyranitar can get away with the survival at the moment, but there's that clanging CL, so that +4 critical hit on Incineroar. That probably didn't matter, I don't think. At this point, it's not Assault Vest on that Incineroar, because the Assault Vest is on this Tyranitar instead. And it's most likely going to follow up with a Wood Hammer. Big bonk onto that Tita, and that takes it down.
Yes, this poor Tyranitar didn't actually get to do anything in this game except set up the sand, because got put to sleep and then snoozed away for all 3 turns, allowing itself to get knocked out by this Woodhammer. And now it's just this Volcarona left, and Volcarona has swapped out, so it's lost its speed boost, it's lost its special defense boost, but we also saw earlier the Komo is still faster than Volcarona, even after a speed boost on both of these Pokemon. So Komo just very free to start clicking flamethrowers. There is all, you know, clangorous soul, because there's just absolutely nothing this Volcarona can do to bring this game back. But we see now William utilizing the time expertly to think about what he's going to do in the game 2. At this stage, we all know that the results of this game 1, it is going to be going to Eric, but William really taking his time to think about what he will be doing for game 2.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense there, doesn't it? I think Eric obviously had a really good turn 1 there, going for that Fake Out into the Sneasel, which could have just faked out and then would have lost a lot of momentum if he'd just gone for the Fake Out into the Komoa, but Eric just called that play really nicely, and that put him ahead. And then he just kept being ahead for the whole game, basically, and then got even further ahead with more sleep and moves and the setup that was happening, and the game just ran away with him, and Eric takes game 1.
Yeah, game 1 was quite pivotal, and I think for those of you wondering why didn't William just go for the Fake Out, well, the Smeargle does have Terra Ghost as an option, so had Eric gone for that and the Sneasler went for the fake out into Smeagol, that's all of a sudden a wasted turn. So I think William was actually trying to read into the terrestrialization, but then Eric got the better read in that turn 1 and was able to get that free fake out off onto the Sneasler. And then the Sneasler, without the Unburden boost, was no longer able to outspeed the Volcarona, the Kommo-o, and the Kommo-o was able to just instantly take it down with the flamethrower.
Yeah, it was a really well-played game, quite dominant from Eric, obviously, given that turn 1, and obviously some fortunate sleep rolls as well, but Eric kind of seemed to have a really nice game plan there. That Rillaboom looks so key in this matchup to deal with that Tyranitar that I really like it, and especially if you force the Terror onto that Volcarona, it's taking away that really nice grass resistance and makes it very squishy. Because this Volcarona is not the grassy seed set that we often see on a lot of other teams. It's Covert Cloak instead. And well, that obviously gives you a lot of benefit when you're immune to fake out. It means that you can obviously not take on those physical hits quite as well, and so Rillaboom becomes even better of a support.
Yeah, I also really like the fact that Eric in that turn 2 went for that Terra Fire on the Kommo-o, just making sure that whatever moves the Volcarona threw at it, which was Heat Wave and Terra Blast Fairy, just that fire typing became very, very useful in resisting all of the hits from the Volcarona. And because it got that Omni boost with the +1 special defense, it was able to tank it very, very well. So a really well-played game 1 there, and I'm really wondering how William is going to adapt to this, because we saw just how pivotal this Kommo-o was to Eric and just how disruptive that Smeagol was.
I want to see Dragapult, Zoe. That's what I want to see.
I agree.
Yep. I think Dragon Dance looks great here. Applies a lot of offensive pressure from the get-go. If Kommo-o protects, then Smeagol just will go down. And it's a cool Pokemon, which we don't see enough of at the moment, and we used to see a lot of it. So I'm disappointed, really. And so, yeah, I'm hoping more from this game, honestly. But obviously, we're not there, and I may not know what I'm talking about. But anyway, Rillaboom and whatever's hiding behind Volcarona versus Sneasler and that Volcarona. And it looks like that is a seed activation, and so that's got to be Sneasler on the other side.
Yes, Sneasler on Eric's side, activating the Unburden boost with the Grassy Seed means that it will be faster than William's Sneasler. And William's Sneasler is the White Herb set. So in order to activate its own Unburden, it's going to have to either go for a close combat, because there is no Intimidate on Eric's side, so it's not going to be getting any stat drops that way. But you know, that's not the worst thing. You can get that close combat off, get a really strong attack off, and then you can then match the Unburden speed with buff. Eric's Sneasler does have acrobatics, so this Sneasler on William's side is quite susceptible to just getting knocked out in one hit. And now, you know, this acrobatic Sneasler is putting on quite a lot of pressure on both these Pokemon weak to flying.
Yeah, it's a really good point, actually. The differences in those Pokemon have really come to a head here. And yeah, and you've got the speed advantage because you've already got your Unburden boost activated instantly. So yeah, a really nice call out there, Zoe. So into the next turn, though, Incineroar is suddenly the perfect switch in at the moment. And Volcarona going on the Protect here, scouting out for any sort of moves that want to come out here. It would have been immune to the fake out either way, but there's your acrobatics.
Wow.
That you saw. That, I was gonna say, did a lot of damage. Critical hit plus high horsepower into that slot. What a call from Eric again in turn 1. Absolutely calling William's play there, and a critical hit to boot is really stinging here for William going into the second turn.
Oh yeah, that Incineroar just barely made it through the turn. Without the critical hit, I think the Incineroar would have been far healthier. Now, of course, the Incineroar does exert a fair bit of fake-out pressure, and it's managed to get a -1 attack drop on both the Rillaboom and the Sneasler, which means the Volcarona will have a much easier time against the Sneasler. But, you know, Volcarona doesn't have the greatest defense. I don't think it's going to enjoy taking a -1 acrobatics, even from the Sneasler. So there's quite a lot of pressure here, and it looks like Rillaboom actually just going to get on out of there and maybe refresh that fake-out for later on.
And in comes Primarina, so a little bit of a switch up here for Eric, certainly in this game too. I like this switch up as well, because at the moment, Primarina is looking really strong into most of what William has brought, but Sneasler comes back in at the right time to threaten those poison moves going forward. But first a Diaclaw, let's see if this lands anything significant.
No!
It's another sleep here. Eric is so good. That is going to be really shutting down Williams' options. And Heatwave coming out. A return critical hit there, but no burn. So yeah, Eric really coming out on top in this game because Primarina is looking so free right now.
Oh, that is such an unfortunate turn for William. Sneasler having swapped in without having done any damage and getting put to sleep immediately means that it is forced to take at least one turn of sleep. Now, Volcarona also just can't do anything to this Sneasler, and we saw that was a critical hit on the Sneasler, so I don't even think Heatwave is enough to get the knockout. And of course, Sneasler, we see why Diaclaw is such a strong move in this game, but it's going to be actually the acrobatics and comes barely close to knocking out the Sneasler. But of course, William Sneasler is going to be taking that first turn sleep.
Yeah, the guaranteed sleep, and as she said, oh, there's the Heatwave getting that KO on the Sneasler this time and doing a little bit of chip damage to the Primarina. But if this is a Hyper Voice coming out, yes, getting at that Sneasler just in case, and of course, a lot of damage onto that Volcarona. Even given its good special defense, it just shows the power of that Primarina and its very aquatic voice.
Yeah, also the fact that the Sneasler got knocked out from the Hyper Voice meant that the Hyper Voice with the spread move is now no longer a spread move. It is actually a single target. So the way these spread moves work is that if there's only one Pokemon left on the field, even if your partner gets KO'd that turn, when you clicked Hyper Voice at the start of the turn, it suddenly becomes single target. And now it's quite difficult now for this Volcarona to stay on the field. But William does bring in his Tyranitar, and he hasn't gone for the terrestrialization, so he does have options, but he's very, very behind in this game, and I think he's going to be really playing flawlessly if he wants to clutch out this win.
It's not down and out just yet because William does have that Terra option available. So Tyranitar, obviously very weak to water, fairy, and grass right now, is not great, but it does able to Terra into the flying type when needed. But first of all, Incineroar's going to come in for a cheeky little Intimidate, and hopefully Volcarona can maybe sneak out of this turn with some of its health so it can start to try and set up in front of these two Pokemon. But here's a Terra first of all. Is it that Volk? No, it's on Eric's side. That Rillaboom going into that Terra Fire. Makes a lot of sense given what William just has left because it needs to stick around to threaten that Tyranitar so it can go for the Terra going forward as well. But first of all, Volcarona protecting instead. Let's see if Incineroar gets away with it coming into this next turn. Fake out first. Incineroar just about survives. And there's a Hyper Voice. Yep, Incineroar is unfortunately going down this turn. And Volcarona is on its legs as well.
Oh, Incineroar now knocked out means that William is forced to bring out this Tyranitar. Now, William does have Terrestrialization left. This Tyranitar is Terra Flying, so it can Terrestrialize out of the super effective grass and water and fairy type moves. And it is holding an Assault Vest, so, you know, it is quite tanky and will be able to resist everything this Rillaboom is able to throw at it. But at this stage, all of William's hopes is going to be on this Tyranitar. He does have a fairly speedy Volcarona that can go first, so maybe get some cheeky, you know, burns with the Heat Wave. And we'll have to see, but this Tyranitar has a lot of work cut out for it.
It really does. So there's that Terra option. I think it definitely needs to go for it. And that at least gives you the option of Terra Blast, which can do a lot of damage to Rillaboom, and of course Rock Slide. When we know what Rock Slide can do, gets those flinches. But of course, William needs to be faster than the opponent to be able to do that. What will be interesting is whether Tyranitar is faster than the Primarina, which is a decent chance that that is the case. And therefore, that will definitely give William a little bit more of an out.
Well, first of all, this Volcarona now goes for the Quiver Dance. It's at very low HP, but maybe it can get away this turn from any really strong attacks. Now, Volcarona gets that +1 to its special defense, but high horsepower is not enough to get the knockout with the Hyper Voice follow-up. And you can see just how well that Tyranitar is able to take it with the Assault Vest.
Yeah, that's a really bulky Tyranitar. It's got incredible stats. Here's the Rock Slide coming out there. Doing over half damage to that Rillaboom is really nice, and that Sand chipping it, making sure it's in range of another. But yeah, unfortunately, Tyranitar is slower than that Primarina, so it's not going to be susceptible to any flinches, and that Primo can get a damage off before it goes down.
And also, Eric has not revealed his final Pokemon, so he could just recall the Rillaboom for something else in the back, and then later on, that Rillaboom can switch back in and get the Fake Out. Looks like actually first, Primarina is just going to go for a Protect, maybe trying to buy that free turn for the Rillaboom to get knocked out. The Wood Hammer is does a significant amount of damage with another critical hit on this poor Tyranitar, but doesn't allow Wait, is that does it hit the rock slide? Oh, yes, it does.
It does. So we are going to find out Eric's fourth and final Pokemon. But the other thing about losing your rock typing to Terra is that you no longer have the special defense boost that the sand provides you. So even though things are no longer super effective, the damage has also slightly increased on Eric's end as well for both Moonblast and Hyper Voice due to that lack of sand.
And Tyranitar is also being chipped down by its own sand. And now we see these very, very healthy Golden Go coming in. There's absolutely nothing stopping the Mega Ray coming off onto this Tyranitar. And Eric Rios is going to be the champion of your Swiss Round 7 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
Wow, that was really, really cool to see. Like, just seeing such a refreshing Komodo-based setup team that was very reminiscent of Ashton Cox at LAIC last year, getting so far into the semi-finals, and now Eric doing it justice here in Stuttgart, just as he did in LAIC, getting into phase 2 as well. And in what fashion as well. Like, just amazing to see the amount of offense that was provided, the sleep that was provided as well. It just really shut down Williams' options, unfortunately.
I really like how in game 1, his Smeargle and Komo put on so much offensive pressure. You know, that Komo having boosted with the throat spray and the Omni boost, and then the Smeargle went for the Decorate. We see that cheeky little critical hit that of course didn't matter onto this Incineroar, but because of the amount of pressure that Eric was able to put out with the Komo and the Smeargle, he completely switched it up in that game 2. Did not even bring the Smeargle and the Komo, but William was so scared of that threat that he swapped up his tactics and really got punished for it. And he did get a bit unlucky there with the Diaclaw sleep. You see a lot of sleep being, you know, dished out from Eric's side, and even in game 2, that wasn't a Smeargle that went for the sleep, it was the Diaclaw Sneasler, and Sneasel Blue Ring White, such a great Pokemon in this format.
That's the Eric I know from LAIC last week. Yeah, that is what it does, and that's why Diaclaw is good. You know, we've seen a few trainers today already kind of opting for it, where the standard set might be to run Swords Dance instead, or a little other cheeky sort of move as well. And yeah, it's back. Diaclaw is great at that sort of thing, right? Especially in a format where we feel like people have consistent answers for certain sets, like Emanuele Briganti's sort of team, where, you know, you've got a Sneasel with Swords Dance, close combat acrobatics, with setups with the Grassy Seed. But if you've thrown a bit of variance there that you can't really prepare for, like with Diaclaw and Status, that can really shut down people's game plans. That's something that will just put you in such a phenomenal position in 50% of games. You know, you click it. So yeah, why not run it?
I really like the Sneasler sets that we've seen throughout the format. At the beginning of the format, we saw a lot of Diaclaw sets with the close combat Fake Out Protect, and then it morphed into the Swords Dance Acrobatics close combat set. And now it seems like we've kind of come a bit of a full circle back. But Eric, you know, maybe adapting both of the early format Sneasler and the late format Sneasler and ran both. So he had acrobatics and Diaclaw and close combat. So a lot of really fantastic coverage moves. And even though that Sneasler got intimidated, because he had such strong moves in its moveset, it was able to still dish out tremendous damage.
Yeah, it really was. It was just an incredible set. And I'd really like to see William obviously go further as well, because William also has a really cool team too, and he obviously played it very well, got a little bit unlucky. And I'm sure like Dragapult as well would have been really nice in other games too. It's just like, again, really like refreshing team to kind of see. Gastrodon would have been really cool to see as well, with the Earth Power and the Whirlpool and Yawn. Obviously it could have been the East Sea instead of the West Sea, but you know, you can't ask for everything.
I mean, let's not forget that William was 6-0 at the start of this round, so it just means this round isn't really going to impact his progression into phase 2 of the regionals. It might, you know, maybe progress his rankings into phase 2, but not quite just yet. So, you know, it's not over for William, and I'm sure he is the Birmingham Regional Champion, and he has a long way to go.
Yeah, they certainly do, yeah. Eric and William both were at 5-1, and now at 5-2, so still got a lot of shot to go.
Yeah, this is just such an exciting matchup, but I think that's going to be enough of us on the desk. We do have the interview with Eric Rios ready, so why don't we throw it over to the couch and hear from Eric Rios himself.
Thank you very much, Zoe and David. And yes, we do have the ever so glorious Mr. Eric Rios joining us once again. My friend, welcome. You, of course, have won that set. Very close one as well, and very tedious one with the matchups. So how are you feeling? First off, you're 6-1 so far going into round 8.
I'm feeling great. I'm playing the same team as Like. I made a little change. I'm not
Yeah, we were just talking about it.
Yeah. I'm using a Smeargle instead of Mousehold, and I changed some Terras, but the team is pretty good. I'm feeling super good playing again. Like a balanced score, but it's not the common balance. Like, it's not Insane, Rillaboom, Volcarona, so I try to build something different, but having the same balance score, so...
Yeah, which we've seen from many formats and different seasons is one of your strongest sort of play styles as well, right? So Smeargle in of itself, it has, you know, basically the best support moves out of any Pokemon, right? Not saying because I'm absolutely in love with Smeargle, but regardless, it is a factual case. So far, you've been feeling like it's been putting a lot more pressure on your opponents versus the Mousehold?
Yeah, because in Latin American internationals, when I use Mousehold, I didn't have any pressure, only Super Fang, it's nice, and the fast taunt to a lot of things, but Smeargle helps with fake out the spore into a lot of teams. You have the mining of the Terra Ghost, you can protect Decorates into himself, into combo or whatever. Like, it's good, I have a lot of pressure. Mousehold did nothing, only follow me and that's it, so... I made that change and it works, so...
Yep, so far we saw that in that game 1, so let's sort of dive a bit into it. The fake out into the Sneasler. Like, talk to me. That's like second or third level play, isn't it?
I was thinking about... He has to respect Terra Ghost Smeargle. Like, he had fake out on Sneasler, and I can use Terra Ghost and Spore, the Volcarona. Volcarona is cover code, so I can't fake out Volcarona. So I was thinking about it, and I think William is a good player. I think he will respect the Terra Ghost Smeargle. So I'm going to fake out Sneasler. So he's going to the double hit wave and Dark Claw into Smeargle, respecting that. So it worked. He made fake out and carrying his soul, and it was in a good position.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw you relying definitely on the Como-O mode in both games to an extent, but I guess that's sort of the pressure that you're able to sort of thread in when it comes to your opponent having to respect it. You've got the Clangra Soul set up, and then like we saw in game 2, you're able to actually get that side decorate off and bring Como-O up to +4. So was that sort of like the main strategy, or sort of you were adapting to it based on the circumstance?
I think the decorate was in the game 1.
Yeah.
And game 2, I changed like everything. I tried to pressure from the beginning with Rillaboom and Sneasler, because after saying his lead, I know Smeargle is good, but you have a lot of mind games with the Terra Ghost, the fake outs, and then so I tried to do a new lead with more pressure from the beginning, use acrobatics, do a lot of damage, and then having Primarine in the back in case Volcarona use Quiver Dance a lot of times, so I can use haste, because he didn't have Rillaboom, so I'm safe using Primarina. Like, if I try to one-hit KO Sneasler before, Primarina will be so good.
Yeah, 100%, and that's sort of what your focus was then, going into the turn 1 of game 2. If, you know, like, whether there's going to be an Incineroar switching or not, which there was, you're trying to focus on getting rid of the Sneasler for your Primarina to open up at the end of the game. But I guess, was that, like, very crucial, the critical hit, like, forcing it into that range, or do you not think so?
I don't think so. Like, I do a lot of damage instead of half of HP from Insane. But at the end, Insane did nothing in the game. I think it was more crucial, the sleep from Dark Claw into Sneasler, because I just didn't have to Terra Sneasler. If in case I didn't sleep Sneasler, I had to Terra from Acrobatics to take the KO. So I think that the sleep was maybe it helped a bit.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, that's sort of part of the reason why you run Diaclaw as well. on the Sneasler, which we've seen sometimes as a bit of a drop in an argument of close combat or Diaclaw when you are running Grassy Seed Acrobatics sort of sets. But yeah, clearly worked out very well for yourself. David and I got a bit of a flashback of your winning in versus Federico Camporesi last week. We're like, oh, hey, that Sneasler really loves Eric.
It's the same one. It's the same
isn't it? There you go. It's like, bringing it from the Brazilian heat wave into obviously the lovely wintry weather of Stuttgart. So let's talk a bit about your goals when it comes to your roadmap of the season. We know that obviously you're able to go ahead and become a global finalist at the Grand Challenge number 3, obviously number 1 in EU. So you've gotten some points, but yeah, you sort of vying for every single event? Do you have planned events you want to go to?
So my next event will be Toronto.
Ooh.
Yeah, because I didn't attend the first 3 regionals in Europe, so I want to focus on the North American Travel Award. So I will play one extra tournament and all the events here in Europe, Birmingham, and I think it will be Europe Internationals.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I'm planning to be in the top again because I was just taking holidays from Pokemon. So
fair enough.
Yeah.
A good break is always necessary.
It's always good, yeah.
Recharge the batteries and obviously try to go at it when you can. Fresh, right?
Yeah.
That's perfect. So that's great to hear. I guess then, generally speaking, we've had multiple times we've been able to lovingly feature you on the stream. Do you want to give any shout outs to anybody in the venue or at home or wherever they may be?
I want to shout out everyone who have been supporting me from home, family, friends, Gerard, Sergio, David, have been helping me with the team, not only here, also in Brazil. So thanks to all of them and always to the Koi community, Canecro and Koicitos. Thank you so much.
You heard it here, folks. Thank you for your time as always, Eric. We're going to be going ahead and cutting to a very short refreshment opportunity for you lovely folks at home as we will be going into the final round of Phase 1 here at Stuttgart Regional Championships. So make sure not to miss it. That's been Eric. This has been Costa. I will be catching you very shortly.
I first got into Pokemon when my parents got me the Pokemon Blue version for the Game Boy, and I've been hooked ever since. I love it. My first starter Pokemon was Squirtle back in Pokemon Blue. This was around 1999. My earliest memory was when I was a little kid, and it was Christmas time. We had school off, and I could not wait to play my Game Boy. And I just remember drinking hot cocoa and catching a Haunter. If I were a Pokemon, my type would be Ghost, Poison, like Gengar. I go by Gengar Boy, and I love that Pokemon. I've really learned how to just be a more nice and friendlier person, because at the end of the day, it's still a community. We're hanging out with friends, and we also meet a lot of people we don't know. What drives me to compete, it's just preference. I love competition. I just love winning. I love the feeling of it. And it's a game that I'm good at. Well, I try to be good at. So, you know, if I have more wins and losses, then it's just a fun activity.
Both Wolf and Riley winning regionals in the 2015 season.
Oh, yeah, I looked up to Wolf. Yeah. He's a really good player. He always plays optimally. I look up to Alberto, too, my friend, and Gio as well, and Chase. Number one goal is definitely to just play optimally at every event that I go to.
My name is Emanuele Briganti, and it feels amazing to be the winner of the event. I think in general, what helped me more was to try to risk a little bit when I felt like it. And as I did on the finals, the switching on Ninetales, for example, helped me win the game. No, there were so many because I faced so many great players. Actually, everyone I played didn't let me rest. So I had to like think hard for every round. So if I had to tell you everything, it will take so much because everyone was so great. Key moments, I think not really, just because the level was so high until the final, and I'm gonna mention again that moment on Ninetales because it was like an hit or miss turn. If I get it, I'm pretty much win. If I don't, I have to play a game 3. Incredibly, it changed my whole life. Right now, my group of friends is just made of people who I met playing Pokemon, and I'm so glad for this. It gave me so many opportunities, even in real life. Like, it even opened my view because, like, traveling and talking with people from different cultures teach me a lot on point of view from everyone. It just will help me remember that I have what it takes to achieve what I want. And I think it's the first step to start my journey into learning and hopefully become better and better. So like, I don't have a plan for the whole season, so I'll just be like playing other tournaments based on my feelings. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be my last one, also because, like I said, it's the first step to always get better and better. So if I just stop there, it's not gonna be a beginning, or it's gonna be an end. So like I said, since I want it to be a beginning, I will keep playing. One thing that helped me a lot is changing the approach on how we see the event. For example, I didn't have the expectation to win, I had the goal to win. But since I didn't have the expectation, I couldn't really feel bad if it went bad because I didn't have, like, that was not what I was thinking about. So for sure, always aim high, but don't let your results ruin your experience if it goes bad. Everyone has bad tournaments, so even the best.
For the first stop of the 2025 ICs, we went to Sao Paulo, Brazil for the Latin America International Championships. Over 550 trainers competed in the video game across the juniors, seniors, and masters division. This was the big international showcase for the Regulation H rule set. No Paradox Pokemon, no legendaries, no restricteds. Just back to the basics of the Scarlet and Violet Pokédexes. With so many possibilities, trainers needed to be prepared for all sorts of team archetypes and unique Pokemon choices, and it was going to be the most experienced trainers finding the wins. The Masters Division Top Cut was one of the most stacked fields we've ever seen. 5 international champions, 2 of which were the only 2 players to ever have 2 IC wins, 1 Players' Cup champion, and a ton of regional champions. It was almost fate for the 2 double IC champs to face each other in the finals, or for LAIC to finally be won by a Latin American player. But in the end, it was Marco Hamanta Caladura Silva versus Victor Medina in the grand finals. A classic sun versus rain, with either Marco making history as the first 3 times IC champ in Masters, or Victor finally getting a win after coming so close so many times before. Championship Sunday was Marco's day. In a decisive 2-0, Marco Silva made history as not just the first 3 times IC champ, but becoming the first to defend an IC title.
Heavy is the crown as Marco Silva makes history as the first 3-time international champion in the Masters Division.
In the seniors division, Marco's little brother Pietro Silva also won LAIC, adding another IC champion trophy to his cabinet.
Pietro Nihal Caladura Silva will be your international champion.
In the juniors division, Ismail Hogi finally won his first IC.
We've got Ursaluna in Trick Room, fully ready to pick up the KO, and we have it, Ismail Hogi!
Now we look forward to the Europe International Championships in February, so make sure to follow along and catch all the action at Pokemon.com/broadcasts.
7 amazing rounds are over, but the action is not over yet here from Stuttgart for the 2026 Regional Championships. My name is Marcus Hamann, and I am joined behind the desk by Costa.
Whoa, hello.
How are you doing?
I am doing fantastic, sir. Thank you very much for asking. I mean, we've just had non-stop, back-to-back champion, major level competitors fighting it out, as well as interesting teams. And we had the privilege, of course, of getting an interview there and an insight to Eric Rios, none other than himself, EUIC 2022 champ, and multi-regional special champion, I think 4-time at this point, and just clearly on the rise for this current season after a finalist placing of the Grand Challenge number 3.
Absolutely, yeah, it was great to hear from Eric, getting some insight from his fellow teammate Alex just the round before, and then Eric, well, they are still here, they're still strong, maybe saying that, okay, well, we had a lot of champions from Italy this season, but Spain is also still on the map.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it. You know, it's always going to be a battle between which is the strongest EU region, and at the moment, Italy's definitely winning, like you mentioned, Marcus, 3 out of 3. This is the 4th though, and Spain, of course, is not the only region in vie of getting the title, but we're going to have to see how that sort of sorts itself out. I personally was a huge fan of the Smeagol mention, I'm not going to lie. Now, the info about it, obviously we know how notorious it is in terms of being able to learn all sorts of moves, as well as just being the best support Pokemon, in my opinion. But I'm curious to see what other Pokemon come to your mind in terms of, you know, viability or maybe just interesting facts.
Huh, putting me on the spot there.
I am. I wanted to test you out, my friend.
I think one support Pokemon that maybe we didn't get to see so much, but that I know is out there and that I know is doing well in the tournament as well, but just how the matches have worked out, we didn't get to see it so much, is Porygon 2.
Ooh, that's a good shout.
Yeah, it's of course very, very bulky with Eviolite, and then also has the ability to set up Trick Room, which is quite significant. And yeah, I think that is a Pokemon in itself that, yeah, maybe has what it takes, or yeah, has what it takes to really go really far in this tournament, but is one that we didn't get to see that much of.
Yeah, so far, because obviously the action is not all over, whilst we're going ahead and making sure we get everything prepared for Swiss round number 8, the final one of phase 1 of this tournament. We've got a fun little segment for you.
Want to play a game?
Oh, I thought you would never ask, my friend. Because obviously I missed out from the Pictionary before, which was I was massively upset about because I'm notorious of being exquisitely bad at the game. We've got another one then that we want to spin into your lovely faces on the stream screen, and it's going to be the Pokédex entries, believe it or not.
Yeah, let's have a look at some Pokédex entries and then see if we can figure out which Pokemon it is. Of course, you can play along for yourself in the chat. And over on Twitch, we will have a poll as well, which will give us a little bit of a chance to test our Pokemon knowledge.
Here we go.
You want to take the first one?
Oh, what? No, I thought we were a team. Why are you trying to throw me under the bus now?
I'll read the first one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
I'll help you. I'll help you.
Let's go for it. So, this Pokemon is aggressive and has a volatile disposition. When agitated, it will illuminate its mane in yellow and fire off bolts of electricity.
Okay, so it's gotta be an electric type.
Well,
what do you think about that?
One would assume. I'm trying to think of
fire off bolts.
Fire off. Well, there's not a fire electric.
Oh, be an electric type.
Rotom heat.
No.
Fire off. You liked it though.
Yeah, no, I do. But
yeah, you're probably right.
I want to get this right. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, no. The competitive Marcus is in the building.
Okay.
Folks.
Okay. So we got a main. So I'm thinking like Raikou, Raging Bolt territory. What do you think about those?
I'd say that the Raging Bolt variant, or version of it, let's say, or pre-ancestor, whatever, is more aggressive looking.
Yeah, it's raging.
It's raging. It's so agitated, and it's like my back. Let me just send out a bolt of electricity.
But let's see if it's even in the 4 options in Yeah, it seems like it is. So, well, now is the time to vote in the chat. Well, I think we already have our winner, or the one that we will select, just because at this point, I mean, Luxray, it makes a lot of sense as well, right? It's got a main. Jolteon as well. Step Striker, maybe not that much of a main, but definitely also some electric bolts to be expected from that Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, is there, though, another entry that will persuade us off of Raging Bolt? Because I think...
Is it Luxray?
Oh, no, don't do this.
Is it Luxray?
Don't do this, man. No. Like, Raging Bolt makes sense. You made Raging Bolt make sense.
Okay, I'm pivoting. I'm going for Luxray.
We're a team.
I'll go for Luxray. You wanna stick to Raging Bolt?
Yeah, of course I'm gonna stick to Raging Bolt. It's clearly maybe the correct answer. I'm probably gonna be wrong, but you know. So why? No, give me your reasoning.
I don't know.
The lion feeling.
Yeah. The main. It might just be Raging Bolt, but like I feel like okay, well, maybe it's Luxray.
So you reckon production has absolutely stitched us up by putting Raging Bolt there, like on the fly?
Oh, it's Step Striker.
What?
Well, we were completely wrong, I guess. Well.
Oh wow. Okay. It seems like we convinced 20% of everybody to go for the wrong decision.
Well,
so
I
we
mean,
apologize.
But like that's like those are some of the best decisions, right? Like you're really thinking about okay, which option, and you're like thinking about it a lot, and then just both are wrong.
It's true.
Neither of them.
It's like
third option.
Although like 66% of chat was able to get it right, so yeah. Can we maybe get some assistance from you guys? I'm not sure how that would work. If production, can you set us up in some way, or I'm not sure.
Maybe let's do another one and see if we can improve.
Okay, all right. Here we go. Competitive mode, activate. Give it to us. What's the next one?
We have to do another one, or else I won't be satisfied. They dwell in volcanic craters. It's said that only a single pair of them will inhabit any given volcano.
Okay.
A single pair of them. So, volcano, you thinking what I'm thinking?
Camerupt?
Oh, Volcanion is what I was thinking. But Camerupt is, of course, the second thing that came to my mind.
Naturally. So, wait, my question is, have we confirmed, like, maybe in the anime if there are multiple Volcanions? Or is it just like a one? Because it's sort of like a mythical, right?
Well, I read Volcanic, then I'm thinking about Volcanion. So that's all I've got. But
so
of course,
okay, gotcha.
It might not be the correct answer, but that's just where my mind went to. I think Camerupt makes a lot of sense.
Or Torkoal.
I feel like
Eruption.
Yeah, I feel like with Torkoal, I don't think like the fact that there's just a pair of them.
Right.
I don't know. I think. Well, let's see what the options are before we get too excited and too far ahead of ourselves, and then they just put in the Pokemon that we already talked about to mess with us. But yeah, let's see which options we have and which Pokemon is inhabiting volcanic craters.
Oh, they did it! They did it! Well played! Well played! Well played.
Typhlosion, Torkoal, Magmortar, or Camerupt.
To be fair, the Volcanion's not there though.
Yeah. I didn't think it was the answer, but it's just like, you know, Volcanion, it just, the word, you know?
You sounded confident before I brought up Camerupt.
So you want to lock in Camerupt?
Well, the problem is that there's my second choice there, Torkoal, as well. Let's think. Are they sort of like Camerupt? When you visualize a Camerupt, do they like move in like a herd of sorts? Right? Is there like a herd?
Or do they move in a pair?
Or in a pair. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, because camels sometimes may move in pairs. And I know that Camerupt isn't a direct, you know, mirror-like evidence to it, but, you know, it kind of gives me camel vibes. You know, Camerupt.
I like Camerupt.
You like Camerupt?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're locking in Camerupt.
I think so, yeah.
Get in. All right, cool. Let's see if I can finally get something right from my side, or if Marcus is going to absolutely dish out the pain to myself and say, Costa, why? It was clearly not Camerupt.
Okay, what's it going to be?
We're going to have to find out. As the chat right now, you lovely folks at home are voting. We're waiting. We're waiting for the decision. We've clearly locked in with Camerupt. We think it makes the most sense, but this could easily be a fake out, which we've seen
so many times.
Notorious and so many times.
It's back.
No! What? Why?
Well,
but what?
Well, it seems like
Chat agreed with us.
Yeah, it seems like a whopping 89% of you were on the same kind of road that we were with Camerupt and Torkoal, but no, it's neither of those.
Yeah.
Magmortar. Well, at least, I don't feel that great, but seeing that everyone else was also wrong, it's like, you know what? Maybe the question was too difficult, right?
Right. So it's not production absolutely trying to stitch us up with our Pokemon knowledge or anything like that.
Okay, for the next one, we won't mention anything and just look at the answers.
Yes,
okay, that's my
You're
that's my
so
plan.
right. You're so right. Okay, cool. We'll see if we can trick production out. But for you lovely folks that were able to get the 9%, congrats to you. You absolutely showed everybody else up in this stream and on this side as well.
Okay, so the problem is we can only continue once we get one right. So even if maybe the tournament, like we will,
we have.
Like they're like, oh, like why did you come home so late? It's like, oh yeah, funny story. Like I was in this tournament, but they just couldn't proceed because the commentators kept getting the trivia questions wrong.
And that may or may not happen right now, as we've got the third Pokédex entry, and let's read it out. Although it loses its cool easily, like myself, it will battle flawlessly for a trainer it trusts.
Okay, hey, I'm not even saying anything. I'll just wait for the 4 options. I
agree with you.
I have 2 ideas.
You got 2?
Yeah.
How confident are you feeling with both of them? Like in a
very not confident. But if either of them shows up here, then my confidence level might rise.
I think I've got 1. I'm trying to think for a second one. I need to find a second one, don't I? Damn.
Okay, give us the options.
Okay, please, production, present us with the multiple choice. Aha! It's none of what I was thinking. Yes! What about you?
Nope.
Yes! Okay, so we've got Cinderace, Lucario, Wigglytuff, and Cubfu.
Okay, it loses its cool easily, but it will fight flawlessly for a trainer it trusts.
That's not Lucario.
It's not Wigglytuff.
Well, it's not Lucario. Inner Focus. It can't lose its cool.
Yes.
Right.
So it's between either Cinderace or Cubfu.
Wow.
Loses its cool it fights.
Okay, agitate Cubfu.
I'm thinking Cinderace.
What?
Have you ever seen a Cubfu fight flawlessly?
Well, under pressure, maybe. Well, its evolution, definitely. Maybe not a Cubfu.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your reason behind Cinderace? Just because process of elimination of Cubfu?
Yeah, well,
I just can't believe.
Cubfu, no, I think it's either of the 2.
It's got passion. It's got heart. More than football-kicking Cinderace, in my opinion, personally.
Did the entry say something about fighting flawlessly? Was it fighting? Specific?
Vigorously or something, was it?
Like, but was it fighting? Like the verb?
I think it was fighting.
I mean, both of them can fight, probably. But okay, we're going with Cubfu.
Okay, we're probably going to get it wrong again. But what have you lovely folks been able to put in? We shall find out shortly. And whether it's probably going to be completely wrong, like us, we hope, just so we don't feel as bad, because we're definitely going to stay here a couple more hours. What's it going to be? Production.
Please.
Please reveal the answers.
Cubfu.
No, Marcus was right. Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay.
It was a good shout.
It was a very good shout. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to disagree with you there. It was a good shout for the process of elimination of the Cubfu. What other reason did you have for Cinderace?
For Cinderace?
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking like just the fact that it loses its cool made me think like, oh, it's hot, like it's like melting its cool. But I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Yeah, I know.
I totally would have gone with you.
I was like, oh, maybe that's like too far-fetched.
It's all right. It's just, once again, production. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you've won.
Okay, well, do we have time for one more, please? I need another one.
Please. And another one. Thank you very much.
Okay,
one more.
Okay,
there we go.
One more. Okay.
Right, come on. Here we go.
Okay, one more.
Go.
Its powerful, well-developed jaws are capable of crushing anything. Even its trainer must be careful. Okay, I have a hunch. I'm not gonna say anything.
Okay.
But I have an idea.
I've got a hunch, which is not in our current game, and it's in Pokemon ZA.
Okay.
I don't think it's right, but we shall see.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see.
Come on.
Okay, we need to remember to.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
remember- Yeah, powerful, well-developed jaws.
Are capable of crushing anything. Oh, I've got a good hunch. I'm not saying it yet, but I think I've got a good hunch.
Be careful.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, let's see. Powerful, well-developed jaws capable of crushing anything.
Anything. Oh, it's none of them.
It's none of
It's none of them.
What were you thinking?
Although Pokemon ZA, I was thinking Mega for Alligators.
Oh, I
That's
was thinking about Tyrant.
I was then thinking Mawile. The jaws in the back. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This is a tough one. Jaws, well developed. They don't have well developed. They're basic.
Okay,
What?
does any of them? I was like, oh, my competitive brain went through. Okay, strong jaws ability, right? But I don't think any of them has it, right?
No, it doesn't. There's like potential. No, there's not.
It can crush anything.
Anything.
We're talking anything like steel.
What?
Any metal?
Any of these babies?
Anything.
Okay. Right. So let's be real, okay? Physically, I feel like the one out of the four that can do it is Gibble. It has to be.
I was gonna say the one that it's not a Sandile.
Okay, but we're not disagreeing.
The other, no, we're not. But like, I think Totodile and Fuecoco, they could both. I mean,
we have seen Fuecoco fight a lot of stuff.
Powerful jaws, well developed.
That's not well developed.
Just looking at this though, Fuecoco has the biggest jaws out of them.
Yeah, it's sort of like merged into its body though. It's not like separated as jaw.
I think it's gonna be 0-4 drop for us. I don't think we're getting this one.
Who would have thought when we signed up to this tournament we're going to go 0-4 drop? We definitely did not. Okay, final answer. Go quick before the vote comes out.
Okay, Gilbo.
No, don't get influenced by me.
No,
go with you.
No,
go with you.
Because Fuecoco, it might not like bite stuff, right? Like it also can use fire, flames, and all that stuff.
I'm going to go with my Pokemon Zia prediction. I'm going to go with Totodile. I'm going to go Totodile. I'm just going to believe. I'm going to trust in the heart of my Pokemon.
Because Totodile does have a lot of like bite, maybe like crunch. Oh, we have to lock in. Oh,
no, we did. Totodile.
Okay, Totodile.
Locked in. What are the results? You lovely folks at home. Let's see if you got it right. Where we were probably wrong.
hopes.
I'm going to pop off and
I have low hopes for us.
I'm getting ready. Yes! Marcus! We did it! We did it! We showed you!
The tournament can continue.
Yes!
We got one correct.
All right, sorry. Professional mode reactivated. There we go. So we know something.
Okay, that was more exciting than some of the finals I've played in order.
Wow, now that's saying something. Imagine all of the thrill that we felt. We hope you lovely folks did too at home as we're getting the final round prepared of Phase 1. Congrats to everybody that was able to go ahead and do magnificently there, especially to the potential 4-4s that we got in chat.
Can you believe, like, where we went 1-4, like, there's people out there who just, like, knew this, and they were like, oh, like, what are they talking about? Why are they announcing Pokemon battles? Like, should hire me instead.
Fair play.
Well, sorry about that.
Apologies.
But going back to the tournament,
yes,
round 8 is up, and yeah, there's only a couple of trainers left in the tournament undefeated.
Yeah.
Unlike us, I feel very defeated.
1-4, we brought it back, Marcus.
1-3, right?
No, don't.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, no, you're right. No, you're right.
No. Anyway.
33.3.
Only 5 players are still undefeated in the tournament, and we got to see 2 of them on stream so far. Eduardo Cunha, former world champion. Alex Gomez, NAIC champion. So both of them still undefeated. And then we also got some German players in there. Robert Wein, the 2010 German national champion from back in the day, as well as Michael Kelch, a 3-time regional champion, world's runner-up, world's top 4, world's top 8, you name it. And then also some international competition with Eric Schrader coming in from the US.
From the US, yes.
And also at a 7-0 flawless record so far.
Yeah, and was at LAIC, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So clearly trying to ride that wave of form that has been working out for them exceptionally well.
Especially in Regulation H, and as it's the last tournament of this format, you gotta take all the opportunities that you get to play with your Mouse Ape team, I think, in that case.
Are you saying that the next format Mouse Ape is just not.
You could still do it.
Viable.
But yeah, Regulation F is in the future. We're still all about Regulation H here, and yeah, maybe one of those 5 trainers will be lifting the medal at the end of this weekend.
Yeah, and good representation from the German side, the local community home ground, which is great to see. I mean, are you naturally, surely, you're feeling proud right now as well. I definitely would be. It's still just day 1, phase 1, but already having quite a few accomplished trainers. In Robert's case, an old sort of trainer, national champion, like you said, 2010.
You call him old?
I do. It's okay. He loves me. I was going to call him ancient. I was considering it. But I love him too.
Well, he's collecting his ancient powers.
It's true.
To doing so well here in this event. But yeah, when you ask me about being proud, I think the thing that I'm being proud of is just seeing the community in general out there. Like when I'm thinking back to like 2010, when Robert won his first big title. Yeah, things were different back then, and definitely also, of course, the level of tournaments and everything was just different. So just, yeah, being here and seeing the community, wherever anyone is from, show up to these tournaments, that's what I'm proud of.
I think that is the best answer I could have ever anticipated. And what a good way to go about it, because it's a celebration in the end of the day, like we've said, not only of, obviously, the local ground, but of the general sport itself, you know, having all of these high caliber players not giving up, still going all for grabs. Like we sort of mentioned in the couch segment earlier on in the morning.
Yeah.
Even though the EUIC qualification period is over, this births a new race to be had, as the qualification period for the NAIC that will be held in New Orleans later on will now be accessible to try to get championship points rewarded towards it. And that is a very big premise off of trainers, especially going in from last week from LAIC, to be able to capitalize on going into this weekend. The very first opportunity to be able to start adding to that list.
Yeah, and naturally at this stage of the tournament, it's going to be really, really tough to make a choice as to which game we will want to feature, just because there's so many great games out there, right? There's the storylines of the undefeated players trying to extend their run, trying to go for the 8-0, of course, which would give them a fantastic position going into phase 2 of the tournament. But then there's also some other players that are maybe still trying to get to maybe qualify for phase 2, getting that 6th win in this last round of phase 1. And yeah, so it's a tough choice to make, right, Costa?
It is. I don't think we're capable of being able to make the choice, so we're going to give that opportunity to you lovely folks at home. Yes, it is a community choice matchup. And like Marcus was breaking down, we've got such an amazing example of different storylines to follow from all of our trainers.
Yeah, so we got Michael Kelsch, as we were just talking about him, undefeated at 7-0, going up against Lennart Jung, another player from Germany who is currently at a 6-1 record. Both of them already qualified for phase 2. Both of them just looking to add some more wins to their tournament standings.
Yeah, exactly. Michael Kelsch, 7-0, undefeated, versus Leonard, as we mentioned, 6-1. Then, of course, we've also got Florian Temme versus Niels Dunlop that you already just referenced.
Yeah, both of them are at a 6-1. Florian, of course, regional champion. Niels Dunlop, regional champion and EUIC champion. Then we have Selahattin Sturm against Jan-Philipp Schmitz, both of them at 5-2. Only one of them will be able to make it into phase 2. Jan-Philipp with the Sinistcha and Blastoise combination. That is quite a treat for us, potentially. And then we also have Maurice Utek against Jay Ballester, who did so well at one of the previous regional championships.
Yes,
with the same team, exactly, with the Dondozo and the Annihilate. Against Maurice, who's also won a regional championship before. Both of them at 5-2, and only one of them will be able to qualify to tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. And I believe Jay had gotten top 8, if I'm not mistaken, back at Lille. So being able to sort of show the rise of Dondozo, which actually we've seen a couple of times already today. And we know that a couple more trainers are also running it in the back. So a lot of fascinating sets that we have with all of these 4 matches. And honestly, what a treat for us to be able to see multi-regional champions. We've got international champions in the form of that Niels Dunlop, as well as finalists. It's going to be an amazing array of sets that you folks at home have the opportunity to vote for. So make sure you do not miss the opportunity. And let's be real. I think we need to call this out as well. Jan Philipp is running a Blastoise. Not one of the starters that we would anticipate going into this meta.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Blastoise and the Sinistcha. That's not something that I was expecting, but maybe that is the match that we want to see. And maybe that is the choice that our community has made over on Twitch, as the votes are flying in, and, well, only a couple more seconds if you want to place your vote.
Here we go. I think we may have not covered this as well. Maurice versus Jay is essentially going to be one of our win and in matches. They're both at 5 and 2 and have that one final opportunity to be able to progress into phase 2 of this tournament, as well as Selahattin Sturm versus Jan Philipp Schmidt. So a lot of things going right now. We've got great variety of different opportunities for all of our trainers to be featured, and that, like we said, it's all in your lovely hands.
Yeah, we saw a couple of Kilovatro on there.
Yep.
I'm a big fan. David.
Well, he's a bigger fan.
Earlier, I was going to say, well, we thought it was Kilovatro, but no.
I thought it was too. It looked like a Kilovatro.
Yeah, we might now actually get to see one. But I have a feeling that maybe the people want to see the Blastoise.
Yeah, we're going to have to see it. Because, you know, we've spoken and seen Blastoise, how it could be such a powerhouse of a Pokemon if it has like a Shell Smash variant.
Yep.
Opening up, getting +2 attack, special attack, as well as speed, most likely utilizing the special attack in the form of the water spouts. Sort of something that we've seen in previous formats being so powerful, being the user of Kyogre itself, or even Primal Kyogre. However, we're going to see if that is the Pokemon of choice, at least when it comes to the match of choice, which we will reveal right now. What have you lovely folks at home?
Fortunately, we cannot do anything wrong with having so many different cool options.
Hey! But, yeah, you're right. There's nothing sort of at real cost because there's so many fantastic matches to be featuring, but we will be displaying the winning in between Selahattin Sturm and Jan Philipp Schmidt. The Blastoise versus a Rain composition, which will be a fascinating matchup.
Yeah, I mean, both of them bringing Pelipper. Did we see Pelipper yet?
You know, that's a really good question.
We did have it on some of the teams, but it didn't really make a big impact on any of the games.
Big splash, yeah.
Big splash. Maybe the Blastoise is here to make that big splash, but, well, we don't know yet what exactly Blastoise is up for here. The team that Selahattin is running reminds me a little bit of what we saw from LAIC from YT in top 4 there, but I believe there was also Sinistcha in that team composition, but it was also a little bit of this Trick Room and Rain kind of core.
Right. This could even very well be a fake out, or should I say fake Rain variant too, because we started seeing, I'm not sure if you have as well, Marcus, a couple of these starting to pop up where you've got Pokemon such as the Archaludon and the Basculegion not actually running what you would expect on them. So, like, for example, it would be a sturdy Archaludon rather than a stamina Assault Vest. And then for the Basculegion, it wouldn't be Swift Swim. It would be Adaptability Focus Sash. So it's a great way to be able to sort of not directly enable those Pokemon by bringing the Pelipper, but you still have the benefit of having the Rain available to further promote an additional multiplier with those very powerful moves. And Electroshock obviously being able to be enabled, aside from a Power Herb variant, for future turns.
Yeah, one way or another, I think we're about to find out.
Oh, yeah.
As our lovely staff is going to bring those players to our stage. I mean, it's one of those moments where you're already probably a little bit nervous because you know if you win, you will progress into phase 2 of the tournament, but if you lose, you are out. So if the Blastoise made it, to phase 2. I mean, that would be quite incredible, right?
Yeah, it really would be. And what a last stand sort of effort in a regulation set format that it was available earlier on ever since the beginning, but we just haven't seen that much coming out from it. It's got Rain Dish as an ability, very, very uncommonly brought, as Torrent tends to be the case, sort of in a similar fashion to a open team sheet format for Hisuian Typhlosion, where you don't go, let's say, for example, Frisk, because you already have the open team sheet, unless you're trying to scout out for Zera Aura. Apologies, not Zera, Zoroark. Zoroark, yep. But you can benefit off of, if I'm not mistaken, was it 20% of HP range, where you have either Blaze or Torrent activated in order to be able to give you a multiplier? Don't quote me on that.
It's even more than that.
It's even more than that. Yep. 25? Come on. Is this a guess again?
I think it's 25.
25? Yeah. All right, gets it. All right. Well, there you go. Thank you, Marcus. That's why he's the analyst. So, but that's a great way to be able to benefit off of having even more damage output from the water type moves. And Water Spout is a move based off of the HP percentage that the user has, but there could easily be another move, maybe even a Water Pledge option, or perhaps a Scald, as we've seen in previous formats, that you can utilize as a additional attack to promote that water type damage output.
I'm sorry, it's 1/3 in Pokemon.
1/3, so it's 33.3.
25.
Aha. Okay. Well, you still correct.
Gotta get those mixed up sometimes.
Well played. It happens. But what will also happen will be all of the glorious matches that we still have yet to feature in this tournament. But before then, there are also the matches that we haven't been able to feature, and the trainers. Consequently, we have not as well. We've got the standings though. Like you said, Marcus, I believe that is, my math is correct, 5 undefeateds still remain going into the final round of phase 1.
Yeah, we talked about them a little bit, so let's have a look at some of the players with 6 wins and just 1 loss so far. So they're already qualified for phase 2, but all the wins will also be taken over into phase 2, so any more wins here will make their life much easier if they want to qualify for our top cut portion of the tournament.
Yep.
So we have Teo Team, player that we saw on being featured here before, still going strong, 6-1, great record. And we also have Davide Carrer. Finally took a loss, I think, undefeated until like the last or the previous round with that Espathra Golduck team. So Golduck already confirmed for phase 2.
That's incredible. What a way to be able to absolutely capitalize off of saying, hey, you know what? I may not even want to run weather. I want to bring anti-weather. And what a great way to be able to enable that Blaze again. But obviously, we've seen Davide Carrer bring the Espathra and that female Indeedee, as well as that Sneasler, so those trio of Pokemon in previous events as well. I think, if I'm not mistaken, even Frankfurt, he was able to get a really good accomplishment. Was it top 8 or 4?
Top 4, I believe.
Top 4, that's right. And just keeping those 3 and trying to mix and match with the remainder of the team composition to be able to benefit with the additional sort of meta developments as we've seen with those roles.
Yeah, do you think Blaziken also fights flawlessly? Trainer?
As long as it doesn't lose its cool. I think it will do a stellar job. But yeah, that is a very interesting sort of team, like we said, and we've seen Blaziken actually running more special side rather than physical, so it'd be fascinating to see if, you know, we're able to feature it, maybe even reach top cut, who knows? It's done it before this season.
And there's another trainer that I want to highlight here.
Oh, yeah.
Apollo, after this devastating defeat against Alex, picked themselves up again, won the next round, and now are qualified for phase 2 with Malamar.
Yeah, and
my best friend, by the way.
Oh, I see Zoe has been able to influence you, potentially, who knows? But yeah, Malamar's all of our best friends. Definitely Apollo's, and I did have the pleasure of meeting Apollo. I went out onto the floor earlier on, and they did talk a bit about the dynamics of the games, the critical hits as well, and sort of unfortunate moments, but also the positioning of Alex being able to force a pin so early on from turn 1, which was detrimental to the remainder of the flow of the match. So props to Apollo, like you said, keeping it going, getting that additional win, and guaranteeing phase 2, which is incredible.
Yeah, and Alex, of course, still undefeated with 7-0, so, well, it's no shame losing to a player of that caliber, right?
No, not at all. And yeah, I think especially when it's up against previous NAIC champion. But then we do also have Amin Lena from the Italian region. Rocking, what we've seen is also a really interesting team when it comes to sort of the variance elements that you can apply to the Lele composition, having the Blaziken and that King Gambit slotting into what, if I'm not mistaken, we've got the Sneasler slot that's replaced there. What's the other slot?
Oh, there's a bunch of them. There's no Incineroar.
Of course. There you go. Oh, is that it? Is it Incineroar? Is it Incineroar that's been swapped here? I think it is.
There's no Incineroar, there's no Sneasler, and well, it depends on the variant. There's also no Golden Go.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, let's just forget about that. I just see...
It has a Ursaluna Blood Moon.
I see Blood Moon, I'm like, okay, cool, that's the main thing.
And Rillaboom.
And Rillaboom, yeah. But it's still a great way to be able to see the rise of Blaziken, which, if I'm not mistaken, Lucas Merstensen was able to go ahead and win a very popular grassroots tournament online and then convert that into, if I'm not mistaken, a top 4 at Gdansk, where they were able to absolutely show off the Blaziken and say, right, this Pokemon does truly have a place in this meta, even if it may be considered niche.
And who has a place on our stage are both of our players. But the player who has a place in Phase 2, that's going to be only one of them. And this is what we will determine after this upcoming match. It's the last round of Phase 1 here in Stuttgart. And with 2 fellow German players going up against each other, it's gonna be a good one. This is what the community has chosen, and once again, I think it's a little bit the old tale, right? We have, I think, a clear favorite, and then maybe one player who's a little bit more of an underdog. But more about that when we dive into the accomplishments of our trainers.
Yeah, exactly. And like we're sort of talking about, really representing the local community and, you know, showing off the best of the best when it comes to those trainers that have been able to reach the final stage. This is it. They are one set away from clinching that Phase 2 progression. Selahattin and Jan, of course, going ahead and, you know, sharing niceties between them, having a couple of laughs, but we know that they're ready to get locked in.
They're ready to get locked in, preparing everything. They're on the stage. Selahattin, a player who has been here before a couple of times, with multiple great finishes at international championships, EOIC top 16, and then also a top 16 in Birmingham.
And, you know, like we said, has been able to get so many consistent results. Not a stranger to the stream stage, but still, every set is its own unique one. You need to be able to give it your all, keep your cool, and make sure you can try to nab up that win. And Jan Philipp, even though they don't have any notable accomplishments just yet, this in of itself already is. They are one step away from getting that Phase 2 locked in position and getting that down in the history books.
And this is the team that Selahattin will use. Sela is bringing Incineroar, Basque Legion, well, with Pelipper, so far, so good. Archelodon, okay, sounds like a rain team, but then also incorporating a Trick Room mode with Farigiraf, with Nightshade that we saw pop off at LAIC, winning that tournament, but on a completely different team. And then Ursaluna Blood Moon with a Life Orb set, just looking for maximum power.
Yeah, and it's such a great mesh of those different modes, and then you sort of sprinkle a glue that can attach them both together, being the Incineroar Safety Godgles, which is one of the most common sets, but one of the most reliable ones. At least it gives you a bit of an option going into any sort of Rage Powders or even the Amoonguss with the Spore, which we haven't seen as much of, but it's always lurking in the meta background regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. You need that immunity against Spore on that team because you don't have any other natural immunities. There's no Zap Zipper on the Farigiraf this time around, unfortunately. And then over on the other side, a team that I think, is probably taking Sela by surprise because this is not something that we've seen too often. It is Blastoise with Rain Dish. Woo! Okay, that's gonna be for a little bit of recovery. Wow, okay. No Torrent this time, but Shell Smash Water Spout with Covered Cloak. A very, very unique set. But if Blastoise is boosted by Shell Smash, if you can manage to set up the Rain with Pelipper for some extra damage boost, and then also maybe use Sinistra to heal Blastoise back up, it's going to be really difficult to shrug off the damage from Blastoise. And then you also have the defensive backbone. You have Incineroar, Rillaboom, and also Ursaluna with that leftover Xeon set. So you can also play a little bit of a slower game for sure.
Yeah, and having the eject button is such a great way to further enhance the pivot potential when it comes to this team. You've already got the Incineroar, you've got the Rillaboom, and now, even though you've got like a redirector, life juice support, strength stat in particular being amazing, you've got a great way to be able to instantly bring those back as well, and all of a sudden shift your board state into your advantage.
Yeah, and I guess the big question would be, how do you enable Blastoise in a matchup like this? Because, well, with Pelipper, Basculegion, and Archelodon, there's already 3 resistances to water-type attacks over on Cella's team, and then Farigiraf also potentially could go for that Terra Water to add another one. So potentially you could face a team that has 4 Pokemon that resist your Water Spout.
Yeah, I guess that's sort of the risk when it comes to bringing the Blastoids in a meta that is always so heavy in terms of the rain usage, especially the individual pieces that are usually brought. So what do we think is sort of the play right here if you're from viewing it from Salahatin's side?
Yeah, I think you definitely want to bring Archelodon, just because with Electroshot, you can definitely deal with Blastoise, and even if Blastoise decides to Terrestrialize, you could go for some Snarls. But it seems like Salahatin will try to play this game from a little bit of a different angle, trying to maybe set up Trick Room right away, as with Incineroar and Farigiraf, that is what he's hinting at.
Yeah, it's just such a guaranteed setup in terms of being able to get Trick Room going, have the Fake Out available for the opposing side, whilst having the Armor Tail protecting you from opposing Fake Outs. But something that Salahatin's going to have to really confirm and sort of settle with is a potential Terra Ghost on the Incineroar over on Jan Philip's side, which does have Taunt.
Okay, I must say something that might be controversial, but I'm not sure if Incineroar is the right pick here for Salahatin. Now, I hope that he can prove me wrong, but this Blastoise has a covered cloak, so you can't just go for the Fake Out into it. Yep. And if Blastoise just goes for a Water Spout this turn, I mean, Blastoise might outspeed Incineroar and then just knock it out in one hit.
Oh, but there's no Terra commit from the Farigiraf, which could have gone for it in order to be able to resist and get rid of a super effective knockoff, as we've got the interaction of Salahatin's Incineroar following suit immediately after Jan Phillips is quite a speedy one to be able to get that quick parting shot onto the Blastoise.
All right. A player of Salahatin's kind of level wouldn't just let their Incineroar be caught in such a bad spot. So I'm pretty sure that Salahatin was very confident that Incineroar would be outspeeding Blastoise, and okay. So then maybe Incineroar is the right bring, but now you kind of have to expect, okay, is Blastoise going for a straight up Water Spout, or is it going to be a Shell Smash? Because the way you react to those is very, very different, but it seems like Sela got it right.
Yeah, and now, even though not a +2, it's going to be a +1 of its special attack output, and coincidentally, attack, of course, but that doesn't matter as much. But the most crucial thing here is it's very, very speedy right now in a scenario where Trick Room has been set up, and most importantly, that Blood Moon Ursaluna Life Orb Terra Normal is on the field. This is exactly where it wants to be.
Yeah, the perfect position under Trick Room. Blastoise, which, yeah, was probably relatively slow, now with a boosted speed, definitely the slowest on the field under the Trick Room conditions. Now, I think it's quite obvious that Jan Philipp might want to maybe protect Blastoise this turn and reposition with the Incineroar slot. But at the same time, I mean, what do you want to switch into a Helping Hand Life Orb Terra Normal attack from an Ursaluna Blood Moon?
Not a lot, my friend. Maybe a Rillaboom with that handy Assault Vest by its side, which will be switching in. Like we said, Fake Out priority or any sort of priority is not effective on Salahatin's side because of the Farigiraf. And there it is. Terra Normal. Blood Moon Ursaluna. Not a Pokemon you want to be facing under Trick Room conditions. Can Jan Philipp survive the total of 5 turns under Trick Room? We're going to have to find out, as a Helping Hand will most likely not allow it to do so unless there's a survival, a crucial one, on the Incineroar, which there is by a slither of health.
Just barely Incineroar makes it through the turn, and now with Parting Shot, there's a little bit of hope left for Jan Philipp because, okay, the position wasn't great. It's still not great, but at least you get something out of this turn. Incineroar makes it through the turn, and now you can bring in your 4th and final Pokemon, but it has to be something that can do something about this Ursaluna under Trick Room.
Yeah, and Sinistra is actually a great way to be able to have as a sort of part recovery to any sort of HP resources that have already been taken away because of all of this high offensive pressure. And all of a sudden, we know that the Sinistcha doesn't have Trick Room, but it has the potential of starting to get things going, especially with a grassy terrain-powered Machagotcha.
Yeah, maybe you get a burn. Maybe you're lucky that way. And depending on how the speed matches up, this Sinistcha might actually be not that easy to take out here for Salahatin. However, with Terra Normal Blood Moon being an option even at -1, and Sinistcha does not have Protect, this might be bad news for Jan Philipp's side.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Rillaboom is going to be able to survive, and Jan Philipp trying to go for the read there, maybe anticipating on Blood Moon to try to guarantee a KO, and that does confirm to be the case. The Ursaluna is going to have to focus down on the Sinistcha, which is not able to survive. So Salahatin clearly identifying there, I need to pick up a KO ASAP, especially on that Sinistcha that can become a thorn in my side in future turns. However, this allows the Wood Hammer to go into the Farigiraf and finally get rid of it. This is so important for Jan Philipp's board state in order to allow the fake outs to now have an effect over on Salahatin's side.
Yeah, now we know that there's no more blocking of Fake Out. However, we saw in the first turn that Jan Philipp's Incineroar was faster than Salahatin's. So now, under Trick Room conditions, Salahatin's Incineroar might move first. And actually, that would be a way to stop Fake Out from coming out. And if Ursaluna Blood Moon is then protected by its ally Incineroar with Fake Out, maybe another Hyper Voice. It could get the knockout on on Rillaboom, because that might be a single target move. So smartly, Jan Philipp decides to not switch in Rillaboom, instead brings in Blastoise, which could protect this turn.
Yeah, and that's a good way to go about it, because like you said, the Blastoise at the current moment can't exude immediate pressure aside from the water spout, and that just depends on whether it's allowed to get that move off. It doesn't have a fake out, for example, which it can learn, but at least for this set, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But now, there's still a couple more turns remaining of Trick Room. Can Salahatin capitalize, and maybe even have a trump card in the back in terms of that fourth unrevealed Pokemon?
Yeah, that is true. There's still one more Pokemon for Sala waiting in the back. But now the question is, okay, how do you capitalize here on the Trick Room turns in the best way? Now, let's not forget that Ursaluna Blood Moon still has that pesky special attack drop that it would want to get rid of. But at the same time, with Terra Normal and Life Orb, it's just so powerful that you can take a KO this turn even without switching it out. But I like the play here from Jan Philipp. I think it's going to be just a protect and switch, just to maybe bring in Rillaboom again, get Fake Out advantage that way, and then maybe you can make something work with Blastoise.
Yeah, you sort of allow the Incineroar to go down, but there's no protect from the Blastoise. Hyper Voice is going to deal roughly about 40% of damage onto the Blastoise, which actually allows it to get a move off right now. There's no focus of the Blood Moon into the slot. It goes for the Shell Smash. Jan Philipp saying, right, I've got my back against the wall right now, but I need to be able to set up the board to take advantage once I'm outside of Trick Room, when I can bring that Rillaboom back in and once again have the fake out pressure.
All right, so this is getting kind of interesting. And yep, Jan Philipp is saying, okay, well, Blastoise is the only Pokemon that can help me in this situation. And with Rillaboom, you get the chance to fake out one of the two threats. I think it has to be Ursaluna because, yeah, Blood Moon is online now this turn, and you really don't want to be hit with that. So you have to fake out Ursaluna, but then what are you doing with Blastoise? You could try and maybe protect, or you could go for an Ice Beam potentially, but yeah, breaking through that Assault Vest Archelodon is going to be pretty rough.
Yeah, it seems like it's the final boss in this scenario, at least going up against Jan Philipp's final two Pokemon. There is a scenario that you try to go for high horsepower, maybe focus into the Archelodon, but any sort of contact damage that will go into it, or any damage generally, will just start promoting its stamina boost, and that's sort of why Jan Philipp is respecting it, goes for the fake out into the Ursaluna, and the Electro Shot outside of Rain.
Oh, okay.
It's going to charge up, get +1 of special attack, to maybe target down that Blastoise the following turn, as we have a second Shell Smash now set up. And this is starting to get in very dangerous territory, I'd even argue for both sides, depending on the sort of targeting that both of the trainers would go for.
Yeah, so now without the rain, Sela didn't bring Pelipper because he was sure that maybe Jan Philipp was going to bring it, but maybe Jan Philipp was thinking, oh, maybe you bring the Pelipper, but nope, neither of them did. So now Archelodon had to spend a turn charging, and now Blastoise could protect to avoid any damage from Electroshot. However, if you protect Blastoise, that of course would leave Rillaboom very, very susceptible to an attack from Ursaluna. It had its special attack lowered, but I think Blood Moon might still be enough to knock out Ursaluna to knock out the Rillaboom from this range. So Electroshot into one slot, Blood Moon into the other slot might be enough to force Jan Philipp into a bad position, but you don't want to be caught in a weird scenario where that Blastoise with all those boosts maybe gets the KO on Archelodon somehow with an Ice Beam. I mean, I think Blastoise has to protect this turn, but either way, there is still a chance for Jan Philipp, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and the fact that Salahatin has been able to bring that Incineroar in, and most likely not going to get KO'd this turn, will allow it to have the Fake Out available for the subsequent turn, as the high horsepower will target the Archelodon, deals, I would say, respectable damage, but guess what? It's not going to be dealing that much in the next turn, given the +1 in stamina.
Wait, but how does Archelodon now hit Blastoise? Because, well, Water Spout is online.
Right.
Blastoise is at decent health. Yeah, look at all those boosts. That's gonna be quite scary for Salahatin, who it seemed like he had this game in his hand, but somehow Jan Philipp found a way to make it really, really difficult because, well, if you fake out the Rillaboom right now, what if Blastoise just launches a Water Spout, knocks out Incineroar, and then also brings Archelodon into KO range of another one? Has Jan Philipp found a way? And is this the Blastoise comeback?
Oh, I mean, the only way to go about it was getting that 2 Shell Smash consecutive setup going and hoping they're going to be able to catch Salahatin out from Jan Philipp's side. We're going to have to see with the focus. No Fake Out. Ice Beam into the Archelodon. Not enough to pick up the KO, but it does get a freeze. 23 hit point remaining. Frozen. Can it move? Is the question right now. Archelodon is frozen. Solid. Salahatin is not loving this scenario. Knockoff, though, enough to pick up the KO on the Blastoise because of the -2 defense drops.
Wow, this was a back and forth this turn, and Rillaboom, the slowest Pokemon on the field, will get the knockout on Archelodon, but facing down Incineroar, that is faster, and also Ursaluna Bloodmoon, so it seems like Salahatin will win that game in the end, but wow, that was much, much closer than we thought it was going to be.
Yeah, truly, and it really did come down to whether the Blastoise was able to survive an additional turn to get even more damage out, and also whether there's going to be the Water Spout commit, too.
Yeah, I think if this was a Water Spout, it definitely would not have knocked out Archelodon. It also would not have frozen it.
Right.
But then, yeah, with Body Press at the minus defense nature, or like with the drops that you had to suffer from the Shell Smash, maybe the Body Press was just going to be enough to knock out Blastoise. So Jan Philipp was going for it with Ice Beam, got the freeze, but knockoff enough to get the knockout anyway.
Yeah, and finally actually utilizing their terrestrialization onto the Rillaboom to be able to allow survival from this Flare Blitz. But what's going to happen next? Is the Rillaboom somehow going to be able to get a KO on this Ursaluna Blood Moon? Definitely not. There's no grassy terrain. There's no critical hits. Most importantly, this will allow Blood Moon Ursaluna to launch out a devastating Blood Moon KO pickup onto Jan Philipp's Rillaboom, bringing us up to 1-0 in favor of Salahatin.
Wow, and yeah, I mean, I think at the beginning of the game, Sala was feeling pretty well. Incineroar is outspeeding Blastoise just as planned. Everything was going according to plan. But then at one point, it felt like the game was slipping out of his hands. Jan Philipp was pulling back and utilizing the last couple of turns under Trick Room really, really nicely to set up Blastoise. And then all of a sudden, Trick Room was over, but Blastoise was still there with all those boosts. And yeah, Jan Philipp making it very, very close. But Archelodon just proved to be a little bit too tanky, taking Ice Beam there, and then also just in general forcing a lot of attention from Jan Philipp's side into it, because yeah, Archelodon, even though it doesn't have a great way to hit Blastoise, between Electroshot and then also Snarl or Draco Meteor, there's just a couple of options that it can go for, and especially with the reduced defenses that Blastoise has to go for if it wants to commit to Shell Smash. Yeah, it feels like Archelodon definitely one of the key Pokemon for Jan Philipp that he has to figure out a way of how to deal with them.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of nerves to be able to start getting double Shell Smash set up under Trick Room conditions, because a lot of trainers, well, they do tend to sort of break under pressure and feel like they have to constantly be on the defensive, especially when you're going up against a Blood Moon Ursaluna that is so devastatingly powerful under Trick Room conditions. But Jan Philipp was able to handle that really nicely. But like you said, the Archaludon, that's the big question. What can Jan Philipp bring in order to be able to, I'd say, deal with it? Maybe his own Blood Moon Ursaluna?
Yeah, I think that might be a good idea. It could go for Terra Electric, which matches up decently into Salah's team, except for that Ursaluna Blood Moon. Yeah, I think that Salah found a nice way to approach this matchup with Farigiraf blocking any sort of fake out that Jan Philipp's team would usually use to maybe stall out Trick Room or to kind of stop any annoying Pokemon from moving. But that's not possible against a Farigiraf plus Ursaluna Blood Moon combination because, well, first of all, you cannot go for Fake Out because of Armor Tail, and then second of all, Helping Hand, Terra Normal, Life Orb, Blood Moon, that's gonna KO something.
Yep.
So yeah, there is no time to really position around it. So I think one thing that Jan Philipp could have gone for here in the very, very first turn of the game, Blastoise went for Shell Smash, but then was under so much pressure that it had to swap out. If that had been Water Spout instead, that could have been really, really strong. And maybe that's what Jan Philipp is thinking about for this.
Oh, wow, okay. Same leads from Jan Philipp's side, but a completely different one from Sela. We have got Pelipper bringing the rain, accompanied by that Basculegion, which, yeah, it's going to be the fastest thing on the field, immune to Fake Out, and deal devastating amounts of damage because of the Choice Band and potential of Terra Water, even if there is an Intimidate forced onto it and it's at -1 of attack.
Yeah, but it doesn't have a great way of hitting Blastoise here. So if Incineroar just goes for a Fake Out into Pelipper, which is Terra Stellar, so cannot, Terra Ghost or something.
Yep.
And then you can set up Blastoise, or you can just go for a Shell Smash. And even if Incineroar is targeted down, I think that might still be a trade that you might want to go for.
And this seems like a bit of a read from Jan Philipp's side, anticipating the Pelipper to go on the defensive, try to capitalize and take advantage of having Fake Out available in the subsequent turn.
Yep.
But read. Salahatin goes, switches the Pelipper out, brings that Archaludon in. I would say, just in case a Fake Out is focused there, as the Blastoise goes for the Protect. So clearly Jan Philipp really considering the Protect, switch, bring the Fake Out available so I can start getting set up safely.
Yeah, maybe this was a turn where Jan Philipp could have gone for the read, as you called it out, that Pelipper was going for a Protect. And if you read the Protect, I think then you go on the offensive with Blastoise, because the only thing that you would want to protect against is Pelipper. So a little bit of a
middle play,
middle ground play.
Yeah.
But in this case, now he's caught in a position that is pretty annoying, I would say, against Archaludon, the arch nemesis, one might say, for Jan Philipp, because of how difficult it is to hit that Pokemon for good damage.
And that's the hill that Jan Philipp will need to get around, this tower of pure steel that just sits there and starts stacking up all of the stat stage boosts, which is so detrimental, even when it either receives damage or it goes on the offensive with Electroshock, which is clearly what Salahatin is trying to favor with his positioning, but Jan Philipp responded with the Terra Grass.
Yeah, but you have to, in positions like this, maybe you're blocked in too much, or you're thinking too much about the Fake Out.
Right.
But you also have to consider that there is a potential Farigiraf waiting in the back still. Maybe that is why Jan Philipp decided to just ensure that there's no big hits going into Blastoise this turn, and decides to commit the Terra Grass, and now is able to set up a Shell Smash like that.
Yeah, and that's the advantage you want to try to go for. Get the boost going as quickly as possible to be able to not only offset, but overwhelm Salahatin's Assault Vest, Archaludon, generally speaking. Also potentially try to outspeed this Basculegion in the rain, although we did see it was a relatively slow Blastoise since it was underspeeding the Incineroar in Game 1.
Yeah, I think the Choice Scarf, Choice Band Basculegion in the rain with Swift Swim active should still be faster than this Blastoise. But of course, Blastoise just doubled its offensive capabilities. And you don't want to hit, or you don't want to take this Water Spout, even if it's resisted. Like, that would do a ton of damage. So one way to go about this is you could just go for the Wave Crash into Blastoise, just to say, well, it's not gonna KO it probably, but it will lower its HP to a more manageable amount, so that Water Spout won't do as much damage into Archelodon. But instead, it seems like Salahatin prioritizes health on Basculegion and the ability to maybe come in later for some last respects.
Yeah, you want to be able to preserve an end-game scenario for that piece, as Intimidate, as well as the Incineroar are back on the field. Jan-Philipp opts to go on the defensive with the Blastoise. Grassy Glide into the Incineroar. This leaves the Archelodon open to get a boost going via the Electroshock. Whether it's going to be targeting down the Blastoise or not, it still does benefit of getting that +1 in its special attack. It's going to be targeting the Rillaboom, however, and it's going to just miss the KO on a slither of health, proving why Assault Vest is such a great utility item on its slot. But Fake Out is now online for Salahatin.
Yeah, Fake Out is active, and more importantly, this Archelodon is boosted to a level where Draco Meteor would easily knock out Blastoise, and Blastoise has just protected. So a big, big threat, and this is the position that you never want to be caught in for Jan-Philipp. No Fake Out active, no Protect opportunity, no Rage Powder or anything to redirect any incoming hits, and this Blastoise has had its defenses weakened due to the setup. So maybe do we need another freeze here?
Oh, wow. Well, I mean, it's definitely a consideration.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Blastoise could go for Water Spout to knock out Incineroar, but I feel like as long as Blastoise goes down this turn, this would be really bad, but Archelodon makes it through the turn. And if Archelodon can retaliate with Draco Meteor and take the knockout, this would be a fantastic trade for Sela.
Oh, we're going to have to see, as there was no Fake Out there from Sela's side, opting to try to get maybe a potential pivot going. Draco Meteor into the Blastoise is enough to pick up the KO because it was at -1 of its special defense, whilst the Archelodon was at +1 of its special attack. Rillaboom, can you do the deed against this Archelodon? No, you can't. The stamina boost proving to be so overwhelming, and even though the Incineroar from Salahatin's side has gone down, you've got 3 potent Pokemon under rain conditions with so much offensive pressure against Jan-Philipp's side, which has just lost its main damage sweeper.
Yeah, this is really tough for Jan-Philipp, because as you say, this was the main source of damage output. Blastoise is down. Now, there could be Ursaluna Blood Moon waiting in the back for Jan-Philipp, but it could also be Sinistra. And, well, in all honesty, neither of those are great answers to this Basculegion. But as long as Sela does not know which Pokemon there is in the back, there is still the chance that this Basculegion locks into kind of the wrong move. Well, now we know it's a Pelipper.
Thank you, Jan-Philipp, for the confirmation. But yeah, that means no Sinistra is brought, which could have been able to at least offer some sort of redirection, especially resisting electric type and water type moves.
Okay, so Pelipper for Jan-Philipp. Pelipper has to outspeed Archelodon and has to get the KO this turn, or else, things are not looking too great. Now, there's still no Fake Out available for Jan-Philipp, and I don't think that you can afford to maybe play like a slow game, like Protect and Switch. I think Pelipper might have to go on the offensive this turn, and it might have to get the knockout on Archelodon, or else it's going to be really, really difficult. One more thing to consider, Grassy Glide into Basculegion. Not quite enough for the KO, though.
No, surviving on 39 hit points and not opting to go for the Wave Crash, as Flip Turn is more than enough to not only get the KO on Rillaboom, it allows that pivot going. Pelipper from Sela's side will now be entering the field. Focus Sash still intact. Anticipating Jan-Philipp's Pelipper to surely try to focus down on the Archelodon. If there's a way to get around it, maybe get a confusion going as it's powering up. It's absorbed all the electricity. It is now back up to +1 of its special attack into a ×4 weak Pelipper, which of course does have the handy Focus Sash, allowing it to survive. Question is, which move do you go for? It goes for the Weather Ball. Under rain conditions, Archelodon will be felled. Finally, the bridge has been broken down. However, is it too little, too late, Marcus, when we've got the rain actually stopping now, as well as the grass terrain, but the Basculegion is now outside of its Swift Swim potential to maybe outspeed, but most likely going to be able to against the Incineroar on the Pelipper.
It might be just a little too late. Had that Pelipper been faster than our Celadon, and then with the Focus Sash, maybe there was still something to do, but now this Basculegion, even outside of the rain, Wave Crash should be an easy KO on Incineroar, and then you have the accurate Weather Ball. Even though it's not that powerful without the rain boost, it should still be enough to knock out Pelipper at 1 HP. And so from there, if you just, well, go after Incineroar, as long as Wave Crash gets the KO, I think you should be good.
But there is the recoil damage to consider, right?
Yeah, if you take recoil damage, as you knock out Incineroar, it would be a 1v1, but... Oh, Pelipper is faster. Wait, hold that thought. Incineroar...
Oh! It outspeeds! It gets rid of the Basculegion! Jan Phillips Pelipper is absolutely rapid, able to change a scenario completely on its head.
Yeah, not fast enough to outpace our Celadon, but fast enough to outspeed this Basculegion. Now, Salahatin gets the KO on Pelipper, but Incineroar is still there and there's no rain, so Weather Ball is a very, very weak move.
Oh, and now Sela's forced to go most likely for Hurricane if they want the real respectable amounts of damage.
Yeah, but we still have Terra Stellar boost as well, so as long as you can connect, I mean, you should, I think, first of all, you should start with a Protect, maybe, to stall out their Tailwind.
Fair, yes.
I think that's what I would consider at this point, but okay, well, maybe we're just going for it.
Sela can't hear you, Marcus. But yeah, still, just trying to take advantage of the scenario, but you need to connect with the Hurricanes as we have the Stellar Terra coming out.
The question also is how much damage will Knockoff do? Is it enough for a 2-hit KO? Since, of course, Pelipper is known for its good defense, there is the Terra Stellar. Pelipper, we didn't think it was going to be that close. Knockoff, how much damage is it going to do? Just barely under half, but Hurricane could miss, of course.
Yes, but it does not. It connects. It's going to be so powerful. You see Sela's jubilant with that scenario, dealing half the damage necessary onto the Incineroar. But now, we got two things to consider. Stellar Terra will no longer power up this Hurricane, and Knockoff will not benefit from the additional damage output because the Focus Sash has been knocked off.
Yeah, so I mean, we can still think about stalling Tailwind maybe this turn, maybe Protect now. But then, yeah, do you want to risk going for another Hurricane, or do you want to go for the Terra Stellar boosted Weather Ball outside of rain?
This is going to be a tough one. And like you said, I definitely love just going for Protect, because you want to stall out the Tailwind and maybe guarantee, unless Sela's not confident in the speed tier in between the Incineroar and Pelipper and just opt to go for the offensive, which seems to be the case. Knockoff leaving Pelipper on 29 hit points. Hurricane does miss! Not what Sela wants to see, and there is still a scenario of the final turn of Tailwind remaining, and finally Sela goes for the Protect.
Okay, finally... Finally, Sela remembers that field condition with a Protect. Now, the speed advantage might go back to Pelipper, but we haven't had confirmation, I believe, between the two yet. So maybe if this is a really speedy Incineroar and a slow Pelipper, maybe it doesn't even matter. Maybe Incineroar is faster anyway. But either way, you gotta go for the Hurricane.
Oh, it's not! Somehow the Incineroar outspeeds Sela, clearly showing some good wisdom in that scenario, saying it doesn't really matter because this must be a very slow Pelipper, and I think you realized at the same time that I realized, clearly there's a Focus Sash there, maybe a min speed Pelipper on a Trick Room composition side of it, maybe trying to enhance the duality of the Tail Room scenario.
Yeah, that could be interesting, or maybe just a modest, just boosting the special attack instead of the speed that we're used to seeing. But either way, or maybe it's just the fastest Incineroar in the world.
Potentially.
Max speed over there.
Yeah.
But either way, this game, it looked over.
It did.
Sela got the Draco Meteor, knocked out Blastoise. We were like, yup, yeah, maybe there's Sinistra in the back, maybe there's Ursaluna Bloodmoon in the back. No, it was Pelipper, and that is exactly the Pokemon Jan Philipp needed. Even though it wasn't able to outpace our Celadon, which of course is some good information for our players now going into Game 3, it was able to outpace Pelipper and Basculegion outside of rain. Set up Tailwind for Incineroar, not something we see too often, but all of a sudden, yeah, this Incineroar turned into the hero, knocking off and knocking out Basculegion and then winning the 1v1 against Pelipper, forcing Game 3.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. Both of our trainers fighting for their tournament lifeline, one game away from entering Phase 2 of this weekend. Jan-Philipp showing off really cool speed interactions there. His Pelipper actually been faster than the Basque Legion outside of rain without the Swift Swim enabled. So Sela clearly having a bit of a more favored training in terms of the speed tiering of their Pokemon. So going into this final Game 3, Marcus, do we expect Sela trying to revert back to Trick Room as opposed to bring the rain, or just same as Game 2?
So I think Sela wanted to avoid this kind of guessing game against the Blastoise. Is it going to go for Shell Smash? Is it going to go for Water Spout? And instead thought, yeah, you know what? I can maybe use just the raw power of Pelipper and Choice Band Basque Legion. But as we now learned, well, if there's a Pelipper, there's a way. I think if you're in Sela's shoes, you really want to go back to what worked in Game 1. Just because, like, you don't want to go away from this and just thinking like, well, why didn't I do the same thing again? Like, I was winning Game 1, like, why didn't I do it again?
Yeah, and that's clearly what Sela has been able to convert from thought into action, leading with that Incineroar and the Farigiraf yet again now up against Jan-Philipp's Rillaboom and Incineroar of their own. No Blastoids being brought straight off the cuff, which allows Jan-Philipp a bit more of utility when it comes to influencing the board positioning.
Yeah, it's a quite unique lead there from Jan-Philipp with both fake-out Pokemon against Farigiraf. Yeah. Not what you want to see, but I guess at the same time, well, we already learned that Incineroar over on Jan-Philipp's side is really, really fast. But we also know that the Incineroar over on Selahattin's side is also quite fast. So the Rillaboom, might not be in the perfect position here, being intimidated and such. So I wouldn't be surprised if Jan-Philipp just uses this time to reposition a little bit. Maybe, swap out the Rillaboom, go for a parting shot, and just get into the position that he wants to see.
All right, as Blastoise will make an appearance on the field, and in Game 3 as Farigiraf actually switching out from Sela's side, wanting to capitalize off of a focus into the Trick Room potential setup, as we have an early terrestrialization commit from the Incineroar, wanting to ensure from Jan-Philipp's side you're able to forego a fake out, guarantee this Incineroar moves, either goes for a taunt or that knockoff. Seems to be a huge respect for the Trick Room, but this allows Sela's Incineroar to move immediately after, get the parting shot going, and we got the pivot action going. The correct slot was targeted. Blastoise is now down to -1 special attack from even just arriving on the field.
Yeah, and this is Sela proving that he is a world-class level player. Really showing that, okay, what looked like it might be a little bit of a flippy turn where it's like, oh, it could go this way, could go that way. Is it going to be a taunt? Is it going to be Terra or not? Sela found the third option, which sometimes in these situations is so important. By swapping in our Chaladon, he's saying, okay, well, let's see what you're doing, right? Like, I can just reposition my board. Are you going to commit a Terra? And which Pokemon is it going to be? And this is exactly what we just saw there. Incineroar now committed the Terra Ghost for no value. Yep. There was no fake out coming out, and the taunt on an Assault Vest Pokemon, that's not going to do much. So, yeah, already Jan-Philipp a little bit on the back foot, but he has proven, especially in the second game, that he is not to be ruled out, and I'm sure that Jan-Philipp now will find a way to kind of reposition again. Maybe you got to swap out the Blastoise, bring in Rillaboom again, maybe Parting Shot, but I think Jan-Philipp can find a position against the 4 Pokemon that Sela has brought to this game.
Yeah, exactly, because he's already revealed there's no Pelipper in the back. And Jan-Philipp may well have actually brought their own Pelipper. You're going to have to really consider when to bring it in order to avoid enabling the opposing Archaludon, as we've got the switch in now yet again of the Rillaboom. It's on the field. It wants to make sure that it's better placed, maybe even speedy, and can threaten the damage onto that Blood Moon Ursaluna, which has opted for the Terrestrialization Terra Normal. We know how powerful this Pokemon is, but Draco Meteor moves first, deals about 35 to 40% damage onto the Rillaboom, but is there going to be a double up? Not before the Parting Shot, bringing that Ursaluna back down to -1 special attack.
So now if we're going back to Game 1, in terms of the Pokemon that Jan-Philipp has brought. And if he's brought the Sinistcha, this might be a great opportunity to bring it in, heal Rillaboom, and then use eject button to swap out, and it is Sinistcha.
Wow.
Calling out the Trick Room mode from Selahattin, I think. Not going for Pelipper, which won him Game 2. This is quite amazing, and this Hyper Voice at -1, that's not gonna get any KOs now.
No, it's such a huge adaptation to your opponent's expected adaptation, saying, right, I know Sela felt comfortable in that game 1 with the Trick Room mode. I need to be able to bounce back going in this game 3.
And now you can bring in Blastoise. There's no Fake Out threatening you. There's no special attack drop or anything, and you have Fake Out active. So, well, Sela could swap in Farigiraf, but if you predict that and you go for a combination of Water Spout and Wood Hammer in either slot, that could be devastating for Sela. So Jan-Philipp has found the position that he needs to be in, but now this turn matters so much. Are you going for a setup? Can you afford to go for the setup? Can you go for a Fake Out here with Farigiraf just waiting in the shadows to swap in and block that move? So, what do you think?
Feels like a 50-50. It's a 50-50 that I think...
Maybe there's a third option.
Maybe. It very well could be, and we saw Sela's capable of being able to identify those as the Archaludon switches out. It wants to be able to reset the special attack drops, brings the Farigiraf in. Does Jan-Philipp commit with a Fake Out is the real question here as double switch. There's that third option you're talking about, Marcus. Sela now brings the Incineroar back in. You're going to have the Fake Out available in the subsequent turn, maybe a potential Trick Room setup as well. But what's it gonna be? It's no confirmation on the Blastoise yet. Does it go for Water Spout? Does it go for the Shell Smash? We're about to find out, folks. It's the Water Spout. It's gonna be able to pick up the KO onto the Incineroar, get rid of the subsequent Fake Out available. No Trick Room guaranteed just yet. Going into the next turn, deals so much damage onto the Farigiraf as well.
Wow, and well, just like that, Sela took so much damage this turn and has to really think about how to approach this, because Ursaluna wouldn't be safe here in this spot because, yeah, there's the potential of Water Spout and Wood Hammer into either slot. Farigiraf has already eaten its Citrus Berry, but it seems like Sela is saying, okay, well, I don't have any better option. I need to opt into this mind game right now because, so if it is Wood Hammer and Water Spout into Ursaluna, and if that KOs, if there's no Protect, that could be game over for Sela. But at the same time, this combination could also be launched into Farigiraf to just prevent the Trick Room for good.
Right.
And there could be Archaludon switching in though. So
there we go. Wood Hammer, Farigiraf, it survives. 28 hit points remaining. What's going to be the commit? Which Pokemon is going to move first? Blood Moon, Ursaluna, or the Blastoise as Citrus Berry is able to bring it back up to 84 hit points? It's going to be the Water Spout. Is it enough to pick up the KO from their H? It is! There's no Trick Room going up for you, Sela. Unfortunately, as the Blood Moon, Ursaluna, still in contention, has survived. It's its turn to go for the Blood Moon, dawning onto that Blastoise, absolutely getting shell smashed out of game 3 and this set, allowing Salahattin some hope of bringing this back.
Bye-bye, Blastoise. You did what you could, knocking out Incineroar and Farigiraf in this game, but there is still Archaludon, the final big boss on Sela's team, and looking at what Jan-Philipp has left, how is Jan-Philipp going to KO Archaludon from full health?
That's the big question. Is there a way to be able to deal enough damage whilst utilizing this Sinistra, not only through recovery via the Life Dew, but also the Rage Powder, the redirection? But you need to get rid of that Ursaluna first, perhaps, if you want to try to consider forcing that Archaludon to always get redirected into the Sinistra.
Yeah, I mean, Archaludon has a couple of moves, but again, neither of them are really good in this positioning because there's no rain for Electroshot. You don't want to lower your special attack with Draco Meteor just yet. Snarl is not gonna KO anything here, and Body Press could be redirected by Sinistra's Rage Powder. So while it will be tough to knock out Archaludon, at the same time, Archaludon also has some problems to knock out Jan-Philipp's Pokemon, and there's also Life Dew, Strength Sap, there's Hospitality, there's a lot of healing available for Jan-Philipp.
Oh, but Sela's going on the defensive, not wanting to risk things just yet, knows that the Archaludon will not be going down within one turn, if not multiple turns. Gets the special attack boost via the Electroshot. First turn charge going into a second turn damage being dealt. Focus clearly, like we said, Jan-Philipp respecting the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but at the same time, you're able to profit off of the recovery allowed via the life dew on both of your Pokemon. 25% HP is so crucial, especially when further powered up by the grass terrain recovery.
Yeah, and I think if you can manage to just knock out Ursaluna, which will be more difficult now that grassy terrain is over, but if you manage to knock out Ursaluna, then you can, like the 3v1, I think Jan-Philipp never loses because you can always just cycle between Fake Out, Life Dew, just maybe take it to timer at that point.
It's a consideration at this situation.
But with grassy terrain now being over, I don't think Jan-Philipp has enough damage to knock out Ursaluna Blood Moon this turn. So if Selak can manage to get a KO with Ursaluna, then it's back in his court, I guess.
Yeah, as of course there's not going to be any sort of Rage Powder Woodhammer going into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, leaving it down at 40 hit points. Sinister, will you be able to do it? Will you matcha and gotcha the Blood Moon? You're able to, forcing our Chalodon now down to a 1 versus 3. I would even argue uphill battle because the recovery potential of this Sinister is the main decider of this final face-off in Game 3.
Absolutely, yes. Ursaluna Bloodmoon going down. That was the key Pokemon Zella needed to take a KO. But now we are in this 3 versus 1 situation. And if Jan-Philipp maybe switches out Rillaboom into Incineroar, he can create a position where both of his Pokemon are pretty much unbeatable, where the damage from this +1 Archelodon would just not be enough. However, there is still some ambiguity. Body Press could be a consideration at any point, and that would stack up. That could force Jan-Philipp to use Rage Powder, but at what point, when does Jan-Philipp want to use Rage Powder? When does he want to just go for some Life Dew to support his allies? I like the switch into Incineroar, but did Zella predict this, and can he capitalize on it?
Yeah, that is the main question, as the Ghost Terra Incineroar we saw committed earlier on from turn 1 has returned. Snarl dealing really good damage onto the Sinister because of the critical hit he was able to connect with, lowering its damage output, which is arguably a good thing. However, not enough. Life Dew says, I'm going to be able to just restore right back up. And honestly, at this point, what is stopping Jan-Philipp to go for fake out, switch out, or even that?
It doesn't matter. You have all the options.
It's so true. There's a lot going for it. You bring the grass terrain on the field if you want to bring the Rillaboom. You've got fake out available, and you just need to go down to time at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Now, setting up grassy terrain might be really counterintuitive because you don't want to give this Archelodon any sort of healing. But I think the best plan for Jan-Philipp going forward is not to knock it out, but instead to take this game to timer. And I think based on how long they're thinking about this, maybe this is already the start of that plan because, yeah, taking down Archelodon is going to be really difficult. But cycling Fake Out and Life Dew, you also have the Strength Sap that you can use maybe even against your own Pokemon to kind of heal up. And yeah, like there's just nothing Zella can do about it.
Yeah, because you're not able to pick up a direct KO at any point. Snarl, this may well have just been another critical hit on the Incineroar, or just really good chip damage. In this scenario, it's not enough. Because guess what? Now its damage output is getting lowered even further, and Jan-Philipp is trying to make sure he is walking around the Archelodon where possible, more healing, and not allow the stamina boost to start stacking.
Yeah, I think it makes some sense to not allow this defense stat to go out of hand here. But with 2 Ghost-type Pokemon and Rage Powder left, I don't think Jan-Philipp has to be super careful about the stamina. But now switching in Sinister, Hospitality going off, a little bit more recovery on everything. Yep, Jan-Philipp is feeling great about this. Maybe now is the time to go for a Fake Out and Switch play again. Then you have another round of Switch, and yeah, then eventually the Archelodon will just like lose all its damage potential. I mean, you could, in anticipation of maybe more Fake Outs, maybe you could have gone for an Electro Shot at some point just for the boost. But yeah, I feel like Snarl is just not strong enough as a move, even against super effective targets, to turn this game around for Zella.
Yeah, because you're not able to deal enough damage to force a KO versus the Life Dew recovery potential. You just need to be able to elongate this as much as possible if you're Jan-Philipp. And considering going for that Incineroar switch-in is something that you need to evaluate. As we see the Sinister brought out, it means its Hospitality will be available in a future turn. and it's just going to keep on cycling through until you play the timer. There's 2 minutes, 36 seconds remaining overall for this game, but something that both of our trainers need to consider is the your time counter, which is so crucial and could lead to a loss if that runs out even before the game time being enabled.
Yeah, so for our viewers at home who maybe are not so familiar with the mechanics around the timer, every match has a certain time limit, and we will know about it only when there is going to be a little text on the screen saying that there's going to be 3 minutes left in this game, and then also our players will have exact understanding of where the timer is. Now, what is also ticking down is your timer, because yeah, you cannot let the clock run out when it's your turn. So there is a limit on that as well. And this is what they also have to keep in mind. So you cannot just like let the clock run out.
Right.
But you're forced to make moves, because if your time runs out, I think that's the best win con for Sela at this point. Yep. Because yeah, Jan-Philipp has to kind of manage both timers at the same time. I'm not sure how often he's been in this situation on stage in a win and in situation against a player of Sela's caliber. So, I mean, it looks like Jan-Philipp is taking this, right? But, I mean, there's still a chance for maybe if you miscount a little bit, or yeah, you mismanage your turns and all of a sudden Sela finds an opening. So you gotta be very careful here with your execution.
Ooh, Draco Meteor maybe hoping for critical hit. Might be the way out that Sela has identified. Not enough to pick up the KO, but putting shot will further lower the damage output of this Archaludon, if I'm not mistaken, at -4 of its special attack. But getting the Rillaboom back on the field, Fake Out yet again available, and this could easily be another life due or just another switch in afterwards for the Incineroar.
Yeah, I think I would like to see some Strength Sap at some point as well, just because it would be even more recovery for Sinistcha, because I don't want Sinistcha to be in range for like another Draco Meteor critical hit KO, and it seems like Jan-Philipp has shown a tendency to give Sela these opportunities every other turn. Well, this time it was clear. Fake Out is going up, and now is the Strength Sap.
Yeah. Because there's no profit that you can gain from going for a life dew for your partner Pokemon, which is already at 100% HP in the form of that Rillaboom. This is a great way to be able to do it, but interesting interaction there because of the amount of parting shots that Archaludon has taken. And intimidates. It's at such a lower threshold of recovery that you would normally be able to recover.
Yeah, I was thinking about Strength Sapping your own Rillaboom, because eventually you're going to swap it out anyway, and you don't really care about the attack stat. But yeah, there it was. I think it was -5 or -6. On the attack side, but yeah, Archaludon doesn't really care about that. Jan-Philipp keeps the cycle going, but this is another opportunity to maybe land a critical hit into Sinistcha.
Yeah, and it may well be within the range. Sela trying to target it down, does not find success in doing so, doing very negligible amount of damage, which gets absolutely instantly recovered via the life dew. Grass Terrain no longer on the field, but it's what we're saying. Our trainers are fighting down, well, at least Jan-Philipp is fighting for timer, Sela is fighting for the crits.
Yeah, that is the name of the game at this point, and well, there is nothing else we can do, and there is the text. 3 minutes left in the battle, so now this helps both players to kind of plan out the next couple of turns, and the game will be over in 3 minutes, one way or another. So Jan-Philipp just has to be patient, but again, you have to watch your time.
It's so crucial, and you need to make sure it does not go anywhere near the danger zone of, I'd even argue, 40 seconds, because you need to be rapidly quick in getting those moves going, as the Sinistcha making an exit yet again, a true revolving door of Pokemon with Jan-Philipp's side. Rillaboom back on the field, most likely seeing a parting shot to bring that Sinistcha back in afterwards.
Yeah, and of course, Grassy Terrain and Fake Out, also Stamina, like those animations also take a little bit of time, and this takes more and more time off the clock, which is favoring Jan-Philipp. And once again, not too much to do, and Jan-Philipp still has, you can see it below his frame there. Your time is at 1 minute and 50 seconds, so still plenty of time left for Jan-Philipp to go about this game. And yeah, it seems like Philip with Blastoise will be advancing to phase 2.
Yeah, what a way to go about it as well when it comes to such a tumultuous matchup between both of our trainers. The back and forths between them, the identification of what mode works best for each of them, and Jan-Philipp absolutely being able to bring all of that pressure back onto Salahattin and say, right, I sort of know your tricks of the Game 1 Trick Room mode, and making the adaptation on the lead, not even leading with the Blastoise, going for the Rillaboom and the Incineroar, the known super fake out bros, and having that Sinistcha in the back.
Yeah, and I mean, that must feel amazing. Like, if you're in Jan-Philipp's shoes, like, he knows that he has this game under wraps, and with Sinistcha, Incineroar, Rillaboom, like, nothing can go wrong at this point. Even if there's like one critical hit knocking out Sinistcha, for example, there still are 2 Pokemon, and it comes down to whoever has more Pokemon remaining, and this is Jan-Philipp in this case. As we see, the final minute is clocking down. Maybe Archelodon can go for one more Draco Meteor, but then that should be it. Let's see Jan-Philipp here going for another switch. So we will see maybe one more Draco Meteor into the Sinistcha, but even if the critical hit comes out, it just might not be enough.
Yeah, at that range, I don't think it will be, but we're going to have to find out. Is there a critical hit? There is not. Sela really hoping to try to get bailed out from the critical in this scenario, because honestly, it's your main win condition. But even then, you're having to go up against 2 Pokemon that remain, even if you pick up the KO. And we're coming down to the wire. 45 seconds remaining of your time on Salatin's side. 7 seconds counting down on this turn that will most likely be the final one, or maybe leading into the next one. Get the reveal of Jan-Philipp being the victor and progressing into phase 2.
Yeah, this is it. What we have kind of hinted at the last couple of minutes now has become a reality. The game will end after both players have locked in their moves. And yeah, with that, Sela, who looked so strong in Game 1, who looked like he had it in Game 2, and then Jan-Philipp with the Blastoise and Pelipper comes out and takes the win.
What a way to go about it. Jan-Philipp locked the position into phase 2.
Absolute cinema. Jan-Philipp with the water types. Pelipper in Game 2, outspeeding Vescalegion and kind of pulling it back from what looked like a lost endgame. Outspeeding, setting the tailwind, and I like to see it, like to see the sportsmanship there between those 2 trainers. Of course, they know that it was a close back and forth set. And yeah, Sela, after losing in the second game, he's going back to the plan from the first game with the Trick Room option, but Jan-Philipp is ready for it. Not bringing Pelipper was such a risky move, but it paid off because that would have allowed Archelodon to maybe have access to Electroshot, and that could have just turned it out completely. Instead, though, Jan-Philipp managed to get those hits in and take it down. Let's have a look at some of the most memorable moments from the set.
Yeah, slow-mo knockoff in order to guarantee a KO onto the Blastoise. -2 at that point of its defensive stages. And what a way to go about picking up a KO in this Game 2 on the Archelodon with the Weather Ball. And like we said, the knockoff just paying dividends. That tailwind being set up by Jan-Philipp's super speedy Pelipper proved to make all of the difference in what has been such a true comeback story in this set.
Yeah, Incineroar, the fastest Incineroar in the world, outspeeding Pelipper. And then in Game 3, I think this was one of the crucial turns. Water Spout knocking out Incineroar and also doing so much damage to Farigiraf, allowing the second Water Spout to knock out Farigiraf, deal so much damage to Ursaluna that even after Blastoise went down, we thought, well, where's the damage coming from? How do you deal with Archelodon? Well, it turns out you don't have to, because Woodhammer and Machagacha knock out Ursaluna, and then Jan-Philipp could just sit there. I mean, there were so many more memorable moments in those last 10 minutes of the game, right? We saw the fake out and the life dew, and then a switch.
Beautiful switches.
And another switch.
And
another life dew.
No, sorry.
But in the end, Jan-Philipp knew how to treat this position and takes the win. And moving on into phase 2, that must feel so great. Bringing Blastoise, yet another unique Pokemon, to that phase 2.
Let's count them. Underdog story. Comeback story. Now making a name with the achievement of going into phase 2 story. Blastoise story. I think there's probably going to be more. But at that point, they're stacking. They're stacking in terms of all of the pressure that must have been going through Jan Philipp's mind at the time, going up against, like we said, a world-class caliber player such as Salahatin, and just being able to ring it out in what was such a back and forth in that game 3, but capitalizing off of the immediate KOs you needed to play for timer was incredible from Jan Philipp, and huge congratulations for the progression into the next phase.
Whew. Yeah. That was something. Now, before the game, we were saying that, oh wow, like there are no accomplishments for Jan Philipp yet. Now, they definitely have one that they can add to their resume, and we will hear it from our winner of that game, who made it into phase 2. Let's hear it from Jan Philipp.
Hi everyone, I am here with Jan Philipps, the winner of our Swiss Round 8 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. Now Philipp, you have now cemented your way into phase 2. Congratulations, and how are you feeling?
Well, thank you, first of all. I mean, I'm feeling really good. It's the best placement I've ever had. This is my third appearance at a tournament. But we still have to play one more round, right? So could still go 6-3 and then drop out. So we'll have to wait one more game.
Well, that was the most thrilling game I have seen all day. Just so expertly played. Can you tell us a little bit more about your approach during team preview when you saw your opponent's team?
Well, I always hate seeing a Caludon because it pretty much counters the entire team. Electroshot just one-shots Blastoise if you don't Terra Grass. And even if you go Terra Grass, you can still get Draco Meteor. And then if Stamina keeps stacking up, it also just one-shots my entire team. So basically what I had in mind was bringing Ursaluna, because Ursaluna not only has Earth Power, which is super effective, it also has Yawn, so you can try to stall out and put a Caludon to sleep and then try to kill it. Yeah, but it happened to work out without Ursaluna. Because, well, I could go Terra Ghost and then just not be afraid of body press, so...
Well, you played around that Archaludon so expertly. I want to talk a little bit about that game too, when seemingly it looked like your opponent had the game and suddenly you snatched the victory from what looked like the jaws of defeat. What were your thoughts going on through your head at the time?
To be honest, I thought game 2 was just dead lost. I did not know that... well, I was hoping that Pelipper was faster than... what was it in the end game? I can't remember.
Pelipper and Incineroar.
For me, right? Yes. And my opponent had Pelipper and Basculegion, that's right. So Basculegion, if it's max speed, it's a faster, even without Rain Boost, it's a faster than Pelipper and Incineroar. And well, I was just praying that Pelipper would be faster. It was at a 128 speed, and obviously Basculegion was slower, so I think my only way out was pressing Tailwind and then trying to kill Basculegion and, well, deal with a Pelipper after that. And I was just lucky. It wasn't max speed, so I guess I got it.
Well, it was such an amazing game 2. And then, of course, once you won game 2, you had to progress to the game 3. So what were your thoughts then on this tiebreaker game?
To be honest, my thoughts were not correct because game 2 he brought Pelipper. So I was feeling like I do not need to bring Pelipper because my opponent sets the rain for me. But he did not bring Pelipper in game 3. So I was, okay, this is going to be hard. And, well, he just never got to set up either Trick Room or did he get... Oh, no, he got no Trick Room and he got no Tailwind because he didn't bring Pelipper. So I did have the speed control most of the game. Archaludon was faster than all of my team, I think. But, well, after finishing off the other 3 Pokemon, it was just, well, time stall because I had 2 Ghost-type Pokemon with Incineroar being Terra Ghost. So I just had to dodge Body Press on Rillaboom. But since I had double Fake Out, it was just time stall.
Yeah, those final turns of game 3 was just a masterclass on how to play to all your win conditions and just play absolutely flawlessly. So I'm going to be asked a question. I'm sure all the viewers are just, bursting to know why Blastoise.
I know the question already, all right. The thing is, I just love playing either Eruption or Water Spout. The moves are just so amazing. I wanted to play Eruption, but I don't know. Typhlosion was the only option, really, besides like Torkoal. but it just felt so bad because Typhlosion just gets one shot by like half the cast. So I was looking for Water Spout options, and I think in Regulation H there's only Blastoise who actually learns Water Spout. So I just tried it out on Showdown Ladder, and then first of all it didn't work at all, and then I tried to build the team around Blastoise. I had this idea of putting a Sinister in there to get the HP back to full, because if you're not full HP, Water Spout is not going to deal damage. And then I had the second idea of putting a Jack button on Sinister, so you could technically protect on Blastoise after setting up, switch in Sinister, get forced out on Sinister, and then switch in again, so you get like 50% regen. And that was like the base idea, and then there's just Incineroar for Intimidate cycling. Rillaboom was really important because I had a lot of problems with Terra Water, like Goldengo, for example, always goes Terra, or almost always goes Terra Water, and well, the rest was just trying to deal with Archaludon, which somehow happened to work out, I guess.
Well, thank you so much for bringing such an amazing team to the stream. It was so thrilling to watch you pilot that team to perfection. So to finish off, do you have any shout outs that you want to give to anyone watching at home?
Shout outs to my wife, I guess, because she's taking care of the kids, so I can sit here and play Pokemon, so big shout out.
Yeah, that's amazing. Well, Philip, we're going to let you get some rest and get ready for the final round of the day. So best of luck into the tournament. I hope we see Blastoise again on stream. And for the viewers at home, we are going to cut to a very short break, but we'll be back once more with the final round of the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
Eu acho que pra mim as principais ferramentas pra você melhorar como um treinador seria ter vários amigos pra jogar, pesquisar bastante, entrar em grupos e treinar. Treinar principalmente.
Quais ferramentas que eu acho que um jogador competitivo tem que ter? Primeiro é paciência, porque você tem que repetir várias vezes, várias coisas. Então, primeiro é paciência. E a segunda de tudo é, cara, é anotar as coisas. Anota bastante, porque você vai anotando e vai gravando mais fácil. Então, é persistir e paciência.
Eu acho que a gente tem ferramenta até de sobra, porque é uma comunidade muito grande, a gente consegue compartilhar a experiência um com o outro e ver onde cada consegue melhorar se ajudando.
Bueno, mira, lo más importante en este juego es caminar, caminar y atrapar. Todo el tiempo estar atrapando y siempre revisando en las mismas páginas de Play Pokémon cuáles son los Pokémon que están destacados y buscar de esos Pokémon los mejores IVs para poder dar el mayor rendimiento en las batallas.
Primero que nada es ver el meta, qué Pokémon son los mejores, un poco más avanzado, aprender a contar los básicos.
I think the players need to always look at meta, check the meta. I think this is really important because on Pokemon the game is always changed.
The first thing I always gravitate towards too is recording my matches and then looking at it afterwards. Not only just looking at it myself, but also like with friends from feedback. Just like really dissecting, like, you know, what am I thinking through this turn? Like, did I make the correct play? Am I thinking about the high-level game plan correctly? Am I accounting for potential risks depending on what my opponent is doing? I think it's really hard to get stuck in the moment when you're actually playing, so looking at afterwards has been like really, really helpful for me.
In the game, you don't have a lot of time to think. You just do the best you can in the moment, but afterwards, when you can actually pause and slow down, you can analyze what is actually going on in the game.
La mejor oportunidad que tienen es ver las transmisiones de los campeonatos regionales, internacionales y del Mundial de Pokémon. A pesar de que el meta puede llegar a cambiar mucho, no significa que no puedas ver cómo juegan otros entrenadores, qué es lo que están pensando, qué es lo que dicen en las entrevistas, ver cuál mindset tiene. Entonces, ve lo que piensan, ve cómo juegan, imítalos y supéralos.
I'm Micah Kels, and I just won the Stockholm Regional Championships, and I think it was a phenomenal one. I played against really good players. I had a ton of fun. My friends had really good ones. So overall, just a fantastic experience over the weekend again. And just having incredible stream matches was the peak, the highlight of everything.
He's Micah Kels. He's Stockholm Regional Champion. He's doing it again, and he has done it.
Undisputed regional champion of Stockholm, Michael Kalch.
One of the key moments over the whole tournament was just the final set. It was incredibly close. In game 2 of my final set, I survived on 1 HP, and in game 3, I didn't know if my Smeargle would survive a Grassy Glide from Rillaboom.
Into the Smeargle, it's not enough! 7 HP!
So the finals had a really key moments that flipped the game and that were really deciding and super close in the end. There were a lot of matchups that I just wasn't familiar with. In my final set, I played a Lunala team that didn't exist before. In my semifinals, I played against a Koraidon team that didn't exist before. So there were a ton of very weird matchups that I could just not prepare for it. But instead, I had to just get a little creative. And with spontaneous decisions, I had to make my own way to the finals. And I was able to do it because I knew what the team can do. And if you know what your team can do, you can pretty much beat every matchup.
He does pick up the KO, and Kalevitsvaida has led Michael into his second consecutive Stockholm Regional Final.
This tournament showed me where I was lacking some stuff and where I was getting better as well. I'm doing coaching to help newer players, but also veterans to also get better in the game. So my life completely shifted from being the student who sits at home, now trying to help others at the game. And because of VGC, I also made a ton of new friends that I'm really, really happy I got. It is very important to not get crushed by losses or by unlucky games, because mentality is actually a thing a lot of players really struggle into, and that is my advice I will give to newer players.
Anna Prosser here in Yokohama for Pokemon World Championships 2023, and we're here in the Play Lounge. We're here with Judge Kaza to talk about first steps. What's first step?
ここはティーチングエリアです。カードゲームを最初にやる場所です。
If a player is just learning about Pokemon for the first time, what would you tell them when they come here?
まずは楽しんでください。
What games can players learn here in the Play Lounge?
すべてのゲームできます。
Do they need to know anything before they come here, or can they start brand new?
Nothing. 初心者でも大丈夫です。
What is your favorite thing about the Play Lounge?
ティーチングが大好きです。
It looks like you're having a great time. We'll let you get back to it.
めっちゃ楽しいです。
ありがとうございます。
I'm so excited about this WCS in Japan.
And that's it from the Play Lounge. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
What a day it has been. Phase 1 completed, Phase 2 activated, as David is giving me looks and glares, paralyzing me completely. Because why are you wearing my outfit,
I expected you to change since this morning.
Like,
also.
literally.
My outfit.
Mate, listen. Dondozo, this is my Dondozo. This is my outfit. Why? Why?
I got up first this morning.
Right.
Put on my suit first.
Okay.
Okay.
No, what time did you get up? No, I got up at 6. There we go. I won.
No.
You can tell. Look. You can tell. You can tell.
That's so early.
That is a bit too early. But no, yeah, aside from that, we're still recovering from jet lag from LAIC, so we do apologize. There will be a couple of extremities that will naturally come out as those glares continue to paralyze me. But Phase 2, David.
Oh, yeah.
It's my pleasure to be able to feature this first round of Phase 2 with yourself, my lovely friend. And what a day it has been. We saw some fantastic matches throughout, especially the last one there, where we saw Jan-Philipp able to get out on top, win that winning into Phase 2 versus Salahatin in what was a grueling match between both of them.
It was. And like, in Game 2, it felt like it was all over for Jan-Philipp, didn't it? It was coming down to the wire. We had Basculegion and Pelipper at the end on Salahatin's end. And suddenly, Tailwind, knockoff, bam, Basca Legion down, and suddenly the 1v1 gets won thanks to that really speedy Incineroar as well.
Yeah, it was incredible. Not something we were anticipating at all, but nevertheless was able to clinch their way through into Phase 2. But talking about wins, we have got 3 trainers that are still undefeated going into Phase 2 to kick us off. None other than Mr. Alex Gomez, our previous North American International Champion.
There he is. We had him on earlier in our Swiss rounds, and there is his very stellar and stacked run that he had here. Look at all those awesome teams, and it's just green all the way. Win, 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 and win.
Thank you for that breakdown, David.
That's okay.
So insightful. But honestly, it's fascinating to be able to see all the variety of team compositions that he's had to go up against. I'm seeing a lot of different comps when it comes to like hard trick room. You got the balance claws, you got the side spam with the sand as well. And obviously, let's just talk about that first one too. The Kingdra, the Galarian Weezing, and that Toadstool.
Yeah, there's plenty of opportunity to fall by the wayside, basically, right? You've got Weezing shutting down all your abilities, you've got the weather changes in the sand, you've got the snow, you've got the rain, you've got Psychic Spam, you've got Ursaluna Trick Room in Namungus mode.
You've got a Manta Swine.
Oh, you just about beat
I had to, because, you know, we obviously have Ross from the TCG. He would have been very upset with us if we didn't call that out.
All right, okay, shout out to Ross. But yeah, also, the Malamar matchup is pretty good too.
Yep.
Of course, you always need a Malamar matchup. You won't always face one, but there it is. And as Alex was saying to me on the couch as well, he made a couple of adjustments from NIC that helped his hard trick room matchup. And that is sort of the team that where it is hard trick room. There's a Malamar, obviously, but it's hard trick room on the surface, really.
Right.
And so that's where he felt like it was really strong. So he literally does have a Malamar matchup.
Yeah, and that's sort of the power and strength of this team composition that Alex has identified that he's going to bring, which is actually quite different versus Eric Rios, a trusty team builder, partner to himself for multiple years on end, bringing complete, I would say, not complete, but roughly different teams. You got like 3 or 4 similar pieces, but then different way of how they function. And this is similar to what we've seen Juan Salerno bring to the finals of the Latin American International Championships as well, just last week.
It is, just with those really fine little differences as well. Running Direclaw on the Sneasler instead of that Swords Dance. Running Terra Dragon on the Golden Go, for instance, as well, and Terra Fairy on that Dragonite too. Some really interesting little tweaks.
Tiny.
So little
itty bitty.
Itty bitty. But make all the difference as well, especially when you're going for that Direclaw. 50% chance for shenanigans.
Yep.
Makes a lot of sense.
It does, but Alex isn't the only undefeated trainer. We've got undefeated trainer number 2, which is none other than our previous world champ, Eduardo Cunha, as well as an OCIC international champ 2019.
And also a wearer of berets, and a really good one too.
Very.
And right, let me take you through this one as well, Costa.
Please
so
do.
we've got win, win, win,
Right.
win, 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 and of course...
Okay. What's the last one?
Win.
Yes.
Any questions?
I think you've answered them all, my friend. Thank you so much for that detailed breakdown once again. But no, the matchups that Eduardo has been able to face, sort of a similar fashion. There are a couple of hard trick room variants there. We got the Marco's son at round 2 versus Alessandro Bugatti, and clearly actually paying dividends to what Eduardo has been able to sort of amalgamate and profit off of this meta development, where he himself had a splash at Lille Regionals where he went up against Marco Silva himself in the finals with the same team.
Yeah, so rolling it back makes a lot of sense too. Not a lot of people have seemed to have picked up Eduardo's team either as well. So it's not like a lot of people have been preparing for the composition that he's gone for here too. And Swiss round 4 there versus Thomas Corvus. He really came out on top in that set that we saw earlier today. And of course, further on across the day, taking down Eric Rios, who we saw very handily defeat their opponent earlier today. Also, Davide Carrer, they're also taken down too, with a really interesting composition. And also, just in case We were unsure about the Dondozo matchup, also sealing that too versus Robert Vine.
Yeah, and Robert Vine, special shout-outs, our 2010 Nationals champion of Germany, making a strong comeback here, and actually only having dropped one match against Eduardo himself in the final round of Phase 1 in what is a fascinating team. Like you said, Dondozo, you know, represent with our pins here as well, sort of like we anticipated it. Who would have thought? But Miascarada, haven't seen that Pokemon in a hot minute.
Nope, certainly haven't. Not since Regulation Set A, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, really interesting pick. And with Flower Trick, as its kind of signature move, it's able to not miss.
Yes.
And, of course, always get that nice critical hit.
Yeah, sort of reminiscent of Urshifu's of past formats. But we've got our third under... It's okay, not yet. Soon, my friend.
Soon. I needed time.
In the meantime, we are here this weekend, and we've got our third undefeated trainer, who is none other than Michael Kelsch. Currently undefeated German representative in German Regional.
Yep, and that is quite a run as well. Plenty of Pokemon there, and plenty of variety. So we got win, 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 win.
Beautifully said, my
Thank you so much. But yeah, of course, we've got all the Golden Goes. We've got the Tyranitar team, as with the previous ones, a really nice mix generally. Some really trust and try teams as well. And that voice Swiss Round 8 there, Justin Tang team that in LAIC, getting really far too.
Yeah.
And also tested with the Dondozo earlier in Swiss Round 3. So yeah, Michael has been doing it absolutely to justice, as he always does.
Yeah, truly being the case. Michelle had taken a bit of a break, but coming back quite strong with this appearance, rocking that P2 Kilowatt Troll Ursaluna Hisui team composition, which we've seen ever since the dawn of Regulation Set H as a format last season, has been able to run riot, at least with the 5 core Pokemon. That 6th slot. That lovely verb that you very much appreciate, Kilowattrel, which may or may not have been the Pokemon that you were drawing earlier on in the Pictionary, is such a great pick going into an Incineroar-heavy format.
Yeah, it's really nice, isn't it? Competitive is not a commonplace ability, and usually we've got Defiant to kind of counteract all the Incineroar switching in and things, but if you also want some speed control at the same time, then look no further than Kilowattrel, and there it is. And it also popped off quite nicely in our senior division final at LAIC last week as well, so it's very much on the map.
Oh yeah, and it was a true, I would say, mirror of the 6 Pokemon that were utilized. Then some variances in terms of the items and Terra options, but yeah, definitely a team that I think has already well placed itself on the radar, being able to also pick up that Brisbane Regional Championship with a very interesting Golden Ghost set. If I'm not mistaken, it may have been the Moringa Berry, or at least some sort of super berry, as we used to call it back in the day.
Yeah, like Aguab or Ayapapa or something like that.
Way. But yeah, like showing that you can still utilize the Golden Ghost set in a different form, depending on the circumstance. Either going to be Life Orb, may even be Grassy Seed, as we've seen, to give it that defensive boost, or now, the Super Berries.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways you can run Golden Go, but the one moveset that everyone seems to be just running is, you know, Protect, Nasty Plot, Shadow Ball, Make It Rain. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, we did have that splash of Marco Silva and Dill Yeomans and Leal running that really cheeky Life Orb set, but with Power Gem over Nasty Plot, which was really cool. But this seems to have fallen by the wayside a little bit. Nasty Plot just being the more consistent option where you can kind of go on the offense, or to punish defensive play, set up instead.
Yeah, and like we said, Golden Go, such a staple in the format, something everybody has to have some sort of game plan going into when going into the battlefield of this level of competition. And it's not the only Pokemon that needs to be looked out for, because guess what? We've got usage stats available. I know we've previewed them before, but this is still a good point to be able to review where we were in the Phase 1 section of the tournament going into the Phase 2.
Yeah, so on the top there, you have Juan Solano's team, and on the bottom is almost Justin Tang's team.
Basically. Well put.
Thanks. I mean, it's a little few little differences there, but
love it.
Yeah, these are such strong Pokemon, right? But the trends across time have been significant. Incineroar popping up, just literally like inch by inch, it keeps coming. Amoonguss sneaking into the graphic there, as well.
Yeah.
So, and a few kind of shifts of position as well, generally. Like Basque Legion is always a little bit higher there, whereas earlier in the format it might have been lower than Archaladon, for instance, because that's the more common rain user, basically alongside Pelipper. Speaking of Pelipper, it's not even there.
Yeah, that's sort of the beauty of being able to utilize different sets when it comes to the Basque Legion. It's not just one sort of swift swim set. It also does, as we see, come to fruition when it comes to that late game potential. Choice Scarf, as Simone San Vito versatility muscle, we saw that in the finals of Gdansk regionals, and it really does come down to the importance of what speed tiering do you have to sort of train that Pokemon to be, what nature, as every little does count in order to be able to navigate your way out of a tumultuous matchup.
It does. There's so many different options that you can choose for your team, and these are going to be your consistent ones. But if you want to slap on a Blastoise, absolutely fine with us. That's going to get you some wins as well. But these are obviously the main core ones that we want to look at. And of course, we will be comparing that with Phase 2. Now, hot off the press. Woo! Let's see the changes here.
Ooh, and guess what, Incineroar? Oh, wait! I feel like a lot of Pokemon have definitely remained the same, but there's just been mostly changes in terms of the percentage of usage. So Incineroar, not Ursakin. Incinkin? No, that didn't work. It's we'll workshop it, Nate.
All right.
65.3%, but Blood Moon Ursaluna staying in the second spot, followed by that Rillaboom.
But Blood Moon Ursaluna being almost 50%, maybe the highest it's been also at any point too. Makes a lot of sense, coming off of last weekend, where it seemed to be Blood Moon every other turn. And Basque Legion as well, being above Dragonite, another huge increase there.
Yeah, and something that we've just seen as the meta developments with the different sort of sets that you can run on the Blood Moon Ursaluna sort of feels like a tug of war in between going for the leftover set, then you go into Soft Vest, then you go into Life Orb and back again. So it's a great way to be able to see the meta developments over time, but that's not the only change that we've seen. The Dragonite, something that has always been such a trusty Pokemon when it comes to that loaded dice set, actually dropping in usage in favor of that Basque Legion is maybe a bit of an indication of the burst damage potential versus the setup potential support when it comes to these sort of team compositions, and how hyper offensive we saw that LAIC finals just last week end up becoming with Yuma Kingava just rocking that Manual Sun.
Yeah, it's really true. Like, sometimes you want to do away with all the setup because it takes a little bit of planning, right? A little bit of positioning. And if that's a positioning sort of team that's become quite popular, that's inarguably a little bit more easily countered, right?
Right.
So suddenly you want to be able to really turn up the heat, literally sometimes.
Hey!
Yeah, but anyway, you want to turn up the heat literally because suddenly you can go on the immediate offense, and that allows you to make calls of predictions and switches in if someone's trying to adapt to your otherwise set up or strategy, right?
Yep.
And that's why Ursaluna Blood Moon is just really good.
Yeah, and Volcarona also did drop there, I noticed as well, in favor of the Alolan Ninetales being brought up. So it's one of those sort of immediate pressure sort of states that we've seen the development clearly of the meta being impacted by last week's results. But regardless, we're not last week. Right now, we are this week. We are this weekend here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. And we have got some fantastic, notable matches of our first round of Phase 2 that we want to go ahead and highlight. We will not be able to feature them all. However, we do need to give the sort of amount of respect when it comes to all of these interesting matchups, as well as quite a few of our undefeated trainers going up against the rest of the field.
Oh my goodness, this is so stacked.
Truly.
Look at this. Truly. Goodness me. Mr. Kelch and Alex Gomez. Obviously, we've already covered them in great detail, and we'll obviously cover them a lot more too. So there's an undefeated matchup at the top there. And then Eduardo Cunha has the down pair. So Eduardo Cunha being also undefeated, but against Niels Dunlop, who's X-1 at the moment. Obviously, our EUIC champion.
Yeah, which doesn't feel like a down pair, in all honesty.
No, it's so true. Yeah, technical down pair.
Yes.
But yeah, again, someone has to take the loss at some point, right? And so yeah, Niels Dunlop, an incredible trainer, often known for using the Sneasler in DD Call for Knight's Tyranitar sort of composition, but running the Flamigo here. So I'm all Team Niels right now. That's a great Flamigo right now.
That truly is, as we saw, a Latin American international champion. However, we've got further down Simone Sanvito versus Giuseppe Musicro, an all-out Italian bout with, I'd say, some interesting similar compositions, but it seems like a sort of matchup that we would have seen from the Teo Team Maso versus the Juan Salerno interaction we saw last week, where pretty much it looked like the same teams that each of them had. Obviously, Simone Sanvito still rocking that winning team from Gdansk.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of similar teams that we can see from there. And yeah, and also obviously Teo Team as well. So we could have a repeat of that finals match, which would be so interesting. But we're going to focus on our trainers right now on the screen.
Yes.
It is Michael Kelch versus Alex Gomez. And they are so powerful trainers, right? Both of them can afford to take a loss and a second loss and still have a decent chance of getting to top cards.
Which is crazy.
It is crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy, but it's also factual. And these trainers are just at the upper echelon of VGC competitive prowess, not only in the European region, globally, because we've got North American International Champion Alex versus world finalist Michael Kelch, multi-time regional champion as well, and just, you know, sprinkle a bit of a world's top boy in there whilst you're at it.
Yeah, I think we're about to see those exact achievements yet again as well. Just in case you are not familiar, because you so should be. Michael, there you go. Just the word worlds comes up multiple times here, which should already give you a clue as to how accomplished this person is. But Michael Kelch only started playing in 2023. That's what's even more crazy.
Yeah.
He's so new to the game.
And he's so good.
Talented. He's so good.
Why, Michael? Stop trying to rinse us out. But no, it's amazing the progress, the very quick turnaround of accomplishments he's been able to achieve. And obviously over on Alex's side, we've got the Leon regional champ, the UK Nats champ back in 2016, which were incredible. But let's focus on the game at hand. This is the P2 Kilowattrel Ursaluna composition we've spoken about. Nothing in particular stands out with differences to other compositions, except that maybe the Golden Go with the Life Orb.
And maybe the Shadow Ball, Porygon 2.
Like, yeah, I did not catch that.
Yes, points for David.
Oh.
Yeah, so Shadow Ball, a little bit more unusual. It has been seen before on other compositions as well, especially when we're considering Regulation Set H last year as well. A little bit more usual back then, but often that slot is Ice Beam, for instance, to be able to hit a lot of the Pokemon that are weak to it in this format, like Ursalunas, like Dragonite, like Rillaboom. But the Ghost and Fighting coverage when you go for the Terra is pretty much unresisted, right? Unless you're facing a Ursu Zoroark. As we know from Annihilate, very strong combination. Makes a lot of sense here too. So if your Porygon 2 is a bit of a sitting duck, then you can still hit everything that you want to, rather than, say, being walled by a Golden Go if you were Terra fighting with Ice Beam.
Right, and then over on Alex's side, we have got the composition that has been running circles around the meta so far, Incineroar Dragonite with that loaded dice set, Goldigo Life Orb variant of his own with the Terra Dragon, Sneasler Grassy Seed Acrobatics, no Swords Dance, most notably. It's got 3 attack coverage here, not wanting to drop either Close Combat or Dire Claw, followed by an Assault Vest or Ursaluna Blood Moon, and that Rillaboom with the Miracle Seed.
Yeah, so those little tweaks that we were talking about that Alex has made here seem to have really made his day very nice right now. And yeah, Ursaluna with that Assault Vest is actually a little bit more unusual than it used to be. Very common, especially in the Grand Challenge as well, actually.
Yep.
Makes it really consistent, and having that nice sort of surprise vacuum wave can really pick off Pokemon.
Yeah, which I think Nick Navarre last season was able to introduce as such a cool meta pick going into that Grand Challenge and ending up winning as well.
Yeah, one of the first one, I believe.
The first one, yes.
That exact sort of set. So yeah, running it back here as well, and Vacuum Wave, because of that Mind's Eye, hits Golden Go for super effective damage, which is really nice interaction, especially when a Golden Go is getting on quite low health here. Yep. But we've got to think about the matchup between the two of these teams instead. Obviously, Michael has either Tailwind or Trick Room sort of mode that they can go with. And so it's going to be on Alex's kind of more defensive composition to really try and shut any of that all down.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what we're going to be able to see. Immediate offensive pressure available from Alex's lead, the Golden Go, and that Ursaluna Blood Moon up against the Incineroar, and now the +1 special attack Porygon 2 due to the download boost.
Yeah, a good catch there, Costa, because that's going to make this Porygon 2 very much an offensive threat here. And yet again, facing that Golden Go, you've now got a Shadow Ball. You don't even need Terra to be able to threaten it into this coming turn here. So, Alex, Golden Go's not looking great at the moment. May want to switch out at this point, or if you're feeling very brave, maybe set up. But if there's an Incineroar in the back of Alex's own, they can certainly switch it in here for a really nice Intimidate and kind of slow play this a little bit and stall out some Trick Room.
As the Golden Go is going to switch out, Alex just wanting to essentially scout out the area, get that immediate board adaptation on the field, being in the form of the Incineroar. You're going to have Fake Out available the next turn. You're going to be able to at least drop the attack of the Incineroar from Michelle's side, but we've got an early Terrestrialization commit, and this may very well be the Porygon 2.
Oh my goodness, there is a Terra fighting, there is a fist on Porygon 2's head, and I think that gives us a clue of maybe where it's targeting as well.
It may not well be an all-out pummeling, but this is going to be a powerful move. Thanks to that knockoff critical hit, the Assault Vest is gone, but I'm not even sure if that would have mattered. The Porygon 2 is able to outspeed. It targets the Blood Moon Ursaluna. We've got an immediate KO in favor of Michael.
That is a great KO. Oh my goodness. Ursaluna, the big problem Pokemon on everyone's list here, almost 50% usage in Phase 2, is down on turn 1. What a play for Michael. And now Alex has to do some thinking here. Incineroar obviously has now just come onto the board, and so it's got Fake Out going into the next turn. Intimidate has also dropped down onto Michael's own Incineroar. So if Alex doesn't want to bring in that Golden Go and have a go at setting up, it certainly can give that a try. But at the end of the day, you've still got an Incineroar there that Alex needs to try and deal with. So depending on what Alex has brought in the back, might give us a big clue as to how the rest of this is going to go. And it is that Golden Go that he's going to bring in. So yet again, not quite revealing that fourth Pokemon yet.
And it's quite crucial, the speed interaction between the Porygon 2 and the Incineroar on Michelle's side, clearly favoring that sort of combo-wombo, getting that knockoff going if there's an Assault Vest variant Pokemon on the other side of the field in order to be able to benefit and complement the damage output of that Porygon 2. But now that Golden Go's on the field, it may well have to be forced to go on the defensive when it comes to Michelle's Porygon 2 options.
Yeah, and that's that Terra Dragon here as well. So it's still a decent Terra here. There's nothing that's going to completely punish it either, but you're still committing quite a Terra there, and we still don't even know what Michael has in the back either. And that makes you vulnerable to a Facade from an Ursaluna.
As a Fake Out will target down Michelle's Incineroar, not allowing it to get any sort of knockoffs off. And there may have been a bit of a look of dismay from Michelle's face there as the Nasty Plot is set up, but no, the Shadow Ball at +1, it's going to deal so much damage at the cost of the Nasty Plot being set up +2 from a Life Orb is so dangerous on any Golden Go.
Yeah, it is, but looking at that health of the Golden Go, that means it's probably only got like 4 hits left on it. And so if Michael can kind of defensively pivot around and kind of let Alex spend some Make It Rain turns doing chip into things that are resisted, it's going to start taking Life Orb chip turn by turn. And if Michael does have anything in the back and kind of pick it off that's faster, maybe like a Kilowattrel or an Amoonguss that can kind of redirect a few attacks, then suddenly the Golden Go is really going to be on its last legs. But I do like what Alex has done here. That's kind of what you really need to do when you're a Pokemon down. Yep. Use that setup that Golden Go has and start making it rain.
Yeah, as we're going to see the defensive protect here might most likely go for the parting shot pivot here, and that's exactly what it's going to do. Now bring that Porygon down to neutral of its special offensive prowess, whilst getting that quick switch in there. maybe able to safeguard itself from a Terra Blast commit there, maybe even with that knockoff going into the slot, but it's going to be the Rillaboom, which we know is the Miracle Seed variant. It's going to be able to deal maybe with a double up onto the Porygon 2, a KO if accompanied by that Make It Rain, but clearly from Michael's side, the priority is trying to get rid of this Golden Go as the Trick Room has been set up. This hugely favors Michelle in terms of the speed interactions.
Yeah, it certainly does now. And you could see the speed sort of revealed a little bit there, showing that this Incineroar is probably confirmed to be slower than the Golden Go and therefore faster in the Trick Room as well, as the Grassy Terrain killed it first. So Michelle still basically with a full health team versus Alex with maybe 2.5 Pokemon left. Is really not looking good for Alex, especially as Rillaboom's that last Pokemon. How are you going to deal with this Incineroar? High horsepower is maybe the main way, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Michelle want to eventually try and switch this Incineroar out and then get that Intimidate back in, lower the attack of this Rillaboom, and so just make it so that nothing can really touch it. Especially given Grassy Terrain is just going to help heal this Incineroar on Michael's end up even further. And then what's even going to break this Porygon as well at the same time? It's got Recover. Alex really needs to turn up the heat right now, and this Golden Go needs to go on the offensive.
Yeah, let's see which Terrestrialization is going to be the Terra Dragon option on the Golden Go, wanting to forego any sort of damage, or at least allow that Fire-type move damage to hit full resist if the Incineroar was allowed to move, but it's going to be the Terra Blast from the Porygon 2 at neutral. Is it enough to pick up the KO onto the Golden Go from that range? It is not! It survives on a slither of health, allowing the Make It Rain to come out at +2. Special attack now, +1, but look at the amount of damage dealt onto Michael's side. This is exactly what Alex wanted, however at the cost of the Golden Go going down, forcing the Incineroar back in.
So that's a really big KO. That was the only setup option as well. And Michael still with all 4 Pokemon, still his lead that he's not even switched out yet is still on the board as well. So incredible. We might be forced here to kind of see a little bit of a pivot at this point now, where the Porygon 2, for instance, might want to switch out here, and Incineroar can kind of parting shot around and get a fake out in and intimidate down on these 2 physical attackers too. But Alex's Incineroar doesn't even have Flare Blitz, for instance, so really lacking in offense on the other side here. It's got Knockoff as its only attacking move and Taunt over that Flare Blitz slot as well. So Alex needs to make some calls here, try and get that high horsepower into that Incineroar to nail it as soon as possible before it starts switching out and coming back in to drop more Intimidates. As we can see in the back, Michael has some very strong Pokemon.
Yeah, and Pokemon that are going to be able to absolutely resist, at least from the Rillaboom side, the offensive prowess from its end as the Grass Glide, not quite enough to pick up the KO. This onto the Porygon 2, which allows it to go for the Terra Blast. It moves first before the Incineroar. Not quite enough to pick up the KO, but deals so much damage. That's what you need whilst having the Amoonguss brought in for free. Now Michael has the choice of either revealing the final Pokemon or maybe, if possible, trying to see this out just with the Incineroar and the Amoonguss.
It's a hard ask, to be honest, but still very doable. I mean, this Amoonguss can't touch either of these targets, given the safety goggles on the Incineroar, with Spore at least, but the Amoonguss does have Pollen Puff. So actually, it should be able to heal up this Incineroar quite handily, because this Incineroar should be able to shrug off a lot of attack. So there's a fairly safe Fake Out plus Pollen Puff play that you can kind of do here, which looks really nice. And there's not a lot to kind of punish that, because Pollen Puff is also an attacking move, so it can't even be taunted by the opposing Incineroar either. So it puts Michael in a really nice position to start dishing out the damage with this Assault Vest Incineroar. You've got U-Turn for the opposing Incineroar for good damage, and you could also just knock off the safety goggles at that point too, and then start sporing it. So Michael has a lot of options here, and crucially because there's a 3rd Pokemon in the back, it means that Amoonguss can still recover with the Generator. It means Incineroar can come out and come back in again with an Intimidate and another Fake Out as well. So there's Amoonguss going for that Pollen Puff.
Yeah, it's the classic cycling that's available with the synergy of these Pokemon, as the Pollen Puff followed by the Flare Blitz is enough to pick up the KO onto the Rillaboom. No sun needed. This Pokemon has been absolutely trained to pick up the crucial KOs that it needs to. Rillaboom is that Assault Vest variant, so maybe doesn't even have that much defensive training dealt onto it. And in this scenario, we're just going to see an absolute close-up of this Game 1 just with the Incineroar and the Amoonguss.
Yeah, I think we are. There's not much reason to do anything else. You don't want to reveal your fourth Pokemon unnecessarily either here. And as we know, knockoff is the only damaging attack that Alex's poor Incineroar can do here. So it is so far slowly closing curtain for Alex in this first set of our Phase 2. But of course, everything could happen in our second game. A lot could have been different, because obviously Ursaluna going down turn 1 is quite a big deal.
A tiny bit, just a tiny bit. It's not number 2 on the usage stats for no reason. Pollen Puff just dealing. I was gonna say some chip damage, but my lordy, critical hit proved me otherwise. This may well actually put it within range if there's gonna be a Flare Blitz. Focus onto it, unintimidated, not quite enough, but once again, Michelle staying true to the cause of not revealing the final Pokemon. You have no need to. You don't have a Flare Blitz that's forcing the KO onto your Amoonguss as well. So just trying to wrap things up right now and get as much info as possible going into Game 2 without giving that away from your own end.
Yeah, exactly. So not just locking in at the moment to what goes on. Yeah, Alex knows that game is lost. And so we're heading into Game 2 here. Now, Costa, the question is, how does Alex get around this as well? Well, obviously, preserving the Ursaluna is going to be a great thing, right? Right. But harder to do when you're Assault Vest and can't protect.
Because I was trying to think, is there an angle that you could somehow bring the Sneasler in? But that will take guts to do against an Ursaluna Hisui under Trick Room, which can be quite detrimental. We know that Michelle didn't reveal it there, but you need to be able to get not only immediate damage onto Michelle's side, start breaking down the components of the setup with the Porygon 2 and the Incin, but yeah, maybe just try to utilize your Incineroar a bit earlier on. The Golden Girl didn't feel like a good bring, in all honesty. I feel like maybe there could be some room for Dragonite or just trying to preserve that Blood Moon Ursaluna, but it might just go either way. Alex, I could easily see him bring the same leads, in all honesty.
Yeah, exactly. Or at least the same for Pokemon as well. You really want that Ursaluna to be doing what it does best, and that is attacking, using that Blood Moon to do just massive damage generally, and to like break the defensive pieces that Michael had there. Like as we saw, Incineroar could just run amok versus Alex's team once the Ursaluna is removed. But I think if you're able to get into a position where Ursaluna can actually attack safely and not be afraid of sort of a fake out play, or at least supported by fake outs, then Michael can be put on the back foot a little bit easier there, because there aren't a lot of Pokemon that actually have Protect on Michael's end. Porygon 2 and Incineroar don't have Protect, for instance. Right. So if you can position correctly, you may be able to get the upper hand.
Yeah, and they don't have Terra Ghost as an option as well, right? Which is a great defensive way to be able to sort of slow down the imminent pressure of getting flinched via the fake out on the other side of the field. But we've got the same lead from Alex's side. Is going to be the Incineroar and the Blood Moon. Ursaluna now facing up off of a different lead from Michael's side, clearly trying to go for the adaptation of the adaptation play, and brings the Golden Go.
Yeah, there it is, the Golden Go. And both are actually that Terra Dragon, actually, on both teams, interestingly enough. Now, going for that Terra, obviously, is going to get around that Earth power that Ursaluna has. And because it's not that Life Orb set that we've seen on, like, Yume Kinagawa's team, for instance, it's going to be able to take that hit a lot better at the moment, too. Especially if your Incineroar, say, is fast in the Ursaluna and can get a parting shot off first. But we did see that this Incineroar on Michael's end is actually quite slow in Trick Room. So it could be that this Ursaluna on Alex's side still outspeeds, especially given that it's got generally a little bit of, wants to have a little bit of speed generally, especially when you've got Tailwind on the same team. So we're yet to see that interaction fully, but I think from game 1 at least, we did see a knockoff go first from Michael's end. And so most likely it's going to be faster here, unless it's a speed type.
Yeah, and clearly Alex feels compelled to bring that Incineroar because it does have Taunt as an option, Fake Out, just general disruption available, but you're gonna have to see Fake Out goes into the Blood Moon Ursaluna as the Golden Go does commit with a Terra Dragon, gets that Nasty Plot set up, ensures that it will not get felled by any sort of knockoff being dealt onto it. As you can see, it's able to handedly survive that, but at the cost of the Life Orb now being discarded. But you're at +2 special attack. This puts you at a good spot where you're going to start threatening that Blood Moon Ursaluna and maybe combo it up with your own Incineroar.
It is, but this is where Assault Vest is really good, right? Suddenly you can take on these Golden Go attacks so much better. But on the other hand, the Alex's Golden Go having Life Up in the second game, or the first game rather, was a bit of a detriment because it then went down after doing one attack. Now without a Life Orb, Michael's Golden Go might be able to actually stick around a little bit longer. if it can take a few more hits, obviously. Now, I wouldn't be surprised to try and see if Mikhail can actually pivot around a little bit and get another nasty plot boost on this Golden Go. Because at the moment, we're still not going to do very much to either of these targets. So it would be surprised to see maybe we're able to protect and switch it about, but it's Mikhail, so he's just going to attack anyway.
Yeah, going full offensive in this scenario, dealing so much damage onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Parting shot from Alex's Incineroar over to Mikhail's will mean if there's any focus of a knockoff, hope of a KO combo wombo onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna, it may most likely not be able to pick up the KO, excluding any critical hits that may come out as a result. But Alex clearly trying to favor the time that they've got available for the mid-turn interaction of bringing that new Pokemon freshly in.
Yeah, that's the question, right, isn't it? Like, what do you bring in front of this offense that is here at the moment? And if it is that Rillaboom, for instance, it obviously provides a lovely fake out, but offensively, not so much, really, especially given the Terra Dragon on this Golden Go, which is really key here, versus the Terra Water that's often quite common on other teams. Yeah. Suddenly, you can really have an actual good matchup into the super fake out bros going around too. So yeah, Alex is really taking the time to think about this, which makes a lot of sense. And the decision is Golden Go of his own.
Yeah, having the immediate pressure available on the field, definitely resisting that U-turn as well, taking very negligible damage. But Michelle now having their own mid-turn game decision to make with the pivot, actually brings that Porygon 2 in straight away. Might actually want to try to capitalize off of a download boost as it does confirm to get the special attack. The Blood Moon does move first, goes into the Golden Go with that 7 hit point survival and allowing the Golden Go to actually get an additional turn off whilst not getting felled.
Yeah, exactly. So this is where it's actually quite good that you don't have a Life Orb, right?
Yeah.
Because if that had been a Life Orb hit earlier, the Golden Go would not be here. And it also allows it to go for another hit and still not go down. So Alex still has to commit an attack into that slot as well. So now, going to this turn here, you can obviously see there's really big supportive pieces for Mikhail here. So losing that Golden Go could be really huge, given that you don't have a lot of offense that's in the back. However, this is a good way, or a good reason, rather, to have Assault Vest and Incineroar with Flare Blitz. It still allows you a bit of offense, but this Ursaluna needs to go down at some point.
Yeah, and we know that it does have access to Vacuum Wave, which is why Michelle's gonna switch the Golden Go out, respecting that call out, as that is confirmed to be the case. Alex tries to pick it off as soon as possible, is only met with that Incineroar whilst getting the nasty plot now set up. This is definitely what you want to be able to see, and as we saw in game 1, will be able to survive. Oh my lordy, that was so close to a KO if there was a critical hit there, but you're able to survive it. You're now immune to a fake out, and you have got the Blood Moon Ursaluna on the field, but you are facing down 2 very bulky Pokemon from Michelle's side.
You are, yeah. Like, neither are going to be in range of a KO here at all. So it's a pretty safe fake out into the Ursaluna and then do whatever you like with Porygon 2. Could be an attack into the Ursaluna, given its Assault Vest. It could be set a Trick Room as well, so you can KO Golden Go in the following turn. I think we see Mikhail, though, maybe predicting a little bit of a switch around, though, on that Ursaluna. Maybe trying to get in that Incineroar, which obviously likes to come in on Incineroar all the time to lower that attack. You've got fake up on the next turn, etc., etc. And you've also got the ability to fake out that Porygon 2, which, if Trick Room goes up, you can still then neuter.
Make It Rain will launch out, I'd say, very similar damage from that Game 1 interaction that we saw, as the Life Orb is still intact, and it was at +2 of its special attack. Incineroar moving now first before the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Sure, it doesn't have Parting Shot because it's the Assault Vest variant, but it gets little chip damage dealt whilst preserving its own longevity in this matchup, and Michelle's gonna have to make a decision whether to commit with sacrificing the Golden Go or anticipating a Blood Moon focus onto the Porygon 2, which he gets the read correct. The Porygon 2, however, will go down. This is definitely what Alex wants at this point, and preserving the Golden Go is the better way to go about it, because you know you always checkmate it with that Vacuum Wave as long as your Blood Moon Ursaluna can move.
Yeah, it's a great call, Costa. That special attacking little priority move doesn't do a little bit of, just a lot of damage, but just does enough. It does enough. Incy Wincy, exactly. And that is going to help really lock this game up. If Asuna, of course, is in that exact position it wants to be, which is either not pressured by Fake Out or has Fake Out support of its own. So this is where we can maybe see Asuna want to switch out, get around that Fake Out turn here that Michael is obviously offering at the moment as well. But interestingly, we've got two Golden Goes very low on health at the moment, and that is something that we've also not seen the speed interactions of between two either. So one big fast, the other could be a really big deal here, but obviously Alex is going to go down after a Life Orb chip, and Michael is maybe hoping that might happen this turn.
Yeah, and just wanting to preserve the Golden Go for one final hit in the back as Alex gets another switch from their side of the field. That Blood Moon Ursaluna being preserved for the switch out of the Golden Go for future turns. So both players meeting each other in terms of the necessary level of mind games that are required. Protect from Alex's Golden Go ensures it will be able to survive for one more turn. Knockoff, however, from Mishi's side, able to target down that Incineroar, which no longer has safety goggles.
So a good turn by Alex there, obviously. Now, Michael didn't have the opportunity to switch out the Incineroar. He could have done it, but now it's a little bit of a sitting cat right now in front of the offense that Alex has too. We also know that Incineroar on Michael's end is actually slower than Alex's end too. So we could see it's just a fairly safe, Fake Out plus big attack from this Golden Go.
Here we go. It's not enough to pick up the KO on Incineroar. 3 hit point survival. The Amoonguss remains with 82 hit points. And most importantly, the Golden Go from Alex's side is now out of this game. Citrus Berry recovery from Amoonguss means it's going to be able to sponge up more damage, but now, because of the interaction, I would say, of the safety goggles being knocked off, we could have seen a Spore, but Michael, confident in the Incineroar survival, goes for the side Pollen Puff recovery. 50% of its HP already back in an instant.
Yeah, I love that as well. Yeah, it's a good call though, Costa. Yeah, the Spore is very much online as well for that Incineroar. Now, Rillaboom coming in, as we've seen in that game 1, we know Alex has now brought the same 4 Pokemon here. And Michael has not brought the same 4 Pokemon, but from Alex's perspective, that he doesn't know that yet. He doesn't know that actually Ursaluna was in the back in that game 1, right? Which is going to be really key information if we go to the game 3 here. Now, going forward into this turn, Rillaboom on the field. It's got high horsepower. It's a grass type. It can get around a Amoonguss as well. So suddenly it's re-pressuring down that Incineroar slot, even if it's going to become a Golden Go as well that's in the back, and obviously at very low health. And given yet another priority move in that Grassy Glide, it can really lock down that Golden Go slot.
As the Incineroar switches out, wants to be preserved for the next turns, brings the Golden Go in, willing to get it felled by this high horsepower. At 7 hit points, there's no way it was going to survive any sort of damage attack that was targeting its slot. Rillaboom has been able to do its deed. The Incineroar needs to follow suit with a taunt, and that is exactly what Alex has identified doing. Wants to shut down the support and the disruption available on this Amoonguss. Michael, in turn, acknowledges the incoming taunt, goes for the Pollen Puff, and because there's no Assault Vest on this Rillaboom, it actually takes a lot of damage from it.
Yeah, that's actually really big, to be fair. Now, Incineroar coming in does mean another Fake Out turn. Yes, it does. You called it. Now, of course, it could go into either of these targets here. Now, the main damage that's going to be into Michael's own Incineroar is going to be that high horsepower from Rillaboom. So, if Michael can dispatch of that Rillaboom before it gets off a high horsepower, it's going to be looking really strong. Because as we've said before in that first game, that end game versus Alex's own Incineroar with only knockoff as a damaging move is going to be really detrimental for Alex. And now Rillaboom, yes, it's no Assault Vest, but it doesn't carry Protect on this team.
And it's quite crucial. The Intimidate of that came onto the field brought that Rillaboom down to -1 of its attack. With that Pollen Puff interaction combo, if you're able to allow the Incineroar room to just get as much damage as possible, it's important. However, the Terrafire will try to nullify that scenario as the 11 hit point survival and no commit of an offensive move from Alex's side does mean the Incineroar is going to be able to survive for another turn and potentially even get a side Pollen Puff recovery going for it.
Yeah, that would be a really nice call here at the moment. So Alex kind of maybe expecting a fake out into either of those targets. But it's because it's a Flare Blitz. Actually, Incineroar is now going to go down, and it's not going to be able to get off that Pollen Puff here. So maybe Michael expecting not as much damage to kind of come out from their own Incineroar and to maybe stick around instead.
Yeah, that could very well be the case. And now we have got a 2 versus 1 scenario. You can see the confirmation. The side Pollen Puff was expected there. That's why Pollen Puff did fail in that interaction. And the Mushroom, I'm going to be honest with you, one of the best Pokemon ever introduced in VGC, had multi-season success. I don't see a way it's going to be able to find a win for Michael to wrap up this set.
Maybe there's a way, Costa.
Oh, please do tell.
Oh, I can't think of one.
Okay. There we go.
It's a Moongus.
Hey, I don't know.
It's been around longer than I have.
You sounded so confident, my friend.
I'm just confident in a Moongus and its ability to just kind of pass through time unscathed, just generally through VGC.
Yeah, there could be a will if there is a way or the other way around, I'm not sure. But that may well not be the case here, Michael. Probably going ahead and building as much time as he can for a strategy going into that game 2 has got the forfeit confirmation. Alex taking a big sigh or breath of relief in that scenario, saying, right, my undefeated streak is still intact. I need to win this next game, and then I've got one more set left to win in order to guarantee that spot in top card.
Exactly. Now, game 3. Alex has got to be thinking, right, what went right there? Now, a big obvious answer is, well, Ursaluna didn't go down turn 1.
Instantly.
Yeah, and so was able to pile on a lot of offensive pressure. Now, we got a big kind of Blood Moon attack into that Porygon 2, but otherwise do loads of damage, right? But it was on the field a lot. And having that vacuum wave pressure, as you mentioned earlier, Costa, was really keen. Making that Golden Go actually switch out and get rid of all those boosts it had before. And then suddenly it was so difficult to kind of then switch it in, given its low offense or as low HP rather, and so we saw it just kind of drop down as soon as it came in. And if it had stayed on the field, it could have dealt that damage instead. So Alex must be feeling very good into how he kind of positioned that game. Now, Michael obviously brought the Ursaluna in game 1, didn't use it though. But
or even reveal it.
Or even exactly, didn't reveal it. Does he bring it this time?
I think yes. I think there's a really good case to be able to do it, but also a difference from game 1 and game 2 there was the fact that Michael committed Terrestrialization on the Porygon 2. Capitalized, like we said, Terra Blast at +1 of special attack, picking up that KO onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which there was a critical hit involved with the knockoff, crit going first, but I don't think it would have mattered in all honesty because of the Assault Vest being knocked off first before the Terra Blast comes in. So could there be a case that Porygon 2 is utilized in a similar fashion going into game 3?
Yeah, I would obviously love to see it utilized a little bit more here because we can see the general lack of immediate offense that Alex's team has. And so if you can mitigate that damage enough, then Porygon 2 with Recover can really stand out in this game.
As we do have the leads revealed, 1 Golden Go apart with both of these trainers, accompanied by one of the Super Fake Out bros as well, Incineroar on Michelle's side versus Alex's Rillaboom. And looking at the speed interactions, Rillaboom is faster, but at the detriment of -1 of its attack being dropped.
Yeah, so at least you have Fake Out kind of control at the moment here as well. And again, I don't know if we actually saw the interaction of the speeds of the 2 Golden Goes
yeah.
Now, these players may know more than we do in terms of like how they were trained and maybe what Alex used at LAIC might give Israel a little bit of a clue, for instance. But I think it's going to make a big difference in this matchup, especially if neither of them want to kind of tear it out of their weakness. But looks like someone is at least going for that Terra Dragon.
Yeah, gonna have to commit because you want to go on the offensive whilst not getting caught out. That is the name of the game. I wouldn't be surprised to see a second one, but no, it's just going to be Alex's Golden Go that's gone first and set up the nasty plot. Now at +2, has moved first ahead of Michael's, which hasn't even terrestrialized, trying to catch Alex out. Goes for the Shadow Ball there, although not finding a KO. My lordy, that was so much damage, which means if there wasn't a Terra option commit, it would have gone down.
Now, there's a little bit of a speed interaction reveal there. So Alex has won 2 sort of speed ties there. One, going for the move, and two, the grassy terrain recovery as well. So most likely, Alex's Golden Go is the faster of the two here, which is going to be really key in this matchup already, right? +2, and if it's got the same amount of damage from that its Shadow Ball as Mikhail's one, then it's going to be threatening a one-hit KO on Mikhail's Golden Go, even if it goes for the Terror.
Yeah, and this can easily sort of promote the idea of, okay, if I'm Alex, I want to protect, bring a fake-out user in, of course, being that Incineroar.
Very cool.
And want to try to have the fake out online for the following turn in antithesis of Michelle trying to go on the offensive, or maybe even setting up his own nasty plot, which could be a way out, but no. Opting to go for the protect, no terror commit, like we said, respecting the pressure the Golden Go has, but getting his own pivot action going. Michelle, however, doesn't have a Rillaboom, but does have an Amoonguss.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like, we've seen Fire and Grass on most teams being those two fake-out Pokemon, but yeah, Amoonguss does not have that. And therefore, you can't redirect away any, like, Make It Rains, for instance. But you can redirect away a Shadow Ball, but you can't take a fake-out, though, at this point either. And the Amoonguss Missile's End isn't Terra Ghost, it's not Covert Cloak, it's Terra Fire and Citrus Berry. So it's not a safe bring-in here, hence why we probably see the Porygon 2. And what does that mean, though? It means it's a Pokemon that has a lot of bulk and to take on the Golden Go's hit, which means that if there's a target into the Golden Go, Porygon 2 is still going to get away with something this turn. So it could be that Mikhail's maybe trying to set up potentially for what is ever in the back. Yeah. Obviously, we know that Amoonguss is in here for Mikhail, but Alex doesn't know that either. So if there's an Ursaluna in the back, Alex really needs to respect the option that an Ursula could switch in under Trick Room and put on a lot of offense. So we might just see fake out Porygon 2, Shadow Ball into that Golden Go. It's fairly safe here, assuming you know you've got that KO into the Golden Go slot, especially as it's gone for that Protect. Of course, Mikhail can maybe switch into Incineroar and flip things around again, and then you've got fake out pressure to kind of support that Porygon 2 if it got faked out, to then set up Trick Room yet again. So we've got a lot of defensive plays still going around at the moment, but does either of these players call those moves?
Stellar analysis, my friend, as the Incineroar is brought back onto the field right now. Porygon 2 didn't get a +1 in its special attack due to the download interactions of the opposing defense, special defense stats, but finally seeing Michael commit the terrestrialization, maybe hesitating, considering the Porygon 2 as a viable option, but saying, no, this is the time I need to be able to commit it to my own Golden Go. Fake out, however, will be going into what was the Porygon 2, Shadow Ball at +2. Is it enough to pick up the KO? One shot! Oh! It's not! A 2-hit point survival could be so crucial if you're able to pay dividends. Get that KO onto the opposing Golden Go. There we have it. What a way to be able to force the scenario of Alex no longer having the pressure with that crucial survival.
I don't know if Michael knew that was going to survive or not, or if he was just like, whatever, let's just go. Let's play some games and just go for it. It's going to be worth the risk. And it probably was at this point. That Golden Go was going to run away with this game otherwise. So I think a good sacrifice for Golden Go here, because then, yeah, obviously you've got rid of the other target as well. And now you've got a Porygon 2, obviously with Recover, that can potentially stall out a lot of this game. Now there's no setup threat on Alex's end. But that's where this taunt on Alex's Incineroar can come in here. It looks really strong on shutting down a lot of what Porygon 2 can do and what Amoonguss can do that's in the back as well. So it's definitely not over by any means. Crucially because of that taunt. Otherwise, Porygon 2 has a field day and being able to just sit in front of damaging options that aren't enough to basically 2-hit KO it.
Yeah, and it did get the positive download boost there, +1 in its special attack, which means it's not only going to be bulky, it's also going to be able to dish out some real respectable damage and force Alex to be able to respect it, not only from the Trick Room setup point of view, but actually starting to try to identify you need to pick it up as soon as possible, because then Michelle won't have as much offensive pressure available with the Incineroar and that Amoonguss.
There's the fake out and the parting shot as well into that Porygon 2, lowering its offense and so enabling Alex to keep his Pokemon around that little bit longer. But what are we going into here? Fourth and final Pokemon revealed. Is it that Ursaluna again?
Most likely, but let's get confirmation from Alex in just a hot sec. It is indeed Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is such a great way to be able to utilize the parting shot onto the Porygon 2. You bring that Assault Vest in, it's going to be able to take that so handily, especially since grassy terrain is still on the field. It gets a bit of recovery dealt there, and we saw once again Michelle's Incineroar being faster than Ursaluna on Alex's side.
We have. Now, that would be quite critical, especially with a parting shot option, but that's not on this Incineroar for Michael. It's the U-turn instead. So it's not going to do a whole lot of damage here instead, especially given the physical bulk of Ursaluna.
Here we go, Woodhammer and Blood Moon. Is it enough to pick up the KO is the real question here. Alex needs this to commit. U-turn from the Incineroar into the Rillaboom will allow Michael's own Incineroar being brought, but like we said, can you guarantee a KO onto this Porygon 2? It will push you so far ahead of the lead. It's not enough! It's not enough! One hit point survival! Terra Blast into the Rillaboom! It's able to survive, but this is so crucial. You have got redirection available thanks to the Amoonguss, but you still have to respect the Rillaboom on the other side of the field.
Exactly. Grassy terrain has gone away though, but of course, yeah, the Rillaboom being grass type can get around that Rage Powder. Would have really loved to see a recover there from Porygon 2 to be able to stick around, but now it's just literally a sitting duck in front of what Alex has here. Now, if you are committing that grass type move from the Rillaboom to Porygon 2, then at least you've got your Amoonguss that can kind of punish that and take down the Rillaboom in turn. And that means you've got high horsepower off the board. But you still got an Ursaluna sat there, which can still cover for that damage and go for high upper voice as well. And so you could still keep a Rillaboom around even so. Now, I don't know if we've seen the interaction between Porygon 2 specifically and Ursaluna, but I think it's still faster, so you need to commit that grass move into the Porygon 2.
Here we go, and it will be dealt, at least to guarantee that the Porygon 2 will not be up to any sort of mischievous recovers, Trick Room setups, you name it. Rillaboom not going down just yet. Earth Power wanting to make sure there's no switching of the Incineroar. Alex completely respecting that, forcing the Blood Moon Ursaluna to stay in, and Michelle taking advantage of that, going for the Spore onto that Blood Moon Ursaluna. And we had seen, if I'm not mistaken, the knockoff go into Alex's Incineroar, getting rid of the goggles. So I feel that slot was locked down in terms of the Spore targeting it.
Yeah, a good call there, Costa. But Ursaluna is just so healthy. Where is the damage going to come from on Michael's end? Knocking off the Assault Vest isn't going to do a whole lot, because Pollen Puff isn't going to do a lot either. So you most likely need to have at least 3 Flare Blitzes to be able to KO this Ursaluna, and that gives it plenty of time to still wake up.
Yeah, Alex needs to capitalize off of the fact that he has 3 Pokemon remaining versus Michael's 2 Incineroar. And Intimidate are on the field. Michael's attack now dropped to -1, but more importantly, we have got the Fake Out available in the subsequent turn because of the lowering of that damage. Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to take that like an absolute champ that we know this Pokemon is taking its mandatory turn of sleep. And there it is, that good old-fashioned interaction of the Self, Pollen Puff, recovery, combo wombo between Amoonguss and the Incineroar.
Thank goodness Incineroar doesn't have hay fever, because it is definitely in a good position now. But going forward, now is another fake out turn on Alex's end. And because, again, we've got 3 Pokemon, he can continue to cycle those Pokemon around and keep getting fake out. Grassy terrain, come back in, heal up that Incineroar a little bit more too. But we need to break this at some point, and it's probably going to be that Amoonguss that needs to go down, because that is the source of the health on Michael's end instead. How do you deal with it though? Because, yeah, you don't have Flare Blitz on your own Incineroar, but of course you have an Ursaluna that can go for Blood Moons. Yep. Michael has the advantage of having Protect, so you could maybe try and protect a Scat out for the Blood Moon turn, but it's not this turn.
No, as the flinch is guaranteed. The sleep is continued from Blood Moon Ursaluna. Had an opportunity to be able to wake up there, and the Pollen Puff, even though it's a very minimal chip damage, every little counts against this setup, and it's quite tough. Michelle just doesn't have enough damage output at this point and needs to be able to rely on those turns of sleep.
Yes, he does, But yeah, there's still a way here. Flarebit's dealing a lot of damage and starting to get in range of another one and maybe a couple of pollen puffs too. So Flarebits comes out, Knockoffs comes out, but that's still a healthy Incineroar.
Yeah, dealing about 60 damage with the critical hit, but Blood Moon, can you wake up? Can you use your mind's eye capability to be able to open your eyes? And you can see Alex celebrating Earth power. Commit into the Incineroar. Amoonguss is left on its own. We can see both trainers going ahead, exchanging fist bumps. Pollen Puff trying so hard for its trainer, but the writing's on the wall. Alex Gomez, our still undefeated trainer, going into Swiss round number 10 between what has been an absolute world caliber matchup against Mishael.
Amazing play from Alex Gomez himself. Still undefeated after phase 2, round 9, of course. Commiserations to Mishael there, but that's still only one loss for him in this tournament. Yeah. And so they may even play again in our top cut.
Yeah, may very well be the case. As we know, Mishael is one more set away from guaranteeing his spot in top cut. Because we know phase 2 has 4 Swiss rounds, but yeah, Alex putting in so much work in that scenario, and huge credit to himself being able to guarantee his spot very closer towards top cut.
Yeah, 100%. Look, what a game that was, though. Really interesting, right? Because Alex was just so on the back foot in that game 1 completely. Ursaluna went down, everything just fell apart. But yeah, preserving that Ursaluna there in that game 2 and 3 was so crucial. Yeah. And sticking with the 4 Pokemon he knew was good for this matchup as well. That Golden Go as well, being faster as well was so crucial too. The Terra Dragon, so you could resist both the fire moves as well and whatever the Porygon 2 was trying to go for with that Shadow Ball. But yeah, that play there.
Wow. Yeah, it was such a crucial survival there. And it wasn't the only Pokemon that was able to do it for Mishael. We saw that Porygon 2 surviving on 1 hit point, but it wasn't enough to allow Mishael to progress through to Swiss round number 10 undefeated. That is only Alex Gomez's sort of title at the moment. We still don't know what our 3rd undefeated trainer, Eduardo Cunha, is doing, but what a way to kick off this phase 2.
Yeah, what a way. That really interesting matchup as well. And first a Amoonguss on stream that we've had for a while. Also
I know.
He brought, which is quite interesting.
Yeah.
And still being the last Pokemon standing in those last 2 games as well, which was very fitting as well for the Amoonguss that stands the test of time.
Yeah, truly, especially when alongside its best buddies in Arms 2. And yeah, Incineroar, Amoonguss, we know they have reached the final so many times. I think, if I'm not even mistaken, over 16 final placements in Regulation Set H. That's just this format, not even previous seasons as well as other formats, which is bonkers. But yeah, huge congrats obviously to Alex, who was able to run it through in that game 3. Do we feel like, was there any direct play that you could call out Mishael maybe could have been able to lean into a bit better to be able to navigate his way around it, or was just what Alex brought too much to handle in terms of the focus on the board position and maintaining that Blood Moon Ursaluna in the back?
I mean, given the very positional teams that we've got there, right, where you need to be able to position to kind of get a fake out in, and then you kind of maybe try and go for your setup or your offense, there's a few turns where if they go wrong, you still got a lot to recover on. Yep. So there was maybe kind of a few turns that could have gone slightly better, but it's that balance, right? How many went right, how many went wrong, and unfortunately Alex just came on top.
Yeah, he did just that, but we are happy to say we'll be able to hear from Alex himself, get a bit of insight onto his plays and how he is feeling. So, Marcus, please take it away.
What a set between Mishael and Alex. And yeah, of course, gotta ask, how are you feeling about this one?
Wow, crazy set. I think for sure one of the best sets I had today. Michael is way too strong. And well, I'm surprised that I beat him because I thought the matchup was not good, mainly because he has Porygon 2 with Shadow Ball, and that is very dangerous for my Goldengo. In LAIC, I was using Volcarona especially against this team, the Michael's team, but then I changed it for this tournament, right? And yeah, well, being able to pull through this matchup is something I didn't expect, so very happy.
And if we go through it, the first game, turn 1, it didn't start well for you, right? With Michael going there for the commit there with a knockoff and Terra fighting Terra Blast play. Is that something that you were expecting? And how did you feel with the series starting like that?
Well, I was pretty sure of the Porygon 2 Incineroar start. However, I thought Michael would respect my Goldengo, but instead he didn't. So he went for the focus, and well, I realized in Game 3 that it's a speed type between Ursaluna and Porygon 2, which is kind of crazy, because if I was able to get a hit into Incineroar, maybe Game 1 I can do something, but if I don't hit Incineroar, it's over. So Michael played amazing Game 1, well, and the whole set.
Yeah, but then of course, well, it was really tough to come back in the first game.
Yeah.
So going down 0-1 against a player of Michael's caliber, how do you keep cool, and like what was your mindset going into games 2 and 3?
Well, honestly, before the matchup, I knew I had nothing to lose, because I was kind of expecting to lose this set. So I said, okay, for game 2, he led Porygon 2 Incineroar. I don't think he will lead Kilowattrel. So I put Incineroar Ursaluna. It worked out. I was pretty sure Incineroar is one of the strongest leads against his team if he doesn't lead Kilowattrel. So yeah, it worked out. And then for game 3, I was kind of expecting Kilowattrel, but he went for the same plan. And he had a really, really bulky Goldengo, which caught me off guard. And yeah, the set was crazy.
Yeah, we had a few key survivals there on Michael's Pokemon. The Porygon 2 living on 1 HP and the Goldengo, I believe, on like 7. So just barely, and they could always like hit back. But still you were able to come out on top. So what do you think was the most crucial thing that helped you to win?
Well, what I realized when he didn't Terra his Goldengo, I was kind of thinking that he had bulky Dengo. So knowing that I might be faster than his Goldengo, I think that would give me a slight advantage into the matchup. So game 3 I played around that information, that he would be slower than mine, and then it pulled out that it was slower. So yeah, I wasn't 100% sure, but I needed to play around that, and yeah, it worked out.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all know how difficult it can be with those ghost types.
Yes.
Like Goldengo or Calyrex Shadow Rider, like knowing that, okay, who's faster, who will hit first, it can be over pretty quickly.
It is.
But yeah, well, in the end, yeah, you managed to find that opening. Were you worried at some point in game 3 when he was down to Incineroar and Amoonguss? Like, it seemed like, okay, well, you have 3 Pokemon, he has 2. Were you worried that maybe there's still a chance for his comeback?
Because he had a Pollen Puff with a Mongoose. I wasn't worried specifically about the Mongoose, but I was worried about the Pollen Puff. Because if I don't manage to wake up with Ursaluna, maybe I have to win a speed type, because my Incineroar and his Incineroar were the same speed. So maybe we'll have to win a speed tie in game number 3 and go for parting shot into Incineroar to not let my Ursaluna get KO'd. So yeah, I was very scared. I needed to wake up,
because we could see how happy you were when Ursaluna wakes up, and then you knew, okay, Earth Power,
it's over.
Then it's over.
Yeah.
And now, well, with that, you're undefeated, 9-0, a perfect day for you in terms of your result. So what does that mean to you, and how do you feel about the whole run?
Well, very happy, especially because last week I went 5-3, and well, for last week I was expecting a better result, I have to say. And for this tournament in particular, I didn't play so much during the week, because I was feeling very exhausted. I just, as I said in the previous interview, I tried to learn what I did wrong and try to not do it again in this tournament, right? So yeah, I think it's working out so far, and well, job is not finished.
Well, last question. Because you mentioned LAIC, which I think you finished 5-3, top 128, but you were expecting a better result. Were you motivated to kind of prove yourself now going into this tournament to try and do better than you did at LAIC?
Well, for sure, it's a motivation. Of course, this year it was kind of bad for me, because I did top 4 in Birmingham, then AYC was bad, NIC was okay, but then Worlds and LIC was like terrible. So I need redemption, and so far it's working. But as I said, hopefully tomorrow is the big day.
All right, well, we'll see you tomorrow. You're in a, well, don't want to add to the pressure. You're in a good position.
Yes,
but there's still a couple more Swiss rounds to be played. So get your rest, and then tomorrow, best of luck, Alex.
Thank you.
And yeah, with that, we'll kick it to a very short break, and then we'll be here back on the couch to wrap up the day.
Let's go! It's gonna be the KO! He won the whole thing, and now he comes to London and won the whole thing! Another day! Here we go, which is it into the flood man, and it is gonna be enough! Here we go, look all the pieces of this! We know your European international champion! Going to win this three! Oh, sweet for the grand finals!
Bubble damage coming through, still tapping, some clapping. Let's give it up!
10 seconds left on the clock, but there's just no time. Overlord moves to the middle, and Luminosity Gaming's gonna stop them. What you got? Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on making me roll. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on making me roll. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
I train hard, go hard. I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah. I'm a go far. I'm a maverick, havoc in my way. Hot stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up through the plate, and I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place, and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. And I'll battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Anytime, anywhere. I'm a battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. And I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere.
Guten Abend and good evening, Pokemon trainers. We've had an absolutely amazing, action-packed day full of Pokemon competition here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. My name is Zoe. I'm joined by the festive crew of Festive Marcus, Snowman David, and Carols Costa. Now, in light and in spirit of German efficiency, I am going to ask all of you to summarize the day's highlight in one sentence only. And Costa, this is directed at you. One sentence only. Go.
Okay, Jan Phillips, comeback story, underdog, Blastoise, so much stuff going on. It was amazing.
A bit more one sentence.
There's one sentence.
Terra Psychic terrain boosted, expanding force from a Spathra.
I was going to say Pelipper uses Tailwind, Incineroar uses Knockoff.
Hey.
Well, my one is my friend Malamar on stream. That was really awesome. Didn't quite manage to get the win, but okay, that was more than one sentence. So I will stop here. Let's now take a look at all of the players who have made it into phase 2 of this regional. And look at that, Michael Kelsch, who just was on stream, along with all these other amazing trainers.
Yeah, it's amazing to see how many players are not only doing well at like one event, but they're coming back to the circuit repeatedly. There's so many familiar names on here. 95 in total that made it to phase 2. Of course, we already played one round, so for some of them, the dream of becoming a champion is already over. But of course, more Pokemon matches to play for their spot. And yeah, we have Simone Sanvito, EOIC champion, multiple regional champion. But then we also have some German local players that did really well. Yannick Otting at 8-1, I think, after this round. Nemanja making it in there. Also Robert, an old school player, the German national champion from 2010. Can you believe it?
Oh, wow. There's a very healthy German representation here. And let's not forget, we had so many strong trainers on the stream today. A lot of them could have easily been the finals of a regional. We had Eduardo Cunha on stream, and that was just such a masterclass. And then TOT Marcel. I'm just so thrilled to see such a high level of competition for today. And oh my goodness, I think I need a little bit of a rest to get ready for tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, me too, honestly. Like, it was really, really great action, and it really shows that everyone is pulling out all the stops here for the final event of Regulation Set H before we head into Regulation Set F as well. And we've got some really interesting teams as well in our top cut, and I believe the Malamar team did make Phase 2.
Yes!
Excellent.
What do you want to hear?
You know what's really exciting? Now that the Malamar team is in Phase 2, we could possibly be seeing it on a stream tomorrow. So for those of you at home, make sure you tune into the stream at 8:45 a.m. CET tomorrow morning, nice and early, giving our players a bit of time to relax and recuperate after the long day that they have had today. And tomorrow, it's going to be a new day of competition. Our players are going to be rested and refreshed and ready to impress us all with those really amazing plays.
Yeah, exactly. And like we said, there's a lot of storylines going into this from all angles, really. And this is sort of the premise of, sure, it's the final major event for Regulation Set H, but it's also the first one for the travel awards, stipends, and the early registration when it comes to North American International Championships that will be hosted in several months from now in New Orleans. And yeah, what a great way to be able to kick that off and start being in the lead and leading through when it comes to all sort of regions represented, whether it's European or even other trainers we've seen come from the US.
And one dream will come true tomorrow. We will crown a champion tomorrow. That's always so exciting. And of course, before then, a couple more Swiss rounds and then in the top cut bracket. So yeah, you definitely don't want to miss the action tomorrow.
Precisely, such an action-packed day tomorrow. But in addition to all of the streams that we will be having tomorrow, there is also a Twitch schedule of a lot of the other games and even the anime that you could watch. For instance, Pokemon Advance, that is the anime. And then you could rewatch the Pokemon Atlanta TCG Regional Championships, then the Pokemon series, and then Pokemon GO Battle Day. So that's going to be really exciting. A lot of other games that's going to be up on our Twitch streams. And oh man, there's just so much Pokemon.
Yeah, and of course, don't miss next Saturday, the movie night Pokemon Destiny Deoxys.
One of the best movies. You see the countdown showdown between Deoxys and Rayquaza. You really don't want to miss it. I might not even miss it. No. Oh, maybe you do, maybe you don't. But regardless, I will definitely be signing up to watch it, no doubt.
Well, grab your popcorn, maybe your cookies, get ready for just an amazing movie night. Now, if you want to follow along with all of our streams, you can tune in to the broadcast channel, which is going to be the hub of all of your action. That is going to be pokemon.com/broadcast. You will see all the past broadcasts as well. So it's not just going to be what is playing live, and also the current games. And of course, you can follow us on all of our channels at Play Pokemon on YouTube and on Twitch, which is just going to be Pokemon. And this is going to keep you informed on all the latest actions. And of course, all of our socials. It's going to be on X, on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Instagram. And make sure to use hashtag #PlayPokemon to tell us what you're thinking. And I would love to see all of your pet posts on the socials. So I'm really excited. I've been checking all day and I think I did see some pet posts. So,
oh yeah,
that's going to be very, very rewarding. But that is going to be enough of us today. We are going to go home and get some rest, and I'm sure our players will want to get some rest, and you, the viewers at home, are also going to be wanting a little bit of a break. So, see you tomorrow, nice and early, rise and shine, and get some good rest, and we'll be back with more action tomorrow of the Stuttgart Regional Championships.